Okay. First, I gotta eat dinner. It was raining outside, so I had to. I see the pumpkin. We're gonna carve it into this surface right here. But first, I gotta eat dinner and drink some coffee. I'm drinking coffee with white chocolate raspberry creamer. The Creamer Delight brand, they got all the flavors. And I saw the white chocolate raspberry, and I was like, "Ooh, that sounds good. I want to try that." And I tried it, and it's pretty good. It's not great. Got one of these. Yeah, it got warm in here, and my hair got all messed up because I had to walk to the store in the rain. Trumpkin. I never bought a pumpkin. It was $4.50. It sucks. They were running out of pumpkins when I got it. So I dug around and found the best one. And then the next day, there were more pumpkins. And some of them look better. Okay, let's share out the Discord to some places, jump in the Discord. I like the Starbucks brand creamer or Planet Oat caramel. The Starbucks creamer is expensive though, right? Kind of. All right. Here. You read that exorcism story? Wow. Well, you were also in my chat when I talked about it, when I did a full breakdown of that story and other exorcism stories. Your memory's not that great, huh, Dean? I know you were in the chat. Yeah, well, you'd be afraid if you were possessed by 6 demons too, Dean. It goes on sale for like 50% off. Tastes awful to me. Yeah, I usually just get the half and half, just basic. But the whatever it's called, creamer delight or coffee delight, has some pretty good flavors. I had some pumpkin one the other day. That was really good. This one's not. This one's all right. It's not that great. My colored pencil says Negro. It says Black Negro Noir. Dang, racist colored pencil. I finally saw Am I Racist? I was saying that earlier. It's pretty good. I don't drink coffee, but I like the smell. It reminds me of my grandpa. He drink is black, but the flavors smell good too. Why'd you delete that? I already read it. Ha! Um, Coffee smell reminds me of pot smell. Like whenever I'm going by like a coffee shop, I'm like, somebody's smoking weed. Start looking for them. What are you doing, Echo? What are you doing? Come here, buddy. They can't see you. You can see the top of his head there. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I got 2 days off to hang out with you. He's like, you don't hang out with me though. You just sit on the computer. He doesn't like the computer. He doesn't care about the computer. He doesn't like the camera. He can sense it. My kids are messing with their phone, pushing buttons. All right. So this one did not come with a marker. So I'm going to use a colored pencil, but it does come with some stencils. And I wonder if I could use this stencil paper. Maybe if there's a blank one where it's blank on the back, I could. Let me see. Trumpkin, Trumpkin, Trumpkin. Yeah, it's gonna. Okay, yeah, we got. Carve this edge last. Start here. Master's tip. Carving in the order shown will keep the pumpkin shell sturdy until the last cuts are made. The lid cutter saw removes the top or bottom of the pumpkin and carves simple designs. The Jack O Ripper Scraper Scoop quickly cleans out seeds and strings and thins the inner walls of pumpkins. This makes carving easier, cleaner, and faster. The handle can be twisted off for scooping smaller pumpkins. The jumbo drill can be used to transfer patterns. The easy grip detail saw carves the full range of patterns. Step 1, carve an opening from the bottom of your pumpkin. Why would I? I guess that kind of makes sense to do it from the bottom, and then you just put the candle on the ground and put the pumpkin on top of the candle. But I like carving the top. My pumpkin doesn't have a handle on it. I wanted to get one with a good top stem still left because I like to clean out the seeds and strings. Scrape the area you're about to carve until the wall feels about an inch thick. Oh, we got to scrape those sweet pumpkin walls. Get up in those sweet pumpkin walls. Pick your favorite pattern and cover the cut lines with transparent tape. This will waterproof and reinforce it so you can carve right through it. I'm doing all that. Apply the pattern. Make folds on the edges to make it fit around the pumpkin and tape it in place. Carve out the pieces in order shown in the pattern. Saw at a 90-degree angle to the pumpkin with a gentle up-down motion. When you've mastered it, you'll feel very little resistance. Carve the outermost edges last. What do you mean the outermost edges? Carve this edge last. Start here. So you start at the inside, you work your way outside. Place your carved pumpkin over a battery-powered light and see it come to life. I ain't got no battery-powered light. Also, I don't have a I don't have a candle. A razor blade works good. I know. I thought about that. I have a box cutter, but I don't think I have any blades for it. I don't know. I might have to go check my toolbox. Pumpkin walls. Well, then this is no Trumpkin. Oh, Trump getting up in them walls. That one's pretty cool. So I could use the back. Nah, screw this. I don't need a damn stencil. I'm just gonna draw it on the pumpkin and cut it. Why are we making this overcomplicated? We're overcomplicating this. It's not that complicated. We got a big saw, we got a little saw, we got a poker thing, and we got a scoop-a-doop. I gotta finish my spaghetti first, though. See, I told you I put ranch on everything. I put ranch in my spaghetti. This is my homemade spaghetti. It's pretty bomb. Bomb diggity, no doubt. No diggity. I got to cut the pumpkin up. Did I put the no. Did I do this yet? I have this blade. It's really sharp. This is a special knife. Ranch on Krispy Kreme pump donuts? No. No. I'm not that crazy. I think this is a big old chunk of habanero. I'm about to eat it. I should have cut that a little smaller. And if we raise $20 tonight, $20 is the goal. $20 from either Cash App or Super Chats. Then I'll eat a mini pumpkin. And when I say a mini pumpkin, what I mean is a habanero pepper. I got some habaneros in my freezer and on my plant outside. We raised $50. I'll eat a dried ghost pepper. I have some old ghost peppers, and I never ate one of those straight. But it's dried out, so that would suck. That would really suck because I would have to chew it forever. I don't want to have to do that, but ranch on spaghetti is good. Yeah, it is. All right, I think I'm full. All right. Turn the volume all the way up on the headphones. That way, if somebody joins the Discord, I'll hear them. I hope Jalen doesn't jump in the Discord because I'm about this close from perma banning him from the Discord. He irritated me recently. Okay, so we take this big saw. We cut a hole in the top. Should we draw it first? Probably, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. We can carve it out. We can carve it out and then draw it. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, big ass pumpkin. There should have like some sort of piercing weapon. I'm not gonna do the bottom. I like doing the top. So I'm gonna use my mega drill. To start a circle around the top. And then we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to get some sort of you wanna jump in? Alright. I'm gonna have to get some sort of nail or something to stick into here so I can pull it out. I just flicked pumpkin juice in my eye. No diggity. Bang, bang it. Okay, where are we doing this? We're doing this right here. Right on this side. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down, William. Close your eyes and just go for it. Did something happen? Something happened with what? What could I need like a nail to put in the stem here. All right, time to saw. Oh, this is way smoother than I expected. Next American Pumpkin movie. He even took it off screen. Ha! Bro, this thing is not even sharp. Neither is this one. Oh, I love that smell. Oh, I love the smell of pumpkin. Okay. I have a. Hold on. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let me see something. I'm gonna do this. Towards the back of the pumpkin, we're gonna do a little arrow. That way I know how to close it properly. Okay. I have a bucket. What's up? Are you crazy? Oh no, I just noticed the little doggy in the
Whoa.
picture.
What's up, JS?
What's up? Not much.
Too loud? Volume okay?
It was it was loud in my ears because these headphones
Okay.
are super loud.
All right. I'll turn her down.
No, you're fine. It's good for them. It's just loud for me. But I already turned it down. All right. I gotta scrape these guts off. Gotta scrape them guts. I wanted a pumpkin to bake the seeds. I'm gonna bake these seeds. I love the pumpkin seeds. What seasoning do you use, Amanda? Just use some salt. Or what? I think last year I did them. I just did seasoned salt. Okay. I don't think you're supposed to eat pumpkin raw, but I just did. Do something about it. Whoa, it's all coming out in like one. Just use salt, tahine. Yeah, I think seasoning salt is pretty good. You know you're muted again. Crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. Is this okay, the volume level? Wow.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
getting
did.
echo, Josh. Why is that?
Say something now.
Hello? Test, test,
You still have
test.
it? You still have the echo?
I do not.
It
What
must
kind of magic did you do?
turn my headphones down.
Huh?
My headphones are
Wow.
really loud. Like my headphones are crazy loud.
They must be.
So I think that my mic picks up the headphones. That's why when I
Don't have.
have the volume up and somebody comes in the Discord, it always scares me. It always makes me jump. If I'm not ready for it.
Yeah, I'm running the YouTube video so I can actually see everything, and then the Discord as well. So,
Okay.
but I don't know why.
Well, that also might be why you were hearing an echo, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. That's what I was thinking, but I can't see the video without both. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
You've done this before.
The YouTube is 20 seconds behind. Just so you know. I have pumpkin all over my hands.
You've carved one of these before, right? I can tell.
It's been a while. It's been, shoot, it's probably been like 13 years since I carved a pumpkin. To get these walls thinned out. Garlic and onion powder and some paprika instead of barbecue sauce. Oh, is Mr. Matt in here? What's up, Mr. Matt? Carving our Trumpkin. I gotta make these walls thinned up. Last time I roasted pumpkin seeds, I made sure to spray them with avocado oil and dusted them with salt, pepper, onion, and garlic powder. They came out good. I like them extra crispy. Yeah, how do you give them like barbecue flavor? I think I used seasoning salt. But what's the flavoring that they put on barbecue chips? That red powdered flavoring? I'd like to get some of that. Put that on there. That would be good. Paprika. Paprika. You roasted pumpkin seeds in vanilla with cinnamon? So you made sweet pumpkin seeds. That sounds good. Alright, so we need to thin out this wall on this side where I'm going to be doing the carving. And then I got to draw the... It's probably just tomato based. Ah! Woo, my hand is getting sore.
So I'm going to drop and then restart my Discord thing. I'll be right back.
Why, are you still echoing?
Well, I can't see, and it's like 20 seconds behind, like you said.
Well, it's all
There's something going on with my Discord.
YouTube. The video on YouTube is always going to be 20 seconds behind the Discord.
So it won't show up in Discord as well.
I don't
So I'm
have
not seeing anything.
I don't have my camera turned on. I can turn it on.
Oh,
I can turn it on
I
in
got
a
you.
second.
Okay, I understand now. Okay,
I'll turn it on as soon as I
gotcha.
finish
No worry, I was just wondering.
emptying this out. It's getting messy. think that'll do. A little bit more over here. That'll be fine. All right. Put that here. Hopefully Echo doesn't eat that. Get my face side.
Echo being the cat.
Echo's a dog.
Is he a dog? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did see him before. Yep. No. Yep.
Yeah, he's the black dog.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. What the dog do? What you doing, Echo? He does not like cameras. What's up, Wally? Get in the Discord, Wally. Turn my camera. Black Ops 6. How's it to the first? How's it to the first? Only one I put. How is Black Ops 6 compared to Black Ops 1? Is that what you're asking, Dean? That's a big gap in time. Video capture. Activate, deactivate. Then turn this on. There you go. Shout outs to Blumpkins, though. Oh, God. No, Trumpkin, not Blumpkin. All right. I like the multiplayer so far. I like Cold War. I have a, what's it called? Infinite Warfare? I have Infinite Warfare on the computer, on my computer, but it's not downloaded right now because it doesn't run good. All right, enough of this coffee bull crap. It's time to crack a beer. And I need to turn on my drawing skills. I haven't done any drawing in a long time, but I am a professional drawer. I am a highly skilled artiste, many have said. But it's been a while. What am I sipping on? Beer, same as always. I was sipping on coffee just now. I'm gonna get the poops. Yeah, whenever I drink coffee and beer, I always get the poops. Coffee and beer don't mix. Trump mugshot pumpkin stencil. Images. So this is the one we're going to do right here. It's pretty simple. How can I make this bigger? Link. Copy link. Save link. There we go. People who draw professionally are pretty fucking sketchy. This is true. This is what we're doing right here. Even though in the real mugshot, his hair doesn't have this little, it doesn't flare out like this, right? Okay. Need to dig in this. Mr. Mad, you can get in the. I gotta be focused. This to come over here. Then this one would start here. Come this way. Something like that. And this one would go here. I'm just trying to get the shape of it right now. Make sure I get my sizes all accurate. So if this is the hair, this is the face, then the tie, the shirt comes down here. I might have to go a little smaller. Might have to go a little smaller with it. Let's see. All right, guys. Told you I couldn't talk much while I'm doing this. Where his chin starts right under where the shirt is. That is one line. We're going to use these lines on the pumpkin like a grid, kind of. So the center line right here. Follow this line. I'm going to go like this. Yeah, that's a good idea. Down here. Flares out a little bit. And then pretty much straight up. This. Yeah, that looks good. 1, 2, 3.
You carving a pumpkin?
Yeah, who's that, Freddie?
Yeah.
Y'all, your audio sounds bad.
How my audio sound bad?
I don't know. You got that Obama phone.
Yeah, I'm driving.
We're carving your.
What's
Coming
up,
through the
Freddie?
radio.
I'm carving your favorite person on a pumpkin.
The mugshot, right?
Yep.
That's not my favorite person, but I know who you carved. Hey, you know what? He's a good character, man. He made the last 8 years exciting. I have said that. How about say?
I know. That's why you should vote for him.
You think I should?
Yep.
The
You know,
Republicans actually paying for votes like Elon Musk said he would. What happened to that lottery? He ain't doing it no more. Or what?
I don't know. They said they were gonna put him in jail
Yeah,
for it. They got mad because the Democrats. Democrat.
yeah, go. That's crazy. Everybody know he's a Trump puppet, or Trump. He wants to be puppet master of Trump. Man, I slowed down 10 miles an hour talking to you. I was rolling. I can see him catching up with me now.
Who, the cops? You running?
Nah, I'm running from no cops. I'll pull over. But nah, when I get distracted, I slow down. I don't know why. I ain't got no cruise control. And I'm going up and through mountains. I'm on my way to Santa Barbara.
Why? What's in Santa Barbara?
Money!
You ain't like
I
Tupac.
told you.
Tupac don't. Tupac said, "Fuck the law. I'd rather draw than do time."
Nah, I ain't no spot.
That one's that big. This one should be about that.
Because I'm not doing no crime. He ain't gonna catch me and be draw down on no cop. I ain't like, yeah. I'm trying to say I care about my life. If I get shot by a cop, they know the cop must have been heard me on the hate report or the anger baby. He just wanted retaliation. Like, yeah, this was that. I had him pissed off today, too. Yeah. Like, Chase and Jake said, you need to get beat up, Fred. I said, who gonna beat me up, Chase? Huh?
Who?
He wouldn't even answer. That's a punk in Texas. He ain't nobody.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you got some scary movies? You gonna play some scary movies in the background or what?
I can't play movies. I play
Can't do, what's it called? Reviews? Dang, I'm going downhill fast. I need to slow down.
Okay, so his collar comes up to right under his ear, which is about even with his nose.
I forgot you're an artist.
Just needs to go up at a steeper angle. Yeah, but I don't usually draw on pumpkins.
Yeah,
It's not.
artists love talent.
It's not the same as drawing on paper. It would be much easier with a stencil.
Can't find a cookie cutter stencil.
They have stencils online. I just didn't have time to print it out.
Oh, you trying to draw it on by hell. Yeah, that's what's hard. Joe Rogan said there's more that hair is widening out, ain't it? Joe Rogan was clowning Trump if he really was paying attention.
I was paying attention.
What makes you say that, Freddie?
I just think Joe Rogan was lightweight trolling. It just made me feel like that. Like, yeah. He was like, they loved you, Whoopi kissed on you and everything. He's like, yeah. He's like, man, they do not like you at all. So then they just turned on you. I never seen nothing like it. Come on, man.
Oh, Trump's
Troll
too
is just,
smart for us.
I guess. He played into it well.
Yeah, he handled it well.
Ignorance is bliss. But then, he went on to go something to say about Abraham Lincoln's was mourning because his son passed away.
Yep.
And his son passed away after Abraham Lincoln died.
You talk about
And
Tad?
Joe Rogan, he didn't even correct him. And he's like, yeah, he's trolling.
Well, he did have one son that passed away while he was alive.
Just used to get some
Lincoln-
red food
Lincoln.
coloring and have some dripping from the side of the Trumpkin's head. Oh, from his ear? I saw something. They said Jason isn't actually saying ch 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 ha ha ha. He's actually saying something different. Or he's actually saying something. Hold on. What is Hugsy's sister Rome? I think the borehole sounds past The Exorcist. Makes me wonder if those are really real or added. What? What up, Chris? What does that mean, Dean? What does Jason say? I have no idea how this is going to come out. I can draw, but I've never drawn on a pumpkin. Jason Voorhees only speaks in flashbacks. Says, help me, mommy, help me. Oh, what's the sound he makes? According to Manfredini, he's saying kick, 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 ma, ma, ma. I don't believe that. That's BS. Once Pamela Voorhees is revealed as the killer, she begins to channel the spirit of her dead son, Jason. Finally, she's speaking in his literal voice, sputtering, kill her, mommy, kill her, mommy. Kick, 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 ma, ma, ma. I don't know about that. That's what they're saying. Jason is saying. See, that does not sound like they're saying kick, 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 ma, ma, ma. You are a smart guy, JS. I know. I know, BBB. Kick, 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 ma, ma, ma. Hold on, let me play an audio clip of it. Because I think that sound effect he's playing is not official.
No, it's not. It's not.
One hour of Jason sounds? See, he's definitely going ch, 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 ha, ha, ha. How do you get kick, 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 ma, ma, ma from that? No, there's no way. When your mom comes home and the dishes aren't washed? Yeah. One of the few that's logic impresses me. My logic impresses you? I don't know. You probably haven't been listening long enough.
That's right. The raptors building pyramids and
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to do his lip. We got the chin and the collar. We got to do the lip. The lip curls around here. I wish I had. I have a Sharpie, but I can't. If I do it with a Sharpie,
Can't do it with a sharp.
I can't do it with a Sharpie because if I mess up, it'll be permanent.
Carve it out. Oh, well, this thing.
So that's his shadow under his
Yeah.
chin.
Gotta run it. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody ain't scared to break the law. Let's go.
What?
Follow somebody like that. You gotta say, this time of night, it's a Monday. They ain't trying to catch nobody. They done got all these photos. They'll come out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then chill out Sunday, Monday. You gotta know when to move. This time of night, open highway.
It comes up and it goes down and it goes out a little past there. I don't know if this is going to turn out good. All I know is if Mr. Mad can carve his face into a pumpkin, I can carve Trump's face into a pumpkin.
Mr. Man got one with him in there.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Wow.
Look at my African American over here.
My wonderful African American.
Then I might have to pay Mr. Man for a pumpkin next year.
Okay, then we'll follow this curve. About halfway into this. Come down here. Up here. Around this way. Down here. I was gonna make sure I'm sizing everything up properly, or I'm gonna run out of space. Can't have it go. See, this should be a little lower. So this is about 1/3 height. 1/3, 1/3, third, third, third. It's gonna be close. I think I'm doing it a little too big.
Wrong.
Are you seeing a toothpick or ice pick? Helps to poke dots around the image, then connect the dots. No, I didn't print the pattern. I'm just drawing it freehand. And I didn't get toothpicks. Dang it! I forgot to get toothpicks to help hold it together. Mr. Matt told me I had to get toothpicks.
That makes sense.
It's the pro tip.
I've been wondering how them pieces be sticking around and they look almost cut out.
Yeah, they stick toothpicks into it to hold it on the really thin spots.
Yeah.
Look at this pumpkin. Pumpkin in jail. This is Trump in jail. My Trumpkin.
Let's go.
I thought I was original when I said Trumpkin. I guess other people have thought of it already. Dang, internet can't think of anything original anymore. I think I'm gonna.
Only like the almost most epic thing of 2024.
I think for Christmas I'm gonna get a bunch of books about Christian persecution, and I'm gonna write a book. I'm gonna write a book called "Hate the Christian." And it's gonna be about historical and modern persecution of Christians, and how they hate the Christians and they're trying to destroy Christianity.
Show the survival of how Christians survive natural selection through a process called mimicry of elderly religions. So they had to conform to get along. So they mimic what they needed to do to act like the people to be civilized, to conform. Mimic. It was plagiarism in a form of mimicry.
Wrong.
That's why you always
Wrong.
say, that's why you say every religion, every culture has a great
Wrong.
flood. Every culture speaks of this. That's your go-to. But they say
Wrong.
that in every religion, every culture got one of these. Yeah.
Oh, look at my African American over here.
Yes, mimicry.
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 What's that? Disregard that, Frank. It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
That's right. Mimicry. Look it up. That's how
I don't
species
give a
survive
damn.
through natural selection.
I don't give a damn.
Okay, so
A
wait.
walking stick is almost the same thing. You ever seen a walking stick that mimics a branch?
A walking stick mimics a branch. Is that right?
Say what?
And are you telling me that a leaf bug is mimicking a leaf?
Camouflage. Survival. You do as in Rome, do as the Romans do. Where you think that came from? As in Africa, as in Egypt, do as the Egyptians do. Duh.
Wrong.
So they were walking like an Egyptian? They were doing the Egyptian walk?
Camouflage. Yeah, they was camouflage. They had to mimic the power structure. It's mimicry. Mimicry. You ever seen that movie Mimic? It was a movie. It was a movie called Mimic. A scary movie called Mimic. I remember. Hold on.
I seen
What
it.
you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What are you talking about, Eddie?
I'm driving and thinking about how whites always mimic blacks. That's y'all's downfall.
No, we don't.
Y'all always
we don't.
mimic. It goes full circle. Right now, y'all are mimicking what we already do. It's a mimic.
So will this
Wrong.
damn Egyptians cut up a pumpkin? Is that what you're saying?
Melanin is a mimic. If you got melanin, you get mimic. And then that's how the last will be first. Always, the green will always rise because the melanin get mimicked.
I don't live in the
It's the
desert. I
total
don't need
sum
any
of
of that stuff.
Yeah, but it's the total sum of all form of human. It's not recessive dominance. I was saying, he was saying he gonna write a book about Christians being persecuted. What about the Crusades where they was killing everybody that wasn't Christian?
And here we go.
I'll go into the Crusades too. You can read.
Yeah, because they became what they hate. They became what they hate, right?
You can find stories that. You can find history that would
People
disagree
becoming
with
what
the
they hate.
narrative that the Christians were the bad guys in the Crusades. You can find stuff that says that they were the bad guys, and you can find stuff that says that they were the good guys.
I mean, it's all on your religion, right? If you're Muslim or if you're Christian, yeah, of course, they're going to say they was the bad guys and they was the good guys. That's why victors write history. Why are you talking about Saul when you know good dang well truth is? Let me hush.
This is
Where not at? Is he working on my idea or what?
this is
I gave
hard.
him $1 billion idea.
I don't
Going
know
up.
if this is gonna come out very good. This is like not looking great. Not easy. Okay, this goes up here. This is the nose. Comes down. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Looks goofy. Looks goofy to the mug right now. Okay, this comes down here. And goes up here. This is a cheekbone. The nose is connected to the cheekbone. And we have this little shadow right here that goes up.
Walk like an Egyptian.
There you go. I think I have his cheek too fat. The line of this collar is going to be his cheek. Whatever. It's going to be a slightly heftier Trump. I'm not expecting it to be perfect. It's on a pumpkin. Their nose is thinner than my nose. Something like that.
I hate this.
Print the pattern. I don't have a printer. Whatever. I draw better than a printer.
I gotta follow somebody's tail lights because if you don't get close to somebody, boy, these curves come up on you and you in pitch dark. Ain't no street lights. Y'all wanna see what I'm looking at? That's probably the police right there. Y'all can't see what I'm looking at. Here, let me turn on that camera.
I can't really see what you're doing anyway. Alright, it doesn't look bad. I just think I have this out a little too far. Tuck this collar in a little more. We're going to thin Trump down a little bit. We don't want an overweight Trump. We want a fit Trump.
That's a ghost town, Freddie.
Yeah, this is the best time to drive.
Yep.
But these hills up and down and you can't see them curves. I like to keep the lights about that far away where I can see where the road comes from. I got my drone with me. I might fly it on the way back. like Malibu Beach.
That's what I got so far. We got the lip and the collars and the nose. Let's frame it in and get this other ear over here.
How long do you think it's gonna take you to do that pumpkin, Josh?
That moose face.
Probably
That is Moose Face. Are you Freddy? Are you Freddy? Are you Freddy? Are you?
Oh, look at my African American over here.
Look at my African American over there. That's right.
Drive safe, okay? You better drive safe.
Always. I ain't nothing. I'm a NASCAR driver.
You probably don't get deer out there, do you? Do you get deer out there sometimes on the highways in California, like in Southern California?
Yeah. Nah, I ain't never seen that. No. They talking about making a crossing for these animals, so I bet you they probably are secure. But this highway goes right to the ocean. I'm on a part where 101 is like, yeah, they cross this, ain't nothing but a beach over there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty dark, so you must not be near any big cities or anything right now.
Nah, not right now. My phone's falling around these curves and shit. Look,
Yeah.
see, and I got it on charger, so it ain't gonna stand up right now. Yo, right?
What does that drive? About 100 miles?
I gotta go, what is it, 263? 263, I got another maybe 100 miles left. Here in about an hour and a half. Yeah, I get used to driving. Sometimes, once I got my music on or I'm doing something, but I've been smoking. I think y'all was on, so I cut my music off a little bit, but Josh ain't talking about shit.
I'm
You gonna-
focused.
He called.
You gotta
I know it.
you gotta work on Halloween, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ain't no kids gonna come over there. If they do, they're gonna kick your pumpkin.
Assholes.
They're gonna smash his pumpkin. They're gonna smash his pumpkin.
Right. Where the candy at, Josh?
No, you see that meme? I'm gonna put condiment packets in a bowl. Ketchup.
Oh my God. Yeah, they're gonna
You
egg
know what?
that.
You know you should be that guy that gives out Bible tracts Halloween. There's always that one house you go to, and they give you like a Bible tract and like an apple or something. And you're like, what the? As a kid, you're like, what the hell? You're cheating me on this shit.
Yeah. In a better economy, they would egg that house.
Yeah. Exactly.
With the price of
Yeah, but
eggs,
now
they
it's
can't do it.
And without the toilet paper shortage, they might
Yeah.
they would
Right.
TP the house, but they might be afraid of the shortage. I'll tell you what. Every time there's always news of something like, "Oh, this is gonna happen," like it's like all these white boomers go out and buy a bunch of toilet paper. And it's like,
Nah, it depends on what it is. Everybody buy the toilet paper.
well, of course, everybody. But I'm talking about like in the bulk, though. I mean, like in like 7 or 8. You know, it's like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming together now that we got an eyeball. It would probably take me another hour to finish drawing it, and then once I start carving, it'll go quicker.
That Trump gonna look like Uncle Ruckus.
I just hope it
Surprised
holds.
you're not listening to NPR right now.
Whoa.
Who, me or Freddie?
Oh. Freddie.
Oh.
Who's NPR?
I'd say listen to Air America, but I don't think Air America exists anymore.
Coast to coast.
They trying to give me a
I think Democracy Now! Is still out there.
around
But
this part.
I'm subscribed to Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Democracy Now!
yeah.
Just because I like
Of
to.
course, you have to be careful driving on
Yeah.
NPR because they'll bore you to death. You'll get in an accident. We're going now to our reporter Marie Yapashati, who is telling us about the origami art of Kamala Harris's youngest supporters. Actually, they used to talk about stuff like that. They talk about like basket weaving, and now they just are an echo chamber for the Washington Post and the LA Times and the New York Times.
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough room for his hair. I think I drew it too big. Shit.
Just put like a little toupee, like a little bit of wheat, like a straw on the top of it for his hair. It just puffs over.
Yeah, where you cut it out, make all of the whole thing where you lift up and put the candle in the turn, so you pull this whole toupee up. Yeah.
And then you should put like a little like motion sensor in there for an audio to play. And it can play like an audio every time someone comes to your front door, and you can be like,
Oh yeah.
something like,
Don't be rude.
Oh my God.
Only take one.
only take one.
Y'all should not be worshiping idols.
That kind of did get a little cringe, I thought, Freddie. Like when they were telling him that they're telling him at that rally that he's a vessel of God. I was like, ugh. Barf.
A vessel.
Oh, that Spanish lady?
Somebody was telling him that. Yeah, I saw the video.
Yeah, that lady was.
But she's not.
I love it, Donald Trump. He said, she said he is God or something like that.
Oh my God, I know that you did.
Yeah.
You are God? No, he should have corrected her like, no, I'm not God. No, give me the mic. That's like one of those Kane, he did that. Kane said, no, Obama's not no Muslim. Give me the mic. No, that's not right. He let somebody call him God though? That's base. They think I am God. Thank you. Beast mode. Thank you.
He's like, well, if you look at how I built New York City, you would know that I am a god. I can see him saying that.
Oh, I gotta kind of compress the top of his head.
With a little G. Throw your wig on top of the pumpkin and call it a day, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I could put my dreads on it.
Just put and you got just put a little bit so it lifts up, because you know how his hair lifts up in the front, and you swear like if someone sneezed in his face, like his hair would blow off.
That's love. To make the house down.
It's not a wig. They pulled on his hair. It ain't a wig.
Maybe it's a wig, like and he's just hiding the fact that he's bald and he's really Lex Luthor, huh, Freddie?
Man, he really was it the same day on the interview when he pulled off his head.
Jimmy
head.
Kimmel tried to pull his.
Rob Lowe. When Rob Lowe on the interview, he had 2 pieces of hair on his head. Yeah, I think it was Rob Lowe.
Oh, that was in the interview.
I said the interview.
I thought you meant like an interview. I didn't know you meant the movie, The Interview.
No, the movie, The Interview, when Rob Lowe put off his head.
I
Yeah,
know.
that no good. Yeah, that's what Trump looked like under.
Hector's rectum is real.
Right, right. uh,
Eminem gay?
hold on. Don't just go back like.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I've been
It's gay.
gay doing
It's super gay.
a
I
gay
used to tell him
trail.
he's gay all the time.
I hate construction work.
well. Oh no, I'm not gonna have room for the hair, am I?
If he puts a hoodie on it, they might confuse it for Trayvon Martin and shoot it.
It needs a bag of Skittles.
Yeah, exactly. And what else did he have? Like a Slurpee in his hand from 7-Eleven or something, Freddie?
Man, that's fucked up. Don't be talking about Trayvon. That could have been Obama's son.
Oh yeah, it could have been.
That's what he's. I make my whole screen split up when I put it on there like that in the garbage in front of the seat.
Could have been Obama's son. Could have been Biden's son for sure if he was black.
No, shut up. That ain't how it works. I ain't got no lights on. I'm scared to flash. So that's how you get shot.
I'm talking about the. I'm talking, of course, about the fact of the criminality of Trayvon Martin in that regard.
Yeah. But
He definitely should not have been shot. That's for sure. Of all the people that came about out of that, he was the least of them. I will say, of all the ones that got shot, the one that probably deserved to get shot the most was Michael Brown for his just pure stupidity. So. I'm sorry if you rush a cop with a gun. I think nature will take its course. Right, Josh?
Yep.
I might wait for that chance. You know what I'm saying? There's so many motherfuckers wait for that chance. They know that's what's gonna go down and all. I don't know.
Scary movies, Freddy?
No, that's
No.
scary.
You like comedy movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comedy, action, you know, series. I've been watching series. I don't
All right. His hair is not gonna be proportioned properly. I have to start making things smaller. I made it too big. I'm not restarting.
Huge. It's gonna be huge.
Everything I watch is more educational. I watch YouTube all day.
Oh,
Yeah, BBC channel, documentary, shit like that. Like Columbus, right? He had these gold tipped arrows, and they called them Wallum or something like that was the medal that he wrote in his diary about his second trip. And then he got back over and they had it tested at the metallurgical site. And they had gold, so many parts silver, so many parts copper, and it was dipped in gold, but it was the same type of spirits they were using thousands of years ago.
That's horseshit!
Yeah, look it up. Look up
Wrong.
the gold tip arrow was found. And then another archaeologist found
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Carthage coins in South America under like 1,000 feet of dirt. cartridge. That shit. Oh, so I don't know what y'all talking about, man. That's why they changed the name, to be honest.
So
And then Hank Monkey.
did you see my comment?
No, I'm sorry.
Did you see my comment, Josh, on your stream before this, the one, the earlier one where I said November 1st is All Hallows, it's All Saints Day, and the 2nd of November is All Souls Day.
Yeah. What about it? That's what I said.
Well, it's interesting because the idea there is and of course other countries like Mexico and stuff like that where they celebrate the Day of the Dead and all that, but the church actually the church prays for all the saints on earth, all the people, all the Christians who have died in the past year, and then on the 2nd you pray for all those in the world who have died. So,
Right.
if you go to church on Sunday, you will probably hear some type of litany for the dead.
Yeah, I haven't
I'm not
been.
quite sure if the Orthodox do or not, but I know the Catholics and classical Reformed churches do. Reformational churches.
I haven't been going for the last couple weeks because my brakes are out on my truck, and
Oh, that's not good.
yeah, kind of sucks, but and I don't. The problem is, like, I had money if I was just fixing the brakes, but when I called the shop, he's like, well, it might be more than just brakes, pads, and rotors. It might be your anti-lock brake system. It might just be a leak in a hose, but I won't know unless I can look at it. So to look at it, you got to get it in here. And he's like, but you can't drive it here because you might crash into somebody. So we can
You
send.
have to get it towed.
Yeah, he's like, we can send out a tow truck. And I was like, how much is that going to cost? And he's like, $75 to $150 each way. And so say I send it over there, I pay $150 for that. They tell me that it's something that costs $1,000 to fix. I don't have the money to do that right now. So then I gotta, then it's just like a wasted $150.
Do you know them? Do you know them, or did you just pick it at random? Just curious.
Do I do what?
Do you know them, or you just pick the shop at random?
I was just curious. I just picked the closest one to me.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah.
They treat you like a woman, cause you acting like a woman. How the hell you don't know how to change your brakes? You take the tire off.
I know
just tell them what ward you go to, and I'm sure they'll knock off $350, Josh.
That could be true.
Fuck that.
No, I'm telling you, it's like that there. It is.
Yeah, YouTube, motherfucker. YouTube this shit. Get your ass outside, get your YouTube, and fix your shit yourself. Make a video. You might get 10,000 likes. Be creative, Josh. With being a woman, what would your woman do if she need her brakes fixed? You be like, I'ma call the tow man, babe. Hold on. What? She gonna look at you like a tow man for her brakes? I'd rather you driving with the emergency brakes, almost kill yourself before you spend $150 on a tow truck. Fuck that. How can you not coast and barely go and make it to the shop? I'll drive that motherfucker as is. Give me. I'll go.
That's some great advice,
Freddie, it's like that episode of South Park where the guy goes, I'll tell you how you fix something. Siri, how do you fix an oven? Siri, where's the nearest plumber?
It's got no gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it. I know what's wrong with it.
She listened to me when I said Siri.
Is somebody Siri talking to him? Oh man.
Yeah, that's my Siri talking to me.
Siri's always listening.
Yeah, man. Karen, that's what they should have named it. Karen, what's the weather? Look at this shit.
That'd be funny if you said, Siri, what's the weather like? And Siri was like, go outside, dumbass.
Right? You be fired. You get off my phone.
Siri's actually gotten pretty lazy about it. You know that? She's gotten pretty lazy about it because it used to be you would ask for certain things and she would tell you directly. And now she's like, I found these search options. She's like, so I'm not going to just tell you, you need to search it up or something.
Yeah, do the work.
They done graded your personality by listening to you already. Once they grade your personality, they start treating you like broke. If you would have had an intellectual conversation around Siri, she would keep serving you as an intellectual. But she's like, oh, yeah, they actually so I'm ready to dumb down for these motherfuckers. They say, what?
Oh yeah, you know she might be picking up on the bullshit that you say about Egypt, and maybe she's confusing that. So.
Well, whatever.
Maybe she knows. Maybe because she knows that I'm not registered Republican. She thinks I'm a Democrat, and that she expects me to be stupid.
That's right. That's right. Rule number 20 in 42 negative confessions is I have not been angry without cause. So for you to have negative confessions, you would have had to have commandments to say, I have not.
What? What are you
I have no
talking
idea
about?
what you're talking about, Brian.
Nobody knows what you're
Yeah, I
talking
know.
about. Nobody understands the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Oh no. And it doesn't help that it's it sounds like you're talking through like a hose in a vacuum or something.
Yeah, John said that.
2, 3, 4.
I don't give a damn.
In 1, 2. And 3, 3. Okay.
I'll be here an hour and a half. What the fuck? Say 141. I'll be here at 5.
Okay, the hair is a little not to scale. I had to compact it.
Word is improvise.
While I cut, I drop everything down. Whatever, it'll work. Okay, I have this little swoop and this eye. The swoop comes from here up to here. Comes down to about the bridge of the nose.
If that's your Trumpkin, are you going to have a Trump ducket for Thanksgiving?
A trucket. No, I'm gonna eat the cats and eat the dogs.
Exactly.
On Thanksgiving, we're gonna celebrate diversity.
There might not be no giving this year.
Might not be no Thanksgiving this year. Yeah, if you people
My
get your
people
way,
saying,
that's what your people are saying, right?
yeah. Nah, they say that y'all get y'all way. If the Civil War crack off, ain't gonna be no Thanksgiving.
Is that if Trump wins, or is
There'll not
that
be
if?
no close election. If it's a close election, it's not gonna be no Thanksgiving. That's
Oh, it's
all I'm saying.
oh, it's gonna be close.
It ain't even gonna be close. They gonna make it a landslide, so it'll be a Thanksgiving. I'm trusting. Trust. If it's close, then it's not gonna be no Thanksgiving. We blocking the roads. The truckers ain't going to work. They be stealing the turkeys. We opening the trains in Chicago already. Hey.
Your audio sucks. You're roboting. We can't underhear it. Here, we can't understand any of the nonsense you're saying. You know that?
I did.
And you want to know something, Josh? You want to know the reason why we want Thanksgiving? Is because they're going to, like he said, they're going to have a rallying cry, especially if Kamala wins, and she will cancel Thanksgiving in order to promote diversity, and we'll have some type of other thing that will like celebrate. And we'll know this. We'll know that
They call her Pocahontas.
I wonder if I have an eraser that works on colored pencils. Oh, I forgot I have a beer. Or 8. All right, all I have left is this other eye. Needs to come. We need to follow the brow line right here. Get the eye right here. It's just a little flip.
But Freddie is right. I think there'll be shenanigans if Kamala loses for sure.
I think it's gonna be 79 days of hell, regardless of who
Yeah.
wins.
Oh, it'll be. Yeah, it's not going to be good night either way. And that's the reality of why
Can you hear me now?
elections like this kind of just show
Better,
the
Freddie.
fact that it won't. It will take a while to resolve it, and the question will be whether an election will actually be the thing that resolves this issue, or if it will be something that's determined in court, and then at that point, or if there's machines that are corrupted, or
Well, I'm not a fan of elections either. I don't like. I still vote though, but I'm not a.
I know, but that's what I'm saying is that's the thing is this is proof of why especially in these types of situations when you have the power dynamic the way it is and you have the country as split as it is.
This comes down here.
Like I said, if it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but
If you vote, you gotta fight in a civil war. That's why John ain't voting.
I think both of us are.
I ain't doing neither, Freddie. So
I think both of us are too old to be drafted, so
I guarantee you I am.
Civil War ain't about
Alien.
the United States government, about
I think
own
everybody
people.
here is
Boy,
too old to be drafted.
a Civil War ain't about that, Josh.
Fought in the Civil War,
Think
Freddie.
they're gonna draft everybody to go to a Civil War?
Damn it.
Hell's the matter with you?
That eyebrow is too low. Damn it.
I will be full of
Right,
joy.
right.
I'll be full of joy and happy no matter what happens.
That's right.
You have to be, John, if you don't vote. It doesn't matter. You don't have a say.
Yeah.
Well,
You have to
I'm,
set
but
this
it's,
out.
but it's not because of just that. It's because I no matter what the solution or no matter what happens, it will be what it is.
It will be, yeah. What if your one vote is the one that decides the?
Everybody says if you're the one vote, and
Yep,
that's just
it's the
anecdotal.
only way. Yeah, it is. But it's the only way to really.
I
don't know.
hope it's one vote. Ain't that gonna be crazy? No, I don't wish it's one vote.
Ain't nobody voting for her.
Be my vote for Dr. Cornel West that fucks it all around.
Ugh. His afro, God.
Hey man, don't worry about his looks, man. It's like Sesame Street. All the puppets got a different look costume on.
Yeah, he belongs on Sesame Street.
Yeah. So does Trump and Biden and Kamala.
I never
It's
said
all in
Trump.
there.
You know, Biden, yeah. Kamala, yeah. Put her up there.
Yeah, all of them.
My hand hurts. I have to push really hard to draw on a pumpkin.
Oh God. Go drink a beer. Go pee sitting down.
Oh my gosh. I only do that sometimes.
Yeah, he's getting better, y'all.
What you do to your phone there, Freddie? You're loud and clear now.
I took it out of my Bluetooth connection to my radio.
Ah. I'm
If
always
the
curious
cops
to what
see
people.
you, if the cops see you holding it in your hand like this, you can get a ticket.
Oh.
Hands free. It's supposed to be like Bluetooth, whatever, but it's whatever. It's middle of the night. Ain't no cop out here, and my screen ain't lit up, so I'm good. Ooh, NASCAR driver.
Alright, I don't know. His eyes are a little lopsided. His hair is a little condensed, but something like this. Alright, let's just carve this dang thing.
Does it look like everything you dream it would?
I don't know yet.
Right. Well,
That's not bad, Josh.
I gotta poke holes.
Jesus got his sword.
What? What does that mean?
You know what time it is, man. This life is short, man. If y'all ain't out here getting it, what is you doing?
Who are you talking to?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Whole world.
Oh, let me see how this saw.
The Dirk ain't getting out. You got a little Dirk in the penitentiary.
Yeah, I saw that.
They gonna get Brick Baby next. He over. I think Brick Baby snitching. he got popped with a gun charge. I be watching No Jumper, and then all of a sudden, ain't nothing else been said about it. But they got his phone, and he's been talking a whole bunch, talking about Dirk tried to sign him to OTL. Yeah, tried to sign him to OTL for $100,000, but he had to he had to give him a body first. They talking
You cut
the
out.
Beverly Hills down the street that one day. I was thinking, oh shit, was that Brick Baby's hit? Because he was showing $100,000 on his new OTF video with Dirk and them. But Quando's a '60s Crip, and he said on another video, "You ain't a Crip until you kill another Crip." So I'm like, what the what? This shit getting crazy.
I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah, you do. You gang affiliated.
Nah,
Wrong.
not anymore.
He said not anymore.
Don't be rude.
314 miles to San Francisco.
Oh my god, my hand is gonna be
Well, make sure
killing
to
me.
put flowers in your hair, Freddie.
Yeah, I probably do sound like a robot now.
No, you're good. You sound good. Your voice is getting. I mean,
I'm in these hills. Y'all starting to sound like a robot.
No, you're not.
No, you're sounding. You're clear. You're 5x5. I mean, the content of what your context of what you're saying is not 5x5, but
Yeah,
your
it's,
audio is not
okay.
5x5.
you're still not really saying anything, but
Shut up.
So you gonna put flowers in your hair when you get there, San Francisco?
we got a nostril poked out.
Going all the way up there. No, I'm not going all the way up there.
Why not? Isn't it a great place? Isn't it where your girl's from?
No.
Who's this girl?
I smell
You
entrapment.
have no
I'll
idea.
give you one guess.
Oh, Kamala.
You don't know. Yeah. The prosecuting DA chick.
I was watching. Did you see Seth Rogen's little video that he put out there, Josh?
Was it about Kamala?
Yeah, he's like, "Come on, we'll finally do what no president's been able to do. She'll make weed a federal right or something like that, and like she'll make it a federal law that it's legal, and no one ever's done this, and this is why we should vote for her." It's like, yeah, we get it, you're a pothead. But the ironic thing is that it's like she persecuted people for smoking weed.
Right.
But
Times are changed. Times are changed.
Oh no, she's not changing. She's just telling people
That's
what they
what
want to hear.
progressives are.
She's just telling people what they want to hear because that actually brings people to vote, and they know that. Why they put weed on the ballot in Colorado in 2012, and it's what it helped make Colorado into a blue state.
That's the first time I ever voted. It was to legalize medical pot in Utah. Because I didn't know that felons could vote.
Yeah.
In Utah. So I didn't think
my point, which is that weed is for young people are going to be gravitated towards that, and the people who are saying they're for that are going to usually get their vote too.
Yeah, and I was at the drum circle at the park one day, and they were going around. Some hippies were going around registering people to vote, and they're like, "We need to register everybody to vote so we can get medical weed legalized." And I was like, "I can't vote. I'm a felon." And they're like, "Felons can vote in Utah. Sign up." And I was like, "Really? Let's go."
That's right.
And I was like,
it is the state. It is the state where the prophet of the mainline religion was actually a felon. So figures.
yeah. And a diaper sniper. Maybe not a diaper sniper, but he liked young girls.
No, he's not. He's not Mohammed, but
Whoa.
he's pretty
They were pretty young. They were,
pretty young, you know.
I think he married one girl as young as 12.
Mm-hmm.
Him or Brigham Young, one of them.
Yeah,
I'm sure Brigham did.
Brigham for sure did.
If not,
Brigham was the worst of them all because he was the one that ordered the Mormons to dress up as a bunch of natives and do the Mountain Meadow Massacre.
yep. That's what I was just talking about that the other night to Jalen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people out here don't know about that. They kind of hide that history.
Yeah, it kind of gets glossed over a little bit.
Oh my God, my hand is going to be killing me.
I remember they made that movie called Avenging Angel, and it had like Tom Bergner in it, and he played one of the guys that was like responsible for that, and that was like one of the military guys in the Mormon Church, and
When I first read about it, I thought they killed an actual Indian tribe to come and take this land. And I didn't find out till years later that it was actually some like 49ers from Arkansas.
yeah, they were miners. Yeah, there were some Native Americans they hired along with them, but some of them were dressed that way, and
I mean, I thought the
And-
Mormons killed Indians,
yeah, no.
but really it was the Mormons dressed up like Indians and killed people from Arkansas, which is weird. I think they killed like 1,400 people.
Yeah.
I don't remember these pumpkin carving kits working this good. This thing actually cuts through this thing pretty good, but it's still not super easy. My hand is going to be sore. I remember getting these things when I was a kid and they sucked. So the bottom half is going to look pretty good, I think, but the top half is going to look a little awkward because it's going to be not proportionate. So I ran out of space on my pumpkin.
Where'd you get your pumpkin at?
Walmart. They had a bucket full, they had a whole thing full of pumpkins and it was running low and I picked one. I didn't have a lot of options. And then the next day they filled it up with new ones. I was pissed. Okay, we need to get in here and do some detail work.
I think we're gonna carve some pumpkins tomorrow.
This is going to be the best pumpkin on the block.
It's gonna be the best pumpkin in the state.
Best pumpkin ever. No one's seen such a nice pumpkin.
You know what you should do is you should put them like if I don't know if you have like a kind of like a scarecrow or some kind of like dummy, and then put like a McDonald's apron on them. You like that supersized? Hold the onions. I think every fast food restaurant here in town is no longer serving onions because of the E. coli, you know.
What up, William? I haven't looked at the chat in a minute.
In a hot minute.
Is it time for the reveal? Oh, BY said goodnight. Sounds like they're setting up how much they can upsell you. I don't remember what that was in reference to.
Your truck.
Yeah, probably.
So Alien, can I guess, or are you crazy? Do you go by Alien or are you crazy? Which one do you prefer?
Either way.
Okay. Are you into like UFOs and aliens and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I don't really believe. It's hard to explain, but yes, I'm
Okay.
waiting on some proof.
Gotcha.
Do I believe they exist? Yes, I do. Do I believe they're from another planet? No, I don't.
Well, I would agree with you.
Yeah. There's terrestrial, extraterrestrial aliens, I guess. That's what everybody plays with.
Right.
Well, you think they're more like demons?
No. I think if they are here, and if they do exist, they're at the bottom of the ocean where we can't get to them.
Yeah.
But then that wouldn't be an alien, right?
Yeah, it would be. Not terrestrial, not from outer space, but
It would be.
It would be a species that's alien to human.
yeah.
Yeah. Or
It
some
might
type
even
of
be a
advanced human
something.
form or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I do. That theory that's out, that's been out, younger dries, that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
And it don't affect my faith because I don't think it really matters how old the Bible is, whether it's 1,000, 8,000, 10,000, 6,000.
How
No.
old the Earth is? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it don't matter
Yeah.
to
Hello.
me.
Hello, who's that?
Hello.
I think I know who that is.
Your
I
best
think I know who that is.
I'm your best friend till the end.
What's up? Long time no
Nothing.
chat.
Yeah, I heard you guys were talking about me, so I came and said hello. Best friend to the end.
Yeah.
You know who best friend to the end is, right? I'm your little Chucky doll.
Oh, my buddy. I need to take his head off so I have something to grab onto. Hold on. Carving a pumpkin.
Hi, Frederick.
He's in a car, so he might be messing around with some audio settings.
So what were you guys talking about besides religion?
Well, we were just talking about
Aliens.
UFOs and aliens. I was just asking, are you crazy about his thoughts on it, since his name and, of course, his avatar showed me that there might be an interest there.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Aliens and what else again?
We were just talking about all sorts of different things. I mean, it's kind of pick and choose, you know.
What kind of religion were you guys talking about?
Mormons.
We were talking about Mormonism.
Oh, we should talk about Muslims.
What do you want to talk about Muslims?
Yeah, like I was hoping, like, John Mosman sounds like an expert on religion, so I was thinking he should elaborate on Muslims and Islam and like teach me some more about their religion.
Okay.
I got my
Wow.
Quran.
I don't think I ever claimed to be an expert on religion. In fact, if of all the religions,
I mean, you
I
sound
probably am.
knowledgeable. I mean,
Of all the
knowledgeable.
religions, all the religions that I know of, that's probably one of the least ones, just because there's a lot of inconsistencies with different versions of the Quran and whatnot. But
I've been reading the Quran. My Quran is right over there.
yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know, but I hear that my translation might be like a soft translation
Yeah.
because they have like for the white people that they want to get into the religion, they have like a softer version. And I also hear that the first half is much more peaceful. So far I'm only like what is it? Surah 5 or something like that. I'm only on like the 5th chapter. And so far, it seems like a pretty peaceful book. A lot of stuff just basically straight from the Bible. But they say the second half is when Muhammad became more of a warlord, and it gets a little more aggressive in the second half. So
Yeah.
I haven't got there yet.
And it talks about jihad and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, Josh, did you guess correctly
Guess what?
that it was me?
Yeah. Oh, I could tell almost instantly. Yeah. In Quran 4, it says you could beat your wife with a stick no bigger than your thumb.
You mean no thicker than your thumb?
Yeah, no thicker than your thumb.
That's pretty thick.
Yeah.
Like 2 inches, 3 inches?
What if you got a really thick thumb?
No, it's probably like the length. Do they mean the thickness of the length of your thumb? Or the thickness of your thumb? Are we talking about girth or length?
I think it's girth, but if it's length, then that's a big old stick.
That's fair. I think the women would probably like that kind of rule. Like children like rules.
Yeah, I guess they like it over there. Happy wife, happy life.
That's bullshit.
I got his lip cut out. I got his nostril and his cheek cut out.
So it's John and Alien. Are you crazy? I don't remember if I know who you are.
Freddie was here a
That
minute
most people
ago.
say I'm just crazy.
He's newer to the channel. He wasn't around.
Okay. Are you from like one of the great southern countries of the United States of America?
How did I give that away?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just was
I know what you're saying.
guessing.
I heard you. Yes, I am.
My friend Kathy, she's from Kentucky, and whenever I start talking to her, I feel like I start talking like her too. I'm like, man, I love your accent.
I hear you switching now. You in California?
It's code switch.
Yeah,
yeah. I used to go out there quite a bit, and people would switch every time I got around and talking like this. It'd be like,
but how come you don't switch? Why don't you start sounding more
Are you serious?
Californian?
I couldn't undo this accent with a chainsaw. Man, I couldn't.
It must be in your genes.
It is.
It's all in the tongue. You got a warped tongue. Your tongue's all warped.
I got a devil tongue.
I went to a Halloween party Saturday, and they're mostly Latinos, Hispanic types, right?
Yep.
And I was really surprised that almost everybody there started line dancing. I was like, oh my God, this is insane. I've never seen a bunch of Latinos line dancing to country music in Spanish.
That would be different. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I've heard the song.
There's country
It says "Achy
Latinos.
Breaky Heart" in Spanish.
Achy Breaky Heart.
Yeah, in Spanish.
What do they call Latino cowboys? I forget what they call them, but there's a Spanish word.
Vaqueros.
Yeah, and they wear cowboy hats and boots.
You mean the original cowboys? You know they were the original cowboys, Josh.
I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah.
Look, okay. So, in Spain, they have horses too. Okay. So, the Romans rode horses too. So maybe the Romans were like the original cowboy. Who knows? I don't think anyone, I don't really think that, and they used to do the bull riding. Do they do the bull riding out there in Spain or just the bullfighting?
They do the bullfighting, and then they do
Yeah,
the
but
running with the bulls, and
yeah, that shit's crazy. But do they do
Yeah.
the actual bull riding in Spain?
I
Like which
I don't think they do bull riding.
Okay,
Why
so
not?
so why were you saying that the Spaniards were the original
I
cowboys?
didn't say the
I don't,
Spanish. I said the Mexicans.
the Mexicans. No, the stupid Mexicans weren't the original cowboys.
Yes, they
Damn, why they
were.
gotta be stupid Mexicans?
Why they gotta be stupid? Yeah, come on.
Because I want to use that word. Because you know why?
Okay.
Because I can.
All right. No rough. Be about it.
Plus, my relatives are Mexican, so I can call them stupid whenever I want to.
You gotta do the work.
We know that in the late 17th century, towards the beginning of the early 18th century, that's when we saw the rise of the vaqueros. And then also we know that they came in. They were the main ones that would be bringing, because they would herd the cattle from Mexico up through Nevada, and that's why places like Arizona and Nevada had all of those cow towns, is because they were all destinations on the way to Montana for the herds. So I mean, they were the first ones to be doing what we associate in North
Almost spilled my
America as
beer.
classical cowboying, which is cow herding and
Yeah, you're probably right, but I'm still gonna deny it. I can't. I'm a perfectionist, and this is not going to be perfect. I gotta accept that I'm trying to carve Trump's face into a pumpkin. It's not going to be perfect.
It ain't gonna be perfect.
He's back.
It's going to be the best, though.
There he is. Did you get whatever you needed to get figured out, Freddie?
Yeah. I'm a man's man. I always do.
You mean you're not gonna have somebody else fix your brakes?
Do you save your arms?
Yeah. Sometimes time is money, so it all depends.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ain't got nothing but time and no money, then you fix your brakes yourself.
Do you even shave
If you
your
got a lot of
arms?
money and no time, you get somebody else to do it, because I can make more money somewhere else. And
Right.
fixing some brakes, I need my hands. I don't like arthritis when I get old.
Well, it still takes some amount of money because you got to get parts, right? And you have to have tools.
For sure. Yeah.
So,
But the experience of doing it yourself, next thing
it's
you
a
know,
valuable
easy it
thing
is.
for sure. Yeah.
You got a job. You can go anybody you hear, hey, I do your
I
brakes.
have a YouTube video fixing the brakes on a giant van, Freddie. I fixed brakes before.
They don't have one?
I have one.
Oh, okay. There we go. Turn it on.
I just don't have the time or the energy to do it. I got other things going on.
Yeah. You the most Dragon Ball Z watching.
I can't even watch the new Dragon Ball.
Hilaria playing. Motherfucking Resident Evil looking at.
I know, I got to stream.
That's right. I guess. Dun, dun, dun.
There's no way I'm carving these little details out of this. Well, there is a way. I'm doing it.
Yeah, Trump's old. You gotta get all the wrinkles.
Well, usually the professional pumpkin carvers use tools, electrical tools like Dremels.
Yeah.
like electric knives.
Trimmers. I like trimmers. I seen them
They
using one on their feet. I bought one.
they use like professional carving tools that have wooden sticks.
Yeah, well, I don't got all that.
I think they sell that kind of stuff like at like a what's it called? You can get stuff like that at
Harbor
really
Freight.
cheap. Yes, Harbor Freight. The wood chisels that they use for wood. You know, they're like in a U shape kind of. So and they're sharp.
Yep.
And yeah, I like tools. I used to love watching
Oh shit.
what is that one? Home Improvement. One show with Tim
Yeah.
the Time Taylor.
Tim the Tool Man.
What was
Taylor.
what was his other one's name?
Wilson? Al?
No. Yeah, what did you say?
Al?
Yeah, Al. He was a little bit smarter than Tim, but Tim didn't know it.
How do you make pumpkin pie?
Hey, so is that so? But was Al smarter than Tim because maybe Tim was a Southern European and Al was a Northern European, like more Nordic.
Al knew to put on protective gear when Tim had the damn tools. He'll stand back. He'll say, watch this, more power. And he ended up doing something stupid.
He was having fun.
Big kid.
See,
Big kid with money.
This is one of those spots where I would want a toothpick, but I don't have a toothpick.
That's why they always had that fake cloud of smoke pop up after he messed something up.
What was that he did?
And then he do the
Scooby-Doo shit.
or whatever that was in the theme song, or whatever. Yeah.
Man, I forget. Every time I come down this motherfucker.
Oh my gosh, didn't you hear him say that? He sounded just like Tim, like just exactly as dumb as Tim.
Yeah, Josh can do it real good.
Yeah, because Tim used to like grunt like a caveman all the time because he was an idiot.
They Neanderthals.
Yeah, too bad they didn't have none of that Egyptian Wakanda in them, huh?
Too bad I'm not Egyptian.
Pulled it out and stabbed it in the wrong
Egyptian
spot.
is a Greek word. Come on, y'all. Y'all.
Right, and that's why most of the Egyptians came of Greek descent and not of African. So.
No, they didn't. No, you're
yeah,
damn
they did.
Greeks got history of when they went into Egypt, you dumbass.
No, where did the Queen move to? She got the hell out of there. She moved to Alexandria.
The Queen of who?
He doesn't.
Of Egypt.
He thinks that's a lie.
The thing about the Greeks, though, is that they went everywhere. I mean, they were even the people of Palestine. They have heritage of ancient from there's a southern island south of in Greece where a lot of some of the early Palestinians came from, mixed with some of the other Canaanites and all that. And
something is still holding it in. What is it?
So they went all over the place.
That's a nose, chat. That's a nose right there.
Right.
Caucasians.
The ones that landed in Greece were Greeks. The other Caucasians wasn't Greeks. They were just Caucasians that went all over the place.
Caucasians were not in Greece. That's not.
Yeah, the fuck they was.
No, they weren't.
What?
Caucasians come from the Caucasus Mountains. That comes from
and where's
Eastern
the
Europe.
Mountains?
Eastern Europe.
Asia?
And no, it's in it's in
Europe.
Russia.
It's in Europe.
Yeah.
The
again,
Caucasian mountains are
Now,
in
where's
Europe.
Greece? Now, where's
Yeah,
Greece?
they're mostly in Russia
Now,
or
where's Greece?
it's south of
In
that.
Europe. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's also in the Mediterranean area as well, isn't it? So
No,
it's not
all
it's
the
not
Caucasus
exactly what we
Mountains,
call
they came
Caucasian.
out of the Caucasus Mountains in Europe. That's why whites are Europeans, you fuck.
Whatever.
Well, how dumb are you?
That's horseshit.
Like all the whites came out of Caucasus Mountain, went to Greece and became Greek, and then roamed everywhere else.
Frederick, I think
Fucking
he's just trolling me, and I think he's trolling you. He
No,
wants
ain't
he
trolling.
want
He's
he
acting
wants
stupid.
he wants me to believe that the original cowboy came from Mexico.
And where's Cleopatra from?
The original
hilarious.
North American. If you think I'm trolling you, actually the one that seems like is trolling me has been you. So if Freddie trolls me, that's a known quantity. But you, for some reason, are trolling me, and I don't know what your issue with
Look,
that is.
Con, it's
Ain't
not
nobody
all about.
trolling
Look,
you.
Con, it's not all about you. I'm just saying. I don't know why you think I'm trolling you when I'm just
Well, because
not
there
even
are
doing
certain
anything.
people who have certain things they do and say and inflections, and I'm just saying, I am not trying to troll anybody. I know. When I try to troll him, I let him know. Like when I say shit like Egyptian Wakanda, that's pretty obvious that I'm trolling him about what he thinks about those things.
Okay,
But I
so
am serious that the Caucasian
why would you tell me that the original cowboys from Mexico?
the original cowboys in North America descend from Mexico.
Oh my God, he's full of shit.
No, I'm not. If you don't want to look it up, fine. Believe
Okay,
whatever the fuck you
explain
want to
it.
believe.
Original
I don't give a
cowboys in the
shit.
United States
What?
was black.
Are you saying this
Oh
before
my
we
God.
bought Mexico? Is that what you're saying, John?
What's that?
Before the purchase?
No. Frederick is correct. They used to call the black man the cowboy because they didn't consider them men.
Yeah, he's dumb.
Whatever.
Hey, that could be true.
Bass Reeves. Look
could
up
be.
Bass Reeves, one of the best black first cowboys that was out there. Y'all don't know y'all history.
What about
Who do you think herded the cattle out of Texas? The first people to do that
Oh my God.
were the Mexicans.
what
Were
about
the
Blacks
Mexicans.
was in the United States thousands of years before Columbus.
Lawrence
And
Fishburne
y'all
was a
think
cowboy
Columbus brought the blacks there.
in Pee Wee Herman
Whatever.
in Pee Wee's Playhouse?
He's gay.
Lawrence Fishburne is gay?
Pee Wee Herman.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's gay. Is he dead?
Yeah.
I ain't know that.
R.I.P.
My
Paul Rubin.
damn check engine light is blinking. That's not good, is it?
I mean,
You put
who
gas in your car?
goes in a porn theater and doesn't jerk it?
Who goes to porn theaters anyway? But lame-os that can't get women.
Oh wait, yeah, I know who goes into the porn theater to jerk off. It's like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah,
Pee Wee Herman did that.
that's who we're talking about.
Oh, you are? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and you must have found Jesus there too, huh?
Funny.
Who found Jesus? Who found Jesus there?
Pee Wee?
Pee Wee found Jesus there?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
serious, Josh?
I don't know. That's what John said. I think he's joking though.
John, so Pee Wee Herman found Jesus in the porn theater, or what?
He might according to some of the logic bullshit that I heard last night. Yeah.
Well,
What'd you hear last night?
I don't even know if Pee Wee Herman's Christian. Is Pee Wee Herman a Christian?
Yes.
I don't know, but he could find Jesus in porn, so I guess some people say that. So
Who said that?
John Frederick and on in his Discord or in the Discord with CC or SCC. I can't.
Well,
I say
agree.
Pee Wee
I
Herman
agree
was
with that, though.
confused. He didn't know what he was. He says, "I know you are, but what am I?" He wasn't a Christian.
I don't even think I'm in John's Discord.
You know, Josh, I do agree with John on that because with John Frederick, because why can't God go everywhere and why can't a man be saved anywhere on earth? Like, men reach God, get saved right before they're going to die in war. Or maybe they're going to commit a crime and commit a sin. They can stop in the middle of their sin.
I don't know.
Who says that God can't go and reach somebody, somewhere,
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think Pee Wee. I don't know. I never heard that Pee Wee found God in a porn theater.
Yeah, I've always heard. I don't know the verse. I can't memorize all of them, but it's like look under a rock. I'll be there.
Man's favorite line when they about to, they say, "Oh God, he could have found God in there."
I'm not saying he couldn't.
What did he not say?
They found the straw, the cloth of the straw on the floor in a porn place.
What?
They say, "Look, it's Jesus."
It says turn over a rock.
They said, "Kids on the cloth is Jesus." They say, "Yeah, it's Jesus."
This little
It's the
area
cloth
right
and the
here is
strap.
not going to want to come out good. Are you talking about the Shroud of Turin?
Yeah.
The cloth
It
of the
was
shroud?
just a cloth on the floor, and Pee Wee Herman's little.
What are you talking about?
That's how he found God. He picked it up and said, "Jesus."
I don't believe it that the Shroud of Turin is authentic.
Well,
I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong too.
Nothing but jizz marks.
Oh, damn, Freddie.
I used to question it, but they've come out with more once I looked into it more.
Yeah, they can't replicate or duplicate. So there you go. How did they make it back to the end if they made it? They didn't make it.
Well, fortunately for me, I don't need a Shroud of Turin to believe in Jesus.
Neither do I.
Nobody said they did.
Y'all need something better than the evidence y'all got.
You always want evidence,
good case. Y'all do no good case for you. I'm gonna tell you who it was. They named Pope Ptolemy the Fifth, right?
Hey, you said it right for
Rufus
once.
Christus.
Good job.
Yeah, and they named him after the dude that was Jesus Christ, Pope the Fifth. No, Ptolemy the Fifth. I mean, not Pope the Fifth. Hold on, no, the 10th. One of them's the 10th and one of them's the 5th. Pope Leo the 10th.
Frederick.
And it's Ptolemy the 5th. Ptolemy the 5th and Pope Leo the 10th. Pope Leo the 10th said how much money we made off of this fable named Jesus. That's what Pope Leo the 10th
I
said.
think
But
you're the last
Ptolemy
person
the
I'm
5th,
going to go to for history classes, but
yeah, I'm telling you. I'm on it. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, are you
Look
home
it
yet?
up.
So you can go look it up and then come back.
I don't care what he looks up. I could look up some biased stuff too. I could look up and show you the
No, it
dinosaurs
ain't
built the
biased.
pyramids.
It's the truth. Look how it's spelled. That's where the Lord's Supper came into play. From the Ptolemy the Fifth, they had the whole get together ceremony for him.
I'm going to leave this piece in here because this is the hardest piece to pull out, and I need it to stay in there to help hold the rest together.
I think somebody took their trolling motor off their bass boat and took it with them and left the boat at home.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What time?
What says the Egyptians were of a tan color anyway?
It's
Or
only
had that
11:40.
11:40. Yeah, for your time.
Yep. I see it.
What's chat saying?
My destination time is not changing.
Hey, alien.
Cowboy Curtis, that's his name.
Yeah.
Do you think that the East Indians that are black are related to the Africans in Africa that are black?
I may not know enough to comment on it, but We all come from one spot, so
Facts.
it could be anything. And it could be the Tower of Babel. We got thrown around so much. Who knows? Who knows what happened?
Facts. I like this guy.
Yeah, I'll stick with the basics, man.
I don't
Well,
even
Try to
believe.
overcomplicate
I don't
it.
even believe in
I
DNA.
mean,
So,
Yeah, we
well,
made that up.
aliens, are you
Hey, do you agree
crazy?
with me?
Yeah,
I finally found somebody who agrees.
I believe we
But
we put numbers on something we could see, and
but
we had to give it a name and numbers. That's all.
Yeah.
well, but alien, are you crazy? How do you
Uh-huh.
know that the aliens didn't take DNA from the Caucasoids and like create everybody else?
Oh, here we go.
Or
The Caucasoid is a recessive gene. You can't make black people from white people.
I'm interested in that
You can make
theory.
white
I
people
don't
from
believe
black
it, but it's an
I
interesting one.
mean, you know, white people do
Facts.
create melanin.
A little bit. Yeah, we
So
don't need it. Look, my area, I don't need it. I really, truly don't need it, and we've evolved not to need it. That's the only reason we don't have it. If we needed it, we would
That
have
ain't
it.
true. That
Yeah,
ain't
it is.
true. Y'all say skin cancer at a higher rate. That proves you need it. You're
Well,
dying.
if you go out in the sun every freaking day,
So
yeah.
therefore, you haven't evolved through it.
Come on.
Are you
Go out in the
crazy?
sun
Have you
is the
not
whole
heard
fucking point.
if it's not black, it cracks?
If you go out
I
in the
have
sun,
heard
is
that.
the whole fucking point.
Well,
Come on now, use your brain.
I am using my brain. What's the percentage of people who get cancer from going outside in the sun?
A lot
Skin
of white
cancer.
people.
It's very
of
low.
white.
It's very low.
well,
Yeah.
I don't know, alien, are you crazy? Because I was listening to Coast AM and I think it was is it Dr. Fuchs or Ben Fuchs? I don't know if he's a doctor. Said that 1 in 2 Americans are supposed to get or deal with cancer in their lifetime. Like, what? Are you serious? Like 1 in 2?
Yeah.
Are you serious? 1 in 2 are going to get cancer? That's crazy.
I've already dealt with it.
that
Every man will get cancer, whether they know it or not, and I hope they get checked. But yeah, every man is doomed to get cancer. Most women will.
Yeah, that ain't true either. Shut up.
It's true. Look it up. Look up the numbers.
Motherfuckers die every day and
Well,
ain't had cancer. Men.
no,
Real men die
alien.
before they even get cancer. So how the fuck every man gonna have cancer?
Don't
Right,
be
right. I
rude.
understand what you mean.
It's
I
just what they
understand.
predict, you.
No,
just-
I understand what he's
He's
saying.
fucking
Not
stupid.
not every
Shut
man.
No, I'm not stupid. It's a certain kind of cancer. It's prostate cancer, and most men will have it before they
every
die.
man that dies don't have
Yeah,
prostate cancer.
but alien, are you crazy? I'm more of a what's it called?
Realistic.
I believe that there are some evil mofos in this world that
Mhm.
are doing evil things to us, whether they're ET or government employees that are never elected to their spots. They're not even, you don't even see them. We don't even know of them. You know what I mean? Like
I do.
they're not even like on a pay list that you can see. You know what I mean?
I do.
And
Nice. Nada's
Uh,
on the
so-
anti-DNA team too.
so I'm thinking, because I have this
That ain't true.
acquaintance from UK, right?
Believe cancer.
Commented on my
Huh?
channel like last night, and he said that he's lost over 40 friends since 2020, since I think they started giving people the jabs. So I think that maybe these people are doing to them directly with the jabs that people were doing to people, instead of doing a fire like to Lahaina, Maui, or a flood in North Carolina. Maybe they're doing stuff with the the jabs over there in UK, because things are really crazy out there in the UK.
Well, anything's possible. It really is. And I'm like 30 miles away from that flood zone in North Carolina.
Only 30 miles?
Yep. And I know what
Yes.
happened over there. A lot of what happened and didn't happen. But
Have
there was
you?
no help either, really. But I don't know what to say about that one.
So wait a minute. You're saying
You
don't
listen to
believe-
Coast to Coast, right?
No, I don't listen to that only. I did
Okay.
listen for the Dr. Fuchs portion though.
Okay.
He was.
Think they cloud seeding your ass. Are they cloud seeding you over there?
Me?
You're supposed to say.
Elon is.
They want you to say. Yeah, I think you used the correct term, right? because you can't say the other word or else like YouTube don't like it.
Right.
Because I think Josh did a live stream not that long ago, and they put a
warning on it.
YouTube put like a sub description of your channel, like weather
Oh, did
modification
they?
or something. Yeah, I think last week or the week
Nice.
before.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Charlie.
And I
So
didn't
that
even go
warning
deep
is
into it. I said I didn't want to talk about it because
yeah.
it was bad taste, but I said I was going to talk about it later. Huh.
That subject can get heated pretty bad.
Well,
So
Would
you were
you?
saying
I mean,
so
I've
alien
read
Yeah. Go
government
ahead.
like documents on the stream of
of like Operation Popeye and stuff.
yeah, and they dumped a bunch of dry ice into a hurricane and it changed direction and increased in power. The NOAA.
Yeah,
In
I
general,
believe that shit. I believe that shit.
and General Electric being involved with patents on this stuff too, right?
And China's got patents, and the Nazis were
Yeah, so
working on
alien
stuff.
are you crazy?
I got
Yeah.
stock in.
Are you were you saying you think it's a hoax? What
No, I didn't
oh
say
you're
that.
saying it's worse over there in North Carolina?
Oh,
Worse
it's
or a hoax?
well. I'll tell you. I can tell you this for a fact. The water level came to 18 feet above flood stage, not inches, feet.
Okay. Yeah, because like I know
I don't.
my neighbor has a house in North
That is
Carolina. And
crazy.
I asked him if he was okay because I didn't know he was in town. He said that the only thing that caused the flooding was the hurricane. But I saw
What?
helicopter footage of like the earth opening up and there was water coming out of the side of the mountain. You know,
I
the
didn't.
side of the dam near the where the water will flow over, you know?
Right. Yeah, the overflows.
So,
We about lost two or three dams here. Yeah.
okay, so but
That hurricane just pick water up and drop it back on land, and that's what it did. Dropped it on all them rocks, and it ran down.
It's common to see water coming out of rocks. It really is out of a cliff here in the mountains. It
I
really
didn't
is.
know that I
It'll
ever got a
freeze in the
fact
winter.
check. That's cool.
Yeah, water will if it rains heavy, it's coming out. It's got to come out someplace, and it comes out the size of a cliff beside the road. It may come out any place, especially a certain kind of rock. Look, I call it flint rock. It's a soft rock. The brown.
well,
Is it
so
pumice?
but they knew 1 week in advance that there was going to be a hurricane. Why didn't they let water out sooner?
Out of the dams? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's because they didn't
Well,
want to.
or
They were hoping.
they probably didn't expect the hurricane to affect North Carolina. That doesn't happen usually.
Yeah, it's kind of in the mountains.
But anyways, you guys, even in my town, we have a lake and they always let water out at the end of the season, which is about now. They should have been already letting water out of our lake.
Yep, same thing around here.
So
We have like 4.
they're
Yeah,
supposed
we
to.
drop them.
They should
Well,
have
that's because
taken
they want
water
you guys
out
to
of that
always have a
reservoir.
water shortage in California.
Yeah, true, Josh. And you know what the agenda is for that, right?
I
We
don't
have a
even
lot of
pay for my water in California.
we have farmers in California. California was the #1 producer of food for the entire world. Okay. And then now farmers' lands are disappearing.
Yeah.
Farmers were going bankrupt. They weren't allowed water to grow their food. Why? Why would our government say, oh, no, you can't have water to grow your food? But then all these apartments and like
because there's a thing called
shopping malls, you know, are wasting water, watering their stupid grass.
California is the craziest thing I've ever seen. What do we use? How do we make our water on our battleships and submarines? We use salt water.
Yeah, desalinization.
Yeah. Why can't California do that?
Freddie's gonna do it with a magnifying glass.
Yeah,
They
I
need
don't
to.
know. Why? Is it because it's didn't Josh mention this before? It's because it's too expensive or something?
They say it's too expensive.
Nobody
I
thought
don't.
of it like Freddie has. Tell her, Josh.
That's such an impractical idea to desalinate water with a giant magnifying glass. There's better ways to do it.
Costs too much money to
Did you
use the
guys
solar power
did you guys know
or water.
that the
You can
cities
use it
are
in floods
letting
too. If I put it on a sewer drain and it started flooding, all that water that's going down that sewer drain will go down twice as fast.
did you know that there are cities completely running out of water in California?
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I don't think
Completely running
it's
out of water.
I don't think it's
Completely
natural.
run out of water. Yeah.
What city was that?
Google it. Do you want me to Google it for you?
No,
It's
I
right-
ain't got time for that.
Oh,
Okay. Let me
the
Google
guy
it.
that
What it
says
do is
look it
say-
up
what it do
won't
is
look
say-
it up.
The best argument is trust me, bro.
Of course, he has an excuse. He is driving, I think.
Yeah, he
Well,
is driving. Yeah.
was, So,
Yeah, I'm driving.
but
He said, your best comeback is trust me, bro. The little kid told the pillar man that on Hake Report today.
Trust me, bro.
Who's the
Clip he
pillow
played
man?
of Noah.
My pillow guy?
He's a wild man. He got rich fast, didn't he?
I appreciate anyone who was a former drug addict who becomes rich and successful, assuming that story's true.
You know how he discovered that, Josh?
does that mean that you're a big Tony Montana fan?
Well, Tony Montana, who quits drugs and becomes rich and successful, was a drug addict. Tony Montana was a drug addict till he died, right? We're talking about Scarface?
Yeah, well, and technically, he actually didn't do the drugs until he started dealing them. So,
Right.
and then when he started doing his own product, that's when he started going.
He broke his own
Crazy.
rule. You don't get high off your own supply.
I know.
Yep, that's the rules.
Yep. On the pillow, Josh, if you're sleeping outside on a sidewalk or under whatever, just out wherever, what do you can you find to make a pillow out of? Those little foam, you tear the foam up in little pieces, stuff it in a bag or something, right?
I had a
That's what I believe.
I had an inflatable pillow, or not an I had a Thermalite pillow. I did a review on it on my channel that I
No, I was
bought.
talking about my pillow guy. I think he was out doing whatever he was doing and stuffed some foam in a bag and got lucky and created a pillow out of that.
And he's like, I need to make this.
Yeah, I need to make one of these.
And then he
man.
expanded it. And it's like my slippers.
Yeah,
my
my blankie,
sheets, my
my
pajamas.
socks, yeah, my every damn thing.
I remember when Mike Lindell got arrested in Colorado at the Burger King drive-thru. Remember that?
I don't.
Yeah, he was.
What was he doing at the Democratic convention anyway? Trying to dress up as a fucking undercover agent or something? He had
No, that was
sunglasses and a hat.
Well, he did it too. I
Hey.
know Matt Walsh did that.
Hey you guys, I don't know if you guys ever watched Unsolved Mysteries, but there were a couple episodes, and one of them they spoke about some scientists that discovered an underground river, right? So basically underground running water, which are where like some of our wells come from, I think. It's the source of where some of the water from wells come from. And the government broke into his house and put bugs in his house, right?
Bugs
Trying
like
to find-
trackers, you mean, or like?
Well, it was like in the 50s or 60s, or maybe the 70s. After you watch it,
But when you say bugs, you mean you don't
to
mean
spy, audio bugs,
right,
spyware, whatever.
right.
Because they were hoping to discover the location of the water sources, because when I was looking up what towns in California have run out of water, there's like Coalinga, California, said that they were going to be completely out of water and like within a couple of months and stuff. And there was a town that was completely out of water. They had to get water imported into like big giant water storage containers. And then so I'm thinking, if they find these underwater rivers, and I think it's like in Nevada where they were looking for that underground river, you are not allowed to drill for water in I'm sorry, maybe it was Arizona without a permit. Okay, so even if it's your land, you're not allowed to drill for water. So
How much a permit cost?
I don't know. I'll have to look up the episode of Unsolved Mysteries so I could get better information for you guys because I'm being too vague. I'm sorry.
I don't know if
I
Unsolved
can
Mysteries is a great
leave.
source for information, though.
Yeah, they were
Well,
unsolved.
I mean, you know,
let me ask you. Let me ask you this. I have a feeling that part of the reason why they're making the West drought is so they can have the forest fires and push people from the West into the center of the country. And then if you think about all of the hurricanes they're doing on the East, it feels like there's a possibility they could be trying to push people to the middle, because if you wanted to have kind of like a put them all in one place and have some type of like mega city or something like that, to have that 15-minute city type of thing, that would be what they'd try to do. I don't know, but
Well, yeah, and all the like the elites are gonna want to post up in the coastal cities because they're the nicest.
Yeah,
well,
they're
I
doing
think
this. They're doing a 15-minute city in Dubai or something.
I think that by draining us of our water, they can accomplish many things, like force people to leave their homes. The homes won't be worth anything. Maybe
right.
maybe the home insurance won't back up your home, because if there's no water to put out a fire, then they can't provide insurance for your home. Because my neighbor had a letter delivered to her from her homeowner's insurance that says she needed to trim the bushes and the trees away from the house better, or else she was going to lose her homeowner's insurance. And like a lot of homeowners insurance have left California supposedly because of Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's making it too expensive here, and then all of the fires also impacted, you know, insurance companies too.
Right. Well, I think
And
what they're trying to do
supposedly,
is definitely
that's what
separate
they
us from the
claim.
ground, because
That's
if
what
you,
they claim, though, John. Right? The
yeah,
homeowners insurance claim, "Oh, we can't make no money here," but every apartment complex has insurance. Every business has insurance. Every
yeah.
homeowner that has a mortgage has insurance. So
Yeah.
I think they're lying.
Well, Biden said he doesn't want us to be in
They
the
are
suburbs.
lying.
He's trying to push us into cities. So
About the insurance of your home, you gotta get extra insurance for flood damage.
I'm a basic guy, but when it comes to controlling the water supply, whoever controls that controls the world.
yep.
That's why I was saying,
So,
like,
so
if they discovered that river, they could say, okay, see, we're in the middle of the desert. No one's out here to see us what we're doing. We're
it's
gonna
possible.
claim this land as like the Bureau of Land Management, right?
Right. Yep.
Then they set up shop, and then they can control the water. They can stop water from coming. Like, you know, like in my area, they're literally taking away so many farms. Like
Well, I
last
think
year,
that's the other
the
thing
same
too. They
time
don't
here,
want us
Yeah,
growing our own food. You know, they want
yeah.
us away
it's
from,
all
because
kinds of
then
stuff,
they'll control the food, and you
all
can
kinds
have the
of
Bill
reasons.
Gates,
Yeah,
It's a
you know,
Yeah, 4 days
Exactly.
without
experimental
water.
food.
4 days without water, complete chaos. Man goes crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Like, how do we know they're not planning to invade us on the coast of California?
I have no clue.
You know, in World War II, they said, behind every blade
I'm
of
not
grass.
even at the ocean. I'm looking at the west coast right now. Ain't
Who
nobody in
knows?
that water.
Who
Is it
knows
good?
the quote? Who knows that quote? The behind every blade of grass.
We all probably
That's
know
a
that.
Chinese wolf walk. That's what it was, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Behind
Can you
every
talk to
damn
me,
blade of
Frederick?
I
grass,
think you're
there's a
talking about
Charlie.
that Admiral Yamamoto, or it was like
The emperor.
Yamamoto or something like that. Or yeah, I had heard that an admiral had said something like that, but it was
Okay.
I know he was high up in the Japanese government.
That he basically was saying that every American had guns. And that's why they knew that, you know, it would be difficult to defeat us.
That's why they won't attack. They won't pull up on our shores.
And why do they have to when they can just buy the Democrat Party?
Right. Well, or they could use information technologies and tech and
Okay,
TikTok.
I found the quote. It said that there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass is a quote attributed to Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto.
Oh, I like the way you talk.
Who
Yamamoto,
planned
yeah.
the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. Yamamoto is said to have explained his logic for why America could not be invaded by saying this. That's why they couldn't invade us.
Now all I have to do is look for a gun-free zone sign.
Come on out.
Yeah, we give up hogging Air Force Base, whatever
I
it
got
was. That
pumpkin
was really smart.
everywhere.
Oh no, it's Pumpkinhead.
It's Trumpkin head. Trumpkin.
Trumpkin.
I don't have a candle though. I don't know how I'm gonna light it up from the inside.
Okay, so I was going to read to you that according to reports from 2021, the California town of Mendocino was experiencing severe water shortage. Key points about Mendocino's water situation is they have dry wells, many century-old hand-dug wells in Mendocino ran dry, impacting homes, restaurants, and businesses. Water trucking. Residents had to rely on water delivered by trucks and from other towns, significantly increasing water costs. Impact on tourism is the water shortage impacted the town's tourism industry.
Why do they care about tourism when the people's going to just,
Yeah,
anyway.
right.
Anyway.
Why is that collar so much? Well, okay, I guess it's supposed to be. I think I made that a little too big.
God damn it.
Hey, Frederick,
Oh,
how
shit.
come you
What?
don't have a
Oh, what?
bicycle? Like, why don't you get an electric bike?
God don't damn it, beavers do.
Yeah. I found it. Joint time.
So how's your electric car going?
Living my best life.
Are you driving an electric car, Freddie?
You don't got no electric car.
I've seen gas hands. Electric cars don't need gas hands.
Who are you talking to, John?
Fred.
Most of them
I was
that have-
Freddie. I'm just giving him.
Oh,
shit.
did he say he was going to buy an electric car?
No. I just giving him crap because I've been
I
being
will buy an electric car one
No,
day.
a
no.
liberal.
Fred,
A liberal.
Fred.
I'll be back.
No, I was wondering, like, have you thought about getting an electric bike?
Yeah. A Chiron, a little something like that, to ride around in the hood. Yeah, I did think about that. They're only like 3 stacks.
Like $300? Yeah, you can get them really cheap at Costco.
No, $3,000.
Well, they have cheaper ones at Costco, I think.
That ain't no good.
And they have like
in LA
electric
with that shit.
scooters.
You can't be. It's all about. Man, look. You can get beat up for having some generic shit, trying to be cool in LA. It's all
What?
about
You
the,
can wait a minute,
the-
get beat up for what?
for trying
Are
to have
people
some cool shit that's fake.
are you serious? People are that retarded over there?
Yeah.
Okay,
If your
so
moped
they
don't go
okay,
faster than 20 miles an
Fred.
hour, you gotta get out the street.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying ride no bike in the street. What?
No, we do ride our bikes in the street. I'm saying
No,
if it
you're
don't go
supposed to
fast
ride your
enough to
bike on a
drive them
bike
in the
path.
street.
No, you're supposed to
Yeah.
take your bike to a bike path,
No, we got street paths on our streets. We got bike paths on our street. Y'all got bike paths on y'all street, right?
There are bike paths that are just for bikes and no cars.
Yeah, but it's on the street. You got 2
No,
lanes in the bike path.
no, there are actually like bike paths that are just for bikes and people walking where no cars are supposed to go.
that ain't how you gonna get around the city if you really got a bike.
No,
You
no,
need to get
yeah,
to work.
no, yeah, no. I'm not asking if you're gonna. No, I was trying to encourage you to get an e-bike so you can go see the bike paths and go see the wilderness.
That's cheap. Ain't getting no e-bike to go on no trail.
Why can't you get an e-bike and go on a trail? There are bikes that can go on trails. Yeah, there are.
I think it's for the exercise. See what you can really do.
Well, so some e-bikes you can pedal and get pedal assist, and some e-bikes you cannot get pedal assist.
Right. I don't know. I don't want to be in no trail. I want to be on the street where the action is. You feel me? If I'm gonna buy a $2,000 bike,
I don't know. No,
nobody's
well,
gonna see this mug.
yeah, but you can,
I'll be
use
riding
your
Willie.
drone up in the mountains and up in the hills.
There ain't no charges up there. Get stuck.
You don't need to charge your bike. You don't need to charge your bike in the mountains. You charge it before you go in the mountains. You can even like go stay in a cabin.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta broaden my horizons. Right.
Yeah. Yes, Frederick. Yeah, you should. You should take advantage. You should take advantage of being close to the mountains. Aren't you close to the mountains?
Yeah, I can see him. I'm in them now.
I'm not close to the mountains.
Yeah, I just went through Santa Clarita, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, St. Louis Obispo, Grover Beach, Pismo Beach. Now I'm about to pull up in
Those are hills, not mountains. You know
Addis-
that, right?
Atascadero.
Those are hills, not mountains, Freddie.
Yeah, whatever. These might be mountains right here.
No, they're not mountains. I've been in that area. They're not mountains. They're
They are mountains. Shut up, John. You don't know shit.
Oh yeah, I do. I live in the Rocky Mountain High State, so I know a little bit about fucking mountains.
Look up the Pacific Coast Highway. They are called mountains.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, Fred.
I don't care what they call them in California. I'm telling you, they're called hills.
Not hills, you dumbass.
Where Frederick is close to the mountains. He's in a little tiny valley, right, Frederick?
What mountains?
Yep, you don't know what he's talking about.
I'm a damn hillbilly. You don't talk to me about no mountain.
I do know what I'm talking about. My uncle
didn't
used to
say
live
you,
in
John.
Santa Clarita, just outside of Santa Clarita. So.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to mountains. Hell no. I can almost see the Blue Ridge Mountains from here.
How come you guys aren't yelling at me that I don't know what mountains are?
You won't yell that?
Why don't you tell me that I don't know what mountains are?
You don't know what the hell a mountain is, woman.
Well, you don't fucking know what I know or don't know.
Oh, I like you. I like you.
I think. Okay.
They don't know.
I
how to
don't give a damn.
Look,
I don't give a.
You know, your mountains are probably
not mine.
So the mountains
Guys,
in your
look that
area
up for me.
are probably way bigger than the mountains that I'm near because the mountains. I mean, you know, I can see where
I know I'm going up a mountain right down now.
where half of them is. I can see like that Sierra Nevada from my house.
You can?
I mean, I used to be able to see it. All these fucking stupid track homes are in the way now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
because the farmland is disappearing. That's what I'm telling you. They're building houses for wetbacks out here.
Hey.
Whoa. Hey. What's a wetback?
That's not a cuss word.
It's a racial slur.
She is the slur that's saying.
Yeah, my name is Beaner.
Yeah,
What?
I don't care. Cut it out.
Okay.
Beaner.
That might be a no word. He's real quick with it. Like when he say cut it out, he say I told him to cut it out. He said it again. I had to ban him for 5 months. I'm like, dang. I didn't even know. I kicked him out. I thought I kicked myself out. He came back in. He get banned for 5 months. I don't know.
Well, you know, Freddie, you're still his. You're
He
still
didn't
his.
say I'm
look
about
at
to
my
kick you out
African
of nothing. He
American
just
over
kicked
here.
you out.
You're still
Come
my.
back in. Come back in. You're banned. Fuck it. Nope.
You know,
Okay, so
He
alien,
say
are
he's
you
live.
crazy?
I'm
Uh-huh.
What is
openly
what is
authoritarian, Freddie. You should know that
what
by now.
I'm learning.
alien? Are you crazy? What is the nearest mountain range from you?
The Great Smokies is right down the road, less than 100 miles.
The Great Smoky Mountains,
Yep.
highest
They're
point.
yep. They're not
Let's
far from me.
go.
Less than an hour and a half. Well, it's about an hour drive.
Everything here is
Okay,
more than a mile high. Mile high,
so
Colorado. Mile high is nothing.
the highest point in this Great Smoky Mountains National Park is Klingman's Dome, which is
Klingman's Dome, yes.
6,643 feet above sea level. Now, I will find out what is the highest point in the Sierra Nevadas.
You talk to Sierra Mountains. It actually snows there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're probably going to be higher.
There's supposed to be snow all year round.
Yeah, it's gonna be higher.
Dang, I'm going straight up this motherfucking hill talking about this is a hill. No, this is a motherfucking mountain.
No, it's a hill.
You want to bet?
Oh yeah, I'd bet, because until you've driven Colorado mountain passes, you don't know shit about mountains.
I drove to Colorado from Louisville before. Shut your ass up.
Shut your ass up.
Yeah, I drove to Denver, Colorado from Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, so you're at 9,000 feet.
Almost.
Yeah, fucking no bullshit. Yeah, try more 1,000 if that.
No, my drone for like 15,000. No, I don't. What it
15,000 feet.
Wait a minute. It flies.
You up there with the jets, Freddie?
Hey,
it goes a mile. It goes 2 miles up, 2 miles out.
15,000 feet.
So
okay, I got the answer. Do you guys want to hear it?
I
Do
think
it.
of all
I
of
wanna
us,
hear it. Bring
I'm
it.
at the highest
Okay.
altitude right now, and I'm at like 5,900 feet.
So the highest point in the Sierra Nevada U.S. mountain range is 14,000 feet above sea level.
There
That's
you
pretty
go.
damn high.
That's pretty high. Yep.
twice as the Smokies, right?
Do what?
6,000. You said for the Smokies.
Six-
That's twice the amount of the Smokies.
Yeah. Smoky's what, 6,500, something like that? You said? Cuddles.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
No, my name is actually supposed to be Beaner.
Oh, okay. Can I use that?
You have to call me Beaner.
Can I say it?
No, let's not.
Yes,
I don't know
you
if
have to
that's.
call me.
I don't know if that's.
Josh said no.
I don't know if that's a TOS word. I'm not sure about that one.
It's not. What does a
It's not,
TOS mean?
Hey, just
Red
call
people
her a
feel
taco
bad.
because Jill Biden
A
called
terms of service word.
Hispanics,
I remember when I
you
used to go on your stream and everything anybody said, you're like, "Whoa, hold on, that might be TOS."
I don't know what TOS is.
You do know what TOS is. Don't play dumb.
I don't know what TOS
Terms of
means.
service.
Toss? Oh,
Terms of
okay.
service. Terms of service.
Yeah, no. How am I supposed to know that, Josh? I'm not monetized.
So you still well then why would you tell people not to say stuff like that on your stream?
Well, I
Man,
wanted to call myself Beaner. If you're calling somebody else a Beaner, that's kind of
Hey,
different.
I said stop. Quit saying it.
The point that Josh makes is that the algorithm doesn't know who's
It doesn't
saying.
care.
Yeah.
It does not care. It don't know.
I don't
It
even
does
know
not
if
care.
that I don't even know if that one I think that one might be
Okay, alien, are you crazy? You can call me Eaner
Yeah,
Bay.
he just get a
You know
problem
what?
There you go.
with it,
Call
bro.
me Eaner Bay.
You can speak
Eater
to
Bay?
Latin if you want.
Yes.
Eater Bay?
Yes.
I can't even talk, woman. You want me to say these big fancy words? What's wrong with you?
Okay, so actually so I'm getting two different numbers. 14,505 feet above sea level for the Sierra Nevadas.
Yep. What was the Smoky?
14,498 feet above in the Sierra Nevadas. I don't know.
What did you say the Smokies was? Klingman's Dome?
Oh yeah, like 6,000.
Yeah, it's about half then. It's still pretty damn high. I've been there many times. You know what else is there? Crystal clear, cold drinking water. And that's why it
So
was kind of
there
a
used
little
to
reach.
be crystal clear water here too until the war on drugs was quit, and instead of like having a war on drugs, they're like, let's just give them the drugs.
Where are you living at?
I'm living in
Em-
California.
I know it. California is a long, big ass state.
What? What?
Google the mountain on Pacific Coast Highway. The name of the mountain.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to. It's just I'm trying to get Josh out of the way.
They're called the Pacific Hills.
What?
You're trying to get me out of the way on my channel?
Yeah, because you're on my screen. I was trying to get you out of my way so I could Google. Because I'm on a phone.
You're on a phone.
Yeah.
You don't have a computer?
I have a computer. I hate getting it out and opening it.
Oh, it's a lot of work. Damn. I don't know if I could do all that.
Because I hide.
You smart ass.
Stuff away, okay?
You do what?
I put my laptop away. I don't like to keep it out. I don't want dust getting in it. I put it away.
Does it help?
In its special bag. Of course, when you put it away in a sleeve, yeah.
I might try that. Mine looks like it's been through a war.
I need to clean mine out. I was just scared to buy a computer air duster because I might end up huffing it. I don't want to.
Yeah, yeah, man, those things are
The
bad for you.
Walmart to try to get some today, Josh, and they were out of it, and their app said it.
My brother runs a company.
People probably getting high off
it. Get them there.
Yeah, it was 6,643 feet for the Klingman's Dome.
Thank you, Cuddles. Well, I'm going to call you Cuddles because I'm looking straight at it. Inner Bay. Inner Bay.
I thought it was Latina and Cali.
Yeah, that's up here too, by the way.
Sometimes I just want to make fun of myself,
Latinx.
Hey, he hit something there. Latinx. Now that's going to be in my brain. That's what I'll end up calling you. Inner Bay.
You can call her Latinx.
Belly button, whatever it is.
Okay, what is this other mountain you wanted me to look up? What is the highest mountain?
That was Freddie, I believe.
Freddie, can you give us a mile marker where you're at?
In the Pacific Coast or
yeah, he's going up it right now.
Highway.
It's kind of a long
Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific
101?
Coast Highway, right?
Is it 101?
He said he passed through Santa Clarita. So depending on where.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I know what city Freddie lives in. So Mount Baldy, also known as Mount San Antonio, is the highest mountain near his city at 10,000 feet. 10,068 feet. It's the highest peak in the San Gabriel Mountains and the highest point in Los Angeles County.
So he is on a damn mountain. He ain't lying.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's at the very top. I don't know if that's.
You guys,
he ain't going to the top.
That's why.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The moped he's riding ain't going to make it to the top.
No, that's why it's called the fucking. But that's why mountains are. There's mountains and then there's the foothills. Like Denver's not in the mountains; it's in the foothills.
Hey, John, but that's why I was asking both of you. How come you guys aren't yelling at me? I'm the one that said, "Hey, Freddie, what's the nearest? What's the highest or nearest or what did I?"
Why do you insist we yell at you?
No, I'm not wanting you to yell at me, but okay. I was the one.
I'll fight him back down there because I will yell at you.
I was saying that Freddie lives near the mountains. He's like on a mountain. He's above sea level.
Freddie's a troll.
Well, that's not
He's
the
not
definition
a
of a mountain.
Yeah, he kind of is a troll. I mean, because like, okay,
I live almost.
Why do you like Freddie? Because he's a
5,000 feet above sea level, and I don't live it.
Okay, how many above sea level?
30 miles. So
how much above sea level are you?
I'm almost 5,000 feet.
Okay, I'm like only like 1,700 feet above sea level.
I'm like 5,900.
Damn, you're sitting on the mountain, ain't you, Josh?
Well, I'm down in a valley.
You're not that high, are you?
Salt Lake City's higher than Denver.
Oh, I didn't know.
I don't know if it's 5,900. It might be like 5,700, but I think it's.
That's pretty high up, man. I'll be messing with your air supply.
Yeah.
Then the mountain that's like just about 25 miles from me is 11,000.
Whoa, you're up pretty high too, huh?
Well, but like
Yeah.
I
Oh
said,
my, excuse me.
that's the
Oh my
closest
God.
mountain to me.
I got a
No, I
camping
was
video
wrong.
where I went camping with Echo and at Mirror Lake, and that was 11,000.
You guys, I was
What?
totally wrong. I said 1,700 feet. I mean 171 feet above sea level.
That's what I was
Sorry.
gonna say. I don't know anywhere near the ocean that's like within maybe like 20 miles of the ocean that's going to be over 1,000 feet.
No, I'm in the San Joaquin Valley. I'm in the Great Basin of California.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
So that's why I'm 171 feet above sea level.
Right.
And you can still see water?
No, I cannot see water.
Okay.
We're almost
I didn't
done
know.
with the pumpkin chat. We're almost done.
Just because she's above sea level doesn't mean she's
saying that I could only see the Sierra Nevada mountains.
I've just got to think
that's
of a
still
way
good
to put
enough,
a
right?
light inside of this so I can turn off the lights and show it to the chat. I gotta have a candle. Oh, I do have a. That's too big.
You don't have any LED flashlights or anything? You got a flashlight?
Probably somewhere. I have a candle. It's a freaking bear candle. It's shaped like a bear, but it's big. But I could cut its head off and stick the head in here. That'd be crazy. Somebody looks inside my pumpkin and there's like a melting bear's head.
The Trumpkin has a bear brain.
Wait, but you guys were yelling at
And
me.
it's gummy bears.
That,
Nobody's yelled at you yet, but I will.
but you guys were yelling at me that.
I thought about that,
somebody-
Dean, but I don't want to
was
put my phone
yelling.
in there.
You guys were saying that there's no way that he could use an e-bike in the mountain or something. What?
I said he couldn't ride a damn moped up that mountain.
A moped?
He ain't gonna make it.
Well, you can't. There's a certain amount of vehicles are not going to be able to drive mountain passes. I mean,
Right.
Mountain passes.
He's saying Freddie is driving a scooter.
Yeah, I'm making fun of
Okay.
Freddie.
But I was talking about him getting just like an e-bike.
Yeah, she wasn't talking about like going on
on a
10,000
dirt bike.
feet, like on a hill or just.
Yeah, I was saying they have bikes, e-bikes that supposedly are all terrain and can handle the hills in the dirt.
An e-bike. What does that mean?
An electric bike.
I understand, but what does that mean?
It means
got a
it's
motor on
powered
it?
by electric only.
Okay.
And maybe
I
some
don't
of them
have one of them.
Some
I'm
of
gonna
them
get
might
an
have
electric
pedal
scooter.
assistant. And so, but some of these bikes get really expensive. Like the one that I'm talking about is $8,000.
Oh, you're crazy. I ain't
Salt Lake
paddling ship for
elevation,
$8,000.
Josh, is 4,265.
What'd you say? Salt Lake's altitude?
Salt Lake's elevation is 4,265.
Huh. That sounds wrong.
Well, that's what it says on here.
That's still a pretty good hill, if you want to call it that.
Denver's 5,200. So.
Right. I could have sworn me and Daddy Jub looked into this when we.
Can I read the comments in the chat? I love the comments in the chat.
Sure.
How about with the hard R, like Bina? What about bolitas instead of the B word, bolita beans? Just buy some spray paint.
Where
That
are
way
you
you
even
won't
seeing
use
this? Oh,
up
you're-
the air duster.
Yeah, where you
Everest
seeing
is
it?
29,032 feet, silly ass. Mr. Baldy used to be Mount Costanza.
I just
Are you in
Really
somebody
don't
else's chat or
You're
what?
at
Your
4,265.
phone light.
I'm actually higher
Use your
elevation
cell
than you are.
phone's
Josh.
flashlight.
I know.
What
That
the?
seems.
Okay. Sorry.
Damn, E Walker, whatever your name is. What kind of license is that?
What I'm waiting for you is that Seinfeld reference. Is that a Seinfeld reference? That
Oh, she's
Rose
turned white.
Green-
She's turned white as snow.
William Gramer Jr. My Anna kinda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
I
And
s-
don't forget to bring me the dough.
I see why you stopped streaming.
Patnada. Yeah. Oh. I might have to watch some Seinfeld when I get home.
Holy shit.
In a while.
What a life. Make woman.
What?
Oh God. What a you
What?
you ever heard yourself laugh like that?
I was being silly on purpose.
I know you're being silly. You should listen to it.
Oh no, I've never
It's
heard
just so
myself laugh
wonderful. It
like
makes
that.
your head crack.
I'm sorry. Did I scratch your ears with my voice?
No, it didn't feel good. Get my ear scratched feels good.
Can you do a
Okay.
Kamala Harris impression?
Yeah, there you go. I bet you can. I bet you can.
My little puppy, your little dog too.
Well, you're good for something. Cuddles.
My Trump is way fatter than this
Okay.
Trump. I made Trump
Yes,
kind of chunky.
actually, I have been kind of going to the grocery store and saying, "Hello, my name is Mama Harris. Will you please vote for me? I haven't had some schlong down my throat in a while. Can you tell my throat is
Whoa.
jacked up by the way I
Yeah.
talk?"
Oh,
Gosh, I tell you, I saw a pretty crude meme about Kamala, and it said, "Whore of Babylon." I was like, that's pretty funny.
I mean, it's kind of hard to talk like Kamala because she has like a really deep, manly voice and no biological children.
And because you haven't
That
really well,
I
she
kind of
doesn't.
think she might have a wiener in her pants.
Einhorn is a man.
Einhorn is a man. Finkel is
Einhorn is
Einhorn.
Finkel.
I
Einhorn.
think if you could give me a quote that Kamala has said, like a small speech, I could probably imitate her. I feel like I'm
Can be
talking
done,
too
can't be
fast because
undone.
Kamala
We need a
speaks like she's on
future
slow
unburdened
motion, kind
by
of
what has been.
like almost, yes, like a robot, kind of. And my family was middle class, and I took it up the ass.
You got to do the upward inflections at the end of every sentence. Sentence?
So, yeah, I have to practice.
Scene in Town Hall she was a part of was just an utter disaster.
I didn't watch that, but I don't really feel like
because he asked her, he goes, so you were against the border wall and you said it was stupid and all this, but yet do you favor one now? Well, Trump couldn't get it done, and he only built like 2%. And then she didn't answer the question.
John,
I can barely
you're
tolerate
doing
listening to her. Really, it's really
John,
hard.
Yeah.
You're doing a terrible job. You're sounding more feminine than Kamala. You're not having that,
Yeah.
like you just are gonna take a dump, kinda like is what she sounds like at the turn of every sentence she does.
Yeah,
Or
true.
like maybe she's getting poked in the rear by Willie.
She's had a lot of throat damage done.
Well, I don't know if she's part of that androgynous
through the nose. Okay.
The androgynous transfer.
You gotta do it through the nose.
Hollywood, right?
Through
Montel
the nose
hurt her bad, I think.
And constrict the throat.
You gotta talk through your nose and constrict your throat. Oh God, that's hard to do.
That's pretty good.
You're a woman. Just do it. Too much? Too soon?
Man, I just can't stand staring at this picture on John Mosman's thing. It makes me want to punch him.
It's the weirdest picture I've ever seen. That little
Can you
thing he's got
stop that
going.
shit?
When the tongue moves,
No,
it's
and then
really
and then he wants me
freaky.
to be nice to him. And then this picture makes me want to punch him.
Yeah.
No, the tongue moving is just weird. It's got dog's teeth and it looks like a lamb pig or something. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I can take it off now because someone.
No, you're good. It's the wildest thing ever.
No,
It's just
no.
off-putting, man.
But yeah, so
someone
like,
now, so.
you know, Kamala has no biological children. And I am offended that she calls her stepchildren her children because they are not her children. They're not even the same color as her, you know? And I don't think that she should even be calling herself, you know, a step parent. She should just be calling them, hey, Billy, hey, Janice, you know, these are my husband's kids. She shouldn't even be claiming them as her kids because they're not hers at all.
This is
I might agree with that.
My nanny diddling spouse's kids. That's how she should say it.
My nanny's what? I didn't.
My spouse's nanny diddling kids.
Are they really the nanny's kids?
No. He
I bet they
diddled
raised
the
them.
nanny. He had sex with the
I bet the nanny raised them. What do you want to bet?
Probably.
Well, she didn't raise them. I'm sure Kamala or whatever. I'm sure she didn't spend no time with him.
She can't be unburdened by what is.
No, it's not
She was
good
too
for
busy
her.
being a career woman
And she started with Montel. Just think about that. How long Montel's been out of the everything.
This part is impossible to carve. There's no way I can.
And then she did a number on Willie Brown's Willie.
Yep. I just don't like the woman. I can't help it.
You guys are just racist.
I'm not racist. I don't think.
Everybody's racist.
I don't think I am.
Sometimes.
I hate white people. How's that?
I hate everybody.
I'm racist too.
Are you?
Sometimes I like to race to the front of the line or to the bathroom, you know.
Yeah.
I'm racist. I hate
good when you can make it.
marathons and decathlons and freaking Ironmans.
You hate Iron Man?
I hate all the races.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, sometimes I've raced to the back of the line to be the last one, you know?
I don't know why you would do that.
Like, you know, like kids in sports and stuff, you know, some kids want to be picked first, and I'm like, oh god, I don't want to play this dumb shit.
Ah.
There you go. That's my racist avatar for you.
Funny, John.
Yeah.
I'm not racist.
I want to stick. I hate the white race.
Alien, are you crazy? Earlier in the year, I think this was during the time when I wasn't really getting on YouTube anymore. I started watching like Seinfeld, and I had never liked Seinfeld. Like I've seen it before, and it seemed kind of funny-ish. Like they seemed like goofy people,
Right.
but I think it was because like Rome and like other people in the chats would talk about it so much, especially Rome. She would say the funniest thing, and I can remember just like little pieces of Seinfeld, like when what's the chick's name? Elaine was drunk or on medication, I can't remember, and she was just like sounding so stupid when she was like Stella, making a goofball in public of herself, you know.
Right.
Anyways, I watched that show and I was like, this is a crazy ass show. They're like super racist in this show.
Yeah.
And it's freaking hilarious, you know? And it was just fun.
I would have to revisit that.
Well, that's when people used to have a sense of humor.
Yeah, but it's like funny, but it's like so weird. It's like kind of true, like the stuff that they exaggerate, you know, to joke about.
Oh, they white people for sure.
Well, have you ever seen Curb Your Enthusiasm? They say the N-word in like every season.
No.
Well, but
Curb
that's
Your
because I'm not gonna say. I'm not
Because what?
Because he's a small hat guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all are.
Which one was that?
Curb
All
Your
the
Enthusiasm?
characters. Oh, I thought that
all the actors pretty much. Yeah, I mean, especially Jerry and.
I mean, all
guy
the
from
actors
Curb,
in real
yeah.
life from Seinfeld are too, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, if you're oppressed, you're allowed to. I guess you're allowed to say that stuff. Did you
You
hear
ever heard the
my?
term
You hear my
cracker?
theory, John? Did you hear my show when I said I think I'm pro Zionist. I think I because everybody's
Fredo,
against
you broke my heart.
everybody's against them, which makes me think that
Fredo, you broke my heart.
that's the way to go.
Hey,
Fredo,
what
you
was it
broke my
called?
heart.
Curb your what?
And I'm sure
Curb
Curb
Your
Your
Enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm. It's from the guy
Oh.
that made Seinfeld.
Okay.
I think it's better than Seinfeld.
Was that on cable? A cable network? I
It
don't
was on-
remember.
Yeah, it was on HBO.
HBO.
I thought, okay. That's why they can do that. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, if I see people on the right and the left going against them, there must be something there that I'm attracted.
Yeah, they're doing something
Or,
right.
or if you see people on the right and the left being basically bought by them, that might be one of the unifying forces
Whoa.
with power. Yeah.
Are you saying
Yeah.
them people is buying some other people's?
And
I'm saying they
I'm
have a lot of
pro
influence in both parties.
I'm pro power and influence. I think that's a goal.
I know you are because you're a fascist.
That's a goal
You're
we
a
should
authoritarian fascist.
we should aspire to instead of hating
No, we
it.
shouldn't. No, we shouldn't.
Well, that's
Look
at
Marxist. That's Marxist. They're
John
the
is-
oppressor and we're the
John-
oppressed and wah. How about
No,
get like
John is the
them?
real racist, though. Look at that car, how fast it goes.
I'm trying to kiss that wall and get paid.
Which wall
Are
is
you,
that?
are you
Oh, I
talking
know what
about
you're
the
talking about.
border,
now.
the
Never mind.
border wall?
A border wall.
No, he's talking about.
Oh,
a,
I know.
weeping
I know which
angel.
wall. I know which wall. The one in World War Z. In World War Z, they had the best wall. They were so protected.
A great wall. The
And then-
best
and
wall.
And then these dumbasses were like singing and dancing and making all kinds of noise to draw the attention of all the zombies. Man, that was such a good movie. I love that movie.
I think I fell asleep during that movie.
Yeah, I've never even.
I was hoping to compile an admittedly rudimentary scrapbook of her life.
What is that?
All right, belly button. How big is the stones at the bottom of the wall that Josh was talking about? Do you know?
I don't know.
Are you there? Hello.
Did you just double dip that shit?
Yeah.
That's the best episode.
The double dipping episode.
Who are you saying hello to, alien?
You.
Oh, okay. What
All
did you
these names
say?
just got me confused. I don't know what to call you by. Enor or
Oh.
belly button or cuddles
Oh,
or.
no.
Say that word for me again.
Inner.
Inner.
Just say inner bay.
Inner bay. Inner ear. Inner bay. Okay, inner bay. How big is some of the stones at the bottom of the wall Josh was talking about? Figure that out. How'd they get them there? Why are they there?
How big is
the megalithic
dinosaurs?
Are we talking about the stone?
There
The
you go,
stone
Josh.
wall in the movie World War Z around Israel?
Oh, I don't know, but I don't know the movie Ward of the WWZ one. I don't know that movie.
Yeah,
sorry.
you gotta
It's a good
watch
movie. It's a
World
good
War
movie.
Z.
It's a good movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't watched it.
I like it, but then I think, wow, these mofos are so smart. They figured it out. But then I'm like, in real life, he's a tard. You know, like
I think
these
that
are people.
I need to
like
go
you
back
know,
and watch
I
that.
I really hate how like people have worshipped like all these actors, but they're really idiots in real life. You know, they pretend to be doctors and scientists and heroes and heroines, and they pretend to be like holier than thou, playing Jesus and stuff, and
You're
they're really
speaking truth,
retarded.
Freehole. You're
you know?
speaking
So-
truth.
Yeah, he
Sounds like
called
I
me
need to watch this
frihole.
movie.
Yeah, you can call me frijoles too. If you want.
There you go.
Frijoles?
Wait, frijoles or
I can't
free
say the other
hole?
word.
Yeah,
Free
you
hole?
can call me frihole or frijoles.
How about water slide?
Okay.
So
I don't know. What does that mean?
I don't know. Easy to say. So I'm sorry.
And
It's
you
got
can call
water and
me
slide.
John Muslim.
John Muslim.
Non-Muslim. Oh, y'all want a snack bar?
If it's got nuts in it.
There's all kinds.
All right, come on
3
out.
whole liter.
All
I
right.
like that. 3 whole liter.
That was a tough section. That was the biggest section. We have 2 little parts left to cut out.
Read chat, Inner Bay. Inner B, Inner Bat, Front, whatever. There's your
Frijolita.
name.
Well, I'm just wondering if William Gramer Jr. is saying at Rome 13, it's coming.
Oh, you got to watch
Bloody
William.
butthole.
William will get you. I'm telling you.
Bloody butthole. Bloody ass.
Well.
William, don't play.
Dude, according to the conversation with John last night, wait, who was I talking to? Oh no, shoot, it wasn't even that conversation. Sorry, I had too many conversations. I'm getting all mixed up where I was or who I was talking to.
Tell me about it. Belly button.
I was talking to another person from YouTube, Chat Mafia, and he was saying that Diddy used the oil probably for like putting it on people's butts to make it shine, because he said you're not supposed to use baby oil for, sodomy
Lube.
or whatever.
Who
Yeah,
said
you're supposed to
what?
use lube.
Oh, Diddy? What are you talking about?
So then I said, well, maybe Diddy was cooking with the baby oil. Maybe because he's so dumb, maybe he thought it was for cooking with. He was probably frying some egg rolls with that baby oil.
He could have been. He was probably frying something else too.
Oh, yeah!
It helped him cut down on the dry skins, what it was, I believe.
I hope this is going to be easily identifiable as Trump.
I wonder if Diddy put Justin Bieber in a hole in his basement and said, "Should put some lotion on the skin."
No,
Bieber?
he didn't have
Put
to make
some
him go
lotion
into
on
the
the
hole.
skin.
They did that straight up in the bedrooms.
Bieber was a child. He was taken
or the
advantage
porch.
of.
Back porch, back covered.
I know Rome gets that
Pool
reference.
room, or the swimming pool, the bathroom, on the kitchen table.
Hey, did you
kitchen
have
counter.
the exorcism of Emily Rose in the movie, the horror movie thing? I don't remember.
I did not know.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, well, it's definitely horror, but it's also got some court stuff, like not your typical horror movie.
No.
I love that movie.
No. Strider.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, domo. Domo.
Yeah, the only problem is that it's got Jennifer Michael C. Hall's ex, also known as Deb from Dexter, and I can't stand that annoying bitch.
Well, you can say bitch.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a problem with misogyny here, just racism.
Yeah. She was the one character I hated in that whole show.
She's the main character. Oh, you mean a Dexter?
Yeah.
Alien, are you crazy? Do you chat on YouTube? Like, who are you in the chat?
Yes.
Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? That Aliens is from my video game days. So.
Okay. But where did you come from? Are you crazy?
From hell, mainly.
No, like, how did you end up over on Josh's?
I found Josh through.
I'm
William Kramer?
well and known far and wide across the internet.
Josh is well known across the
Are
YouTube.
you known, like, because, like, William Gramer didn't used to come here.
Yeah, he was here, I think, when I got here. Where was he?
So I'm just saying, like, did you, like, find him by any chance, like, on any of the channels I know, like Steve Harloha?
I usually in the if you want to call it the debate circle. So that's how I found him. Actually, it came from all the way up to whatever podcast.
Oh, whatever podcast. Oh my gosh, I
Yeah.
hate stuff.
I figured you might.
Well, I don't
It's
really
really
like
dumb.
whatever either.
I think it's really
Lotion on the
stupid
skin. It
and
gets
like
the
very, like
I
they
was
always
there, and I got trickled down through. Well, what I guess it's trickled down through a couple other places, and
I don't like
I found Josh.
whatever, but I like Andrew.
Yeah, I like Andrew. That's why mainly I watch it now. Really, it is.
So are you crazy? I haven't come here in a long time because
Uh-huh.
Josh don't want me to talk bad about Andrew Tate.
What?
Not Andrew Tate. I do not
Andrew
like Andrew
Wilson.
Tate.
Andrew Tate or Andrew Wilson?
I don't care if you
I'm
talk
talking
bad
about Andrew Wilson.
No, I'm talking about what Andrew she's talking
But
about.
I wasn't
Oh, I
even
don't.
trying to talk bad about Andrew Tate. I was saying that Andrew Tate was really smart because he found a way to get both the men and women to like him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you talk bad about it.
Yes, Amanda. That's it.
Well, then maybe
Is that what
you
it
were
was
drunk and
though? I
just
don't know
don't
if that sounds like
remember.
what it is. Like
Maybe you don't remember because maybe you were drunk or high or both.
Who the hell
I
gets
still
drunk?
have a pretty good
What?
memory, even when I'm drunk and high, and both.
I watched Josh play through a video game.
I think there's a
And at the
different
end-
reason why you stopped coming around here that maybe you don't remember, but I'm not gonna go into it.
We can go into it if you want to. Go ahead.
you know, he said he
Nah,
doesn't want to.
That's all right.
He said in no uncertain terms, he's not going to.
Had nothing to
I
do with
was
Andrew
off of
Tate.
YouTube completely for a long time because I didn't even have a smartphone.
Oh shit. Well, it had nothing.
That's fine.
Well, actually, I never
even
banned you or
after-
anything. I never banned you
Even
or told you
after-
not to come
No,
around.
I know. It's because even though I didn't have an iPhone, I was enjoying my summer and doing stuff. Like I was going swimming all the time, going to the lake, learning how to fish, getting my own fish, like riding my bike, visiting friends, hanging out with people in real life, doing barbecues.
That's cool.
It sounds like the right thing to do.
I was doing that
Yeah.
too, and streaming while I was doing
Traveling a little bit, like I took advantage of being close to the foothills and went to some of the
Wait,
closest
so you think
towns.
I had a problem with you because of something about Andrew Tate? What?
Yeah, you were like all getting crazy at me, like crazy. You got crazy eyes at me.
Crazy eyes.
I don't know
You
what
got
you're talking
crazy
about.
eyed.
I think maybe you're over exaggerating something that wasn't a big deal.
No, you got crazy eyed at me. You're like, Latine, who are you? Like, why do you come over here and you don't even talk about yourself and you don't want to tell us nothing about yourself and you won't even show yourself?
I might have said that.
Yep, he has a point.
Well, Josh, she could just be like Kat and just show us her
Her
ankle
hat.
bracelet
and her anklet bracelet.
Puff, pass.
That was so funny, man. The question I'm waiting for Latin to tell me is how did I get here? Because I know her way in the back from Steve. And Ronnie, I remember seeing her and Ronnie's.
Did you just call her Latin? Because I can say
Yeah.
that pretty easy.
Yeah.
I might remember that too. If she don't mind, of course. But I might do it even if she does.
But
No, I
if
don't
they
really
call
know
her
you.
Free Holly, I
No,
can,
I don't
but-
really know you. I just seen you around a little bit. I've just
Yeah.
heard people complain about you a little bit that you're annoying.
Oh, God.
Okay.
I know
Oh.
Mayhem. And I know you know Mayhem. That's it.
Who's annoying, John?
Mayhem
Excuse
and I
me?
are good friends.
Yeah, you claim to be good friends with people and then stab them in the back. It's okay. I know.
What are you even talking
John's annoying?
Wait,
So
who's
you
that?
do have beef with me. Okay. Oh, well, that's what I thought.
I just need to know if you eat those fish you caught. Or did you just let them die?
Hey, Alien, did you say something to me, or who were you talking to?
I did, Latin. Did you eat
What
those
did you-
fish that you caught, or did you let them die?
Fish? No, I was trying to learn how to fish.
Oh, I'm asking you, did you eat them? You said you caught some.
No, I said
No?
I was out trying to learn how to fish.
Okay. Did you
Yeah,
look at them
no.
or what?
I mean, I could see them jumping in the water, and I had long conversations with people trying to help me. I would like ask people randomly, "Hey, do you know how to fish? You're fishing. Can you teach me how to fish?" And then so they would help me. Like they would give me like fishing parts and tips and
Yeah.
stuff. And
The picture's becoming clear now. You
And
were
then-
using your lady. You were using your female, whatever, to
what?
get attention.
No,
Yeah,
I
that's it.
wasn't, dude. These were like men that were with their wives. and
Exactly. They don't care.
I'm not a threat to them, so they'll help me. You know.
Not a threat to who? The wife or the man?
I'm very friendly. The wife wouldn't even let me pay her for letting me use her husband to help me fish.
Oh, you're good. You're really good. My wife would have took your money.
I tried to pay them.
Oh,
you
my
know?
wife would have took your money.
All right, the pumpkin
And-
is done.
and
Chat. I gotta go find a light.
And then the other people that I saw there, I knew them, you know. So I'm lucky that I live in a small enough town that I run into people I know.
Yes, you are if you're in California. But you still didn't answer me. Did you catch a fish?
No, dude. Most of my time was spent like trying to learn how to hook.
I don't understand. I don't understand how you could be trying and you have a teacher or instructor and not catch one. How does that work?
Well, because they had to spend a lot of time because my pole was the wrong pole. My wire was all jacked up, and they were spending lots of time. Okay, one day was just fixing my pole. Then the next day was, running into people that I knew, and they gave me. I ended up watching them fish. Trying to learn by watching them. So then I would go at the wrong time, and then I'd run out of daylight because I always go to the lake like after 6 o'clock when there's still light here, because during right now it's like already dark, like by during the season when there's still light at 6 o'clock, I could get into the lake free.
This is the bear
and then have like 2 hours for the daylight, right? But then now
I gotta cut his head off.
time,
I have no idea why this bear candle is in my apartment, but it's in here.
So I didn't have a lot of time at the lake because some days were really freaking hot. Even when it was windy, it was like hot air, like a blow dryer.
Wow.
Oh, nada. Hey, I'm so sorry. I was ignoring you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
10 minutes.
I'm so sorry,
Anyway,
Nada. Hi, Nada.
Did none of them let you in on the secret of fishing?
Oh my God, your audio is super terrible. Is it your earbud or what's going on?
Yeah, probably. Anyway, the secret of fishing is you bring a 6-pack with you.
Did I bring a 6-pack with me?
I'm saying the secret is you bring a 6-pack with you.
Okay.
That way, you'll always catch a buzz.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
Catch a bud?
Buzz. A buzz.
Oh, a buzz. No, I don't drink.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I can't drink because if I try to drink like a hard cider, or this ain't your dad's root beer, I'll get too drunk to drive home just on one. Okay?
But that's the joy of fishing.
That alcohol makes me sleepy and dizzy.
Okay, these knives are not made to cut through wax. We need to break this bear's head off. I just saw.
So if I'm getting buzzed and dizzy, tired, sleepy, and dizzy off of one, because I don't drink often enough, right?
How do I get?
Yeah, probably.
I need to hit this on something. I got something.
Like I like feel like my head's gonna spin around and I'm gonna like fall over and fall asleep.
Oh.
Ray
Well,
chat,
fishing,
are you
fishing
awake?
is more fun than drinking,
I just made a mess.
is all.
Well, I thought you were gonna say I could take a 6-pack. Oh shoot, and it's illegal to have alcohol there, I think.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. I don't know the law out in public at the lake like that, honestly.
Then you pour it in a
Put the whole
juice
bear
can.
in there.
Yeah, I don't know, but I did take a pizza and I offered them
why I didn't just
pizza.
put the
They
whole
took some
bear in
pizza. And then my friend runs the kayak place, and then so I always get discounts to use the kayak.
All right. Now we're gonna put the bear
I
head
should have used the kayak
in the pumpkin.
to go
And then I gotta turn all the
fishing
lights
on.
off and turn this thing on.
One day, I helped rescue these 2 chicks that were going down. They had they were on a paddleboard, and each of them only had one paddle, and it wasn't a double-ended paddle. It was only a single paddle stick. And the funny thing is I knew one of the chicks that was on the paddleboard. I was like, "Oh my god, I know your sister." And I was like, "What the hell are you guys doing here? You guys are going to get your heads chopped off if you keep going this way. Don't you see you're going down the stream? You're supposed to be over here in the lake." And they got sucked into the canal.
Ah.
And
So they were not going in circles. No.
They weren't going in circles. I had to go get the kayak man, and then he brought his rope, and then we pulled them out. And then I was like, "Can I record you guys?" And they're like, "Oh no, we don't want to go on video. We don't want to end up being like famous for being stupid, you know."
Are they cute?
Josh, you're like a fall winter channel only? What does that mean?
So where's the jack-o'-lantern? Where's the Trump-o'-lantern, Josh?
It's right here. I gotta put the candle in it. Gotta cut the lights off. Hold up. Let me see. Let's put this. Let's close this. Hold on one second. Turn this off.
Is it the greatest jack-o'-lantern ever?
Greatest pumpkin ever made. No one's ever carved such a nice pumpkin. All right. Close this. Put this over here. Turn the TV off. Turn the light off. All right. Ooh, it's spooky in here. It's dark. Okay. Turn this off for a second. All right. Candle. Move the microphone.
Josh, I think you should always just do your live streams lit by candlelight.
Oh, that's lit.
You should always just have a couple of candles. Don't like use a lot of light.
Here's the reveal chat. Hopefully the candle doesn't fall over in it. The Trumpkin.
Where's it at?
Yeah, that does look like Trump. Did you use a template, an online template? Where did you get the template
Damn
from?
nice job, Josh.
Yeah,
Look at
Josh.
my African
Josh,
American
it looks
over
like
here.
Trump. Where did you get the template from?
That looks cool. His left eye is way too low. Look how low his.
Josh, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, hold on. I'm trying to.
Where did you get the template from, though?
I just looked at a picture on Google and I drew it.
Oh, you didn't use a template?
There was a template, but
yeah, that does look like Trump. He's got his suit.
His it's his mugshot. His right eye, or his, I guess I'm looking in the camera, so it's backwards. His left eye is way too low. He's got a.
Oh well, it looks enough like him that you don't have to worry about it.
He's got a lazy eye.
Makes it spooky. That makes it spookier.
Spookier.
Hey, that's dang it, I just forgot your name, dude. 8-bit trip.
Well, yo, Jack-o'-lantern's got Down syndrome.
Yo, his eye is way too low.
Is that your brother? Is that your brother, Josh, that came in?
No, that's
Wrong.
my candle fell over. Goon, that's Goon.
Over here.
He does look like he has Down syndrome. What the?
You know what that is? That's
It looks way better than I thought it was gonna look. Yeah, I thought you were like just honestly just like stabbing it the whole time.
No. Told
Don't
I'm
be
an
rude.
artist. I'm an artiste.
I didn't know you had carving skills like that.
Yeah, I'm a pro. I'm a beast. Over here.
Hey, Nada, when you go on Rumble, you can play all kinds of stuff that you want to without copy strikes. As long as you personalize it, you could be, but you have to make commercials too. So, like, one of the YouTube people that I know made a Rumble channel, and then he put Night. No, wait. Is it Night of the Living Dead? Tony Todd, The Walking Dead? Wait, no, it's the Night of the Living Dead.
The Night of the Living Dead?
Night of the Living Dead. Night of the Living Dead with Tony Todd. And he did commercials, so whenever I want to go watch Night of the Living Dead, I can watch it there.
We beaten Madhouse tonight.
Oh, man,
Josh, all I have to say about that is that's the most beautiful pumpkin I've ever seen.
Get your ass out of here, Trump. I'm going to be president.
I gotta tell you, it is
good.
He did good, didn't he?
Yeah, it came out pretty good. I'm only upset about this left eye. That's the only part. He does look kind of.
Hey, Nada.
Looks like he's like in the middle of getting smacked.
Otherwise, it worked out.
Hey, Josh. I posted a video for Nada on my tab, and it was of a kid.
What was it about again?
The kids were locked up in the basement, and one of them was forced to eat his calf.
I saw it, but that's a long ass fucking video. I'm a busy man.
I know, but you can listen to it with your earbuds, and you can put on fast mode.
Yeah, I guess so.
welcome in 8-bit.
He's got his
Because
MAGA
it's like
hat.
a podcast.
He's got his
You
MAGA
don't really
hat
have
now.
to see any pictures, but they do show pictures.
Don't you have a hat with hair,
really
Josh?
look like,
Huh?
you know?
I'll check
Don't
it
you have
out.
a hat with hair on it or something?
Oh, I do have a hat
Something
with
about-
hair on it over there.
He's still cool. He's cool.
Trump doesn't wear visors. Let me see. Where's my camera?
Hey, Josh, did you happen to talk about Kamala Harris earlier? About how, like, this one video came out about her, how she was locking parents up and putting them in jail?
I mean, doesn't everybody know about that?
No, people forget.
Oh.
I never knew that this one mother that had a daughter with sickle cell anemia and had a stroke was in prison because the daughter missed too much school, you know?
Yeah.
And Kamala, they put it together so well. And it's a black lady, you know, talking about how when the police came to arrest her, that she was like telling them, you know, I have doctor's notes to prove that my daughter's sick. My doctor's been in the hospital. And then then you see Kamala bragging about how with the swipe of her pen, she made them go. She had her like most baddest, she had like gang, what's it called? The gang crew, you know, the ones that go after gang members, the prosecutors. She had like her toughest, like meanest, strictest people go after the parents. And she said that she told them to make sure that when you go after these people, that you're mean and that you're like looking nasty at them and treat them like dirt, basically.
I believe it.
She was bragging. Like, no, bitch, you're not supposed to be like encouraging. You're not supposed to be saying, yeah, I'm gonna send my meanest, baddest gangster collectors to get you, you evil parents, you know.
Now I want a Biden pumpkin
Whoa.
eating ice cream.
Ugh. Man, that's a fucking shitty drive. Every day.
You talking about a work commute?
Yeah, I mean, that's alright. It just sucks to drive at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning and
over and over and over.
Yep. But
I
at
feel
least
you.
there's no traffic. There's no traffic at 1 o'clock in the morning, right?
Right.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
I wonder if I put this out in front of my apartment, how long it'll take for somebody to smash it. Because there's like 20 Kamala signs around where I live.
Put some cameras on it.
Yeah.
And catch them. Get a video of them destroying it.
You know
Yeah.
what?
Speaking
of that, did you guys see like this totally, I don't know, it seemed so fake that people were saying, people are stealing the Walls Harris yard signs and we caught them because we put Apple AirPods in them and there was a car full of these signs because they were stealing them all.
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, it just seemed so ridiculous. It was just one.
I did a story where this lady had Trump
Supposedly.
signs in her front yard,
You know
and
what?
somebody was stealing her Trump signs, so she set up a
I know.
motion
I think
sensing
it's fake.
paintball gun.
Oh yeah, I saw that
To
too.
shoot anybody that came and tried to take her signs.
See, but I think
Disregard
that
that, Frank. It's a bunch of liberal
I think
bullshit.
that the story about the kid stealing the Walls Harris signs, I think that's fake. Because why wouldn't they show us his face? You know how they like to like treat the kids on our side.
Well, and there's
of
fake
the
hate
fence.
crimes all the time.
Yeah, yep, fake hate shit.
Excuse me.
Josh, you finna beat Madhouse tonight?
Nada, was that you burping?
I don't know if I can beat it tonight, but depending on how long this goes.
What is Madhouse? Is it that mode on?
Yeah, it's the
Resident Evil.
It's the hardest difficulty. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do it.
He's already like halfway through or some shit. Well, you still on the Jack fight, right? You got fucking.
Yeah, that's only the second boss.
Yeah, I've seen the Jack.
But yeah,
fight.
it's easy from then on though. That's like probably like around the hardest point of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
Jack got his chainsaw and wouldn't die, right?
Well, not puzzle wise, but now you should know how all the puzzles are solved. So
No, I got a chainsaw. He's got a freaking double pincher chainsaw.
Yeah.
Double pincher.
Oh, but you know what
Yeah,
I
and he does.
saw on the? I watched somebody doing a speed run, and you were right. You can, if you shotgun blast him in the face a couple times, he splits open and drops down quicker.
yeah, I thought that it was damage based, but it's just hard to do. So I was like, I'm not gonna tell him it's worth doing.
Now that was on a speed run on normal mode, so I'm not sure how it works in Madhouse.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot more health before he splits on Madhouse.
But still, if I can blast him 2 times in the head and then chainsaw him once and he goes down, it'll make it a lot easier. I just don't know
Yeah,
how
because
much
you could prep
ammo.
him for the first time going down. Yeah,
I don't know how much
That'd be
ammo I
smart.
need to conserve. If they destroy that pumpkin, they should have their voting rights taken away.
Well, regardless, you should never tell the government what you own or don't own. How many pew-pews you have.
Oh, I have 0. I lost them all in a boating accident.
Yeah, exactly. And the insurance company wouldn't pay me for them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
lost all mine when the illegals stole mine.
That works.
I'm pretty proud of this pumpkin. This is the best pumpkin I
You
ever
should be, Josh.
carved.
It really does look good, well, especially that one front shot that you did.
Yeah, if you look at it from a certain angle and you look at it, you can't tell that this is off a little bit if you look at it.
I
from the
never
right
thought
angle.
of doing a Trump face. I've done like a kitty cat in a pumpkin, a witch flying on her broomstick on a pumpkin, a bat on a pumpkin, regular pumpkins.
And that's without
the
a
shirt collar is
stencil.
impressive.
If I had a stencil, it would have
See,
been.
and you know who inspired me to do those really cool, cute little pumpkins was one of my favorite TV hosts, Martha Stewart. I love
Candle
that
doesn't
bitch.
catch it on fire. 'Cause that's a big ass candle in there.
You know, I really think that
Oh, it is
they
burning the
tried to
top.
destroy Martha Stewart because she was so fucking awesome, and they were like so jealous they couldn't like bake the same or sew the same or do all the things she could do.
I don't know
And
if
they
that's
kept
safe.
complaining, it's too hard. It's too hard to do everything. Everything Martha does is too hard and complicated, you know.
And what they do to her?
They put her in jail.
Yeah, there you go.
She's kind of funny. She is a little.
Martha Stewart?
Yeah.
Too bad she wasn't a
Mhm.
congresswoman from San Francisco where she
You
went
know,
down to jail.
I never thought of
Yeah.
Martha as funny. I just always thought of her as like pleasant.
Well, I think you know what? When she hosted Saturday Night Live, I think she hosted a few times. But I
Okay,
remember
but I
she
never saw
wasn't
that. I
bad.
never saw that. I wouldn't know to look at Saturday Night Live because I didn't never like really like that show.
It was a while ago. It was like before all that happened. But she wasn't bad. And she
I
was
never really
okay
liked that show for
okay
some
at,
reason.
at joking about herself, you know? Like she could be the butt of the joke. She, you know, respect that.
I think I need to cut the wick shorter on this candle.
Yeah, and Martha Stewart had the most beautiful eggs from her chickens. She had like she has like a very beautiful chicken coop. And it's so fancy. Her chicken house is
pumpkin is
painted in
sweating.
gold and silver
it's too
leaf
hot.
and just kidding. But it's really nice.
You know, if he can take a bullet, he can probably withstand the heat.
All right,
They make those little LED candles.
Yeah, that's what I would get.
I
is
need
do
the
an
little
LED
tea,
candle.
or the little tea candles.
Right, those little tea lights.
Yeah.
Little tea candles. Yep.
Hey, you know what? I was,
The pumpkin is
somebody,
sweating. Look, it's burnt on the top. My hat was getting.
hey, you
He's
guys, I
having a
was,
damn meltdown.
It's well, he
what is
sweats,
that?
so it's
Wait,
perfect,
wait,
right?
Josh, what is that? What is that? I can't tell what it is.
In my hand?
Yeah, what is that?
It's the top of the pumpkin. It's burnt from the candle.
Oh,
It's smoking.
Might be too tall.
Yeah, it is too tall.
gosh, how come you didn't get glow in the dark spider web? They had it for $2 online at like Michael's.
I don't know. I just bought first thing I saw.
Say, because I didn't fucking feel like it.
Probably maybe because real spider web doesn't glow in the dark. This isn't. I didn't buy this. This is from my pet spider.
Nada.
Huh? Me?
How are you doing, bud? Yeah.
Oh, I'm all right. I mean,
Working hard, of course.
yeah, I actually almost was working hard
Well,
tonight.
you were working hard at not working hard, right?
I did manage to read my 3 comic books. So,
Nice.
and watch a Knicks game, most of a Knicks game. So as long as I can do all that stuff while I work.
Why would you watch them? They're a bunch of National Socialists.
Well, I don't know. I'm a Knicks fan. Oh, right, because they're playing Madison Square Garden. Right.
And they have
Yeah,
white
that was.
jerseys too. Oh, see the correlation there. See, I could be an MSNBC host.
There are a lot of things that I'm seeing in the past few days that are making me hopeful and optimistic.
About the election?
Like that, yeah. Well, that line of attack is so ridiculous that the Nazis had a rally in Madison Square Garden. Trump is having a rally. Like, I don't know. It seems desperate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're smacking it desperate.
Oh, they're very desperate after Trump went on Rogan and it's got 40 million views in 3 days.
That's crazy. I'd like to know the numbers of the others, the podcast side of it.
The other. You
right
mean
now,
on other channels? You mean
like Spotify, that kind of thing.
Like Spotify, yeah.
Even on Apple, the.
Oh, combined between all of them, it's probably already like 100 million.
Yeah, it's probably some crazy obscene number.
And I also heard personally from someone that works at federal buildings with federal law enforcement. He won't even tell us which federal law enforcement it is. I don't know. I won't speculate. But he said internally they're ramping up security at all those federal buildings, anticipating riots after the election. Now, who riots?
The lefties, those little bitches.
Yeah, but I mean, they're gonna say January 6th, but we all know that's not real. That's not. They're not gonna do that all. I don't know.
If any damage is done, I believe it will be the.
I don't know.
Left.
I think this election, either side is gonna riot. Both sides.
I don't think so. I'm not gonna.
Well, I know you're not gonna.
Yeah, I won't be hitting the streets.
I'm busy. I'm working.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't riot regardless, but.
Hey, you know what? You guys just made me think of an idea.
If shit hits the fan, I'll call off of work and go down there, and record it.
They're laying off over 600 people on November 3rd.
Where?
In California. Some Canadian company called the Jim Pattinson Group bought the Save Mart warehouses, and they're going to close as far as I know, 3 warehouses. So why would they lay them off November 3rd? You know what I mean? Like maybe they'll use that as an excuse and say like people like them are rioting.
Maybe. Yeah, there didn't seem to be an October surprise this year, huh?
No, their October surprise is to recycle the same talking points from 20 years ago.
The October surprise was literally just the Joe Rogan podcast.
I was just about to say the same thing.
That could be it.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, but it's usually not. That's not usually who does the October surprise.
Or both sides do October surprises.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, right.
We were
But
supposed to
I'm
have an
just-
October surprise in the last election, but it was the laptop, and
Right. It got suppressed. It was fake.
fake news until 6 months later.
Until it was real.
Right. Conspiracy theory.
I had so many people. Yeah, I had so many people be like, "Oh, that can't be real." I'm like, I saw the shit on that laptop.
Yeah, I had a guy on Facebook unfriend me because he said, "You're an idiot if you believe this stupid story." And it was a guy I play cards with, and he unfriended me. And then, like 6 months later, I wished he was still on my friends list so I could be like, "Well, what about that? What do you think now?"
Oh my gosh, but he unfriended you?
Yeah, a lot of people have unfriended me. My own family has
Okay,
unfriended
what would
me.
Jesse Lee Peterson say about that?
I don't care.
Go, hey! Yeah.
I don't know what would he say about that. I don't know.
Didn't you guys hear me say go, hey?
The A? What?
Go, hey?
I've never heard Jesse say that. He says
You guys
that.
have never heard him say that?
Does he say that now? No, Jesse doesn't.
Maybe it was fake. I don't know.
He says beta. You talking about gay? That's from Community.
From what?
Yeah. He would say beta. He doesn't call people gay.
Yeah, so who says that though? Because I thought it was Jesse Lee Peterson.
In the show The Community, he says, "Ha, gay."
Okay, so maybe they replaced that voice and put it on Jesse.
I don't know.
It's what's his name, right? Donald Glover saying it, right?
No, it was what's his name? Kim Jong Il or something. I don't know what the actor is.
The Asian guy.
Kim Jong.
Oh yeah, what's his face? Yeah.
The guy from
Dr.
The Hangover.
Dr. Ken Jong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
He says hot.
Yeah. I remember. I remember the episode even.
It was funny.
Community was a pretty good show.
Yeah,
it was all right.
I usually can't sit and like marathon watch comedies like that. Like, so, what's that police one that people were telling me to watch? Anyway, I tried. It has Terry Crews in it, and I started watching that.
Oh, Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah, and it's pretty good, but I can't like marathon watch that show. Like, I don't feel a need to watch every episode. But Community, I watched all of them pretty quick.
Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was decent.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as Reno 911.
Reno 911 is funny. That show was good.
The last season of Brooklyn 911 is legitimately terrible.
Community got pretty bad towards the last season or two too.
Almost every show is bad towards the end of their season.
The last season of Brooklyn 911, like 5 of the episodes is about the white characters playing the black characters' reparations. Like, I'm not even joking.
But as a joke or like? Seriously.
No, and I'm Josh's like resident Destiny viewer, and I will say that show literally destroyed itself by going woke. Like they had a whole episode about the black guy being gay and how much it meant to him, and then an episode about how everyone felt bad about BLM and how they wanted to give back to the black people at the office. The final season's only like 11 episodes long. It's clear it got canceled halfway through the season.
I don't think
But-
you're
but
like super
actually-
far left though. You're not.
The lieutenant guy.
No, it doesn't
is
until the
already-
final season.
No, but I'm saying
The lieutenant guy was
you said
there
you're
the
my
whole time,
resident.
though,
You
right?
said you're my resident Destiny viewer. I don't think you're like far left because you wouldn't be watching.
Yeah, no,
me
I'm
if
not.
you
But
were.
I'm just saying, even for me, that show went way too woke. Like it's not even like it's like a personal
Yeah. Well, I'm sure some.
opinion. It literally worked.
I'm sure some far lefties probably loved it.
I warned you.
Well, I watched Am I Racist yesterday. When they go to that dinner and there's like an Indian lady and a black lady telling all these white ladies about their white supremacy, and dude, that was horrible. Like that's evil. That was crazy.
Amanda made a comment there
I
in
mean-
chat. I've got to roll my trash up.
I saw clips
Oh, no,
from that, but
It's kind
I
of
never
funny
really
though.
seen it.
They'd like pay for that. Like, isn't it funny that they paid for that?
I was actually kind of pissed off as I was watching the movie because every interview they did, they showed the price they had to pay to get the interview. They paid,
It's like an absurd amount. Yeah.
oh my God, the lady whose daughter didn't get waved at by the mascot at Disney World. Remember that?
Mhm.
The mascot,
No.
the
no.
mascot didn't wave at this little black girl. And it was waving, it's
I
walking
remember.
down the thing and it's waving at all the kids. And then there's a little black girl and it doesn't wave at the little black girl. And they sued Disney, and like Benjamin Crump came out and they all came out and they said, these children are in a facility right now for mental health issues because this is systemic racism and blah, blah, blah. And they paid her $30,000 for that interview. And she's in the movie for
Nice.
like 5 seconds. I was pissed.
Look at
Boy.
my African American over here.
Imagine like footage is released though of Minnie Mouse walking down the street and she like straight up doesn't wave at the little black girl, like looks dead at her and stops waving.
No, the
Like,
character
it was
actually
personal.
like the character actually like waved them off. Like was kind of like, no, I'm not gonna. Nah.
That's wild. But they'd be putting like the most it usually is like,
You know,
especially
and
if it's
if
in
there was, like, a
Florida, you could
character
literally have
dressed like-
illegals inside of those suits dressed up as Minnie Mouse.
That's what I was thinking.
And
Yeah.
if there was any character dressed up like Curious George, and if it did wave at the little girl, they'd say it was systemic racism too.
Yeah, and that's what Matt said in the movie. He's like, if what did he say? He's like, if we acknowledge it, then we're racist. But if we don't acknowledge it, then we're also racist, or something like that. Like, so there's and the lady who's teaching him is like, well, that's because you're always racist, basically. Like, that's the logic. It's crazy.
What's that? Disregard that, Frank. It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
I'm guessing you did not get the Daily Wire subscription to watch it.
No, it finally came out on the bootleg sites now that it's on
I would
Daily Wire.
highly advise against getting anything to do with Daily Wire.
I was thinking about getting like I wanted to
But
see
now that
you.
you're a Zionist, you have no problem supporting that.
Well, since I'm showing my support, they should give me a free one. Because I'm stingy with my money. I don't.
Yeah, because all of their subscriptions, every path leads to the $50 newsletter. I swear.
Yeah, I think you told us this
But
before.
hey, do
that
you want my leftist tears Tumblr?
I'm showing support, so I should get all that for free.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have the Louder is Crowder mug.
But Run, Hide,
Yeah.
Fight was a pretty good movie.
No, it was pretty good. Yeah, it was not. It was good.
And then
What a woman. What is a woman? Was a not.
What is a
was a
Woman
pretty
was
decent
good.
documentary. Yeah.
The Shut In one was not Shut In, but the one where the girl gets locked in the pantry. Did you see that one, John?
I don't think so. No.
But
Because
after
I did that like when What Is a Woman came out, and of course you had to pay for the entire year then.
they're decent movies, but I quickly realized Daily Wire movies are marketed towards women, and there's a lot of like kind of feminist propaganda in there. Like every movie is a female heroine, it's a female protagonist. And so in the Run, Hide, Fight, it's the girl who's got to save the day from the 3 evil white men who are shooting up the school. And then the other one, it's a woman who has a drug addict husband with a PDF file best friend, and she gets locked in the cabinet. The Gina Carano one, Terror on the Prairie or whatever. And that hasn't even came out yet.
Yeah, it has.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were
Who's
still
that
working on
black
it.
girl that left Daily Wire?
When I got it a couple of years ago, because it came out like
Who's the black girl that left Daily Wire? She got kicked out.
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, yeah.
Yeah, that second movie you described sounded like a Candace Owens movie. Husband's best friend's a pedo.
I don't know about that. I haven't heard that story.
I don't know about that. Really.
That's something
Her
Destiny
husband
must
has
have
like
reported
Andrew
on
Tate
that.
connections.
Oh,
you don't know
yeah,
about the
yeah,
Andrew
yeah.
Tate connections with her husband.
Yeah, and she's friends with Andrew Tate. Well, she's a big.
Josh has issues with Candace Owens anyway.
I have issues with any woman that is in social media and politics.
Yep.
And is pregnant, knocking on doors of BLM houses, making a documentary, putting herself in danger. Why her husband is some British guy that's just sitting back doing nothing. What's he doing? Like, yeah, I have a problem with that.
They have like the weirdest story, like meeting story. They were like knew each other for a week and weren't romantic at all, and then decided to get married.
Yeah, there's something weird about that.
Like they're openly admitting they just got married for like power and position.
And also Candace,
probably.
It's again, that's marketed towards women. Like, I remember me and Floor got into a big argument once because I was like, Candace is not based. Candace is saying things that conservatives have been getting canceled for and banned for 10 years. People have been talking about this stuff. And now that it's popular, she comes out and says it, and everybody's like, oh, she's a strong woman. Look at the edgy stuff. It's not edgy anymore. It's popular to talk bad about the Jews now. Like,
you guys got in arguments often about that.
yeah.
That's what I was alluding to.
Yeah, we did, because she loved Candace.
Not everyone is a token. Whenever there's people like Candace Owens, who's never the smartest, never is breaking the stories, never is the one on top of anything, but they're still in part of the clique, like those people are tokens. And that's what she is. Like she's been a token for Daily Wire, and now she's being a token for
she was a token for Prager. She was a token for Prager. She was a token for TPUSA. She was a token for Daily Wire. And you saw how you could watch in real time as her talking points would change depending on which organization she was with. And then when she went independent, then all of a sudden now I'm independent, so I can say all the edgy things that I really want to say. But you weren't saying this stuff. You weren't saying this stuff 4 years ago. Now you're saying it because it's popular to say it and everybody's saying it. So,
and she's not even like really edgy when she says it. She's like, I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna hide it. The Jews have power.
Yeah, it's like, Candace, bro. Your friend Nick got canceled for this like 6 years ago. This is not, why weren't you saying it then? Well, because you were on a
Well, she
contract with
doesn't
Daily
believe in
Wire.
anything.
Oh, but yeah, there could be a
When Nick was saying
possibility
it,
that
his whole
she
career was getting torpedoed, so
she kind
she
of
believed
could
the
have
complete
found out
opposite.
about some of this stuff and kind of became aware of it and started down the trajectory. It's pretty clear to me that she was willing to say those things while employed by the Daily Wire, and I mean, there's a whole multitude of things that could be at work here.
Well,
But I think looking at correlations and
I think
trying
she's
to
smart.
discern
She's
is
smart.
important. I think so. It's
Oh, I think Andrew Tate has like videos of him banging like a legal prostitute, her husband banging like illegal prostitutes and shit. And now she's just like completely like owned basically.
You think he has dirt on them, and that's why she? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, he runs a whole like sex operation. You don't think he gets dirt on people?
He ran a cam girl site.
Yeah, but I mean that shit that's going on in Romania is crazy.
I don't know. I don't.
Especially for him being a Muslim, it is not haram. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna go hard defending Andrew Tate. I'm not like a Tate stan, which Latina and Cali for some reason. I don't know.
No, I think it sucks because I always thought he was like the funniest out of all those. He has the most charisma, but genuinely, I think he might actually just be a fucking terrible person.
I think at the time the reason I got mad at Latina and Cali was because women were all coming at Andrew Tate, and then I was saying something, and then I don't even remember, but yeah, that was never a big deal to me. I just thought
I'm pretty sure that's how I ended up in this Discord.
Look, and you have to remember, I didn't have a smartphone for a long time. I ride my bike a lot at night when it's dark, because that's when it gets cool outside. And then I was swimming like almost 5 days a week
plumbing.
at night in the evening.
You were plumbing,
swimming.
Oh,
Hey, Josh, how did you get the pumpkin picture that you just carved to be your thumbnail picture?
what?
How did you get your thumbnail
Oh,
picture
that's
to be?
That's the picture that I used to carve it from Google.
No, okay, so I got out of your Discord and I got off of YouTube because I was looking for my earbud, right? And then when I was gonna go back to your live stream, the thumbnail picture was you holding your Trump pumpkin. So I was wondering, did you put that as your thumbnail picture?
So if you were holding are you on a computer?
No, I'm on
the
my phone.
thumbnail picture. Are you just drunk? The thumbnail picture is not him holding it. It's just in like the top right corner.
Well, it might have been
reloaded the stream.
You know how sometimes if you like put your mouse on or like it'll show you like a freeze frame from the stream.
Oh, you think she's getting freeze framed?
I think that's
No,
what she
like
might have
so
seen.
you know how it holds your history? So you were in my history, and so then I'm thinking maybe it was a freeze frame, but it was perfect for your thumbnail picture for your live stream because it was
I mean,
cool
either way,
picture.
the thing you're asking, like he could do, he just didn't do. But yeah, you can update the title and the thumbnail while streaming.
Yeah, it was
and
like
it looks
the
like
next
you
picture
probably
because
did
you
do
had
that
Trump
because
right next
I
to
see
you.
what she's saying. It's in the far right corner. I'm seeing it too.
No, but that's not what she's talking about. In the thumbnail, in the far right corner, there's the picture from Google that I used to make this.
Oh, that's a picture from Google. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's not this pumpkin. That's a picture from Google that I put into the thumbnail of what
it's hovering in the air.
Right, but what she must have saw is like a freeze from the stream.
Could have, yeah.
But usually you don't get those on the phone. Usually that's if like you put your mouse over it, it'll start playing the stream. I don't know. But no,
What do you think of the Trump interview?
I thought it was good.
I thought the first half was rocky, and I think he did way better in the second half. The first question was insane. Do you
About the
do you remember the first question?
his first day?
Yeah, he's like, what's it like being a president with like no experience
I think
in
Trump
office?
misunderstood I think he thought Joe was asking like, how did you feel on your first day? So he started explaining it was very surreal, and I went into the thing and it was beautiful in the White House and all that stuff. But I think Joe was asking, what's it like your first day as president
Yeah, because he
legislatively?
answered the rest of the questions way better, but I literally thought he was going to be like rambling and going crazy the whole time from the first question. Because the first question, he's like, what was it like? He was like, it was surreal. And then he's like, and Joe, I have to tell you about this fighter I bet on. There was a guy going 14-1. This one guy that beat him, I bet for him. And then he was like, and Joe, you got to realize Lincoln had this general. And then he started talking about Lincoln's general. And then out of nowhere, it all led back to the White House. And I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, right.
I think his biggest issue with how he speaks, and again, understanding that this is a candid conversation, kind of one-on-one that he's having, and let's be honest, Biden or Kamala couldn't do that, not even close. But he would stop mid-sentence, and then like, even there were times he'd stop mid-word, and you could tell like he would mention something as it came to mind. And so sometimes, and
Well, he's
that's how
doing the
he is,
weave.
and yeah, and that's part of his way he does things, and it's a storytelling. Well, some of the times the problem of that is when he says things for inference, it can sometimes be a little bit repetitive, and so I think there were times where I found myself like going like, I don't care about this. I don't care about this.
I think he really wanted to talk with Joe about fighting. I think he's passionate about fighting in the UFC and boxing, and he wanted to talk to Joe about that stuff because that's what Joe that's
I
something
agree,
they both
but
have in
also,
common.
how is he so passionate about fighting, but also seems to know nothing? Like he was like asking him about who Khabib is. Like he was like, Khabib, he's good, right? Never lost a
No,
round.
he knows
Joe
Khabib.
was like, no, I mean, well, I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is he was like the whole time he was just like, but he was like asking Joe about Khabib while he was there. He was like, so he's never lost, right?
He was
And he's
having a
like, well, there was that
conversation,
one
and
fight that was
it's arguable that Khabib never lost a round. He's right about that. Joe was disagreeing, saying, "Well, you could say that he did lose this round against this guy." And so
that decision fight Joe was talking about definitely is quite arguable that Khabib just lost that fight.
But Trump
That
was
was a
bringing up
rough fight
fights.
for him.
Trump was bringing up fights from
I think
20
that's the
years
only.
ago. He's like, I can't remember the
Yeah.
fight, but who was the guy,
Yeah,
Joe?
that was the only. That was the only fight Khabib had where he had.
You cut out.
And like singular rounds. And that fight, that was one of the only fights he had where he was taken down multiple times in like singular rounds. That was a
Right.
fucking crazy fight.
Right. That was
one of the greatest fights ever.
Yeah, and that's the only arguable time where Khabib ever lost a round. And so Trump was he just wanted to talk about fighting with Joe. And the first question is like, if you ask me, what was your first day of work at UPS like? And I'm like, oh, and you're a Destiny fan, right? And you're doing an interview with me, and you say, what was your first day at work like? And I was like, that was pretty cool. You know, it was interesting. It was kind of fun. But hey, so what about what do you think about da 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 with Destiny and this and this and this? And then you're like, no. I want to know, what did you do? So Joe was trying to get in depth about legislatively, what can the president do on his first day? And the way Trump took the question was like how I felt on my first day.
You know, like I said, I think he did way better in the latter half. What did you? There was one point.
The
I'm
alien
not a good
part was
fact
kind of.
checker.
I'm not into aliens.
I can't fact check everything that was said. There was one point that I know Trump definitely was not telling the truth about when Joe asked him when he turned to Republican. And he said it was in the early 90s when he ran as a Democrat in 2006.
Yeah, he did say once in the interview that he had never ran before, and he had
He ran a few times.
Yeah, I think he ran in total. Well, I guess 4 times now, but I think he ran twice before the one where he won.
Well, 5 then.
Because like if you Google it, it literally will say like he was an independent until like 2000.
Well, you're not running if you're the
and then
incumbent. I get.
and then he ran as a Democrat, and then he switched to Republican in 2009.
Who's this Mandrick? You know this guy? Or Mandick? Mandick. Even Joe was trying to get him back on track. Yeah, that's true about economics. It's like, dude, the election is around the corner. Use the platform to campaign. He's been campaigning for 8 years. Use the platform to be personable and talk to the people and be a likable guy.
Josh, I've been on here and I've talked a lot of shit about Trump.
Even Jank, I can't stand Jank Uger. Even Jank was like, I think this looks good for Trump because he was very personable, and I think this is going to be a good thing for Trump. He was trying to just be a guy having a conversation, which is what Joe has said about Kamala. He said about Trump. He said, I want to talk to them like a person. So actually, Joe.
Well, Chank's also one of those weirdos that would rather Trump win because he hates Kamala for not making a complete ceasefire in Israel.
I don't think Jank would rather Trump win. Has he said that?
He's openly platformed against Biden and Kamala because they aren't stern enough on Palestine. Yeah.
But I think he's more openly anti-Trump.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's not pro-Trump, no. But I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if for him it's a wash. That's how he views the election. He doesn't care.
Right. Well, and that's the number one threat that Kamala has. She has to worry about
Greek leftists that have like taken over portions of the party.
Votes, and then also the fact that she does extremely poorly with men. And then the big thing though is people who are actual progressives in the Democrat Party.
John, I think women really don't like Kamala.
I hope so.
But
I hope you're right.
Women tend to, Democrats tend to have better numbers with women than they do men usually.
I hope you're right, but that might just be women like you. And that's not, I don't mean offense by that, but
I know some of the Democrat women that say they don't want Kamala Harris. I know 2 women that were hardcore Joe Biden supporters. And one even
switched over.
She's a 69-year-old white lady that loved Joe Biden because he's so peaceful, you know? Sorry, did you say something? Who was saying something?
I'm saying we're not talking about anecdotal or outliers. What I'm saying is that with numbers, those percentages.
You know what? I don't believe the numbers. I think that they use fake numbers.
I'm giving my opinion on what I think is.
Also, John, you sound like you're literally speaking from the other side of the room. That's why everyone's speaking over you, because it's so fucking hard to hear you right now.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, man, I couldn't hear you for hardly anything. You sound like you're, like you said.
Oh, well. So,
there you go.
Yeah, so no, but, no, what I'm saying is I'm talking about the analysis that I'm looking at for what I think is the case. And so I think the big problem she has is liberals, your Bernie Sanders liberals, your, people who are principled liberals who are disillusioned with the Democrat Party because they've seen it become a big corporate party, a big war party, a big Israel party, all of those things. So, and I think there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Not atrophy, but
Well, when you find out, I'm just gonna say, I think a lot of people sometimes seem like they're too afraid to talk shit to their parents or to their relatives, to tell them the truth in a nice way, in a stern way, and just be like, okay, so you want to say this about Trump, that he's a bad guy? Well, so tell me, what do you like so much about Biden, like, do you not understand that? Yeah, the president can't affect, like, the president cannot control the prices of gasoline, but his policies, his shitty policies, can definitely affect the prices of gasoline, or
Yeah.
can affect the prices of food, and like, I'm not afraid to talk shit to my family or anybody
Oh, I
when it comes to that.
Policies.
But
And
I
I
hope
think
you're
too
I
many
hope you're
people are
right.
little pussies.
I hope you're right, Latine, but I've my feelings tell me that you're wrong, that a lot of women are going to show up just because she's a woman and they want to see the first black woman. Just like Obama, that like, and she's younger than Hillary. She's more likable, I guess. Is she more likable
Slightly.
than Hillary?
Very slightly.
She's
Very,
slightly more
very
I hope
likable
I'm
than
right
Hillary.
too.
She
I hope
is
I'm right
slightly more
too, but a
likable
lot of
because she
people
has a
are starting to
personality.
see that no, Kamala. See, because a lot of them do watch the mainstream media. They don't watch like people on YouTube that are independent journalists. Um, and but the Democrats that I do know, they are watching TikTok. They are watching
Yes, which is a
Instagram.
problem.
They are watching YouTube, and so they are seeing some truth and seeing some good things about Trump. And one of them, who I'm telling you, she was a hardcore Democrat. She even like fired me because I would talk about Trump to her, right?
Oh,
But
you
she's
can't
still
be
my
doing
friend.
that.
right.
Can't be
But I
going
didn't
into work
care if
talking
I
about
lost my
politics.
job with her. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell people the truth. I can't lie.
Yeah,
I told that
that's
bitch.
completely
I told her.
stupid. I mean,
I told her. I said, I
what
even
are
told
you
her. I said,
then?
you're compromised. You shouldn't even be allowed to vote.
What are you then? Like
Who, me?
one of the core values
Now you
Excuse
sound
me?
like you're
is
across
not
the
to
room.
talk about
Yeah, now
is
you
not to
sound
talk
far
about
away. Now
politics
you sound
or
far away.
religion.
We're taking turns with this 8-bit.
Hey, so what were you
Sorry,
saying?
give me a second. I was in the bathroom doing something.
I know
All
the
right, do I
ladies in
sound
my
better?
chat don't like Kamala, but you guys got to understand,
Do I
people are
sound better?
TikTok brained.
Do I sound better?
Latine's
Let me hear
right.
what he's saying. Yeah, I
Go
can hear
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like one of the core like conservative values is that you don't talk politics or religion at work to your neighbors or to your family. Like,
But that is bullshit. We have been lied to. You have to talk religion to your family. You have to talk politics to your family. And if you can't talk to your family about politics and religion, then they ain't really your family.
But most of my
if
family
you can't
is.
agree to disagree with your
But you
family,
know
then you
what?
can't
All
agree
of
to
my
disagree with
family,
anybody.
but luckily for me, all of my family's Catholic because we're like all Hispanic roots,
Most of my family, we talk about politics because we all agree. But as far as work, I, well, to be honest, I don't even talk to people I don't even, like, even while I'm working, unless it's something work related, I'm not trying to
That's the
socialize
nice
at
part
work.
about working blue collar jobs like construction in a mill, etc. is 99% of people in that environment are going to be Trump supporters, which is nice. So we can share memes and etc. Not too much, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you guys are even smart enough to know you don't like pick out and hassle the one guy who disagrees with you.
Right, yeah, of course. Because that's rude.
Well, there is such a thing as tact
Decorum.
and decorum.
Most of the people at my work don't even
knowing
speak English, so.
and knowing the right time to do things, and sometimes a lot of
Right.
people just spurg at other people about religion and politics.
And you know what else too? That because I talk to a lot of random people all the time. If I ever go out in public, I'm always talking to the cashiers or to people in line. I I make opportunities for conversation, and the black women I've talked to, some of them are voting for Trump. Some of the black men are voting for Trump. Some of the but But the ones that
Do you just
don't
ask
want
everyone who they're voting for?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I do. I kind of do. I
Mandic
wish
is
I,
right
you
in
know what I
chat.
should
She
do?
is wild. She would just walk up to
Yeah,
somebody
I
in
wonder how you
the
got
checkout
fired
line.
from your job.
Sorry, what, Josh?
You
What?
just walk up to somebody in the checkout line and be like, "You better not be voting for
No, I
Kamala."
don't just walk up to people like that. No, I don't walk up to people like that. I have to make it seem natural, like, oh, hey, so,
Didn't you
like,
say
I
you
have to
saw a
like,
politician riding their bike and you like rode up to him and started yelling at him?
no, 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 no. He saw me. I tried to catch up to him, but he was on a street bike. So,
Oh.
and then
So
I
it
waited
wasn't
too
for a
long
lack
to
of
turn around to
trying,
follow
Josh.
him.
It was for
Yeah.
a lack
But
of
no, I
She
have his
tried.
phone number. He gave me his phone number when he was first running, and I called him a few times, and I think maybe he got annoyed with me because I asked him, I said, "Why are you guys annexing this farmland?" He says, "Oh, because they want to be annexed." I was like, "Really? They want to be annexed?" Then okay, so I mean, I still need it. I feel like I still need to contact these family people that like I know their name. Like they used to have companies here in my town, and now they just have land. I don't know why their companies shut down. I don't know why they would have to be annexed. I don't believe him that he said that they want to be annexed. I think he's lying, and I think that he's able to find out who I am because I called him, and then he probably remembers me because he's a lawyer also, and so he probably has a good memory. And so I think maybe he doesn't want to talk to me because I have gone to the city council meetings, but I never
They
spoke
probably have
up
like a flyer
about
of her and
anything.
say, "Don't let this woman in."
I mean, he's from Southern California, so I don't
He's
think
probably like,
he's
she political checked my mom in the cash out line. Don't
so.
let
But
her
the
anywhere near
previous, so
us.
you know what? They changed it to where now the mayors get 6 years for one term. I think that's too many years. I think that's not good.
The mayors get one term for what?
6 years.
One term for 6 years.
Hey, Lenny.
I'll
Lenny,
disagree with
buddy.
all the conservatives on term and
My buddy, like my good friend's the mayor of the island I'm from. I disagree with almost everything the guy does.
I'm
So
not
guess what?
pro
Whenever I
term
talk to
limits.
him, whenever I talk to him, I don't bring up any of that because it's a friend of mine, and that would be, that
Yeah.
wouldn't go well.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
but
because you're a
I'm not
despot,
afraid
Josh.
to
Though.
burn bridges. So I'm like,
That's
fuck
because
this
I'm a
bridge. I'm gonna
fascist.
blow it up.
I'm
You know?
not pro term limits because if they can have Pelosi in there for damn 30 years and Biden in there for 30 years, if we get a good guy in office, I want him to be able to stay forever. So I want to see
Well,
Trump.
You realize that there's
Stay in office
Republicans that have those
forever
positions
and
for like 20 to
ever
30
and
years.
ever.
I am anti-term limits. I am let's get a Christian king and he never leaves. That's right.
Womp womp.
No term limits.
Sad Kirby face.
But no, I don't just like go up to random people and talk to them like that. Hopefully the mayor does remember me and listens to me because he's my bitch. He works for me.
Oh.
That's true.
Josh, why don't you just advocate for going back to the feudal state?
I want
should.
a Christian
Oh,
theocracy.
I just want to tell you really quick
Make the
that
world
the people.
feudal again.
I want the Byzantine Empire. I'm not
Why don't you try to make like the Pope the president then or something?
because I'm not Catholic. I don't know about the Pope.
Make Pope Philia great.
Francis, come on, dude. Francis is like definitely the coolest Pope we've had in a while.
Are you kidding?
John, you should watch Michael Knowles.
The other one got kicked out for touching children. I'm not kidding.
Let him have it, John.
John, you should watch Michael Knowles' little dissertation that he did on the Divine Comedy, and he went into Dante's life and all this other stuff. He was talking about how the human is the political animal, and that politics are unavoidable, and
He's wrong.
we are inherently I agree. We are inherently
I know you do.
political. We're inherently political. If we're not political, if we don't
If
have
we're inherently
ways,
political, then it's part of our nature. That's the nature that Jesus Christ
yes,
is trying
and
to transform us
Dante,
from.
so
Try to transform us from.
and Dante said that the political and the religious is inseparable, and that the church takes precedence over the politics. The church is the main authority, and that you have to have
Of
authority.
course, he's Catholic. He's gonna say that.
Well, I don't agree with everything Dante said, but I agree with that.
Hey, Josh, I don't know if you
pick
remember.
and choose these things, and then you don't even go with what.
You're talking about Dante from Dante's
I
Inferno?
don't have to agree with 100% of anything anybody says.
Yeah,
Are you
but
talking about Dante from Dante's Inferno?
That authority.
I'm talking about Dante Alighieri, the guy who wrote the Divine Comedy. Yes, the Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso.
Yeah, wasn't that guy like crazy? He literally has like a whole chapter in
He's a genius.
The nine layers where he like talks to Julius Caesar and like fucking a bunch of other famous people, and they're like, "Oh, you're so great, Dante. You're so amazing."
He was a little bit conceited. He was a little bit self-absorbed. Yes.
You're never going to hell like us.
You should read the Thomas Aquinas quote I put in your.
I know that's what I responded, and I said Dante would beg to differ.
I know, but I'm telling you, man. I mean, you're
no past that layer. That book's really good though. That's a terrible.
The idea of those two things being inherently Christian or inherently right for Christians is in flat defiance.
We have hierarchies are unavoidable. We have to have. There's always going to be a Pareto.
They are unavoidable. That's why we have no king but Christ.
Also, the only reason Julius Caesar was
Christ is king. That's still a king.
Because he thought he was cool.
Yeah, but Christ our King is our King in heaven, and his rule over us is not tainted by the earth, by this earthly realm that's still infected by sin.
But we're not supposed to fall to the ways of the earth, which is to let's just give up on this.
Which is going into politics. That's the whole point.
No, politics is a higher level of understanding. That's consciousness, and that's
no, it's not a higher form.
You're basically baser form is being like an animal and saying we don't need systems of government, and we don't need governance, and we don't need leaders.
I'm not saying we don't need government. I am saying that we do not need rulers who are fallible.
We do.
And we do not need to give them.
Well, no, we need the best.
Authority.
We need the best guys for each job to lead.
Okay, so who out there do you think is that person?
Right now?
Yeah.
Donald
Trump.
Trump.
Oh my God, did you say that we need somebody who's not fallible? Everybody's fallible. Dude. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, but you have the best guy for each job. For your tech stuff, you got Elon Musk. For your business and for your economics and for your government, you have Donald Trump. You know, for your military, you have I don't know whoever the best military guy is.
Capitalism.
What?
A lot of these politicians don't know anything about working rule jobs or anything about what's it called? Capitalism. They don't know anything about running business or capitalism or money or investing.
Right.
They have other people do that for them.
Yeah, a lot of them. But that doesn't mean we can't find somebody who is the best man for that job. There's gonna be a best man for every job.
Do you think Trump would be a great Christian king?
No.
But I asked
these are weird questions.
That's what you were advocating.
I don't know. He could be some guy we'd never heard of. It could be me.
Oh, so you're giving me all of these things, and that's the whole point. We don't have.
I'm the guy. No, I'm kidding. But
I know you think you're the guy.
No, I don't think I'm the guy.
Brother, but you're a fascist. I'm sorry.
I'm not a total fascist.
You're calling him a fascist?
I know you're a semi-fascist.
No, I'm okay with that.
You're
I'm a little bit.
A little bit. Just one gallery.
So
a little bit
Josh,
fascist.
do you remember me telling you that I had a conversation in the grocery store. The guy, he
Yes,
was an old
about
black
wearing a
man.
mask or
He
something.
No, he wanted to ask me words, how to speak
Every time you went
Spanish.
to the grocery store, you told me a story about somebody you harassed
Oh,
at the grocery
okay,
store.
okay. No, so he started to talk to me in Spanish and wanted to know more Spanish. He was an elderly man, frail looking and stuff.
And
And
you
then
told him learn
I
English or
left the
something?
grocery store first, and he followed me. We happened to park near the same area, and then he starts talking to me about just random stuff, and then we start talking politics, and he starts talking about like, like, oh, did you see what happened in the news, what Trump did? I said, no, what did Trump do, what happened? And he starts talking bad about Trump, and I start saying like, oh my gosh, poor Trump has been crucified, they're just like attacking him all the time. He goes, you like Trump? And I say, yeah, Trump is my daddy. And then he's the guy that threatened to run me over with his car. And then so he's the one that
You're a little
brought up
crazy,
the
huh?
conversation
Not
No, I'm
She's
not
either
crazy. I'm very
she's either
normal,
real
dude.
outgoing or she's pretty, one of the two, or maybe both.
I am just friendly. I talk to people. I try to make as many friends as possible. Anyways, so like if I try to start a conversation to see if somebody is for Kamala or for Trump, if they say Kamala,
I wish I was as
then I
outgoing.
play dumb.
I wish I was
You're
half
already
as
a
outgoing
pushback.
as you, because I
So
don't
is
know
your
how.
I
idea of
will play
pushback?
dumb.
So your idea of
Trying to tell
pushback
Mandrick.
is being like
Mandrick
Trump's
wants to
my
know what I
daddy.
do. Sorry, Mandrick wants to know what I do if somebody says Kamala. And so if somebody says Kamala,
Apparently you
then
think Trump's your daddy.
yeah, just to troll the old man, to like get him all riled up and make him shit his diaper.
He stands on values. Trump's my daddy.
Damn you.
But I did it in a very sweet and innocent way. He was the bad guy.
You were talking about giving people
But you're
pushback.
talking about
Saying Trump's
trolling
my
him,
daddy
though.
is not pushback. That is the opposite.
But you should have seen the old man's reaction, dude. He shit his diaper, I think.
Oh my god.
Josh, I want your opinion on this.
So I'm not done. I was gonna say that.
Okay,
So
go.
if somebody says Kamala, I'll just like say, oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure who to vote for. Like what things do you like that Kamala has done? Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that. Oh, okay. Or they don't know, and I'll say, oh, well, maybe you and I should both look up what she has done to improve things. And I don't think they're helping us, because ever since they got into office, everything's gotten worse. And people I know are becoming homeless, Like, how come our president and our vice president's letting this happen? I
This is why I
actually
don't
know
talk
people who are
politics to
actually
people on the
becoming.
street.
Yeah, I scare them. They're afraid of becoming homeless, because a lot of them are afraid of becoming homeless because they're on fixed incomes. And I tell them, do you know that if they keep increasing our taxes on our food and our gas, then they're not going to give you more Social Security to keep up with the rent. And then they're bringing in the illegals, and then the illegals, it's called what's it called? Supply and demand. So, I heard on the radio that they were saying there's not enough housing in our town. So it's because they're giving all the illegals the houses first. I play with their fucking head, but with
Damn,
the
I'm
truth.
trying to buy bread.
I scare them. They're scared of being homeless, you guys, and that's the truth.
So, Latina, you live in a retirement village.
You know what? My town used to be a retirement area,
Mm-hmm.
but they're bringing in like criminals from the Bay Area. They're sending them here. Like, it used to be really cheap to live here, and then now like a piece of crap house is like close to 300,000.
Well, you should sell your house then and move to West Virginia.
No, I don't want to sell nothing. I'm not going to sell anything.
Stop being terrified. Sell the house. Move away. Backpack through New Orleans like Josh did.
Yeah, I'll get you a
Make
fishing
something
pole.
of yourself.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with my chickens and my garden, my raised garden bed?
Take them with you like a shepherd would. Herd them.
You should do some some
Oh
IRL.
yeah, I should buy like a horse trailer and put like cages in there for my chickens.
In a van.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I
in a
already
van.
have a minivan, a great little Toyota.
Then you'd be able to drive to every Trump rally. It'd be super easy.
Well, hopefully he won't be rallying for long.
Yeah.
Or if he loses, we get 4 more years of Trump rallies. So
This has to be the longest. This has to be the longest 2 fucking weeks. I swear to God.
yes.
Nada, I think you're right. He was trying to date me, the pervy old dude.
Well, when you said that an old rich man was your daddy, he probably thought you meant sugar daddy, so he was like, okay.
With a poopy dapper.
He said it more than once. I'm gonna run you over. I was like, but I didn't do anything to you. Why would you do such a thing? He says, you better get out of the way. You better get out of the way. You know what I should have told that old man? I should have started cussing
She was
N-word
standing
bombs
in
at
front of his
him
car.
and telling him he's a dummy and everything, and that
That's called
he needs to
flirting.
forgive his mama and that he has mama spirit and that Jesse
Why does
Lee
the story?
Peterson would.
Why does the story even sound like you were standing in front of his car? Like,
It's
get out of
called
the way.
flirting.
No, I wasn't
Get out of
standing
the
in
way,
front
or
of
I'll
his
hit
car.
you.
I wasn't standing in front of his car. I was standing like in the vicinity of the rear bumper driver's side.
Here's the question. Here's the question, though. Did he put his cart away? Did he put his cart in the cart
He
return?
didn't have a cart. He didn't have a cart.
I bet you he probably didn't put his cart away.
used a fanny pack going in there.
No, he didn't have a fanny pack either.
Man, I can't tell you how many boomers I see that still wear the fanny packs. And it's like, oh my.
Well, they brought the fanny
You're
pack
not too
back.
far away, John.
I am not a boomer. I'm not even close to boomer. My parents are boomers.
Yeah.
I don't close to boomer. I don't think you can become the next generation if you get older. I don't.
No, that don't happen. No.
It's just the millennials will be the boomers soon.
Oh, God.
I'm not a millennial.
I don't know, the millennials they're done with the newer kids. They're done with the naming stuff.
That's good.
They just call the 25 ups boomers, and they leave it at that.
You know what? I did talk to this one really ghetto lady that she's white, but she acts like she thinks she's black. And I was like, hey, who are you? Are you gonna vote? Who are you gonna vote for? I don't know who to vote for. And she's like, I'm not voting for anybody because some lady, Jaguar Black. What's this lady's name?
What?
I don't know.
Jaguar?
She like came up to her like she was peddling crack. Hey.
Yeah. Who's this Jaguar lady?
He gonna vote
She's
for
talking
I've
like.
never heard.
Got some votes for you?
You guys know who Jaguar is?
How does this happen to you?
It's
Nobody
Mortal
ever.
Kombat 9.
I've never had a stranger come up to me and ask me who I'm going to vote for, and I've never went up to a stranger and asked them who they're going to vote for. It's never happened.
Well, I mean, I know the lady. So she was swimming at the. I was at the swimming pool and she was at the swimming pool, so I talked to her.
I know the lady. I was at the same place she was.
She has my phone number. I have her phone number. She's kind of an acquaintance.
Okay.
And anyways, do you guys know who I'm talking about? Yes or no? Jaguar lady. Jaguar.
No.
Black.
Never heard.
I have no idea.
Heard of such a
I'll have to
person.
Google what her name is. I'll be back.
Carol
I feel like that's
Baskin.
not her name.
Well,
Watch TikToks.
while she's gone,
Is
did
she
you
talking
guys?
about Carol Baskin?
I don't know. While I was filling out my ballot the other day on stream in Utah, and only on Utah ballots, we have a candidate for president named Lucifer. What was his name?
Oh, yeah, I thought you said Mucifer for some reason.
No,
And Rome
Lucifer.
said she also thought you said
Go for him
Mucifer.
and see if you get some gold.
What was his name? It was Lucifer Everyday. Lucifer. His name was Lucifer Just in Case Every Love.
What kind of name is that, Josh?
I don't know. He's on our ballot for president in Utah, only in Utah. And
That's crazy.
they did a news story on this guy and they had an interview with him, and he looks like a freaking weirdo, and I don't know how he got on the ballot, but I'm trying to figure it out because I'm trying to get on the ballot.
What
Well,
does he
just,
have a does he have a
just
party he's representing? Satan is
No,
us or
no,
something?
he had no party. He had no party. And
just do the black sacrament and to the Baphomet and
Hey,
get on the ballot.
JS, you should run for something. You have a very electable name. Very generic, electable name.
Joshua Smith.
Hey,
Yeah, but I got skeletons
her
and a
name.
record.
Her name
Well,
is
but how many?
Jaguar Wright.
Yeah,
You
but
guys
your
have never
last
heard of
name
this
is good
lady,
camouflage
Jaguar
in
Wright?
Utah.
She's ruining Beyonce and Jay-Z's reputation because she's talking like all this like crazy conspiracy stuff about them. Like she knows all their dirty stuff, their dirty laundry and stuff, you know? You should
Yeah,
watch
they diddlers. Are they
Jaguar
part of
Wright
the Diddy?
too.
You seen the videos of Jay Z
Yeah.
kissing Diddy?
No.
Jay Z and Diddy be like kissing each other publicly.
Yeah, that's not
Super
surprising.
fucking weird. If you just look up Jay Z kisses Diddy right now, you'll see
When-
like multiple different photos of him kissing Diddy.
When all your album art, and all your hand gestures are all like Illuminati symbols, it doesn't surprise me. Ho!
Hey, when I was looking for the Jaguar Wright videos, I got an advertisement for Eminem, my mom, and then he's trying to look like the sheriff. What's this gay shit about?
My
What?
mom loves Valium and lots of drugs. That's why I am like I am, 'cause I'm like her. Was it that song?
So he's making fun of himself that he's just like his mom got mama spirit.
Yeah. Probably.
So do you think somebody made him do that?
No, I just think
This
he's.
is not the right channel to be critical
Yeah,
of Eminem on. Just in
I
case
think Hero Brian
Yeah, just in case you
made him
didn't
do
know.
it.
Just in case you didn't know.
What do you mean? I'm just wondering, did somebody like force him to?
I've always
do
said
this?
Eminem needs to forgive his mom. He's got evil spirits in him
Yeah,
and stuff
but
like
is
that.
somebody blackmailing him?
And
to
I've always
pay
said
that
that I
stuff
think
out
Eminem's
now?
probably gay too.
So do you think he's
That
being
doesn't
blackmailed?
mean
Is what I'm asking.
he's the best rapper ever.
Do you think he's being blackmailed though?
Or that doesn't mean he's not the best rapper ever.
But do you think he's being blackmailed? Maybe.
Like Muhammad Ali used to tell people he was gonna grape them to death, and he was still the best boxer ever. Or not Muhammad Ali. I mean Mike Tyson.
That would be wild for Muhammad Ali to say.
Yeah, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson. I'm gonna eat your
How would you
babies.
know that you are an illiterate monkey? You have absolutely no class to you at all. I am going to rape you to death.
I'll eat your children.
No, Mike Tyson be like, I'm gonna eat your children. I'm gonna come behind you. I'm gonna grape you. I'm gonna rape you in the butt. Boy, I'm gonna.
His "I'm a warrior" speech is the craziest speech. It's the
I'll
one where he's
suck
like,
your
"I'm a
dick right off.
warrior."
My
The one where he's like, "I'm a
style is
warrior. I'll
impeccable.
rip your heart out. I'll eat your heart. I'm impenetrable. I'm impregnable. And even if I was pregnable, I'd fight my own children. I would kill my own children. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I kill people. I'm a gladiator. I fight in the ring."
My style is impeccable. My defense is impregnable.
Yeah, that
That's
part.
Yeah, he's
Dude, that
probably a
speech
little
is so
crazy and
good.
weird, but doesn't mean he wasn't the best boxer ever.
Yeah, I knew he was
No,
insane the second
I
he said,
didn't
"If
know
I
that
had
when
children, I would
watched
fight
him
them."
live eat Evander Holyfield's ear.
Yeah, he's maybe a little bit of a cannibal.
He was frustrated.
So maybe that's why he supports Trump, is because he's got an ear fetish or something.
Bro became like Zeus for a second. Like he was literally like, "If I have children, I'm going to fight them."
I'm a monster. I'm a monster in the ring. Yeah. Anyway, I don't
So have you
vouch.
guys heard
I don't
this
vouch
stuff
for
about
Eminem as like
Beyonce and
a
Jay-Z?
good Christian man or something.
I don't think he ever claimed to be a good Christian.
I know. I don't know what you guys don't get about it.
Have any of you guys heard anything weird about Jay-Z and Beyonce?
Yeah, all
Like that
kinds of things for
Beyonce,
decades.
yeah,
Tons.
like that she even sang about like the chick that Jay-Z was cheating on her with.
I don't know about all
They're
that.
in like a fake relationship. It's all like
Yeah,
if people
weird,
talk
huh?
about celebrity relationships. If there is a celebrity relationship, it's Jay
Do
Z
they
and
have
Beyonce.
kids?
It's been
Does
more
Beyonce
like
and him have
I've
kids?
heard more like Illuminati type stuff, and
Yeah. That's the stuff that I was telling you that one lady at the pool was talking about,
yeah, I
where
believe
she
it.
was talking the Illuminati stuff about Trump too, that he's part of the Illuminati.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Beyonce's just a wild freak from the word go.
They're both like billionaires. They're probably both just like insane and weird.
Yeah, they
That's
can buy anything they want, you know.
Is that
Really,
just
literally.
wishful thinking, though? Is that just wishful thinking? Are you crazy?
No. I seen her. It was in a interview, or she had just made a video or something, film, movie, something, and she was acting Christian, like talking about pastor this and this and that, and I was like, yeah, right, whatever. It was just the way she acts.
I think she was raised like
Christian, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Hey,
was.
but you know, but
But
are
I
you
think she's the
crazy?
freak. If she's like the preacher's daughter, kind of.
You know who's really crazy
yeah.
is I thought it was weird that TD Jakes would be partying with Diddy, and they're saying like all kinds of bad stuff about TD Jakes too.
I don't think that's weird.
I'm not familiar with TD Jake. Sorry.
He's a mega
don't know who
church.
that is.
He's a pastor of one of the mega churches.
Who?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, any church pastor
TD
that would be at any type of party with rappers
TD
is
Jakes,
probably a
he's the,
extremely immoral man.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like Cleflo Dollar. He's one of those prosperity gospel guys.
I'm not even religious, but if you are extremely religious and then you're partaking in stuff like that, you're definitely like extremely immoral.
Yep.
That means
I
that
agree.
you like know exactly how bad everything you're doing is, and you're doing it anyway because you can't stop.
That's exactly right.
But,
The choice is
didn't
out there. You
Jesus
made it, right?
But didn't Jesus hang out with the worst of the worst?
I think he had to do that to finish what he came here for.
He also didn't.
And he didn't partake in the worst of the worst.
Yeah, he wasn't.
No,
and he wasn't.
He wasn't
exploiting
hanging
them.
out. He wasn't hanging out with them like we're buddies. Let's go.
Smoking spliffs.
Yeah, he was just observing. He from probably a distance or something.
He just went to the people who needed the most help, and then he would tell them.
Yeah, you all ever seen Black Jesus, the show?
Yeah.
He would tell them, "Go and sin no more," and if they stopped sinning, then they could follow him. He wasn't like hanging out with gangsters.
Oh, he wasn't smoking weed and partying and dancing and chilling and vibing with them.
No.
Yeah, and he definitely wasn't hanging out
Jesus?
orange
Nah.
either.
This whole thing was supposed to be like second chances. That's why he was like supposed to be with people like that. Was because like that's why his like closest person was a fucking concubine, like a fucking prostitute before like
She wasn't a
meeting him.
prostitute. That was actually a Catholic. One of the Catholic leaders said that Mary was a prostitute, and then like 40 years later, he came out and said it was a misinterpretation or a mistranslation, and she wasn't actually a prostitute, but she was an adulterer.
One of the most controversial things he ever did was to go with the lepers and for him to heal, because it was like a caste system. They were considered less than human. So,
and that's kind of crazy because they weren't evil people. They just had a disease, and people.
Right, but the custom of the belief is that those people were marked.
Oh, like it was a curse.
Yeah.
Huh. That makes sense.
But that Creflo Dollar, that guy he's a motherfucker. Because you heard about that famous line he said, where he said, if the ushers aren't lining up and getting every person in every pew to put money in the plate, I'm gonna line you up and shoot you with a Uzi.
Yeah, I think I think on like the hierarchy of bad mega churches, I think I put the healers, the fake faith healers, worse than the
Yeah.
prosperity gospel guys, because there is, I think
Oh,
there
sure,
is,
I would agree.
there is a little bit of truth in prosperity gospel.
Yeah, it's just polluted.
Yeah, it's just it's seek first the kingdom of God and everything will be added to you. So but that doesn't have to mean money in a
Which
mansion.
means you don't need government necessarily. You
Oh
seek
God,
after
here
God
we
and He'll
go.
provide everything for you.
Here we go. No, but if you're doing the right thing and you're seeking righteousness and that's all you're concerned about is following God, then your life will get better. You will have blessings.
Yeah, I mean, if you also believe that a lot of
You're
the other
also
shit that
going
they
to
do
be
is
you're
fake,
also
it gets
going to be
worse,
hated,
right?
and you're going to have also strife. So you can't just look at it as being blessed for. Because again, remember what the Bible tells us that don't look to the wicked and say what are they doing because they're succeeding. He says,
Are you gonna go get a big
and
one?
don't imitate them, and don't because they're going to be in the end they're going to be like the grass cut up and thrown to the fire. So.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't want to look at outward of like, well, look at me, I'm driving a Maserati. That must mean I'm good with God.
Well, and the
Because
problem is when
his closest apostles all suffered persecution.
Well, it's cumulative too, right? Because like
Yeah.
super churches are the ones that like fake like miracles and shit. They get called out for doing
Right.
shit like that. Like
They do
super
fake
churches are
healing.
hella fucked.
They do fake
Like
healing.
that guy in Florida. Remember that guy in Florida? What was his name? That kicked the Holy Spirit kicked you with the Holy Spirit.
You talking about Kent Hope or
No.
Kenneth Copeland?
I mean, they're funny.
No, not Kenneth Copeland. That guy is a
I'll blow the winds of God. COVID-19, get out. That was Kenneth Copeland. But I don't know what you're talking about, but not Kenneth Copeland. Yeah, I did a stream about those guys, the fake faith healers. This one guy said that somebody got their toes cut off, and he said he regrew their toes. And somebody was like, "Well, can we just see a picture of the regrown toes?" And they couldn't produce any evidence. And then they said they saved somebody from cancer, and like 6 weeks later, that person died of cancer. And
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the chat. See you guys later.
see ya
later.
Whoa.
But prosperity gospel gets bad when they start saying the more
Todd
you
Bentley, that's his name.
Todd Bentley. I haven't Todd Bentley.
Yeah.
I've heard of
And,
what's the white guy? Something white, and he has dreadlocks.
Todd White.
Was it
Or
Todd?
I know about the dude who had jumbo jets. That's the only guy I know about who used to do like super church shit.
That's
And he was
Kenneth
like, God
Copeland.
told me in a dream
Kenneth Copeland and
I
Ed
deserved.
Jr.
Yeah,
Kenneth Copeland is a special.
They
type
said,
of
"Why don't
Yeah,
you?"
he was like, God told me in a dream that I deserved a better plane.
Yeah, and they said,
Yeah,
"Why don't
well,
you
and
fly
he also
privately?"
said that
He
in
said,
a
"I don't."
dream, God told him that if he was in Jesus's place, he could do what Jesus did. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
freaking flat out.
They said, "Why don't you fly on Why don't you fly on commercial planes instead of a private jet with all the money you've been given from the church?" And he's like, "God doesn't want me in a tin can with all those demons."
Oh yeah, when that lady confronts him, right?
Yeah. And he had demon eyes, like he was glaring at her, like freaky.
Josh, I'm going to give you my theory on why Jesus came here and see what you think about it. If you got a sec, it won't take but a sec.
Yeah, 'cause the way I feel about it, like even if God and demons aren't real, if you believe they are real and then you're also doing shit like that, then like you could
It's
probably
worse.
become possessed.
Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah, you
I'm
could
gonna-
probably become possessed
Hold
even
on.
if it's not real.
Hold on. Are You Crazy hasn't talked in a while. What? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I keep hearing Jesus. The reason he came here, it wasn't to die. It was to live every way you could possibly live, or any way man could live. We can't hear God without going deaf. We can't see God without going blind. That kind of thing. I think it was a necessity. God created Jesus or whatever to get a human to experience everything we experience the way we experience it. And he traveled, of course, and seen everything at that time that he could to associate feelings, pain, everything we go through. It's just a lot more than dying on the cross. if that makes sense. And that's the short version. But
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the
he came
whole
here to experience everything man does. So they could
from
lighten up a little
his
bit, I guess you could say.
to his childhood and his upbringing
Yep.
to his adolescence, his adulthood, it was all part yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The human experience, I guess you could say. Because God can't, I mean, he's perfect. They're all perfect, but I guess if you mix human in it, he could walk the earth and walk as we do. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
He could feel pain, you know. Of course, I guess he could have turned it off. I'm not sure.
And one thing I would add is that he had to be our example of a perfect man.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so that we could see that it can
Yeah,
be
because
done.
Jesus did not experience anything. If anything, Moses had more experiences than Jesus. Because
Jesus
Moses allowed
experienced all
himself to
sorts.
sin for a while.
Jesus experienced all
Well, no, I
sorts of
mean, like, Moses
things.
allowed himself to sin, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, Moses grew up
R-
with a
but
different culture.
but that's why Moses is not the role model. Jesus is the role model because Jesus
Yep.
was homeless, was poor,
Yeah, no, I'm not
was a
saying that that's not the point of
traveler.
Christianity. I'm saying that it's just he didn't experience everything. Like, sin is part of everything.
I get
You're right. He was supposed to be a role model. He was only supposed to
Well,
experience the things that you're supposed to do
right. He experienced the
and abstain from the
temptation.
things that you don't.
He experienced the
Yeah, and he told us how
temptation
to
to
act.
sin, but he resisted it.
Yep.
And so he
Which had
shows
a reason.
he shows us that example, whereas Moses uh shows us all the Old Testament characters show us good,
Well, he's a
strong
character of
men.
retribution.
They're more like relatable, like Moses and David and Solomon and Samson, all the Old Testament guys. Those are guys that they were great men, but they
Yeah,
fell
they're
to
more human.
something.
Yeah.
They fell to this weakness or that weakness. Usually it was women. With almost all of them, a consistent theme
Right.
is that with Adam, David, Solomon, Samson, it's always the man falls to the woman, and and Jesus
Which is a
net
valuable lesson.
it is.
Yes.
Yeah, because Moses is supposed to be like he was doing the right thing, but then he gave into anger and killed a man while trying to protect a man from being killed.
Yeah,
And then
Moses.
also there's like
Moses, it was
there's also a
anger.
story of him like overusing the staff too, of him trying to force God's will.
Right. Moses was anger, and then Adam and David and Solomon and Samson were women, and um, yeah,
And Jesus performed miracles too. No man can do that. Literally, no human can do that.
with like
Without like an object.
I'm sorry.
Lot is like a distrust for
Without
God
like
or
an object.
not trusting God completely. So you see all these men who, they're good men, but they fall to something. They have a weakness, and it shows. And then Jesus comes along and he breaks that mold that we all have to fall to this, and he shows he's our
Well, before
example.
Jesus, there was only like religious items that could enact like God's miracles. So like kind of like Moses' staff. It's able to enact the power of God.
Or Samson's hair.
But yeah, it's the closest thing a human can get to obtaining that power, but Jesus just had it. That's the idea behind it. Because he's part of God.
Right.
They're all like
And he did that not to show off, not to do
Yeah.
anything, not to show off what we would call it. He did that to prove, I guess, hey, this is it. It can happen. I am who I say I am.
A crazy
I mean,
thing I've thought about is Solomon asked for wisdom, and he was supposed to be the wisest man, but he still fell to women. He had 600 wives and concubines or whatever, and he started building altars to their gods. He was simping. He was simping
big time.
simping for these women to get more women, and because of that, his kingdom fell, and then Israel was punished for a long time afterwards. And so it's like, even with the greatest wisdom on earth, you are still susceptible to these flaws. So I always thought that was interesting.
Makes sense.
Josh, in the welcome channel,
I posted a video of that Todd Bentley guy. If you wanted to check that out, it's something. It's something.
Todd Bentley. Have I seen this guy before? Kicking
You
people
might
in the
have.
face.
It's old. He kicked people in the head with the Holy Spirit, and just the way he like hoops and hollers and I mean it's like insane. And he kicks like an old lady on one of them, like a grandma.
How do
I'm gonna hit you with the Holy Spirit, and you're gonna like it, or something like that.
Copy link? If I click on it, it's going to open it in Safari or whatever. Not Safari, but
So, I was talking to people, and I had a crowd surrounding
What's
me,
happening?
listening to me when I was at that Halloween party. And I was telling them, you know what the secret weapon to every war has been? A woman.
yeah.
You know, when Adam and Eve were in the
Garden.
when Adam and Eve were at the tree of the fruit of what was it called again?
Knowledge of good and evil.
Knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, I said, how do we know that Eve wasn't the snake? And she lied that there was a snake.
That's a whole thing. Where's Matthew at?
Yeah, well now we're getting into hidden knowledge and apocrypha and stuff, and well, that's different. That's the demiurge. That's the idea that God was actually the serpent, and Satan was actually.
They were all like, ooh, ah. They're like, are you serious? You think that maybe a woman was the snake and she tricked Adam and lied to him? I was like, yeah, what if that's what really happened, you know?
I mean, it kind of
If you
is like that.
I was like, you know,
Yeah.
even Samson couldn't resist Delilah.
That's why the beginning of the Bible is
was
supposed
like,
to be.
oh, Samson, you're so strong, you're so sexy and cool. Just tell me what your secret is. And then she chops his hair off, you know?
Well, Samson was
Jesus
dumb
is
as
a
a
weapon.
box of rocks. How are you gonna fall for this same trick 3 times in a row? Like,
If he was so dumb, why would God bless him so greatly?
because he was strong.
Maybe she was just so sneaky like a snake.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, she was
Have
sly and
you
cunning.
met women?
That yeah. Do
Yeah,
you
that's
know
what
any
the story's
women?
supposed to be. She literally she gets him like locked up. That
The
is the story.
snake is
Is that
the
changed? It's
devil.
still that way
The
today.
snake is the representation of the devil.
It's not even
Okay?
that he was dumb. He was simping too. The Bible has a lot of simps in it. There's a lot of simpery in the Bible.
So,
I mean,
but
the
if,
So that's
world
like
has
a
but
a
if
lot
bad
of
the
understanding of
snake,
Adam and Eve. Like Adam and Eve were supposed to be animals before eating the apple. That's why they conversate with animals before eating the apple.
I don't know
They
about
don't. They
that.
don't have.
the
I mean, that's what
devil
they
is
talk
supposed
about
to
in the
be the
Bible. Is
snake.
that
No, they don't.
is that Adam and Eve before consuming the apple are on the same level as
And
any other
No,
animal
Adam
in
had
the garden.
dominion. Adam had
the
dominion and
women
named all the
being
animals.
He
evil.
names the damn animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're created after God's design, but they still were on animal level. Like the sentience is given
No,
to you through the apple.
I don't know.
That's why they eat the apple and they become self-aware and afraid of their
We don't
nudity.
know it was an apple.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you think the apple represents?
I don't know. You tell us what the apple
It represents judgment.
It's knowledge. Like animals live one with nature. They don't have to deal with knowledge.
This is
Once
an
you
interesting
consume the
theory,
apple, you
but
consume knowledge.
it's not biblical. Like Adam,
Knowledge allows you to
God
like gain
set
temptation.
God set Adam above the animals. He named them and he said use
Who
them.
wrote the Bible? What was it in Aramaic?
Who wrote the Bible?
Did Jesus's people translate it for us?
I don't know who
Bunch
you're
of
asking.
people.
I don't know who you're asking, but there's
Yeah,
like 40 there's like 44 authors over 2,000 years from 4 different continents.
And there you go.
Yeah, because I mean, like, the only time
when they translated it to the New King James version
So
into English.
I'm pretty sure, like, the
that's when they
interpretation I just
translated
gave you is like Jordan Peterson's interpretation of Adam and Eve.
Well,
Yeah,
he's not a Christian.
no.
He's not an Orthodox Christian.
And also that's not even Jordan Peterson says that the the serpent oh man, I forget how he said it. I've watched this, and you're talking about the interview with Alex O'Connor.
He's
He
trying to
recently
put
did another one with Dawkins and O'Connor.
He's trying to put Jungian themes into the Bible, and
Yeah.
what the Bible is teaching and what Jung supposes are contrary to
And
each
even
other.
Alex calls him out on that. Alex is like, would anyone else read this and get this from this? And he's like, well, no, but you have to understand that when you're fighting your dragon, sometimes it's just good to cry. You have to cry sometimes.
And if
Hey,
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying
Have
all
you
of his
guys-
interpretations are correct. I think his interpretation of Adam and Eve is pretty good, though.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you
that's
can
not what
think
he said.
that, but that's not what you said. You said the Bible says.
That's not what he said either. He said that it represents a mother, a family. What did he say? I can't remember. I reviewed that on the channel, and he said the snake is like the snake is like an infant, and I don't remember. I can't remember right now. But
I mean, if they're running
Alien, were you
around
gonna
like
ask me
naked,
something?
they're literally running around like naked with animals and shit, and then they eat the apples and become self-aware of their nudity.
They
Like-
became self-aware. They began to
They began to
see things from a
judge.
different lens.
They were aware. They just didn't think about sex or whatever.
Alien,
That's
were
what I'm
you
saying.
gonna ask me
I think
something?
the apple is supposed to like view sentience, and sentience is supposed to be bad because thinking allows you to give in to the temptation of Satan. When a lion eats a gazelle, it's not evil because it's doing what's natural. But if you were to hunt down and eat a gazelle, like well,
But
I mean,
that's
like
not.
by
That's actually
then
not natural. The lion wouldn't eat the gazelle if sin hadn't come into the world.
Exactly.
So there was no
well, I mean,
death.
yeah, they all lived.
There was no
They all
death.
lived in harmony, but I mean, sin came in after Adam and Eve. That was like their sons.
No.
It
They-
came
Eating the
from.
apple isn't a sin. Like
The
eating the apple
fall-
wasn't a sin. It was a rule,
Yes,
but it's not a sin.
Breaking God's
No,
rule
that
would be
was
sin.
the rule.
That was the
Yeah,
only
that
rule.
was the rule.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not a sin though. Sin didn't even exist at that point. This is like pre-sin.
Mm-mm. That was the one law, and they broke it.
I'm sorry, my friend, but your hermeneutics.
Well, how can
is
sin
off.
exist before there's sinners? Like if Adam and Eve haven't even eaten the apple yet, how are there sinners?
If sin is breaking
How
God's
could the
law,
concept of sin exist?
if sin is breaking God's laws, God sets one law and you break it, then you've sinned. You sinned. That's the sin. So that was the
Hey, Alien, you can ask me questions in the chat.
and actually that wasn't the creation
Is
of
it
sin.
referred to like that at that point though?
That wasn't the first sin. The first sin was Lucifer's pride.
But that's the sin of man.
Right, that was man's first sin. Yeah.
Which began the fall.
Was man's
so.
first sin eating the apple? Because I feel like the apple's like getting tempted. The first sin definitely is like Cain killing Abel, right?
No.
No, that was the first murder. So that was the first of a specific, very bad sin that every culture and every people throughout all of history sees is a bad thing.
Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, you have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you. You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In pain, that's the fall, you shall eat it all of your days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field by the sweat of your face, and you shall eat bread till you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken, for you are dust, and for dust you shall return.
Mm-hmm. So pre that there was no death, there was no judgment for right and wrong because there was no right and wrong. Everything was just
like
right.
space and time doesn't even really exist at that point. Like it's like a exterior from actual existence. That's why everything exists in harmony. Like the breaking of the Eden is the starting of the real existence, right? Isn't that that's how
Okay.
I would
Yeah,
like I said, I went to Bible school. That's basically my experience with the Bible. But
I'm fine with that, but from that reasoning, what you're saying kind of makes sense in that there were no animals. there were. It was
Yeah, everything was just God's creation. It existed in harmony.
Right.
They broke the harmony, but more it's like the snake broke the harmony by being able to slither into the garden.
but Adam was no, I still can't agree with that because Adam was still given dominion over the animals before the fall.
Yeah.
So there was still a separation from. There was levels. There's a hierarchy. There's.
Well, yeah, we are made in His image. We are supposed to be like the greatest animal.
I mean, we were lesser than angels.
Well,
But
that's the whole debate, right? Is that God argued that we were more than angels, and then Satan argued that we were lesser than angels. And then because God's unfathomable, that's why Satan gets kicked out of heaven, right?
yeah, I've thought about this before and I've looked into
Well,
this. But because when Jesus
out
was
of
made
the
man, it says he was made lesser than the angels, which implies that man
Out of-
is lesser than the angels. But yeah, that's actually a tough one.
God put favor of humans over angels, which is why they were jealous and they rebelled and fell.
Yeah, we are lesser
Right.
beings in the level of perfection. Like they are closer to godly perfection than we are.
Right, but he likes us more than the angels.
Yes.
I guess.
Well, they're just extensions of him. It's almost like
They're like they're just like the
he can
servant.
respect when we worship him. He almost can't respect when they worship him because it's binary. They have to worship him. They don't have an option.
Right.
But also, Satan doesn't really make that much sense in that. I guess he was able to disagree though. It wasn't like a whole Substack. There's like a whole holy war that happened right before even the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, there's like a whole one
This is
third
why
of the angels that like.
This is why I've thought about and I've wondered about this. I think angels must have had free will, but I don't think humans do.
Yeah, like some decree, right? Especially considering like 1/3 of them, I think, right, is supposed to be of what sided against God and the Holy
Right,
War.
fallen,
Well,
the
then
fallen angels.
now you're going to get into a problem there, Josh. If you say humans, did not have free will before the fall, because then you are saying that then God preordained that they should eat of the fruit.
But wait,
Right.
maybe angels
Yeah.
don't have free will. Maybe they can just argue. Maybe angels can just
You would say
argue
then
because God was able to just send them to hell.
I would say that it was part of God's plan that we ate the fruit. God knew we were going to eat the fruit. That's why he put the snake in the garden and put the tree in the garden. Because why would God put the snake
right?
So almost like God gave the angels
God calling about Epic. It won't let me log in. It won't even give me an option to log in.
What's your number?
U4005.
Hey, don't look. You should mute yourself because they're saying codes,
Real quick.
codes and stuff.
Can you mute him? Can you mute him?
523.
Who is it?
Mute him, Josh.
It's
Mute him.
alien. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? I'm gonna mute you for a second because somebody's saying passwords and stuff. Hold on, I
You want to
Do it.
I'm sorry?
I can't find it.
Stop.
Okay.
Let me take a look and let's see what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, we'll mute him for a
All
second.
right, there we go. There we go.
But
he's working, right?
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, he is working, and it's funny because he sounds like he works with the same, or he does,
tech
support for Epic, which is a system that my wife uses for her work too.
Yeah, and
it's
they're
used for hospitals.
Sounds like she's
I
saying
don't know if
passwords
he's
and
leaking
stuff.
anything actually of value, but it's just better off to make sure that he doesn't.
Right, because you don't want to. I mean, you could lose jobs, you could get sued, you could get in trouble. I mean, especially when if it's anything to do with access to certain things. With
Health,
Epic.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there could be NDAs and shit.
Oh yeah, I mean all the things that my wife has to do because my wife does scheduling for the hospital and yeah.
So this is weird to say.
But then you're saying that he intended man to sin and to fall into sin and then to therefore die.
Okay, hold
And
on.
that is logically inconsistent with.
Let me work this out. Because this is tough. This is tough because what I want to say is God learned his lesson, but if God is all knowing,
Right. There's no lesson to learn.
He's not
right?
in the first in the Old Testament. I feel like he's less unknowing.
Your absolutism in this idea of free will is the issue.
Okay, but
like I feel like in the New Testament he's a lot more all knowing than he is in the Old Testament.
Yeah, and
well,
this
Jesus taking on human form, there are things he does not know. He says, "I do not know."
Right. So that's why there's logical inconsistencies in an all-knowing God.
Well, no, not in knowing God, in the God made flesh, because you got to still remember that Jesus, if you accept Orthodox teaching on this little Orthodox.
Yeah, because you could always argue too, the people that wrote the Bible just didn't know how to properly describe an all-knowing being.
But okay,
like you could always argue it was just like a translation issue. It's a pretty deep concept. There's just a chance it took a long time for people to understand what all-knowing really entails.
So let me weave a likely story that in my head ties a bunch of things together. God makes angels with free will. Lucifer, out of pride, wants to be like God and rises up against God. You have the war in heaven. God casts out a third of the angels down to earth. Then God makes man and says, you know what? I'm not going to give them free will. This is going to play out the way that I wrote it. And I'm going to watch it play out like a movie. I'm like a script writer of a movie. And God intentionally puts a tree in the garden and a snake in the garden, which is the serpent, or which is Lucifer in an animal form, in the garden to trick these people into eating of this fruit, which I know is going to happen because I'm all knowing. And
it's irresistible.
And it's irresistible. And we're going to watch how it plays out. And then I'm going to send my son. And from that point on, whoever follows him is going to make it. Like, that seems like a likely story to me, but
I feel like there's almost a better interpretation to exist
that, Josh,
somewhere.
Is to say that God gave man free will, and to test that free will, to know that he wasn't just making automatons and robots that were just blindly follow everything he said, but to actually know and follow his command. Because if he gave them no free will, there's no reason to give them a commandment. And so therefore, if he gave him free will and he acknowledged there was a risk by giving him that free will, but he still loved them, because giving people freedom is love. God says, "And the truth shall set you free." So God desires us to have freedom, and the intent of us is for us to freely choose God, to freely choose believe in God. And so therefore, when we don't do that, when we get the first opportunity and we reject God, then what happens to that free will? Well, that free will then becomes injured, as Luther says, and that free will now does not exist entirely the way it should be, which means
this is something I should
go ahead, keep going. Of totally pleasing God in the full.
Oh, sorry. Are you crazy?
You might want to unmute him.
I muted you because there was background. They were saying passwords or codes and stuff, and I didn't want it to be on the. I don't know if it was personal stuff. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was at work. I tried to pull the cord on it and I didn't make it in time. I'm working. I'm on the clock. I'm sorry.
You're
fine.
We pulled the cord on the other
Epic,
end.
and I'm like, I wonder if he works on the Epic system that hospitals use. You know?
I do.
Okay.
My wife uses Epic all the time, and it's always crashing on her.
But
yeah, it's crazy. This time of day, it gets a little wild. But yeah, I'm sorry about that.
But John, I got two things. So, do you think angels had free will?
Do I think angels gave God? Yes, I think God created all things that he created. He wanted to create with that, especially the higher sentient beings with the ability of free will. And really the only, I think, noticeable
God
difference
have the
between
ability to
God
kill
and
angels?
is that angels do not have bodies, physical bodies. So
I'm sure God
Yeah,
could.
can God kill angels?
I would say yeah.
Why would he send them
no,
all to hell
I
if he
don't think
couldn't
I
kill
don't
them?
think killing angels in that sense of what you're saying. I do know that any angel that followed Lucifer in his rebellion are going, along with anybody on earth who rejects Jesus Christ as their savior, is going to be thrown.
Yeah, because I feel like the idea of it is like a God. The whole idea is that he's all powerful, but maybe he's not as all powerful because Satan's always working against him. So like even if he makes a Garden of Eve out of nothing but harmony, no matter what, the apple has to exist because Satan exists and he can't get rid of
power, but just
Satan.
because Satan has power does not mean that God is not all powerful. And again,
That's a good
with
argument against the death penalty, actually.
and with free will, if
That's
you
a
have a certain amount of ability to resist God, like we do now in the fallen state, that doesn't mean that God's will is not absolute because men choose to go against the will of God, right? That we have to be careful of that kind of
okay.
logical fallacy.
Okay, John, but here's something I should have said to you in that debate, because my whole thing in that free will debate was I wanted you to concede that we don't always have free will. And then
And I have no problem doing that.
right, but once you concede that, then it's not free will. So here's the thing: if you say hold on, let me make the point.
All right.
If you say we have injured will, if I have a broken arm, if I have an injured arm, I have a broken arm, I don't have free motion in my arm. I can only move it so much based off of what the injury will allow, which is not free. So
yeah.
injured will is not free will.
So, but the way you were arguing free will, it is absolute no free will at all. That was what I was debating.
Right.
And I was saying
I was saying we don't have free will. We have will.
as a critique to your point that yes, the will is injured, but it does not mean it's not. There's not still an aspect of it that still doesn't have freedom.
It's not.
It
It's
just
not
does-
free.
it
It's
do-
injured.
It doesn't freely choose God without the divine inspiration of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit.
And also, what you said is the truth will set you free. If you don't have the truth or you don't know the truth yet,
which is the divine inspiration of God.
right? But so if you're not, if you're not saved, then you don't have
Which
free
is
will.
what-
But then
which
once
is
you're
why-
saved, then you have free will.
Well, what it means is that it's not that the old Adam or old flesh in our flesh that we have free will. It's that we then, as Paul says, become a new creation in Christ. And that new creation in Christ, through the power of the grace of God, gives us the ability, through faith, to choose God, to believe in God, and to follow God freely. Because it is
But
out
how
of that
can I
love
choose
that
that?
inspires that.
How can I choose that if I'm not free yet? The truth hasn't set me free yet. I don't know the truth yet. I'm believing a lie.
Because you're forgetting the fact that there's a
How can I choose
transformational
to
reality
believe?
there.
How can I choose to believe something that I believe is false? So if I'm an atheist,
That's right. There is the issue. That's because, and this is why the Reformation makes this distinction that you cannot have, you do not on your own, in your injured self, in your sinful nature, choose God. He has to come to you. The Bible says, Jesus himself says, you didn't choose me, I chose you.
yeah, that doesn't
So
sound
he
like
still
free
had
will
to-
to me. That sounds like
No,
God's
no,
will.
no. It sounds like what Luther describes as the injured will, because what it means is we were not able to freely choose him, and in that
But Luther didn't
regards,
believe in free will.
he believed in the injured
Right,
with
which
the
is
injured
not
will.
free will.
But the way you're
And that's
arguing
why
free
I won
will,
that debate.
and the way you're arguing free will in this absolutist way, in which you're trying, and the way you're structuring it is not entirely.
Yeah, I think there's
in context with this.
I get what John's saying like 100% because that's basically what my issue with the way that you would present your no free will argument is. It was an absolute
okay. But the word
preordained, predestined.
the word free implies absolution. So if it's only sometimes, or it's only for some people, or it's only in some circumstances, then it's not free.
Then
it's limited.
It's without outside forces. You don't have any repercussion because you have free will from outside forces, so it has to be free, right? Gotta be.
People without free will are just supposed to be people that exist in destitution, right?
So you're making, Josh, you're making a distinction there, though, that is not, because you're like, well, if
No, you're making all these qualifiers to free. You're saying we have free will, but there's all these qualifiers. You don't have free will when you're asleep. You don't have free will when you're in coma. You don't have free will if you're not saved. You don't have free will because it's injured will. You don't have free will because of this. So what's free about it?
So then, by your logic, every choice we make is not by our own design. We don't have any agency in doing anything with that choice, right?
What?
No. I said in the debate, I said,
or you're saying that every time we pick our nose, or every time
I said will is the agency by which we inform our choices. So we have an agency. So and our agency is informed by countless variables, infinite variables, and the biggest variable is God, good or evil, God or Satan. That influences our choices. So it's not free. It's the master we follow is the main thing. Now it could be something like if a rock is rolling down a hill and I decide to jump out of the way, I wouldn't have jumped out of the way unless I saw that the rock was about to kill me, and I would subconsciously say, if you want to live, jump out of the way. I was influenced by the rock rolling down the hill to jump out of the way. It wasn't my free will.
But you don't. You still can make a choice to whether or not you get hit by that fucking rock.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's free will.
I don't think people know. All the time we make subconscious decisions on an instant without thinking about it.
Okay,
we don't make a choice.
So do you think
it's just survive? That's just survival. That's just survival.
So now we're going to go to survival. Yeah, if you're going to go to survival, now you're going to have to say that we then have to eat, and because of that we have no choice but to eat, and so therefore when we eat we are not doing it out of free will, but we can freely choose to fast and go without food. And people do that. They choose to go without.
Do you think that you don't think there's any influence on that decision? Any outside influence on that decision to fast until you die, to kill yourself?
That decision most likely has to come from within yourself. Now, what the inspiration and influence for making that choice is where the distinction is to be made.
So is it a chemical reaction in your brain that's telling you to fast, or is it a spiritual cause that's telling you to fast? Or
I just said there's a lot of different things. People can fast.
Right, that's my point.
Okay. My point, though, is
that's my point, is that there's a million variables that led to this point.
Your point is that survival.
No, that's just on that one example. But for your example of fasting until you die, you didn't freely just choose to fast until you died. There was countless variables that led up to that moment for why you decided, why you
inspire you to make that choice.
You will yourself.
The choice is any less free.
You will yourself to fast until you die, but what willed your will? Why? What caused you to will yourself to do that?
Right, and that is.
Well, Josh, what does it mean to make a free choice?
A free
Well, you know what? We have a spirit before we're born, right?
A what?
We have a spirit before we're born, right? Supposedly people say that we
well,
chose to come to Earth and we chose our parents.
Yeah, that's what the Mormons say too, and I've thought about this before. I don't know if God knew us before we were born. Do we have a spirit?
That's not in the Bible.
It says God knew us before we were in while we were in our mother's womb. He knew every hair on our head.
Perfectly and something made and yada yada.
But do we have a spirit?
Beautifully, perfectly made.
I don't
Some
know
shit
about
like
this
that.
one. I've thought about this before because this is what the Mormons believe: is that we were spirit beings before we were born. I don't know about that.
Hey, so also something that came up at the party was the guy said one of the guys said that Jesus wanted us that we're supposed to love everybody, right? And I said, yeah, but we don't have to like everybody. And then he was like, no, what we're supposed to love everybody. You know, we have these borders.
But
People
what
don't
is
like
love
that
though?
some of them are coming into our country, and but we're
Love and
supposed
like
to
is two different
love
subjects.
that you have to in order to be a Christian, you have to love everybody. And I was like,
Yeah.
it's okay, we can love, but I don't have to like everybody. And he was saying that
I,
you're
I
either a
can love you while
Christian or
you
you're
don't
an
come into my
American.
country.
Can you be a Christian and be an American? I said, if I have to choose between being an American and a Christian, I think I'm going to have to choose to be an American.
I'm both.
Well, I'm not surprised by that answer, but I would definitely choose being
Women
a
are
Christian
stupid
over
and I
being an
don't
American.
respect them. That's right. I just have sex with them.
Well, I mean, you know,
You
we're
would
pretty much in the flesh.
you would choose being an American over being a Christian?
Dude, you think I want like do you think I want like like I don't like that like our governor is like imposing. I don't like being imposed upon by these like stupid politicians. It's so annoying.
That seems
It's
un-American
like,
of you.
Mhm.
you know.
You know who will help stop that? The
No,
Christians.
I hate Gavin Newsom. He's a dumb turd.
How
Well,
are you being imposed?
your
You're at
state
the grocery store harassing the passerbys. Seems like you're getting through in life fine.
Oh, you think I'm just walking around harassing the passerbys? These people want to talk to me and
your
have
state elected
conversations.
him.
They love talking to me. Even that old man was trying to like pimp.
Would you
Like
choose being a
was like trying to.
Californian
He
over
was
being a
trying to
Christian?
act like a pimpy. Well, I think that God would understand that. Yeah, just because I'm on Earth doesn't mean I
Yeah?
have to let my politicians step on me.
I don't know. I'm lost.
That's right, because we have no king but Christ.
You know,
we
and like
need
God would understand that. You
despot.
know, we're on Earth for a reason. We're here to learn, and I'm sure He would understand me wanting to go to a school board meeting and be like, you know, hey, I don't think you guys should be teaching children that stuff. That's like grooming, and
I think if I was born in
weird
Ethiopia, I
stuff.
would still be a Christian. I don't and
Better chance of being a Christian if you're born in Africa now than if you were born in America.
yeah,
especially Ethiopia, man. That's a high chance you would be.
well,
I'm
they're
not
trying to wipe
surprised
all
at
the
all.
Christians out in Africa. They're trying to get rid of Christianity in Africa, but it's growing, but they don't like it.
I don't think they can.
I don't think they can wipe us out from anywhere ever.
And you know what else,
Nope.
Mr. Tri-Tip? If I was harassing
Tri-Tip?
people, I would probably have gotten arrested or gotten warnings. And that has never happened. People give me their phone numbers. Women give me their phone numbers.
What do you have a
Pass
shirt
them
that says "Talk
along.
to me"?
No, I smile and I talk to people and people like talking to me. I don't know.
Okay.
What happened? Good.
Yeah, if I had the
Bad
choice
question.
between you can stay in America and be an American and all of Christianity gets ended and erased from your memory and wiped out from earth. Not like everybody gets murdered, but everybody just forgets about Christianity instantly, but you get to stay in America and be an American, or you get to be a Christian but everybody forgets America ever existed. There was never an America in everybody's mind, and where you live is now part of South America or Europe or something like that.
Oh, I choose Christian.
Why would
I would choose Christian.
Why would it just be part of South America?
I know. Well,
Just be Christian.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I changed it.
Mexico?
That's why I changed it to Europe. But yeah, Yeah, I would
Yeah.
definitely
Champion Christian, yeah.
I would definitely keep Christianity around before I would keep America around.
Yeah. How old is
So
America?
since,
Not very old compared to some of the others. I mean,
since that's a false whatever, I get to be both. Luckily.
Yeah, but that's also dodging the
Yeah, this sounds
hypothetical.
like whenever kids are talking about like who do you think's gonna win, Naruto or Goku?
Goku in a set. What are you talking about? He'll wipe out Naruto's whole universe.
Dr.
All right, but
Manhattan.
dude, people act like
obviously.
you can't get stuck in a shotting gun for like 10,000 years.
I don't know what that is because I don't watch Naruto.
Warning, weeb alert.
It's those eyes, the red eyes that they have. That's what they do. All I remember is that
Bro.
they get you stuck in shit.
Goku can break time. He can break through
Dr.
interdimensional.
Manhattan is basically God.
Super's not canon anymore. You know it's true.
Super's canon. Super is canon. Yeah. Goku's universe level. He could wipe out a universe with a punch.
Dr. Manhattan already knows what is eternal and already knows what happened. He's basically God. So he would know that Goku was going to do that.
Isn't
And
Goku like 4 foot tall?
No, Goku's Vegeta's short. Goku's average height.
You know, Goku's kind of like Jesus.
Oh my.
Goku is an alpha male. He is based.
Have you seen that movie, the Cooler movie, where the bird gets killed and he revives it back to life? And the Changeling songs plays? That's pretty Jesus-esque.
Yeah, in the Quran, Allah brings back a whole flock of birds and a deer.
Were they a flock of seagulls?
I don't know what they were, but
Holly.
If Rome's here, she'll get that joke.
The movies, I swear they really did think, like, whoever worked on them. Like, because all those movies, he's just like saving animals constantly and shit.
Yeah.
It's like, when the fuck does he do this in the show? Like, what?
He does in the show. He saves dinosaurs.
He rides them and takes them back in time to build pyramids.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
He's
dinosaurs.
pretty
built the
brutal in the original, man. He's brutal in the original. He straight sees dogs and then sees them as meat slabs.
No.
There's multiple scenes where he just like eats straight up like fucking feral dogs.
Then he's definitely not like Jesus. Cause
I'm gonna mute this. How can I mute this?
Those were like wolves that were trying to eat him.
Little kid Goku's based because he still kills people and then he stops killing people.
When did
As long as he don't kill dogs, he's good.
Well, I guess yeah, he did like blow up all of the Red Ribbon Army's base. And those were just
If you kill a dog, you're definitely most likely a psychopathic killer.
Yep.
well, that depends though.
What if you're in Asia? What if you were born and grew up in Asia where they eat them and it's normal?
But I was.
Yeah, he lives out in the woods. He lives out in the woods.
Not normal.
The dog's got what they
This
got.
goes back to what our friend Nada says.
I don't
They're
think
not
eating
normal.
No,
dogs
no.
and cats
It's
is
not
inherently
normal.
immoral.
It's
Not
not
normal in Egypt?
Based. That's based.
Josh, research it. It's not normal.
Why?
Anywhere.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Why?
not normal.
No.
Yeah.
It's just not normal. People do eat dogs and cats, but even there, it's taboo.
It's taboo
it's
in
only
some
done-
cultures. That's a cultural thing.
It's all cultures.
That's not a moral issue. That's a cultural taboo.
It's only
In all
taboo to me
cultures.
if you're doing
I think
it for fun. If you have to eat a dog to survive, then you have to eat a dog to survive. I
Wait.
don't know what. like,
Yeah. What do you?
What'd you say?
A dog to eat.
What'd you say?
I'm saying if you gotta eat a
John?
dog to survive, you gotta eat a dog to survive.
Like I think even
Wait,
if you're
John,
even if you're starving to death,
what
I
is-
think eating a person is immoral.
Yeah.
But
what did John say though?
but even if you're not starving to death, and you go to Asia and they eat dog.
What if they're already dead? What if the person's dead? Do you think it's immoral?
Josh, in Asia, in the countries that you think of that they eat dogs, it's not normal there. It's abnormal.
Okay. All right. Well, then it's still culturally taboo. But I'm saying if I was born in the jungle and I ate a wolf that was trying to eat me.
In China, they still have dog festivals
Okay,
too.
that's a
Right.
distinction.
And it's a weird taboo.
But that's what I'm saying
festival.
is that
But,
this
but
idea that we don't eat
would you eat
dogs
a
and
dog,
cats
Josh?
is just a
Would you eat a
cultural.
dog? Would you eat a dog?
If it was, I mean,
if you ran out of food, would you put Echo on the barbecue?
if the grid went down, I've always said Echo is my walking meal in the zombie apocalypse. Once he can't keep up anymore,
Okay,
I will eat his ass.
You're an authoritarian. Now we know you're a psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not about psychopathy. Morals are really weird. Like, it's easier. So if people had to eat another person, they'd rather eat people they consider enemies than their friends.
I think it's weird that you
Like-
guys like humanize dogs.
How's that weird?
Everyone does, though.
Are You Crazy has a picture of him holding a dog
I
as his
know.
profile picture. He's like, how's that weird?
Well, I mean,
Hey, don't forget, you guys. Don't forget, you guys, that lots of people left their countries to come to the United States of America so that they could practice their Christianity or any religion that they wanted to.
oh, she's still on.
Okay.
She's mad about this.
Josh,
She
Josh,
just
I actually
came
think
in
this is an
to,
interesting.
it just came in to say that and left.
Josh, this is an interesting question though. You talked about how you think eating people is immoral. Do you think it's immoral if they're already dead and you're starving?
Yeah, I've thought about this before.
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
if I was in a situation where I'm on a mountain and we're all dying of starvation and my friend drops dead, I think to survive I would eat them. But it would
And
not.
then here's even a.
But that doesn't mean it would be
This is the
okay.
next
That
extension
doesn't
of
mean
the
it would be okay.
question. The-
So, what's the movie where the Catholic
The next
people
extension
go
of the
down in the
question to make it
plane?
even more less taboo is, let's say the person doesn't die. He's literally telling you, I want to cut off a piece of my thigh so you guys can eat it to survive.
Nah.
That ain't gonna happen.
I think it's immoral,
She's back here.
but I might do it.
Do you think God would be like, yeah, just starve to death. Just come back to heaven.
shit.
You ain't
Here we
here
go
on
again.
earth for no trials, no tribulations. It's supposed to
No.
be easy.
I would think God put that. I would think God made a way for me to survive.
I feel like if Jesus was starving to death in the mountains with people, he would literally have them partake in his flesh to survive.
He did say eat of my flesh and drink. Okay, this is kind of blasphemous, but it's just a joke. But
The movie you're thinking of
This
is
is
Alive.
all a bunch of.
That's horseshit.
Yeah, he's gonna eat my dog. He's gonna eat Jesus. He's gonna do all kinds of stuff. He's wow.
I'm telling you, he's telling us he's a psychopathic
Just
cannibal
wow.
fascist.
He was at the. He said he was at the. If he was at the restaurant, he'd throw it on the grill and cook it for everybody. His dog.
I know.
I'm saying, why?
He's trolling my ass.
What? I'm not. We talk about this.
No.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not just
yeah.
you. But what makes a dog? Because you're not getting this from some biblical, like epistemology or some epistemic. You're not. It's not a biblical thing that you're getting this from. Where are you getting this idea
It has
that
utility.
it's okay to shoot a cow in the head and eat it, but it's not okay to shoot a dog in the head and eat it? Where are you getting this from?
It's literally evolutionary. It's because we've grown up beside them for so long. It's
Right.
like in our nature to view them as companions.
I don't think it's
Same reason
evolutionary.
why same reason why most people don't eat horses.
Yeah, we could say horse, dog, cat.
They're useful. They're useful.
Okay, but what
Yeah,
if
they're
the
here to
horse is
help.
dead?
The
What if
cow
the
don't
horse?
really
What
help
if the
you.
horse or the dog or the cat dies? What
Yeah,
if?
I guess
What
you
if?
do.
You want to eat cat.
What
I
if
don't know
it's?
you want to eat cat.
What if
That's
it's a
extreme
zombie
shit.
apocalypse? Not a zombie apocalypse because that's not realistic. Nukes fall. The grid goes down. The water goes down. Me and my dog. I put my backpack on and we start hiking into the mountains and he can't keep up and his legs are broken and he's hobbling and he falls over and he's suffering and he's in pain.
Then shoot him and bury him.
And I shoot him in the head. I shoot him in the head, but I'm starving to death.
There's probably other stuff you can eat.
Tell me why I shouldn't eat him.
Because dog
guess
is
if you wanna
man's best friend.
Yeah,
I guess if
that's
you want to eat your dog that bad, just eat him.
no.
What's gonna stop
I'm
you?
trying to get you guys to logically reason this out to me because it doesn't make sense to me.
I
Have you ever
understand
seen
your
the
logic,
movie?
but it's not gonna
Your
happen.
your reasoning is because I like my pet dog.
No, I love my
Okay,
dog.
so
I love my
Yeah.
dog because I
some
love my
animals
dog. What if it was somebody
are
else's dog?
so
I might
some
eat it.
animals are so intelligent though.
What if
Like
it was the
I've
asshole
raised
dog in the
goats.
neighbor? Hold on, Latina and Kelly. And stop jumping in or out. Join in the conversation or hold on. Okay. The asshole neighbor next door that is always barking, and this dog bit you before. You hate this dog. This dog keeps you up
Oh,
all
I
night.
got you.
I can relate. Yep.
Can you eat
Why
that?
don't you eat your asshole? Why don't you eat your asshole neighbor?
There you go. Eat that son of a bitch.
Right?
Well, because I don't think
He's the
eating.
one that let the dog do all these things. Eat that son of a bitch.
Well, I don't think
But
eating
logically,
humans is
it's
moral because
trash,
humans
though.
are not animals. But we've been given dominion over animals, and we've been told to use them
Yes.
if we need them. So why is
Right.
a dog different
Josh,
than
you
a
ever seen the
cow?
movie A Boy and His Dog? Have you ever seen the movie A Boy and His Dog?
I've not.
No, but I've seen Air Bud. I've seen Marley and Me.
Boy and
Oh,
His Dog's a great 60s movie about a post-apocalyptic world. It's actually what Fallout's based after. It's about a post-apocalyptic world where a dog, due to radiation, is able to use telepathy to communicate with a teen boy, and them surviving in the post-apocalyptic world together. And the whole movie, do a little bit of a spoiler, is about how he decides to eat somebody rather than letting his dog die by the end of it. He rather kill somebody and have him and his dog eat the person than let his dog die and eat his dog.
See, I can't agree with that. Now, what if I could telepathically connect with my dog and my dog said, "Hey, I'm about to die. I want you to eat me."
Oh my god.
That's what the dog's saying too. The dog's like, "Leave me behind." The dog's like, "You should go. Leave me behind." And then the next shot is they're walking away together, and then they're both talking about how the girl tasted pretty good.
wow.
Wow.
That's fucked up. See, that's fucked up.
Yep. Well, what does a dog do on
look.
a normal day? It doesn't care when you come in the door. It does not care about drama. It don't care about anything but you.
Yeah.
So
Does that make
I
sense?
googled.
No matter where you're good mood, bad mood, it still loves you. It comes to you. It does its little waggle, whatever it's about to. Ask for a
Well,
ball, food.
That's why he does what he does in the movie. He feels like the dog's loyalty to him is larger than the woman's. He feels like the woman isn't actually loyal and the dog is.
And
Well,
that might be worth something.
Yep.
In that scenario.
Yeah, but you guys want to know why don't people eat the dog? Okay, so I googled this and it said per a first-hand account from the Mirror, dog meat tasted like a cross between beef and mutton and was very fatty. Some diners and restaurants selling dog meat will play up the fattiness of the meat as a flavorful aspect of the culinary experience. But you know, Americans view dogs as useful, so dogs are protective. They serve as
Well, in Italy, they
companions.
still eat horse meat.
Is your girl yelling at you, Goon?
No, we're
South
playing
Park.
South Park, the Stick of Truth in the background. It's
Oh.
literally Eric Cartman.
Okay. I thought your lady was yelling at you. Okay, so let's see.
I'll do what I want.
So she's saying the reason we don't eat dogs is because they don't taste good. I would argue you didn't cook it right.
I would. Well, okay. How
No,
about
I
this?
didn't say that. I read what Google said. I said
I
that
was
maybe
said-
it's because maybe Americans view the dogs as companions and useful.
Everyone does.
Right.
Everyone does.
Okay, yeah.
And they're capable of being super intelligent.
So it's an emotional thing. It's an
Kinda.
emotional and cultural connection that we have to dogs.
Well, it's utilitarian.
Utilitarian.
Like a good hunting
But
dog.
it's
a good
not.
hunting dog is worth more to you than the meat is.
But no, it's
that
not.
he
Yeah,
gives.
because a dog can help you to hunt.
The utilitarian argument doesn't matter if the dog dies. So if
Damn, Caldy.
you know humans can.
Well, if the dog died, I agree with you. You can just go ahead and eat it.
Do you know humans can walk farther than any other animal? Well, if we're saying humans are animals, I don't believe that, but humans can outwalk horses. If a horse tried to walk as long as a human walked, the horse would drop dead. So why can't I eat that horse when it drops dead, or that dog?
I guess you can't. You should.
Go for it.
The Native Americans would want you to,
Nobody's
because
saying
otherwise
you
it's a waste
can't.
of
Nobody's
meat.
saying you
You know?
can't.
Well, but you're saying that's
And
psychopathic. What?
no,
Yes,
like
it is.
killing
If
a
you have
horse
No,
for
it's
fun.
not.
Killing a horse just for fun to eat it, you know, and if it's useful,
I think it's pretty
more
logical.
so it's more valuable alive to you than dead. You know what I mean? Because meat for a horse
Yes.
to grow that big, it takes so long, the amount of time it's so long for the horse to grow and has to eat that much that it's way too expensive unless it's going to live off the fat of the land and have free food and water. You know, and like I have chickens, and because I think they're so pretty, I can't really see myself like
Goon, you
killing them
gotta
for meat.
ride the mute button or something. Or
I
when you're
have to ride the mute button.
no, not
What?
you. 8-bit or
Goon.
when you're not
8-bit.
talking, mute or I don't know how you want to
Yeah, I
do it.
walked out of the room because the game was getting loud.
Yeah, it was pretty.
And then some
I hear
goats,
Cartman freaking out.
you know,
Yeah,
like
sorry.
milk
Yeah,
goats.
it was getting loud, so I walked out.
Milk goats are a lot of work to raise too. So it's like the humans having to put so much effort into raising the animals that you have to decide what is their purpose for, and you have to reduce the cost of raising that animal. Like because I raised my chickens from a heat lamp, and since they were babies, it costed me a lot of money to raise them like that. But if the chickens are able to start reproducing on their own, then I can see
I
maybe eating
understand all
them.
this. I understand all this. I understand that your horse is
But
more
yeah, you're right. It's
valuable to you
cultural.
alive than dead. But I'm
No,
just
I mean what
saying.
you're saying is right, Josh. And most people would do what you're talking about in that situation. Like
Right.
most people, there's multiple instances of people stuck in the desert that gut their camels so they can survive the night in their
Right.
stomach.
But they won't say
mean,
that.
like-
They won't say that they would.
Right. Well, because
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
like your that's the last resort. You're gonna
I
try
watched
and
that
do
movie
everything
Pumpkin,
else possible.
and the horse gave up. He
I
was
say all
too
the
tired, he
time.
couldn't walk anymore.
Echo is slow
People
and
when
old
starving to
and
death
stupid.
begin to
I love my dog.
people when starving to death begin to eat things like fish's eyes instinctively
Look,
because they know that it carries like extra vitamins in it. And most people would never eat a fish eye.
I've never missed my Monday night show, but when Echo dies, I'll probably miss my show because I will probably be crying for days. I'm gonna be like a little crybaby bitch. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
And you would cry if you had to kill him and eat him.
Yeah, I would. And
Because why?
Could you literally do it though, Josh?
Your goal
Why
is
do
to
you-
avoid that.
But I will still
Why?
acknowledge that in a survival situation, if he can't keep up, I'm not gonna leave him behind to get killed by some. I'm gonna put him out of his misery and I'm gonna eat him.
Why is he
dare
so
you. Be able to
important to
keep
you?
up.
Why do you care about him so much, though?
It's an emotional thing. It's a
I mean, he's useful to you, right? Like he
no,
barks if somebody
no.
comes.
I'm his damn servant. He's not
Oh
useful
my
to me.
God.
What do you mean? I gotta feed him. I gotta buy food for him. He doesn't do anything for me.
He doesn't bark even if a stranger comes to your door.
He only barks if the mailman comes.
Oh my God, that's
He's
like
an
not
he's
a
an
myth,
old
it's
man,
like a
and
true-
Josh is his
Oh
I-
my God, crazy.
what is it? The angels.
Caretaker.
What's that called?
I work for him. Like he doesn't fetch a ball. He doesn't
Well,
freaking
no wonder you would eat them.
yeah, but
Respect.
Yeah, I don't have
These
some.
types of like moral arguments are kind of stupid anyways, right? Like most religious people are pro like American troops, and whenever you go to war, you do like a ton of immoral things.
it's just
Hey,
emotional.
I
It's
don't want
like-
you guys-
whenever I feel lonely, I
Yeah.
say Echo, come here, and I say, hey buddy, and I pet him, and that's about it.
Hey, but I don't want you guys getting any crazy ideas. I'm not promoting you eat a dog or taste one. I was just reading from Google that dog meat tasted like a cross between beef and mutton and was very fatty, and that some diners and restaurants selling dog meat will play up the fattiness of the meat as a flavor aspect of the culinary experience.
Sounds delicious.
You read that. You read that.
Would you not try it?
In a
I
crock
have
pot?
tried it.
Imagine
I'm
crock
just
pot.
saying, you guys
Nada,
need to
you've
keep
had
your
it?
dogs close to home. Make sure
Here's
that you
a-
guys put cameras in your backyard
Good,
if your
Cody.
dogs are out
I
there.
didn't even read chat, but Cody said the
You guys
same
wanna
thing.
hear
He said you got to slow cook
Yeah,
a
guys
dog.
wanna hear-
Pause. Apparently, Nada's had dog
that's
meat.
a
We need
damn
we need
Yeah,
the
you
dog
guys
meat
wanna hear a
review.
fucked up story?
Have you, Nada?
Okay, here's a fucked up story. My buddy's brother and their neighborhood friends, older brother, killed. Well, one of them was kind of a psychopath. They killed the neighbor's dog and cooked it and marinated it like in teriyaki sauce. And one day during science class that I had with that kid, his brother's friend came by the door. Like when our teacher wasn't paying attention, it was like, "You guys want some?" Like you don't know what that is in that little Tupperware thing. It did taste a little weird, but it wasn't bad. I wouldn't say it was bad.
So whose dog? So a friend of your guys' dog went missing, and a neighbor killed it and
No, it
fed
was
it to you
fucked
guys.
up. It was fucked up. Well, it was their neighbor's dog. Like they killed it.
And they admitted to feeding it to them, or to you.
Well, yeah, because it's
Apparently,
funny.
he ate it too.
They say to watch out for the Haitians. You need to watch out whoever the fuck Nada's growing up with.
I'm just saying, you guys
Yeah.
need, if you guys have a
So
dog,
you're
you need to
telling
put
me the
video
Asians
cameras
do
in
eat
your front
dogs
yard, backyard.
after all, not.
Keep that.
Well, but
Put a camera on your
even
dog.
right, but even that, even in it was my Filipino friend's older brother, but even in that culture, it's not normal. It's still taboo. And they were
You know
doing
what?
They were,
I have a cousin. Filipino.
listen, they were doing it to be bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they were doing it to
How
be
come they didn't get
subversive.
arrested? Why didn't they arrest them?
They probably should have, but
Yeah,
but they were
killing
doing
an
it
animal, yeah.
to be subversive. You know what I mean? It was like that's why that's why they made us eat it, because
You know
it's
what?
funny.
Wars are started like that. That's how wars get started.
Speaking of wars, 8-bit,
You know,
said something
actually-
about religious people in war, and I'm
no,
trying to figure out your
Mosman,
point on that.
you have a cat. Would you eat your cat?
John,
if
get
you were
closer to the
starving?
mic, because this woman is drowning you out.
Mosman, would you eat the cat if you were starving? your
No, I
kitty
would
cat?
not. I would not.
If I
you
said
were
I would eat a
starving-
dog, why wouldn't I eat a cat? I don't.
Cat's even worse. It's stringy meat. I mean, it's.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would be
Oh,
less
really?
useful.
It's
But I
stringy?
mean,
You guys already looked it up? Let's see.
No, I've
cats
seen a
already
dead
have,
fucking
like, less
cat. I
utility.
mean, like I've seen cats get run over. I mean, it's pretty obvious that their meat's stringy.
Could you do it? Could you go through the act of actually killing the animal, skinning it, and eating it? Your dog.
No,
I
I'd probably,
keep 'em nice
if
and
the
fat.
world collapsed, I'd probably just let my cats go, because cats can survive out in the
They'll
wild.
survive by themselves, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
A cat's a killing machine.
They are. They're the most
Okay.
deadliest predators in the world. I'm telling you.
Actually, your cats will bring you food.
Yeah, they will
Yeah.
do that sometimes. Yeah.
If you're alive,
cat
if you're not, you're going to be the food.
Yeah, and
Right.
if cats are big
meat
enough
tastes
to
good.
eat you, they will eat you.
They
Why?
will.
A
You
dog
guys,
can
they're
get
going to eat
sadder.
you.
A dog can
tastes
get
like-
sadder. If you don't teach a dog how to hunt, a dog won't be able to provide for itself. If you disappear, the dog's done.
Yep.
It says it's a little bit unpleasant taste with an aftertaste reminiscent of swimming
make some
pool
fillets
water.
out of your
It's
legs?
not horrible taste, but I don't like it. Somebody
Swimming
said-
pool water. What the fuck?
What were you asking about, John?
a
About
little
religious
do you
war?
want to go in a car and come to Colorado so you don't get eaten by your
It
psychic?
says it tastes a little gamey, and you're right, Mosman, a little stringy and tough.
Huh, Echo? Do you want to? You can come. You can come to Colorado. I'll come and get you, so you don't have to be worried about being eaten by Josh.
Put it in perspective.
Mosman, you're right
Festivus.
though. Did you hear that? It says it tastes a little gamey and a little stringy and tough.
As long as he's not Mexican, you'll be
The
fine.
third or
because my
fourth
cat's
time
pretty
you've
good
read
against
that.
Mexicans.
And it
You're
says
gonna
if
call,
you've had horse,
CPS Canine Protective Services?
Yes, I
Yes.
will. Yes, I will. And then before you know it, your face is going to be on a Sarah McLaughlin sound, you know.
John, what were you asking me about a religious war or a war?
I said
or-
hey, but you had made a comment about religious people and going to war or something about moral. I was just trying to figure out what your point was on that.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I think earlier on I was talking about a religious war, but I was talking about like the war between like the angels and like God. I
No,
wasn't
but
talking
you
about
just
like
said a lot of religious people are for going into war, even though there's a lot of fucked up stuff going on in war.
We do immoral
I mean,
stuff, I
like,
believe.
yeah, a lot of religious people are still like pro the troops, even though that like the act of war is sinful.
Right.
But they understand that on a greater scale, like there's things that need to be done.
So
Here
your
on
point
Wikipedia,
your point is Christians who are wrong about that can accept other things to be wrong about, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not even saying that it's accepting that it's wrong. I just think they understand that there's like a nuance to it.
Okay.
You can't like
Well,
take
a lot
every.
of-
some probably would
you can't
feel
take
like
every
that
part
is
of.
the
You can't
case.
take every part of the
I don't.
Bible and just be like, you have to follow this rule in every situation without any nuance.
A lot of people in
that's why the Bible
general,
gives
a lot of
nuance.
a lot of people in general just don't understand nuance. Just human beings.
Yeah.
Many of them. I'd say a majority of them.
Right.
Well, if religion wasn't supposed to have nuance, it would just be a book of rules. So there wouldn't be any stories.
Right. But
The point of
it's
the
not
stories
just
is
about,
so you can understand what the
rules, 'cause it's
nuances
really not
are.
rules is not the way of looking at it. And I think that's where also you have to be careful, and I think this is where a lot of Christians fall is they'll make judgments where really what they should be doing is just speaking the truth, which is, for example, I have the opinion based on what I've read in the Bible and what I've known about ancient Christian customs. I believe that every Christian, if they have the means and the ability to, should be buried and not cremated and not have their ashes spread on a fucking river like a pagan. I don't think that's what we're supposed to do. Now, does that mean I don't think that they'll go to hell for that? No, I don't believe that. No. But again, saying, well, we're kind of allowed to do things is one thing, but kind of also understanding there's a kind of consistency with an ethical value that means something. And so,
you know what? But in the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces of the Ling non-cultural region, some, especially older people, consider cat flesh a good warming food during winter months. So keep your cats inside if you don't want them to get eaten during winter.
well, I keep my cats inside anyway.
Oh, fuck
because-
cats. I'll eat a cat in a second.
Okay, now I know you're truly psychopath.
Wait a minute. Who's a psychopath? Somebody having the cat in the house or somebody eating it to survive?
I've been known to eat the cat.
Cats like living outside.
You
They're
know,
fine.
they were
Yeah,
born
but no, there's a
to be
problem though.
outside.
Cats who live outside tend to have shorter lifespans.
It's okay. Just get a new cat.
I don't believe that.
No, I do. I know a lot.
Just
No,
get a
I'm
new
not
cat.
saying it's for every cat.
Wait,
but
what did you say? You say inside or outside have shorter lifespans?
outside cats
Outside.
tend to have shorter lives, especially if they live like in an urban area.
So my
But they have more fun.
urban areas, I lived in the suburbs. My anecdote would be, that's not what I saw. My cat Tabby lived forever. I don't think that cat's still dead. That cat's like 1,000,000 years old, and it was like, it was basically a feral cat that came to our porch to eat every day. But it'd bring rats and snakes, and I don't know if
Right.
that cat ever died.
Right.
Yeah, they just have fun all day.
That's
my
just
point is,
that's just
so
one
a
that's
couple
just
of-
one
a couple of
example
things-
from what I
A
have.
couple of things is they tend to get more illnesses. They tend to get
Yeah,
they
and
tend to deal with
aliens-
more chronic health issues.
Yeah.
An
than
alien's
cats.
dog wouldn't be worth killing to eat it because it's not even very big. He's
Yeah.
like what,
See-
like not even
See, that
5
was-
pounds.
Yeah, that's like a
It's-
6-piece
it's
chicken
like
nugget
4
meal.
pounds. Ah,
Oh my gosh.
a
John.
6-piece Bella meal.
Oh my god.
Echo, on the other
Oh, boy.
hand, I keep him fat. Like I got
Echo's big.
Yeah, I got some back strap, some Dang.
What's your
Yeah.
puppy's
He's got
name,
the
Alien?
diabetes. He's got the
Bella.
diabetes, I'm sure.
What's your doggy's name?
Her name is Bella.
Aw, pretty. It means beautiful.
Thank you. I think she is.
How old is Bella?
She is just turning 5, I think.
Oh.
It's interesting how you have a white dog.
It matches my
And-
beard.
Yeah, I was gonna say it matches your beard.
I'll match her really, but yeah, we look alike. She's
That's what
prettier
they
than I
say.
am.
Dogs look like their owners. That's what they say.
Do you
I had her
do you,
since she was born. I mean,
do
she
you
was
take
smaller
Bella
than a
with you
rock
in the car, in the truck, and all wherever you go?
Absolutely.
Yeah, my dad's-
Absolutely. Yeah. You know what I do? I'll put her on the counter at a store, convenience store. She's an expert at peeing on the counter.
Do you put her in your purse?
Oh, come on. No, I'll
I'm
put her in my
sorry.
wallet.
I'm sorry.
My dad.
I got bibs, you put her in there. It's pretty funny.
My dad
All the
had
girls love it.
My dad had a dachshund named Peaches, and Peaches would ride in
I
the
had
car with
to.
him.
Are you crazy?
Alien, you have
You're
to
good.
get a sling
I
where
love
you
it.
can put her in your
She's
sling
got
like a baby,
everything.
and you
I've
can
got one.
carry her everywhere with you.
Backpacks, a baby stroller. My wife goes crazy with that crap.
Oh no.
I try to teach her to be an animal, like wild, but my wife just ruins her. But she was the size smaller than a Sprite can when I got her. She was really special to me.
So yeah, my dad's dog Peaches would go in the truck with him, and then every time my dad would go to like, the drive-through, the people that drive through would always give the dog a biscuit or.
Absolutely, they do. Yes,
It's like.
I give her everything. She won't touch a damn thing. She's
I
so
know.
picky. She won't eat it.
I never liked the small dogs, but then we had a Shih Tzu Maltese named Action Jackson, and that dog was awesome. I love that.
Nice.
Action
I
Jackson.
had a
You know
Rottweiler.
something you should see, Josh? Josh, you know something you should see?
What?
On fucking Pierce Morgan, Sarah Palin just went on a panel with Destiny.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who
She was
did?
on a Palin with Destiny.
The
and
Sarah
Dave
Palin.
Smith and,
Oh man, that ought to be good.
Right?
So I don't know.
What are they talking about? Trump?
Like the
Kamala?
elections and stuff. Yeah.
I think she could take them.
And then a guy, one of the liberals on there.
She's beefy, eh?
One of the liberals on there called her a racist, and she about like.
Yeah, she pisses off this Arab dude, and then he mogs the fuck out of her for like 30 minutes. It's wild. She's like calls him obnoxious, and then he's like, "You're gonna call me obnoxious?" He's like, "What if I call you racist?" And then he just started like saying all these quotes that she said throughout the years. It was crazy. I don't know what happened to her. I don't.
A Republican racist. Shocker.
Like, how far has she fallen to where she's doing Pierce Morgan debates?
How far
with
has
streamers and like B-list political people?
I mean,
Yeah.
Pierce Morgan is a pretty big show. He's
Yeah,
good.
he's getting pretty big on
Yep.
YouTube. He's got a lot,
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was like
big.
it wasn't like it was like Sarah Palin and then Chris Christie on the other side. Like I imagine she saw the debate panel before she went.
I haven't even heard
Well, I'm
Sarah
not gonna
Palin's
come in here
name.
and bother you guys again. I'll just stay in the chat. Sorry. Thanks, guys.
What the hell?
God, these women.
Do you have ADD, Latina? What's wrong with you? You're in and out. Woman, straighten up. Do better. That's from an old man that don't give a crap.
You gotta do the work.
Yeah. Do better. I like her voice. I can't help it. Other than that, she's pretty crazy.
Yeah, but the guy, I don't know his name. He spends the whole time going after Sarah Palin, and then Destiny goes after Pierce Morgan the whole time.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I was watching. I saw somebody said, "Why is it that like Destiny looks like a homeless bum?" And I said, "Because a lot of liberals look like a homeless bum. They look like they are a homeless bum that just got out of like a Dave Matthews Band and have been high on marijuana for 3 days." And
I like it. I hate how like a lot of these
so basically
political.
Josh a couple of years ago.
I take what's the expression? I take something to that.
Umbrage.
Well, I don't
I wish all
Umbrage.
these people didn't feel like they had to wear suits.
I was a
'Cause, like, there's
homeless
too many
bum, and I
people-
still wasn't a liberal. And I had dreadlocks like a hippie, and I smoked pot, but I still wasn't a liberal.
I know, but you're special, Josh. You're special.
I think there's too many people that show up to those types of things in suits, and they look extremely awkward in suits.
Oh yeah.
I feel like
yeah.
people should feel way more comfortable dressing like normal for stuff like that.
I'm not saying to wear a suit. You know, I mean,
I miss the days where people would show up in person for something like that. And it wasn't
I mean,
just
he
a
was there
bunch
in
of-
person for the Sarah Palin one.
Oh, was he?
yeah, they all four of them were in like.
Yeah,
post
Sarah Palin
documentary.
and is in person. That's why it's so weird to me. I'm like, I can't believe she showed up in person to have this debate with.
Was it
these
tonight?
people.
No, it was the other day. She's got to be grifting for something for sure. That woman is.
Was it on Uncensored? Oh yeah, here it is.
It's a big show.
Oh, they had Dave.
And
They had Dave
Dave
Smith
Smith.
on there.
Yeah.
he's had a big show for I don't know decades, right?
Who was
Yeah,
that?
he's considered somewhat impartial, so he gets a pretty good pass from a lot of people.
Who were
Yeah,
we
he
talking about? I missed
toes
it.
on.
I'm sorry.
Pierce Morgan.
Piers
Pierce,
Morgan,
okay.
Dave Smith,
All right,
Sarah
gotcha.
Palin, and Destiny.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And
That's a good mix.
You have a libertarian, a Republican. What is Destiny? Center left, he says, but he's a lefty.
And Dave Smith
pretty
is
left.
supposed to be what? What does he finally
He's
say?
Libertarian,
He's a libertarian.
You know,
Libertarian.
but not the full blown Lolbert libertarian.
No,
Fairly reasonable one.
no, he's a Ron Paul libertarian. He's the best.
Right.
kind.
Like a
Okay.
normal one.
Yeah.
He's the best kind of libertarian.
I think he was more libertarian, but he said since he had kids and he found God, he's
Who?
moving more conservative.
Right.
Who are you
You know-
talking about?
You know why that is, John?
Dave Smith.
Why?
Because once you, well, hold on. Well, not to get personal, but do you have kids?
No.
Okay. I feel like once you have kids, and I don't have kids either. So this is just
Right.
It gets real.
I think that's when you realize that hierarchy and authority is inevitable because you can't have anarchy. And once you have more than one person, once you have a family, or you have a man and a wife, but once you have kids, you realize that there has to be authority and there has to be hierarchy. And so
I'm not denying those things. I'm just denying that those things are authentic to man-made institutions. and
that's not a
faulty,
man-made
sinful men.
institution. A man, a
Yeah,
woman, and
yeah,
children.
yeah.
The
I'm talking
man
about- I'm-
is
no,
the
you're talking
head,
about
and then the
authority.
wife, and
You're
then the
talking
kids.
about-
There's
you're
a
talking about
hierarchy there.
authority with government, right? That's what your point is.
I'm talking about authority
No,
in
he's not.
Okay, well,
politics is just how we organize societies. So
right. So what you're talking about?
so if
when-
your society, if you have one person, you can have anarchy, right? You can
No,
have
no, 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 no.
anarcho-primitivism. You can have
that's not
a
true.
person living in the woods. You can have a person living in the woods in a forest, just growing food, harvesting food, gathering, hunting and gathering. But once you have a wife, children, and then your children have children, and you start building a society, you can't have anarchy. You have to have a structure. You have to have a hierarchy. You
I'm
have to
saying
have
you don't have structure.
order.
And anarchy is not an avoidance of structure. That's your faulty premise there. The structure is, again, it's like hierarchical, which doesn't mean that there can't be a system. It means
That's what I just
that the
said.
No.
There
It
is a
means that the
hierarchy.
system-
Even in a family, even in a household, there's a
But
hierarchy.
that's within the organic vocation in which God instituted. I'm not talking about that type of authority. I'm talking about the authority in governments and organizations and institutions. Because a man who can, it is more better for a man to locally be over the authority of his wife, who has chosen him, with his kids, who he has a responsibility to have that authority over it. But also that authority does
Right.
not give
But so
him.
your problem is when
Now, his authority does not give him carte blanche to
when
abuse his
there's
wife
when
or
there's
do anything.
five different families and they all have different subjective worldviews.
Right.
You think that they're just going to get
I think
along and it's going to be
that's not what I'm saying.
kumbaya.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's your assumption.
But no, well, I'm wondering how we're going to resolve this. Where this family
You may
says
not resolve it. That's the whole damn point, Josh. You may not resolve it. That's why God says, "Be still and know that I am God."
okay,
The whole point.
but
the
when
whole
your neighbor family likes to eat people, and they say we're
Well,
going to
then
eat you,
well, then
Okay,
you and the
so
other
now,
neighbors
now
get
you're
together.
you're advocating that what anarchy means is just complete
anarchy.
No, you're misunderstanding the concept of anarchy. Anarchy is not
I don't
chaos.
think.
That's where you're making the assumption. It's not chaos.
That's common.
Now, can there be
Common misconception.
Can there be
It's
anarchists who are
it's not a
chaotic?
misconception. I think the misconception is that there's another option that where it would not lead to that. I think I'm right, and I think that the misconception is that we can make it work.
I'm not saying it can work. I'm saying that no matter what system you use, there will be flaws, there'll be problems, there'll be major amount of issues. And I tell you what, it is better for one man to be over 5 people than one man to be over 5 million people. And that man have some type of ultimate authority where then he has no checks and balances, he has no ability to come to a consensus, and you're relying on him to make good choices because you hope he's a Christian. That to me is a kumbaya
So
pipe dream that would ever happen
so
because we know.
how do you deal with? So are you like pro anarcho capitalism? How do
No,
you?
I never said that. I'm said
No,
I'm
I'm
a
asking.
Christian.
I didn't say you said that. I'm asking.
I don't favor.
How do you deal
I've
with
said
trade and economics?
it's a free you
So
after then the
you're a table builder,
okay.
but you already got a table. So what do
Correct.
you do with your skill to build tables? How do you, but you're not a farmer. You don't know how to farm. You don't know how to do something and you need that thing and your neighbor knows how to do that thing. But you know how to
I'll
build.
help John out. It's
Okay.
I know the answers to all the libertarian answers to a lot of these questions. Free market. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to eating, but yeah.
Now, I'm not
Right, but
advocating for a free
so this
market.
is
That's the problem.
anarcho
That's the problem.
capitalism, which is what.
This is the problem. You are believing that what I am advocating for is some type of social order structure or an organization to society based on a pragmatic approach. And I'm saying that that approach
It's a political system. It's
I know, and
politics.
I'm not, and that's why I'm saying it's anathema to Christianity. Christ Himself tells us
Well,
these things.
Christianity is a religious system. So,
Well, that's right. So Christianity is a religious system. At the same time, it is also
which is another
a
reason
f-
why anarcho
if you take
Christianity kind of doesn't even fit on the political spectrum. You could say anarcho communism or anarcho capitalism or anarcho primitivism, but
because it's not advocating for a pure ideological stance. I've said this many times. I am primarily advocating from a philosophical and theological basis,
okay.
not
But
from an ideological basis.
right, but
What are you advocating for? I'm so confused right now.
you're again he's an anarcho Christian or a Christian anarchist, I should say.
Christian anarchist, yeah.
Right. But so you're mixing philosophy and religion with politics, but you're
No. I'm
well
acknowledging. I'm
anarchy
acknowledge.
yeah, I think it's based too. I agree.
I'm acknowledging. I'm acknowledging that any ideological system that can be founded or formed on it would be based primarily on what the words of Jesus Christ it says in Matthew. In fact, this is what I've done on my channel the last 3 weeks. I've gone over how Matthew speaks about these things. And so what I've said is that when we go about as Christians, our primary role as Christians is to think in that relationship with God. Now, God's given us a certain amount of words. And one of the things he's told us is that we are not to be worried or anxious, right? People who are planners and doers in constructing of social orders and systems are trying to build a system on an idea of how do I feed myself? How do I do this, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that
Well, no, not just myself, but my community, my family, then my community,
right.
and then a larger community and a larger community and a
As for
larger community.
communities, what I do is I say, look, if I have a trade or I have a craft or I have some type of resource that has worth to someone, I freely engage with them. I make a contract because by making a contract with you, we are obliging to that contract, not on the basis that because it's the lawful thing to do or the expedient thing to do, but because it's the moral thing to do. And now here's the thing.
But many forms of anarchy would have no sense of private property. So how are you?
Well, that's where you're confusing.
I'm not confusing. It's
anarcho-communism in that aspect,
right.
But what I'm saying, I don't have a problem with private property. I don't think there's an issue with private property. I think there's obviously, from a Christian anarchist perspective, there's a moral imperative of how we are supposed to use that property as Christians. But other than that, but that's not something that you force on someone. That's the whole damn point. You don't force anything.
So
In fact,
but you do
the moment you
believe.
force someone to do something, you are acting against their conscience, and you're acting in violence, and it's an immoral thing to do.
So you do believe in private property.
I believe that yes, the
Now,
people.
how do
people
you
have property?
how do you come how do you come to own that property? I think did Andrew already talk about Andrew already do this with you? He might have already done this with you. I don't know if he got to
Kind of a
this.
little bit. He did a little bit, but not really. His big thing was that his big thing was how do we resolve conflicts? That was his big thing because that is the issue. And
I don't even really remember much of your and his debate. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't his best work, and I know that you were. It was. You,
Well, I had a lot going on when I had that happen, and it was kind of I didn't expect it to happen as soon as it did. So.
Were you nervous?
Oh, yeah. Well, a little bit, yeah, because I
Right.
respect Andrew, his
Right.
abilities.
So you were probably
Yeah.
nervous, and it happened fast. Like,
Yeah.
because
And
I remember that happened.
in the last
we were
few
on
days,
my
I also
channel,
lost
and
my
Easy,
keys, yeah.
Easy's just like,
Yeah.
I'll get it done, and then it happened in like
Yeah.
a week, and I was like,
Yeah, it
damn.
did, yeah. Well, he's like, well, it might take a few months. I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that because I'll need time to prepare. And it's like, but no. So, but the point is the idea of Christian anarchism is that we stress the importance of Jesus's words for us to not put our hope and our treasures in things of this earth, but rather in God. And by doing so, in trusting in God, and implicitly trusting in God, there are certain values that you must ascribe to that. And so that therefore that anarchism is an expression of that freedom which comes about as a
Right.
natural organic perspective. But that doesn't mean you divorce the institution or or authority at all. You just disregard authority, which because God does put authority over us, and there are times where we are to be meek and submit to that authority, but not because that authority is good, not because that authority is warranted or moral, especially if that authority is enforcing something by the threat of violence or the threat of losing your freedom, then that becomes immoral.
But
in
how
this
else do you
Christianity
enforce?
perspective.
How else do you enforce anything?
That's the whole point. You ought not do that.
You ought not enforce laws
Correct.
by threat of
Because
violence.
yes.
So how do you justify Romans? What is it? 5:38. I have it in one of these files. Woe to the wrongdoer. The authority does not wield the sword in vain. I think it's. Hold on, I can find it.
The Bible also tells us that laws are not for men of good moral. They're for men who have no conscience, and it creates terror in their conscience. And so, therefore, laws can exist for people who need to be told what they need to do.
Right.
I don't
that's
need
a fine.
laws.
That's a fine
I don't need.
personal.
I don't need laws.
Yeah. That's a fine personal stance.
Yes.
You don't need laws, but when we're talking about politics, which anarchy is a political system, a political structure of how we organize a society.
Traditional anarchy is a myth.
Everybody else isn't the same as you, so they're gonna need laws.
If people need laws to do the right thing, then they should submit to that law. But at the same time,
also
if they look to those laws or put trust in those laws or put faith in those laws, and if those laws especially go against the word of God and a good morals, then those things aren't worth abiding. They should actually then be disobeyed.
Okay, so what do you do about those people in society?
Well, if you can, you try to. If you believe someone's a bad faith person or someone might be a danger to you, you don't engage in contracts with them. You don't interact with them.
You run and hide from them?
No. You go about your business. If they do something, then obviously, if they ultimately have to force your hand on something, you might, But at the same time, I'm worried about my actions being justified by other things of this world and not by God, and that's where the theological and philosophical aspect of it comes in.
Okay, so this isn't in bad faith. I'm really asking.
Oh, I don't believe you're a bad faith actor. So
okay.
You're a bad faith debater. I've never known you to be that way. I think you literally are an honest person, and you just try to wrestle through things and try to understand people.
So why don't you or why wouldn't someone who thinks this way just sell your house, sell everything you own, like sell everything and follow me? Why wouldn't you just?
Okay. So that's a great question. Now, some people are supposed to do that. Now, Lazarus, the brother of Mary and Martha, he asked Jesus the same thing. And Jesus said, no, you have responsibilities. He obviously had his sisters who under Jewish custom were not citizens, and therefore he being the only living male member of the family was the patriarch of the family, and it was his duty to tend to the family. But also because he was a man of means, he also had employees as well. And God understood and gave him that vocation of family and gave him the vocation of workers. And therefore, he also had the ability and means to also support the ministry of God. So every time Jesus and his apostles came in, he would feed them and house them. Those people exist in the world. But Lazarus' heart was willing to forego. That's the point. His heart was willing to forego everything. That is where you should be. You should be willing to do those things. Because Jesus says there will be two in the field, one will be taken and one will be left behind. Now, all these nut jobs that believe in the rapture don't understand that the person that's left behind isn't some person who just doesn't believe in Jesus or some, well-meaning Jew that just has to wait for the Antichrist to prove to them Jesus exists. No, the person who's left behind is actually the person who is in the field towing and sowing it. And this goes back to the parables that Jesus is talking about, especially in Matthew 13, the parable of the sower. So, where do you find your he says, the person that goes out, the kingdom of heaven is like this. A man goes out into the field and he digs a hole and puts his treasure in it. And later he comes out and then
Mhm.
uses it. He now he's not holding that treasure. He's not laying onto that. He's not having anxiousness about it. He's not asking where's my next meal going to come. Those are not things that Christians should think about. Now, does that not mean we're not supposed to be good stewards? Does that not mean that God didn't give us brains and that we don't have to work or toil or have to abide by those things? In that case, yes, there is a government that can allow for a societal structure for that, and people who prefer or people who want to live in that society then freely ought to then oblige the authority of that society and that government, but not because it itself is good or that it is perfect, but because it is something. Now, if that authority tells you to go against the word of God or against something that God has commanded you, that's why he says, because remember, the Pharisees are trying to trap Jesus because they think what he is there for is a political thing. They think he's just there for something that's just about taking over power. They don't understand he is
Well,
there
because that's
for
kind
a
of what
specific purpose.
it was prophesied that when the Messiah came, he would be a powerful ruler and a king.
And he is, but they just
Right, he is, but that
misunderstood.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
They misunderstood what the kingdom of heaven was, and so that's why Jesus tells Pilate, if my kingdom was of this earth, do you not think my people would have let you taken me? No. So therefore, a big part of Jesus's kingdom is for him to die. Was for him to die for their sins. Now, so therefore, the thing about it is that they thought it was political, and so they tried to trap him with that. What do you think about Caesar? And what do you think about paying him taxes and paying him money? And Jesus says, "You render unto Caesar what is Caesar." And they go, okay, so you do want to give money, He says, but render unto God what is God's. And if you believe that all things in this earth belong to God, then therefore the ultimate authority lies with God.
Yeah, so
And therefore, as long as something is not contrary to the word of God or something that will interfere with that organic vocation that we have as Christians in our Christian living, then by all means do it. But if something does get in the way, if you see people who are putting trust in things of this earth more than God, then God tells us not to do that. He specifically tells us not to do that. And that's not just St. Paul or just some like random like Gospel of Thomas. Those are coming from the actual words of Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew.
okay. So to me, this sounds like if I ask you where do you stand politically, and you would answer a Christian anarchist.
Mm-hmm.
I think what this sounds like, what you're explaining to me, is this is like a personal thing about how you run your life.
Right.
But
And that's
politics
why
politics is how we organize societies and groups of
which is
people.
why I choose that, because to me, I am not about ideology or politics anymore.
Okay.
Let those things be those things.
But so it's really not a political stance, it's just a personal stance.
It's a philosophical value
Right.
about
For
things.
you personally. But
Right.
you
But what
know that on a nation scale,
well, it
it
would not be
wouldn't it
practical,
wouldn't
and it
work.
would not. Well, of course, it probably wouldn't work. But there's nothing on this earth that will last. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
So
I get
does
that.
that mean that we don't do anything? No, that's not what I'm saying. Does that not mean that we shouldn't have time? No, I am speaking. I'm really talking about the spiritual way in which we look at
But
government and society.
the problem is that's a great personal stance to take for you as an individual and for your family.
Yes.
But as a nation, as America,
But I'm not advocating it for a nation.
I know you're not, but I'm saying, and so what am I?
So to me, my point is this: if we want to make a better nation, if you're asking
Do
me,
you think
John,
God
tell me,
appoints authorities?
he does. The Bible tells us that he does. However, he also tells us that those authority that we also don't just wrestle against flesh, but against principalities and princes and authorities. So
Mm-hmm.
we do have to know, right?
And the
if God
powers,
could
the
tempt
powers and the principalities are the angels that
well, not just that. It's any authority of in this earth, because all authority in this earth, ultimately, in the fallen world, belongs to Satan until Jesus returns.
right.
And so therefore,
It's Romans 13:4. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath, to bring punishment on the wrongdoer.
Now, do you believe that of every year elected a politician?
Well, I believe that the powers and the principalities are angels and
No, no, no,
demons.
no, 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 no. I'm asking you, do you believe every read that verse again and ask yourself, do you believe Kamala Harris, if elected, is God's servant? Do you
Yeah.
believe a politician that advocates for? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So if what does that mean then? If that means that
It
she's
means
his servant,
we
does
get
that mean she speaks? Does that mean she speaks on his authority? Does that mean that what
no.
she says is of him? No. What it
No, but
means
it means
is
we
he's
get
going to.
what we deserve for our
What
own
it means
good.
is what it
For
means is
punishment
that
for the wrongdoer. So when we get
it,
hold on. So
it
when we
means
get
we will get he will allow that for his purpose.
I mean it means that they are that the reason Biden is president, and if Kamala wins, the reason Kamala is president is these authorities are appointed by God to punish us for our wrongdoing, for our own good. We
Wow.
deserve what we get. We deserve the leaders we get. So when a bunch of people decide I'm not going to take part in this system, I'm not going to vote, then what happens is we end up getting ruled by evil people because we didn't do
Okay.
something to stand up against
So
that.
I voted in the last election. We got Biden. We got evil ruler. So I guess that would fucking just defy your logic there. Because did I choose that? No. So here's the thing. The reality is, God will allow
But it's
things
not
to
just
happen.
about you.
God will allow things to happen. You can't see it as a judgment or a punishment. What you must see is you must understand he has a purpose, and he will allow things to happen because he's allowing a certain amount of agency, even for evil people, to do what they do, because his ultimate plan will be to come back.
That sounded a little bitter, John. I just wanted to jump in and
That's all right.
mention that.
It's fine.
I'm
It's not just about but it's not just about you, John. It's about all of us. We have to all work together and stand up against what's the word I'm looking for?
But what your idea of standing
Wrong.
up against something and my idea of standing up against something might be different. And to me, it doesn't mean that I put faith and trust in a system that's faulty. It doesn't mean that I put trust and faith in doing political actions, because there is no political candidate or political party that is an advocate of God just because God allows them to be there. He allows that for a purpose. What that purpose is, we don't entirely know. That's why we must have trust and faith in God above all things, in all things, at all times, and have love and joy in our heart at all times, because the way we stand against the world is to live according to Christ. And we are told that the world will still hate us. So this idea that we can change the world if we just have the right Christian leader is in complete contrast with what God tells us about the reality of this world in the fallen world. Because he tells us that the evil will prosper. He does tell us not to be anxious. And so to me, if you're going out there and you're voting because you're anxious about who's going to be president, and you're not putting trust and faith in God, now you can say, well, God put authority. Well, then you're saying, okay, well then the authority of the government
Yeah, but
is for us.
this is the old God sent, the floods are coming and God sends the boat and you say, well, God'll save us. I'm going to let God do it. And then and then you're on the roof of the house and God sends or you know,
This
God.
is a very human. This is a very human logic, perspective. That's
But it's
not
like, yeah,
necessary.
God's gonna save us. God's gonna save us. I'm gonna do nothing. God's
Well,
gonna
he may
save
not
us.
save us. He may not save us the way we think he will save us. We might die to lose our life, but to gain, you know. But if
Well, to that end, maybe the way he's gonna save us is Donald John Trump.
He could.
And
I won't deny that.
I'm not
turning the
even
ship around
saying that,
or whatever.
I'm not yet right. I'm not even saying that Trump is like
I'm
is some
just throwing that out there though. Maybe that is what it is.
right.
And he is some.
No, I agree, but
But
it's not like Trump is going to get in and all of a sudden we're going to have this. Everything's going to be perfect, but it's working in the right direction.
See, that's the thing. Working in the right direction to what end? What would be the end? To have a Christian nation? If that's your thought, then that's
the great. It's the great. It's the great. It's the Great Commission.
That's in the contrast. That's not what the Great Commission means. That is not what it is. The Great Commission
or at least
is to go
something.
The great spread the word to all the nations, right?
Yeah, and it's not by doing it by political thing. That's the problem.
How is organizing? How is politics
enacting supermajorities through the government?
Well, if we're talking, okay, so like Dante said, if we're a political animal, the difference between us and animals is metacognition. We think about thinking. We organize societies in certain ways. We have different ideas of how to organize societies. Some of them are going to be harmful and some of them are going to be good. So we need to work towards the good of organizing society. And these ideas, the fruits of this will show to the rest of the world and it will spread like a plague. And then we can overcome evil. Now, not everybody, it's not going to be a utopia where the world's all perfect, but if we have a good system of government and it spreads, then we save more souls.
And that's built on the predication that what God wants us to have is a Christian nation, and that's nothing in the Word of God that tells us that he wants that. Nothing. No. He says, "My kingdom is not of this earth." He says this kingdom. The devil tried to offer him the physical kingdoms and the principalities of this world, and Jesus said, "How dare you? Don't tempt your God. Don't tempt the Lord your God."
But John, what that sounds like you're asking for or advocating
God doesn't want
for
another Catholic country. There's already like a shit ton of Catholic countries. Like I don't.
Well, I think the Catholics might have been. Anyway, go ahead, Nada.
Is the expectation of like something bad, like that we got to put up with a non-Christian country, and why would that be? Just because the Bible doesn't say that.
Well, some of them are dope, like any type of like Buddhist or Hindu culture, and like what way do we directly oppose them culturally?
I don't care. I don't care for them personally.
I don't think they're dangerous where we need to like eradicate them, but I've been going through the Old Testament in depth lately. I've always been more of a New Testament guy. I've done courses on the New Testament and stuff, but I've been going into the Old Testament deeply lately, and I see a lot of nations and I see a lot of organization and kings and judges, and sometimes you got to wipe out another nation because
But our citizenship is in heaven, and from it we await our Savior.
Almost at no point do you need to wipe out another nation. Like that's what like Genghis Khan did. Even when we defeated Germany, we didn't wipe out Germany. Like
well, yeah. I mean, nowadays with modern technology and stuff, we don't have to completely eradicate them, but there are harmful ideologies that
the biggest problem though is like what you're saying though. A lot of people would say like Donald Trump is a harmful ideology that needs to be eradicated. There's people that would disagree with you because the opinion's based off of subjectivity.
Well, it's not subjective. It's just there's different opinions, and one is right and one is wrong. So
Yeah, don't go that with Josh. Josh does not. He believes that there's
I
truth
believe
and
there's right and there's wrong.
He's not.
Yep.
So like people will say morals are subjective because this culture thinks it's okay to eat people. This culture says it's not okay to eat people. I don't think that's subjectivity. I think those people are wrong and these people are right. So there are different opinions on what's right and what's wrong, but we can't, if it goes against the laws of logic. If we both think two things that are contradictory, one of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong, or we're both wrong. But we can't both be right.
I kind of
I don't.
agree with
There's
that.
certain things where people can be like there can be subjective differences. And like European countries, they kiss each other on the cheeks. We don't do that here. It's not like that's not wrong that they do that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
a
it's something that they do.
Alright.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
if
that's a more
that's what you're
nuanced
into,
gray area, I guess. Maybe, but 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 if we're talking, but we're talking about
Sorry, I had to.
some
But John,
cultures.
It is a
Some
gay area.
some people
is John
think
not
that
his ideal is not to have any ruling from man's law, just moral law, self-imposed, would equal the chaos part.
Like I can agree with you on certain traditions, morals should be objective, but like when it comes to like should you be able to write with your right or left hand? I don't think things like that should matter.
that's
That's a
not.
subjective opinion.
Yeah, that's not. Should you be able to write with your right or left hand? Yeah, that's not a moral thing. That's
Because in the Catholic Church, the nuns will fucking whip your hands up and down center if you start writing with your left hand. But I think most people just don't give a fuck about that.
yeah. I've if you talked to me 2 years ago, I would have started dogging on the Catholics really hard right now. But I'm trying not to do that anymore. But I think that I don't agree with all the stuff they do. So I'll just say that. Yeah, I don't.
A lot of dogma.
I'm not against dogmas or indoctrination. I think dogmas are necessary, and I think
No, on
everybody.
certain levels, I think you're correct. Like, I think the world should be able to come together and decide what the age of consent is. That shouldn't be a subjective cultural thing. It shouldn't be, oh, well, in this place it's okay to fuck 14-year-olds, but in this place it's completely immoral and you're a pedophile.
Right.
But I agree with our system over other people's systems.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. So some systems.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not always objective though. Like sometimes there is subjectivity to culture.
Yeah, there's subjectivity and like nuanced things that don't matter, like right hand or left hand. But
Well, yeah, and there's people that like harp over those things though. You'll hear like Greek or Italian people talking about how, oh, you're not Greek or Italian if you cook a certain way or if you wear your clothes a certain way.
but that's a cultural thing. So
Yeah, exactly.
Those are tribal laws. That's like the shellfish and the clothes of different fabrics in the Bible. Those aren't moral laws.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you that we shouldn't accept other countries
All of those
having different laws around like murder or pedophilia.
all of
but,
those
like, if it's
cultures
around,
would
like,
say don't lie, steal, or murder. Like every culture in the world throughout all of history would agree to that.
Everything
Yeah,
of
exactly.
every political system, Josh, is in contrast to what is said here in Matthew 10 when he says, "Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, where thieves do not break and steal. For your treasure is where your treasure is, there is your heart." There's a priority there. The eye of the
Yes,
lamp of the body.
but you have
So
a
if your eye is
misconception
healthy,
here.
no. But if your eye is bad, your whole
I'll
body will be
explain.
full of darkness. If then the light is in you, is darkness, how great is the darkness? No one can serve two masters.
Right.
For either
And
he will
you're
hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money.
Mhm.
Therefore, I tell you, do not be anxious about your life. That's what politics is about.
Right.
What
No,
you
no,
will
no, no,
eat,
no.
what you
I
will drink,
disagree. I disagree.
nor about your body or
Nope.
what you'll put on it. It is more. It is not life more than food, and of the body more than clothing. Look at the
So
birds of the air.
you're
They
con-
neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are they not more value than they? Are you not more value than they? And which of you can be anxious, can add a single hour to your life? And why are you anxious about clothing? Why are you anxious about the things of the world? Consider the lilies.
you have a
And
misconception here.
no, I don't.
Yeah, let me
What's the
explain.
misconception?
Your misconception is that by me talking about how we should organize societies, that I'm doing this for some sort of personal gain to build up riches on earth.
That's not
That
what I'm at. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm saying.
okay.
I'm saying that when you plan and organize and you make systems and you rely on systems to help determine how you will eat, how you will drink,
No.
what clothes you have. That's all
No.
economics right there, isn't it not?
No. No, no,
Those are all
no.
things
That's
behold and
that's the
those are all
point you're
things
missing.
behold.
That's the point you're missing. This isn't for me. This isn't for me to live in a
I'm not
mansion and
saying
have
it for you.
listen,
I'm not
listen.
saying it for you.
This
I'm
is
saying that
for
man should not worry about those things at all.
no man should worry about saving souls throughout the
Yes.
world. And to do that, we need to have a stable nation and we need to be
No.
able to have people. You're not.
No, because he
You say
says be prepared to be given over to the authorities. He tells us that we are to be going out there into places that are going to be hostile.
He
Because
didn't mean it.
the world is hostile to
why
God.
why
So
are
you
you
cannot
going
create a nation in this world
why are you
and,
going
and
into
build a
places
consensus of that nation
why are you
that
going
won't
into
have
places that are
hostility.
hostile?
Because that's where God calls us, because the world is hostile to God.
Why is God calling us there?
To preach the word.
The divine commission, yes, to preach the word. So
and to baptize people in his name. And you don't need a political system to
and
do that.
what do you
That
have
is an
to
individual thing you have.
what are you
all
going to
have.
what are you going to have to show them to convince them that their ways are wrong and that your ways are right?
I will speak the word of God, and either the
You're
word of
going to
God
have
and the
to
Holy Spirit will
you're
convict
going to
them
have to
or
show
not.
them
It won't be the things of the world. It will not be the things of the
you're
world.
going to have to show them your fruits.
Which does not mean politics.
Pause.
It does mean politics. It
No,
means
it doesn't.
if
No.
I say, look how I've organized my society. We have families, we have children running around happily, everybody's
But that
making
doesn't require
food,
a
everybody
hierarchical
hold
authority.
on, hold
It
on.
doesn't require a hierarchical authority to do those
It
things.
does. Everybody is
No.
eating, everybody is healthy, everybody is happy. We have a great place here. Look how we did this. Look at what
Doesn't mean
you
we
have.
will be.
Look at what you
Yeah.
have. People are starving. People are killing each other. People are stealing from each other. People are murdering each other.
And we're going to have that in our country no matter what.
And we're
No
going to
matter
say,
what the politics are.
we're going to say there is a way to have this. It's a narrow road. You can't go the way of the world. And this isn't for personal gain. This isn't for abundance on earth. This is for a way into heaven. This shows them the right way. And it demonstrates to them there is a right way to do things. And this leads to heaven.
But you don't need politics or government to do that. It's something you have the ability to do as an individual. And it's something you ought to do as an individual. And you can't delegate that responsibility to anybody but yourself. And when you get a group of people and a group of families.
Do you think
who are
Jesus
committed
wasn't
to
the
that-
most impactful person on the history of the world?
Define impactful.
He had a great impact that reverberates throughout all of history to everyone.
Okay, what was that impact? What was that impact?
He showed them the right way through example.
No, he taught them things.
So if we follow
But
that
he also-
example as individuals, and we have a nation where people follow that example as individuals, then as families, then as communities, then as a nation, then as a state, then as a nation, and this example is modeled, then the rest of the world sees that right way. Now, of course, there's going to be, we let the other nations do what they want to do. And if they want to have that degenerate lifestyles and all that stuff, then they can do that. But if they see this this example that is grown from Christ,
can be seen
then
in
more
individual.
souls get to heaven because they see this
Can't
model.
look at this from a pragmatic
Well,
approach. That's the problem.
Josh, the exact problem with what you're saying isn't even what John's bringing up. It's the fact that even within the same religion, under the same values, someone like you and John can have such a core fundamental disagreement here.
Yep.
Where it's like, even if you did construct a system of people who agreed with you, they would still disagree with you on the minute details, which would
And
grow
you'd
into
still have
larger
crime,
disagreement.
and you'd still
Right.
have degenerates,
But
and you'd
even
still have
though
all of these things.
even though we disagree, I guarantee you he would be happier living in my ideal system than his ideal system.
No, I am living in my ideal system. What are you talking about?
No, but I'm saying if
You
everyone
guys are basically two sides of the same coin. I mean, not
Kinda,
really, but
yeah.
you're equally idealistic in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
Probably.
I would
it
think.
is the opposite is not left and right, it's north and south.
Well, whatever though, but yeah, it like walking in two different directions, the same amount of distance, I guess.
Well, the problem is thinking that politics and religion are attached. They should equalize. Your political values and your religious values should align, because that means you're consistent.
See, I
But that
believe
doesn't
they
mean that
are. He believes
your religious values shouldn't have to adhere to your political values, and your political values shouldn't have to adhere to your religious values. They should be able to coexist in harmony.
They can't.
But it's funny. It's funny. I believe that politics.
Yeah, but John, you understand that what I'm saying is the preferred system is to try to find that harmony, right?
Well, and I'm saying that not just that kind of, maybe not in that way, but what I'm saying is there are things within Christian truth, and there are things that are necessary for a political system, for a governing system, that are in contrast. They are in contrast because, for example, if you have a government, do you need a military? If you have a society, a nation, do you need a government, or do you need an army?
You need enforcers, yeah.
Kinda.
Yes, you would need an army to protect your sovereignty.
If you don't want to eventually get rolled over, if you don't want to be like a nomadic
in order
tribe,
for you, by your own logic, in order to ensure this perfect, great society, you would have to rely on an army to protect
you need a
you against
neighbor.
other people, right? And
A
so
neighbor with an
therefore-
army.
and
Sell your
therefore-
garments and buy a sword.
And so therefore you would have to, however you organize that army, you would still have to have an army. And that means you may have to make decisions as a nation. And someone in that nation is going to say, what's the best way to go to war? What's the best way to win this accomplishment? That kind of thinking is anathema to Christian living. Because a Christian...
I'll be back.
Because Christ tells us, blessed are the peacemakers. Turn the other cheek. There are times, and this is when Andrew said, well, John, you would just say roll over and let them kill you. If need be, that might be the very thing that saves them. Because I gladly give my life if my life is to be killed and I don't sacrifice my values to do it. But in government, you have to have compromise. Well, guess what happens with compromise in religion? You then, therefore, have to have compromise based on logic. You have to have compromise, and you have to be able to work with people who are of a diverse background, like 8-Bit was just saying. In order to do that, someone's going to have to give up on orthodoxy or purity of doctrine. They're going
and you recognize that it's like inevitable too, right?
Yes.
It's a need. It's not a want. It's a need.
It's a need. And
So-
you will not be able to sustain a nation without pragmatism. You're not going to be able to sustain a nation without making hard choices like that. Well, the more the government, the larger the nation, the more centralized authority you have, the more that is going to be evident. But you know what? As an individual, I have autonomy. Now, you're right. With responsibilities come families. And does that mean everyone should, give up everything and follow Jesus? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's where the whole idea is the heart. Lazarus' heart's in the right place. He doesn't need a government to tell him how to live and act. He doesn't need to have a government system to tell him to do the right thing in protecting and providing for his family. He just does it because of his faith and because of the values that he has as a believer in God and because of the things that he had. So now, does that mean that we can come together as a collective of people? And can I say to someone like 8-Bit, who 8-Bit and I probably have a lot in disagreement, but I can still say to him, 8-Bit, look, I need some help. I know you have this specialty. Let's work out a deal where we can come up with a fair price for your expenses and your time. Do I need a government? Now, if I know he's going to be in bad faith, well, then guess what? I don't do business with that person. But the more you have, the more you can lose. And the more you can lose, the more you have to defend. And when you are thinking about what you're going to lose, you are having anxiety and you're putting stress and worry in those
I don't
things.
even believe in anxiety, but
that's a natural thing. Look at the presidents. Look how they age, dude, because of the anxiety that comes from leading a country. So therefore that thing it's a harder thing to do. Now,
maybe they're just aging because they're old as shit. Like,
well, you know what I mean. I mean, look at Obama. Just look at Obama from 2008 and 9 to now, and you can tell a lot of stress that guy went through. But I'm just saying.
Well, every president winds up getting accused of being a killer, and that's because the reality of being a leader is you result in sometimes thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people dying.
Now, would you say that
King David?
Would you say that like Trump killing Suleiman was a good thing? Was a needed thing for the country? Josh?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking.
okay.
Do you think killing someone like Osama bin Laden was a necessary thing for the country, for the protection of the country?
Sure.
Okay.
Bin Laden?
So
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a symbol. It's a symbolic thing.
So then you go out and you murder him.
Allegedly.
You kill him to prevent him to do damage. A Christian should not worry about what his life is or isn't in this earth.
Right.
He should be worried about his mind should be on heaven alone. And he should seek peace and he should seek to be meek. And that's why God says those things. People who are that way are going to be blessed, because not only God blesses them for that, but they have an inherent joy in knowing that no matter what happens to them, they are children of God. That kind of belief, there's no way you can wrap that into a political ideology. At some point, you're going to have to make consensus. Now, I'm sure Trump is going to have to acknowledge that he can't do something like a federal ban on abortion. As a Christian,
And he's not even trying.
Huh?
And he's not trying to.
No. And yet I think abortion is not only wrong and murder. I don't think any person or Christian should advocate for it. So, therefore, you're telling me that we're going to have a Christian nation with a president or a leader who would make those kinds of decisions?
Hold on, John.
He understands the political reality, though.
Hold on, you've been going for a while.
I'm shut up now.
Let me interject. Okay. Hypothetical. There's 2.2 billion Christians on Earth, allegedly. So let's just say, how many people are there on Earth? 8 or 9 billion? Let's say that all of them rise up against all of the Christians, right? And in an instant, they all decide, we're going to burn every church down. We're going to burn every Bible. We're not going to let anybody talk about this Jesus guy or this Christian God or Jewish God or whatever. We'll put the Jews in the mix too. We could throw the Muslims
like the
in there too.
Mary Dominion from Skyrim.
we're going to get rid of the Abrahamic God. We're going to get rid of Jesus, and we're going to kill in one instant. We're going to kill all the Christians, all the Muslims, all the Jews, anybody who knows anything about this Abrahamic God, any books that talk about this Abrahamic God, any churches, all of it. We're going to wipe it out in an instant.
Worship of Talos has been banned in your nation.
You would say
the people of Skyrim cannot worship their god freely.
You would say that we should not fight back against this?
Yes, I am saying let the world come against us. They will be delivered against it. That's a guarantee.
Okay, so that would be yeah,
but we do know.
I can't get on board with that.
I know, because you believe in this idea that Christians have to do something pragmatically, politically, to ensure, because you believe the nation is essential for ensuring Christianity on earth. And that's the reason why you believe that. I don't believe that. I believe power of God is more powerful than that. And I believe God is in control, and he is in all times and in all places. And his will and his word works. And we have seen throughout the history
But
of
what
the
if it's
church,
his will for us to not let that happen? And we let it, and we have been.
How do you know what his will is? That's the point. I'm saying his will is pretty
Right.
evident if you read the gospel, the Gospel of Matthew.
If you read the whole Bible, that's not what I see.
Well, I know, but I'm talking about the words of Jesus himself, the direct words of Jesus himself. That has some relevance, and that has significance and a bit of elevation.
When Jesus says turn the other cheek, he's saying on a personal basis, if somebody offends you, you let it go. But then in the New Testament, it also talks about how governments will punish those wrongdoers. So unless you're like anti-Paulian and you're saying don't sell your garments and buy a sword, or well, Jesus said that. When they come to persecute us, what do we do, Jesus? And he said, sell your garments and buy a sword. Get ready
Dust
to
yourself off
defend the
and go to the
faith.
next town. I mean, we can cherry pick verses all the live long day, right?
It's not cherry picking verses. It's the message that I see throughout the Bible.
And you and I see a different message in the Bible, and we have two different perspectives
Okay.
on what those words mean to us. And what
how do
mean for us.
how do we resolve this? Do we go to the church authority? Do we pray about it?
Well, all I can do is
over the internet, it's way harder. If you guys lived in the same town, you would like talk to your pastor about it.
Yeah, but if I talk to a Catholic priest or an Orthodox priest or whatever, they're going to say no, we're not going to let that happen. So John is going against that, and I think even most Protestants who protest, they got their names because they protested against the Catholic Church. Like, right. I don't know. Well, there is, I no offense, John, but I see this soft Christianity pervading throughout Christianity that
Are you saying
I don't
that
think
what I'm doing is a soft Christian?
Well, I'm saying you just said you would just be okay with all of it getting
okay?
You wouldn't fight back. You wouldn't fight back.
Well, those are two different things, Josh.
Well, I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible, but I'm trying to say there's a time.
I appreciate that and I respect that, but
there's a time for everything. There is a time to fight.
Of course. And you pray to God for the knowledge of that, and that will come from searching the Word of God. It won't come from adopting a Christian nation and a political system out of that must necessitate, at times, acts of war and acts of force against other people's will in order to ensure stability. And
see, I don't know what God you've been reading about.
Well,
I don't know what God you've been reading about in the Bible. You forget yeah, love, but you forget the other half. You forget the wrath.
I'm not forgetting that. I'm just saying that wrath isn't for us Christians, the kind of nation that kill every damn fucking pagan in the world.
It's
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
I see what
saying
John's
we
getting at
trust
because
Christ to do that.
because
It is His will.
what John, I don't know if this is what John's saying, but
I see what you're saying. I'm
it
not. I'm just.
it leads to like the Pat Robertson type, Israel, and we gotta, I don't know. It leads to that type of worldview where, I don't know.
I know that Jesus says, "Ask and it shall be given," and I know that we should also pray His prayer, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread." I know that
But
false prophets will come in sheep's clothing as ravenous
but what
wolves,
if
and people
it's?
will claim.
And that's what I'm saying. What if it's God's will that we fight back and we win?
If it's His will to fight back, then we will know that by Him ordaining it. But you can't guarantee that by adopting a Christian nation or supposing a Christian nation and saying, well, we got to then also have an army so
What
we
if
can
it's
kill a bunch
what
of
if it's
damn
Satan's
boomers.
will? What if it's Satan's will that we just say, oh well, here's my neck.
Well, whatever Satan's will doesn't matter because he's already defeated. It's
As a Christian, isn't like everything that basically like Jesus changes the values of supposed to be like what you believe in? Like there can be shit that's said in the
Jesus,
Old Testament, but
no,
if
Jesus
Jesus says
didn't
the
change.
opposite,
Yeah, he does. He does ask us to be transformed. He does say,
Yeah, but he
"I give you a
doesn't.
new commandment," but it's not. It's not. It's
because that's
an
like the
old
whole
one, but it's a
dispute,
new way of
the
saying.
huge dispute, right? Is that Christians believe basically in the teachings of Christ, which are the New Testament, and then Jews believe in the Old Testament
I
teachings.
believe in both.
We
I
but
have no problem.
Christians also believe in the Old Testament. Jesus came to fulfill the law.
I know they believe it happened. I'm saying, but you're supposed to, as a Christian, you're supposed to derive your values from the New Testament, right? Because the New Testament is the teachings of Christ, and as a Christian, you are a person underneath the teachings of Christ. So Christ should hold value
Yeah,
over all.
but I also believe that the Son is how you get to the Father, and uh, I think the Father's law. Jesus didn't come to abolish the law; he came to fulfill the law.
Right, but that does not mean
And all of
that
the
his
moral law from the Old
testament.
Testament is reiterated in the New Testament. So
Right, but the morality of that law is we're not supposed to live under that law. We're supposed to live under the grace of God, and by doing so, be transformed and renewed, and therefore love our neighbor, show love in all that we do, and
Which the
be
New Testament
prepared to
also
be
definitely
persecuted
changes
for
stuff from
that
the Old
radical
Testament,
love.
right? Like that's the
no,
whole point of him dying for our sins, right? Is he's literally changing the way a whole process is done.
it
Like
well
before that,
no
almost nobody
because
saw Promised
no because
Land, and now
all
almost everybody sees.
yeah, but all of that is prophesied in the Old Testament, so they knew that was coming. So all he did was fulfill what was in the Old Testament.
Yeah, but then the Jews say that it never came, that Jesus didn't fulfill all of the promises from the Old Testament, so he couldn't be truly the
Because
Son of God.
yeah, they deny Jesus.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the Old Testament it says something about how like the Son of God's supposed to bring the end of all war and shit,
And
and
there's
like all
another reason
conflict.
why you need to be cautious of going fisticuffs or to going into certain action, especially if it's judged by fear or anxiety, because
I'm not
you get
saying we should just walk around punching people in the
I'm not
streets.
saying you are. I'm
But
saying that is a reality when you have a political system and a government. But he tells us not to, that when a thief comes in or an enemy comes in and plants weeds among the tares, that we're not supposed to just tear out the weeds, because we might tear out the tare with it. So therefore, what does he say? They'll grow together until the harvest, and at the harvest time, I will tell the reapers, gather the weeds first and bind them in bundles and they'll be burned. God's justice, God being the triumphant, coming back and defeating everything, will happen at the end. Our
I'm just
job
thinking about all
is
the
in that
things that the
time
New
until that
Testament
happens,
make a
is to have
thing.
faith in Him.
Like, literally, like, heaven doesn't even exist in the Old Testament. Like,
It does, but not the way some people.
We're not going to have a harvest if the weeds strangle out all of the harvest. If
That's you bringing that into the scripture there. That's your logic there. Jesus says, "Do not."
And God is
worry about what-
logical.
Jesus
and
says, "Don't worry."
and
God in
parables
Psalm says, "Don't be worried about."
parables are meant to be reasoned out and logicked out. Like that's why they're parables. That's why he spoke in parables.
No, he spoke in parables to make something simple because humans in their innate.
They weren't simple. It's not divine
nature-
simplicity. It's
Oh yeah, it
complicated.
is. There's so much simplicity to the Word of God.
He said most of you won't understand what I'm saying.
Right, because if
I'm
your
a big
mind is
Matthew
set on
6
human
guy.
logic, you can't. That's the whole damn point, Josh.
Logic is not a human thing. Logic exists whether
Yes,
we're
it
here
is.
or not.
Yes, it is. Yes,
This is
it
the
is.
I mean, even if
transcendental
we
argument.
talk about the Bible, like, God never even directly said anything because, like, God's word would, like, destroy you. It was,
You
like,
either
all,
live by
like,
the spirit or the flesh.
messengers and angels that were
And
speaking
logic
for
is
him.
of the flesh. Now, does that mean that you can't use that? Does that mean that it doesn't have its use? No. And just like the will, just because it's injured doesn't mean it doesn't have its use or that it doesn't have agency. It does mean that the whole point of it is for us to submit to the will of God in all times, in all places, and to trust in Him and His Holy Spirit to guide us through His Word. And if you believe those things, you will be fine. You have no need to worry about what will happen in the world. You have no worry about whether they deliver you to synagogues and courts or whether they.
But I'm not worried about it. Like,
well, but see, you worry about it when you say, "What if we don't do something about it?" Then, well, if we don't create
not
a Christian
worried.
nation, then Christianity will go away. Well,
it's not worried. I could get struck dead right. I could get struck dead right now, and it would make no difference to me.
Because my Jesus doesn't need a imperfect Christian nation, quote unquote, to do His will. He uses men. He even uses evil people to do His will. So whether our kingdom is of God, or if our kingdom has Christian quote unquote morals or principles, or whether it be
you don't think
pagan
that
or atheist,
you don't think that God can use evil people to do His will?
I just said He can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
He
misunderstood.
does. He does. That's
Yeah.
why you don't necessarily have to rely on a Christian nation to do those things.
He could literally do.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the biggest problem with everything. I mean, you could basically question all of theology with the fact that Satan's supposed to always be tempting you. Like, even the writings of the Bible themselves could be tampered with temptation of Satan. They're written by man, and to act with the idea that Satan wouldn't be tempting them while writing the most religious writings in existence would be a foolish concept.
Yeah, it's what is it?
That's why you have to like debate those
Transitor,
concepts. Because I mean,
traditore. The translator is the traitor. I wrote that down.
do you think the translators were without temptation?
No, yeah, I agree. There's hundreds of translations of the Bible, and there's a lot of inaccurate translations. I agree with that. But yeah.
Again, it comes down to a distinction of how God's will works in the world. And I'm not saying He can't use governments or He doesn't use principalities. I'm saying the temptation or threat that if we don't have a Christian nation to do it, it somehow won't exist, is something that is limiting the power of God.
But everything
with anything else,
the
with
difference
anything, God's
between
been at His most powerful when His people are nomadic, right?
the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying, John, is you're saying I'm gonna go out in the blizzard with no jacket because it's God's will.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's your idea of what I'm saying.
I'm saying put on a jacket.
I'm not saying no. You're not saying put on a jacket. You're saying we need to have some guy tell us put on a jacket before going out in the fucking world. That's the
No,
difference.
no, I'm saying
Yeah, yeah. That's what a government does. It tells you what to fucking do. That's the whole damn point of it.
Yeah, I think John's saying it's more moral to let someone kill you than to kill somebody.
Of course, it's more moral. It's
you don't.
Like he's saying it's more godly. It's
You
more
don't even
Christ.
you don't even have to kill them. You just have to not let them kill you.
No, no. If it is God's will for me to lose my life, it's His will.
Right.
I won't judge it. I won't demand that I have to have a life.
And what I'm saying is if you're saying it's God's will for me to go out into the blizzard without a jacket, then I'm going to go out in the blizzard without
Did
a
I
jacket.
say that's what God's will is? I don't.
But I'm saying
conflating your
when-
logic with what you think I'm
when
saying.
your wife, if a man listens to the woman, he'll suffer. But if the wife says, "Honey, put on your jacket," maybe that's something saying. Maybe that's God whispering into your ear. Maybe you should put on the jacket.
A good example. That's a good example. God does use people, but that does not mean God needs a nation, nor that He desires us to have a quote-unquote Christian nation, because anything of this world is frail, and it has faultiness. And so, yes, we're supposed to discern. And that's where the difference between you and I is there's discernment, which says, look to the Word of God, look to what is evident, and God will let you know.
Tomas, calm down. You can join the panel, Tomas, if you
have
want.
these things, you'll have these beliefs, you'll have these ideas, but you don't need a government to tell you need to do these things. And in fact, most likely a government will tell you not only what to wear a coat, they'll tell you have to wear a fucking orange coat. They'll tell you that if you buy a coat from this company,
now you're taking your own ideas into this and going too far with it. Like you're assuming that all government is evil, all politics is evil, and every.
No, I didn't say it's all evil. I said it's limited and it's based in this fallen world, which is based in sin. It's imperfect, and
we have to have some kind of government to maintain society. It would be.
I'm not saying that there can't be some type of government. Again, that is the confusion of what people are saying, or misunderstanding about my point. And I get it. I understand.
He's just saying he has that moral that a lot of people think is gay that Batman has, where he's like, you can't kill them or you'll become them. Like it's basically that sentiment.
It's more than just that, my friend. But
how many people?
You get what I'm saying.
I'm
right?
actually okay with that. If so.
That's why I said. Wrong. I think the older you get, the more you realize that actually is like a consistent belief.
When we were talking earlier about how God, when you asked, could God kill angels? When Lucifer rose up against God, and that actually it like clicked something in my head that's a good argument against the death penalty, is that God didn't even kill Lucifer, He banished him, and this is why I'm pro banishment. Well, that's not why, but that's a good. I'm going to add that to my little repertoire for arguments against the death penalty and for banishment or exile or something. We don't have to kill the people who want to kill us, but that doesn't mean we have to let them kill us. We can stand up against them, and we can say, "Guess what? We're gonna put you in this place here. We're gonna have this."
I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. I am saying, though, there eventually will come a time that a government will need to kill. In order to establish.
And you think, but so murder is inherently unjust by the definition. Definitionally, murder is unjust. Killing is not unjust. God commands killings all the time. So
he did in the Old Testament. Yes.
Yeah, that's why Moses isn't even.
Did you stop talking or did you cut out?
All the work that he did. Who, John?
No, you cut out in the middle of what you're saying.
Oh, I was saying that's why Moses even wasn't allowed in the Promised Land, right?
Because he had murdered somebody? Well, no, I think it's because didn't he disobey?
Well, he did a couple of things. One of the things he did is the people believe this or not, the people wanting something of substance were thirsty,
Mm-hmm.
and instead of trusting in God,
Yep.
they asked their leader, "Provide for us, leader." And so, what did he do? Out of probably a good intent on his part, to
I'm pretty sure they
get water from
detail
the
in the
rock.
Bible
He
that it's out
used
of good
God,
intent.
even though God told him not to do it, and he did it anyways because leaders sometimes give into the temptation of thinking that a good leader does the will of the people.
But I feel like this is some sort of fallacy. Like, just because something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Just because things have gone wrong before, we shouldn't even try. So
No,
with this logic, abortion should just be legal because if we make
no,
abortion
that's no.
illegal, they'll still do it. They're still gonna do it in a back alley somewhere. We should make drugs legal. We should make everything. You know, why do we have any laws? Why do we have any?
That's not what I said. That's not what
No,
I
but
said.
that's what is logically entailed from what you said.
No, it's not.
Okay. Why not?
What are you talking about, Josh? What are you talking about?
What I said, what I have said, I have not said that there hasn't been a use of government. I'm not even saying there's not a use of law. I'm saying that law tends to be for people who cannot follow the law.
Which is what?
So,
What percent of people is that?
well, I don't know what percentage of people that is, but what I'm saying is that
Wait, no, John, you do know. At all points, it is 100% of people at some point. Someone sins and doesn't follow the law.
Right.
Like that's the whole teaching of Christ is that we are bound to
We're all
sin, and that's
fallen.
why He gives you
Right. Well, but
We're
you're
all
talking about the
sinners.
law of God versus the law of man, and that's the distinction here. But what I'm saying is not even that you shouldn't have government. I'm saying you do not trust in government. I'm saying you do not put your faith in government. I'm saying that government is not necessarily the prescription for the things of God, because God tells us that his kingdom is not of this world. He tells us that this world will be against him and we will be hated for his name's sake. And not just that, but that we'll be ridiculed and that we'll be told that we're illogical because we're being emphatic about what he says, because people absolutely get triggered by the word of God because it goes against their logic. And
You
I'm
know,
saying that, yes,
It goes
I have no
against their way
problem
of
with this.
life.
What's that?
It goes against their way of life, not their logic.
Oh, it goes against both. Yes, there's because part of logic comes in. There's a personal aspect of logic that is based on personal analysis, and that's why atheists, for example, say that's not logical to believe in God, and the reason they say that is because it's inconsistent within their own personal circular logic. So,
you know what I like about you, John? You know what I think some middle ground here,
what?
and you might disagree, but I think we both think like people who are in the world, but they're not like thinking like people who are of the world, because we both have some utopian idea of how it should be, and neither of us are going to get our way. And I know
I don't. I'm not. It has nothing to do with getting my way. See, I'm not the one that needs to have an imperative imposed on other people in order to live the life in which God has entailed for me. I've always said it is a personal philosophical value. You're asking me how do I justify it for in a government sense,
right.
in a political sense, and or in a practical sense, and I'm saying it's incompatible with that, and that's the whole point. And so
But your model world, I feel like it would never work, and it's not realistic.
that's fine.
And
That's fine.
you think
Yeah,
my
he's already acknowledged that it doesn't work.
right, and
But he thinks nothing will work. And you
I
acknowledge nothing would work either when you said everything eventually decays, collapses
yeah,
inevitable.
and like I agree with what John said. Ultimate or what has been said before. Ultimate power corrupts. What's the expression? Ultimately, or
Absolutely.
absolute power corrupts absolutely. I agree with that. So I know that my idea of how we should do things isn't ever going to happen, and John's idea is more of like an individual
Well, if
one,
you're
but
able
he
to reconcile with that, why wouldn't you try to come to a conclusion that could happen?
well,
he has to actually have to have one that does actually come to happen because he is the one that is relying and advocating for a system on Earth to advocate politically the edicts of God. In order to do that, you have to have something to be able to produce that. And so I don't have that dilemma because I don't impose that has to happen.
he won't even take the dang middle ground. He's gonna.
No, here's the middle ground that I'm going to grant you.
The middle ground is vote Trump in
No,
this
that's not the middle
election.
ground. That is not the middle
The
ground.
middle ground is that you both admitted that like both of these ideal positions can never be like reproduced countrywide. You
And
do
I'm
this
not
in your
advocating
household.
that it should, in my sense. In fact, I'm already expecting that it can't be because narrow is the game. People,
Right, but
it's the value.
it's not a political stance. You're not taking a political stance.
No, I'm not.
Right. So
Preferably you don't. Like even if you're religious, like I don't get why most people don't just want to go live out in the woods. Like that should be most people's goals. Be able
yeah,
to be completely absent from society's
But if it has
influence.
any ideological hallmarks, it would be that it tends to be towards uh, engaging in free enterprise and actions with people. It would be um, trying to find ways in which we can come together and collectively and
if John is
voluntarily.
Matthew, then Josh is Peter. I think I'm more like Paul. But maybe.
I never
No,
said
I
I was
agree. You would have
Matthew. I
No,
given
just
that
no,
said
wizard a
somebody
run for his money.
somebody in chat said that.
I know, but I'm telling him, the guy in chat, that I'm not advocating for being Matt. I'm just I believe Matthew, especially the Beatitudes, is the foundation of Christian anarchism, and whatever extends of that means if um if you do those things, and again, I don't advocate that people shouldn't vote. I'm not, and I do believe there are things politically that people who
Oh, good night,
have Christian
Nada.
ideas. But I think here's the middle ground for us, Josh, is that we both want the same thing: is that we want people to come to God, we want people to believe, we want people to, and we see the value in the good.
You just cut out. You there? Your audio's gone. John's audio cut out. Somebody else talk for a second. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick while John fixes whatever's wrong. We can't hear you, John.
You ever played the Stick of Truth, John? Is he gone?
No, I think he'll be back.
Did he go?
Did they both leave?
Can't tell.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, we heard you and then you left.
We heard you right before you left. All we heard was, "Can you hear me?"
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, and I do believe that you are.
He picked up right where he left off.
But I do believe that you believe in good things and treasure good things and advocate for good things, and I advocate for those things too. We just have a different way of approaching those things.
Yeah.
And like I said, I love your passion and your energy, and I love the enthusiasm, and I love that you give it both girls, and you and I both know that you can bring heated and passion into advocating your position without taking it personally. Like I said,
Yeah.
and you do good streams and have good conversations. So,
Yeah, I was
and I know that it's a very hard thing. It's a very minority position. I accept that.
and I think that the religious and the political are intertwined, and they can't be separated, and I think that's one thing we differ on is
Right. But I think we would both agree that if you're
Well, how can you say that when earlier you even
ideologies,
said that you shouldn't talk politics at work?
but I don't talk
I'm in trouble.
religion at work either.
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Doesn't that go against the value that you're saying right now?
I don't
If you think that it's all tied together, shouldn't you constantly be advocating for it, like the
no
girl that was in here was saying?
no because I don't talk to people at work. Period. I don't. I don't. I'm not trying to talk to them. What are you talking about? I don't tell them about what I had for lunch. I don't tell them about nothing.
Josh is like, talk to people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm pretty like antisocial when I'm not
I'd
on.
rather just talk to people on stream.
Yeah, because it's like it's my stream. You know what I'm here for. This is what we're here. This is what I like to talk about. I like to argue. Let's go. But
And people come in here, they know that, and they voluntarily come into this. Whereas if you kind of try to impose it on somebody who hasn't asked for that or hasn't accepted those terms, that is something that is wrong.
yeah,
Which
and
is
even
why I
if
think that's a good thing itself in how you would treat a lot of things within our world.
or like if I find out that there's a protest going on, and I'm like, I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna have a gimbal in my phone, and then I'm gonna go in ready to go, and I'm there for a reason. But if I'm at work, even if somebody comes up to me at work and they're like, "Did let's say some guy comes up to me at work and he's like, "This Trump guy is an idiot." Da 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 da. I'm gonna go, "Oh yeah, okay, okay, yeah," and then I'm gonna walk away. You know.
That's so based. You and me actually have the exact same response. I'll have people walk up to me at work and be like, "I don't think Kamala should be the president because she's a woman." And I'm like, "Okay." I just don't. I don't engage like at all. I
Yeah.
don't care about having political conversations at work.
I just don't
I
get
don't
people
want
that
to.
just go up to random strangers and do that. I do not understand that. Like,
But anything, I feel like a lot of those people they feel like they feel embarrassed if you don't respond, if you don't engage, and you just kind of look at them and be like, "Okay."
Yeah, it's
I had
actually
this.
worse if you just kind of look at them and you're like, "All right, buddy," and then you just walk away.
I had this one guy. I was at the parking lot of a Safeway, and he was a Jehovah's Witness. And those people, I mean, they'll never take an opportunity gift horse to look it in the mouth. So I was bringing stuff to my car, and the guy next to me was in a van. And all of a sudden, Josh, the van door opens up, and he says, "Hi, how's it going? Would you like to have this tracked?" And I was just like, "Damn!" I was like, record like 0 to 60 in like 1.2.
Yeah. Now, if I was gonna like make content and I had a microphone in my hand and I'm recording and I'm out doing man on the street interviews, or if I was like a street preacher or something, then
That's different.
yeah, it's like you have
You're
your hat.
going into the public space for that.
Yeah, you're going there with a mission to do this thing.
You're going to work to
Yeah, you're
work,
actually
and
looking
people
for
are
it, right?
going to Walmart shop.
But even when the Mormons knock on my door, sometimes I'll invite the Mormons in and I'll sit down and I'll have a conversation with them for an hour or 2 hours, and like in my head,
That's what
everything
they want, man. They scary.
I know, but in my head, everything they say, I'm like debate brained, and I'm like, I could say this, but instead I'm just like, oh, really? Well, what do you think about blah blah blah? And so it's just knowing how to act. There's a time and a place for everything.
There's an old song by Kenny Rogers that says you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away.
But don't ever run.
Yep, exactly.
I added my own little twist on that.
Yeah, I know that song.
You gotta know when to unholster.
Know when to double tap.
Aim at your enemy.
Know when to double tap. That's funny, Josh.
Yep.
But I just, it's like, and to me, it's like when you're at work or like you're at the store, it's like someone coming up to me and goes, "Hey, what do you think of this?" I'm like, excuse me, I'm trying to get the Pringles." That's like. But I think most people at Walmart, most of the people I've run into Walmart that work at Walmart, especially if they're like stocking crew, I try not to like bother those people because I know they're like, "Excuse me." And there's always those people I'm sure you run into if you're ever out on the floor doing that, and they're like, "I'm looking for something in grocery," and you happen to be like in, outdoors or on the other side of the store. It's like, don't you know I'm like stocking a particular section here?
No, it drives me crazy. Like somebody be like,
Do you know where the fruit is?
somebody asked me the other day, "Do you guys have bread here?"
What?
And literally, it was on aisle 13, and we were on aisle 11. And I walked them out to the thing, and I looked up at the sign, and I said, "It's right there where it says bread." Like, there's a whole aisle of it. Like, oh, it pisses me off. People are dumb, dude.
Yeah.
There's so many dumb people in the world. I get irritated by so many things.
Did you see Tony
Hinchcliffe?
Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see Tony Hinchcliffe completely bomb?
No, I didn't see that. I saw.
He actually had some pretty good funny jokes there.
I thought it was awesome.
I saw a bunch of liberals get their panties in a twist over it.
Yeah. I see they're trying to
His humor
cancel
was
him.
like the definition of what me and Daddy Jeb were talking earlier about fucking political comedy, like ruining and suffocating comedy.
He was
I haven't
doing.
watched it yet. I'm going to.
It was at a political rally, and it was pretty
Exactly.
good.
That's what I'm saying. A comedian should not be there.
Why? I thought it was good, and I usually don't like political comedy, but for what he was doing, I thought it was great.
I'll grant you that if you will grant that no late night show host should talk politics either.
Yeah.
It's different
They
when
know
you're
nothing
doing.
about what they're talking about, anyways.
It's different when a comedian is doing a stand-up comedy special, and they talk about politics the whole time. From when a comedian is invited as a guest to a political rally.
Right.
That's two different things.
Yeah, I think that should be considered bad business. I'll admit that it's not always considered bad business. Like, I don't get why someone like Taylor Swift should ever come out and say who she's voting for, or why that should be endorsed and not mocked and shamed. But I view that like holistically for everybody.
But
I don't. If you have a job that's not involved in politics,
and there's like no reason for you to be
No, but
risking
the
it
difference
all.
the difference is when Kamala has Beyonce come and open for her, Beyonce didn't sing a song. But when a comedian comes to open for Trump, he did comedy. So he did comedy
Well, I
and he
thought he
made
did
it
poorly.
political for a political rally. Beyonce comes and opens for Kamala and doesn't sing anything. So I don't want to hear from Beyonce about politics unless now if Beyonce had written a song for Kamala and came out and performed the song and danced it, then I'd be like, okay, that's what she's supposed to do. But
Like I said, I'm willing to be internally consistent here. I think it's stupid whenever fucking what's his name, Dave Chappelle goes out and he's like wasting like 30-40 minutes of his segment talking about some pimp book that he read where this guy used to break bitches in bathtubs. I don't that it was like I can't even remember most of it. It was just useless.
But if
I just hate when
what drives
comedians
me
do that
nuts,
shit.
8-bit, is when I see inconsistency on both sides. So like a bunch of conservatives are like, "Oh man, they're using Beyonce and they're using Bruce Springsteen. Oh, they need to use celebrities." And then I see Jesse Waters on the Five saying, "Well, look who Trump had there. He had Elon Musk. He had Tony Hinckley. He had Hulk Hogan." I'm like, wait a minute. Weren't you just like kind of like giving shit to the Democrats for having celebrities at their rallies? And you're saying that what made part of the reason that made this rally good is that they had celebrities of a different kind? Like,
yeah, but okay, so Hulk Hogan, I'll agree, but Elon Musk is not there as a celebrity. He's there as a great
As an
mind.
alien, I couldn't even explain why the fuck he's there.
Joe Rogan and multiple other people said years ago that if I was Trump, I would be talking to Elon Musk. Why isn't Trump talking to Elon Musk? Elon Musk is making electric cars
Oh no, I'm
and
not saying that. Even
rockets.
if
He
Elon
runs
wholly
Twitter.
supports Trump,
like
it's such a bad decision for him to show up there and like openly endorse that because he's just like putting himself to be like basically cascaded by media. There's like no positives that come out of him showing up there except for just like pats on the backs from people that already like him.
I think there's a lot of
I think he loves it.
Yeah.
I think he loves fame. I think that's the only reason he went there because that shit is not going to help his bottom line.
Tulsi Gabbard,
I don't know if you can
RFK,
make that
and
judgment.
Elon
I don't know if
Musk
you can
is
make that
not the
judgment.
same as Beyonce, Eminem, and Taylor Swift.
Right. I don't know if you can make that. You can make the judgment that he's there for his own fame. I would.
Well, no, I can't even
if
say that
Eminem-
definitively. That's
if-
just the only thing I could even come up with.
if
That would be a
Eminem-
reason why someone like him would do that.
If Eminem had showed up at the rally and rapped a verse about Kamala, I would have been like, let's go. That's pretty cool. But that's not what he did. He came out and did a speech, not a 52-second introduction just to have his face there. If Beyonce had come up and sang a song that she wrote for Kamala, that would be different.
And all that's like super gay too, because like Eminem's somebody who's literally talked about like beating women and shit. He shouldn't be showing up at political rallies to sponsor opponents.
I know. The guy, a guy who got famous off of
politics is disgraceful.
Comparing himself to Columbine shooters makes a gun control song. That's kind of weird, but Tony Hinchcliffe shows up and he does comedy, and then Trump comes out like that. That was cool to me. So if they had Dave Chappelle do an opening for Kamala and he did some jokes for 10 minutes, and then Kamala came out, if they were good jokes, then I'd be like, okay, I see
When are
it.
people gonna realize Tony Hinchcliffe is definitely gay?
I think he
delivered the fruitiest stand-up
I think
in existence.
It's weird when people like openly
That
say
man
that
needs
they're
to be
gay.
forced to go on Kill Tony. He needs to be forced to go on Kill Tony in front of his own judges.
Who, Tony?
That would be a funny fucking episode.
He like jokes about being gay all the time. When people openly joke about being gay and then people call them gay, it's like, I don't know. I don't know.
I think the best way I've heard it described is there's this YouTuber called Turkey Tom, and when he was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe, he was like, I genuinely thought that man was trans for like 2 years. I thought he was just like a trans person. He looks so effeminate. He just has these like effeminate. He's kind of like the guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You
It's
ever
like
seen that
when
show?
it's like when conservatives say Michelle Obama is a man.
He's very metrosexual. I guess that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I think he tries to put out that persona all the time.
Yeah, I think
to keep people wondering and talking.
I think he's pretty open.
Which way he swings, I don't know.
He's pretty open about that joke. That's not like it's not even like an original observation. I think he openly says, "Yeah, I seem like a gay
He doesn't
guy."
even crazy.
Yeah.
He flows. He goes with it.
And he might be.
I just thought it was like I thought it was very loose-toothed comedy. It was fruity delivery of him making jokes about like automotive production lines.
Bro, when he said there's a whole pile of trash floating in the ocean, it's called Puerto Rico. That's so funny.
I gotta watch that. I really need to.
Some of them were kind of misses, but they're all right. When he said Elon
I will
parallel.
say, this isn't even political. I just don't like Tony Hinchcliffe. Like I don't like Kill Tony.
I'm not a big fan of his either. I don't think he's that great, but
So he talks, and I'm already like geared up against him. I'm not geared up. I'm oiled up against Tony Hinchcliffe.
He said
I'm
Elon
instantly
Musk parallel parked a rocket, and Kamala voters can't even parallel park their Priuses.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That was pretty good. It was all right.
You know, how do you feel about the Elon thing? Because he's like definitely a political grifter. This guy like literally less than 4 years ago was saying Trump was going to destroy America.
I think when I hear liberals like Destiny saying that he's an idiot, I think that makes them an idiot. I think that Elon is a very smart, successful. You don't become the richest man on earth that quick. You know, Tesla made like $30 billion in a day the other day. They increased. He's going to be the first trillionaire by 2027 estimated. I think he'll beat that. Like,
I think he made a shit ton of money off of crypto, and I think he was like artificially fucking like blowing the fuck out of the crypto market when it was blowing up.
So he's just.
I honestly don't know how he got away with that shit. Like how he would like invest in things like Dogecoin and then tell everyone to invest in it to get them to like pull up the price, and then he would pull out. Like he was rug pulling other people's coins. It was crazy.
Well, even if it was some sort of scam, you still got to be pretty smart to do that. I know
if
he's
you're
trying
not
to.
even involved in if you're not involved in the token process, it wouldn't even be considered a scam.
He's putting chips in people's brains to make them blind people be able to see. Could be bad. It could turn out bad. He's on my Antichrist watch list, but
See, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but it's crazy that you guys don't make conspiracies when it comes to like shit like that. Because like
I do.
Every time I see one of those videos where people are like, "I have Neuralink installed," I'm just like, dude, that guy does not have Neuralink in his head. He's fucking lying.
When Elon bought Twitter and all of a sudden all the conservatives jumped on the Elon bandwagon, you can go back and watch my streams. I was like, I don't know about this guy, and I still don't know about this guy.
Yeah, like that guy that went on Joe Rogan and he was like, yeah, I have Neuralink in. When I'm looking at you right now, I'm seeing all this shit. I just watched that the whole time and I was like, I don't even know if I can believe this.
Yeah, I,
Talking
don't,
about the guy in the wheelchair.
I never saw that.
Yeah. The guy who's
Playing video
like
games.
basically saying he like lives in VR basically through
That's
his
crazy.
eyes.
I didn't see that one. I don't like that
Yeah,
Elon
he
has
plays video games.
like 12 kids from like 9 different baby mamas, and he's not married to any of them, and they're all weird ladies. Like, I don't like that. Yeah, there's a lot of things I don't like about him, but
He set himself up to communicate with the world, and he has some kind of plan. I don't know what it is, but the only thing you don't have yet is the cell phone service, and I'm waiting on that.
yeah, I'm more worried about what China could do with quantum computing and AI, and I figure if they can do it, then we need to have a guy that can do it, and we need to
Yes.
harness it before they do. And so if he's that guy, hopefully it's a good thing. I don't know.
So you're basically Oppenheimer, huh?
Do you think if Trump wins, they'll just take a cardboard cutout of Melania and start putting it next to him?
No.
You know, the Democrats loved, it's just like Trump. The Democrats loved Elon when he was just making electric cars. The guy who's doing more for the environment than anybody.
But see, it doesn't matter what quote unquote values you have that line up with Democrat values. If you're
Well, people will
against
switch
the
up, but
party-
also the people that like people are protecting also switch up. Like I hear people say that about Trump, where they're like, everyone used to love Trump, but also before he ran for president, he spent like 4 years making everybody hate him by saying Obama wasn't from America and he was Kenyan. And he needed to,
He is.
like he primed people to start disliking
He
him.
is Kenyan.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the birther conspiracy theories.
And his name is Barry Soto.
Yeah. Maybe those weren't
I don't know, but do you
conspiracy
get what I'm
theories.
saying?
Maybe
Like,
maybe Trump was right.
I was right. You do better than me.
I was
you
right.
can't say a bunch of controversial stuff and then be like, everyone hates me now. Isn't it crazy that they didn't hate me when I wasn't controversial?
He was saying the same thing back then. If you watch Trump's interviews from
Yeah,
30
maybe they
years
might
ago, he's been consistent.
But maybe if they
Yeah,
did
he's
hate him, I'll grant
That,
you that maybe,
that
maybe
Obama's
some
not
of
an
them,
American
maybe
for 30
some of
years.
them
He's been
did hate
consistent.
him.
No.
Maybe some of them did hate him, but the intensity of that did not ranch it to the way it did until after he ran against the Democrats. And so you can say that at least 80% of this shit against him, it has nothing to do with him personally or his
How would be
beliefs that you might think are cockamamie. It's because he dared go against Hillary Clinton. That's
how would he
and
be
the
making
establishment
birther arguments
I
against
don't think it's because
Obama?
he dared to go against Hillary Clinton. They knew somebody was going to go against Hillary Clinton. It's a two-party election system. I mean,
Right, but they wanted someone like Mitt Romney who they could have bitch slapped again. That's the whole point. They like Democrats like Republicans when they're a bunch of rhino bitches. That
I didn't like Mitt Romney just because he was Mormon. I don't want a Mormon to run the country.
So I mean that's what they.
I think when Obama roasted Trump, that's the reason we got him for president. It pissed him off, and he became president.
Right, because he was looking. I think he was looking for that third term.
Obama.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Obama roasted Trump at some big dinner, really bad. He was roasting him really bad, and I think that really pissed Trump off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they used to do the presidential roasts, now it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not a thing anymore. That was fun.
Yeah,
Wish we still had stuff like that.
that would be cool.
Well, you gotta admit the roast of Puerto Rico was pretty good.
I don't know much about Puerto Rico. I have watched documentaries about them, and all of them seem extremely patriotic. So it seems kind of fucked up to say, honestly.
Well, of course you would say that because you know.
I mean, they're like Guam. Like Guam's also like super patriotic. I mean, it's not a state, but,
Okay, but
there's
they're not
territories that we have that are.
patriotic,
It's
but,
probably
I mean,
propaganda so they can make Puerto Rico a state so they can
you know, it might be patriotic. You know, Al's salvage yard might be and Al might be patriotic. It doesn't mean he doesn't have a fucking.
Well, I don't think Puerto Rico cares as much because Puerto Rico can vote. I know Guam wants to become a state or something because they're not able to vote because of the way their territories like dictated.
Right, and they should just be let to be their own country. But the Democrats.
Well, I think they should just be able to vote. We have an American, like half of
Why
half
don't
of
we just
Guam is
let all of Latin America vote? Right? Why don't?
Well,
we
no,
let
no, no. Okay,
China
John.
Why don't we just
John,
let everybody who wants to vote, wants to come in this country?
John, here's the
vote?
justification. John, here's the justification. About a quarter of their island is an American military base. We literally took over all of Guam whenever we liberated them.
Okay, so they're a conquered country, not a state.
Yeah, they're like from like the Red Scare and shit. They're one of the territories that we conquered to stop communism.
Right. And that didn't.
Actually, I think the Japanese had them. Wait, no, that's wrong. The Japanese had them, and they were getting like atrocityed by the Japanese.
Right.
But, you know, I think they should be able to vote as long as we have a military base there and we dictate their laws. They follow American law. I don't think islands that aren't our territories should be able to vote in our elections, but like.
But illegals, right? You believe illegals should be able to vote?
No, I don't think illegals can vote, right? You have to.
They can't.
To register to vote, you have to do it at the DMV, like
which requires
while doing the same process.
License, which the Democrats are adamantly against, right?
They might be against it, but I mean, you still need a driver's license, still, right?
Right. So, but that the whole reason why they're against driver's license to vote is so they can have illegal aliens not have to worry about getting to register to vote. And
well, I've heard the arguments that they make is that they want it to be more accessible, so voting's easier to everyone. But I can agree that there could be other motivations.
Because states don't also offer an identification card. What's really the hang up there? I don't understand that. Is it the? I understand.
Yeah, there should be a free identification card. Yeah, I think almost everyone agrees with that who's an actual citizen.
You know, so
I feel like most people would be fine if there was a more stringent form of voting, if there wasn't a huge elaborate process to just going and getting your ID.
Well, and that becomes a difficult problem because now we're trying to put a federal standard to states, you know, that who have their own quote unquote system.
Yeah, and we've came so far too. I mean, that's why the electoral college system exists in the first place, is because it was almost impossible for everyone to vote.
Right.
Now it's extremely accessible, and we're still arguing over how to make it more accessible or if it's accessible enough. Like I said, I don't even argue that much for like making it more accessible. I don't think that that's that big of a deal. But I do think if they make voting IDs a thing, like the Republicans are talking about, it should be like issued federally. It shouldn't be something you have to pay for and need to go through a huge elaborate process to get.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm against illegals voting in our elections.
Why do we have to get a voter ID? Why can't we just get why can't people just use a state ID or state driver's license?
Hey, John,
I'm not opposed to any system that could fix it. It's just
okay. I'm just opposing it because usually people on your side of the aisle tend to advocate against that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are against voter IDs. I think that they could be good as long as they're issued by the state.
Right.
I mean, people say that that's like adding an extra step, but that's like, I don't know, adding a social security card is an extra step at that point too.
Right, exactly. And again, if people have trouble, then I definitely do believe it's fair to say, okay, you know, how do we help you with that, you know?
You know, the biggest problem is most people only care about how elections are held, how the voting process is held. Whenever an election's coming up and it could affect them, whenever they're away from it, it becomes like a 50 out of a top 50 priority from like a top 5 priority.
Right, yeah.
So it's like, sadly enough, people are going to talk about voting IDs. They're probably not going to happen, and then people are going to completely forget about them until the next election cycle. What do you think about that, Josh?
I think John's went in the other room.
I zoned out for a second. I'm posting these pictures of my pumpkin.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello. I can now.
Yeah, definitely.
No, it's my mic. It keeps it. I have to secure it here, but to do that might make that kind of noise. So, but it kind of like drooping over, and so it's like. When you
Yeah, I
talk-
don't know. I'm from South Carolina. I know illegal immigration is a problem. I think it's overblown the way it's being painted by a lot of people, but the problem itself is big enough to where you don't have to overblow it. Like the people come in, they're undocumented. A lot of them live in houses together, ignoring fire codes, ignoring like safety regulations, to even living in a property. It's
Oh, I know about that personally. My wife and I, right after we got married, moved into a place, and there was like it was like a 2 bedroom house. We lived in a house that technically had a basement with 2 bedrooms and a upstairs that had like 2 bedrooms. And I'm not joking. There was like 9 Mexicans that lived up there. It's like,
Yeah, but I also think immigration is like really good though. I think that like we should have immigrants coming from other countries. I think it's like the best promotional ads for America. Whenever you get people that come here from other countries and they're like, my life was basically shit. I lived in destitution, then I moved to America and I got the American dream.
yeah. The only thing with immigration, though, if you
And it's free advertisement too. Like you don't even have to initiate those conversations with those people. Whenever you meet immigrants like that, they just like start talking to you about how amazing America is.
But the concern I think a lot of people have, or I think at least half the country has, and a lot of people I think legitimately have, is when people come here and they have little to no requirements for coming into this. Is like I would not.
Yeah, no, and I
to,
think being an illegal immigrant makes your experience here worse. Like you're not going to be able to get the American dream if you're never registered as a documented citizen.
Well, and it's not just that, but I'm talking about culturally understanding the values of a country. Having a basis of understanding of the language. I would never immigrate to France and not expect to be able to have some semblance of French. I think understanding French civics uh, and understanding the culture and the foundation behind that is essential if you want to.
Yeah, when in
live
Rome,
in a
right?
society. I mean, if you want to complete, but a lot of people kind of want to gloss over that, and I think there are parties in both people on both sides, but especially the Democrats who don't want that because if you come over here from some banana republic where you're used to socialism and you're used to having a government dictate to you, then having the government just give them things and dictating to them, they don't understand anything like a constitution. They don't have that basis for why we have the Declaration of Independence. And so the only way to ensure that is to have some type of system ingrained where they go through some type of civics. And I think you can work on a process of getting them in and processing them and allowing them to experience America and living in America. But but them also be a part of a process system that maybe not necessarily overnight, but it allows them to learn over. And in each time that they adapt or graduate into a new module or something, they get more rights or whatever. But it's a difficult thing. But I do think that if we don't fix this issue, it will cause an potential issue of war. Because I've seen people already boil over it because there's certain cultures and they have certain customs and things. Like I remember I was at the bank a couple of months ago, and there was like a van of all these Mexican illegal Mexicans, and they were like in a cargo van, a 15-person cargo van, and there was probably like 30 of them in the cargo van, and some of them were like in another car behind, and all like 40 of these people were standing outside the automatic teller line, or the the bank teller drive-through on a Saturday when the lobby was closed, and people are expecting to drive cars, and there was guys getting mad. He's like, you can't just all line up, and so but these people go, I don't care, I got to do what I got to do, so it's like
Yeah, that's like we debated about this earlier, and I think we'd actually be able to have a better good faith conversation about this now. That's one of my huge things with like the asylum seeking process is like it's a really shitty situation because when you really think about it from like a moral pragmatics perspective, you want there to be no limitations on asylum seeking because the idea would be hopefully nobody is abusing the process, right? And you wouldn't want to fucking dictate like who's a more beneficial asylum seeker than another. Like you wouldn't want to be like, oh well, you're only in this much danger and this family's in more danger, so you have to stay there. Like
right.
people don't usually have to make those decisions, but it sucks that we're basically being put in this situation by bad actors.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly even what the best way of fixing it is. I mean, the proposition they put forward, I thought was decent. I know you had qualms with it still leaving 5,000. I know they reneged down to 3,000. I don't know exactly what you do in a situation like that where it's like you ought to have some type of asylum seeking process.
Right, and I think again, it's one thing to say, okay, how do we determine what is the metric of that? Because to me, there are people who are abusing it, and there are people who are, and
And they're definitely abusing it. They're sending innocent people over to border patrol and then running caravans past them.
and
Like
then
it's
the
being
bad
abused big
situation too
time.
is that the people who are abusing it are preventing the legitimate people who need that asylum from getting that ability, or delaying that process for them.
Yeah, exactly. So I get where like on both sides it's just hard to come to a conclusion about it because you don't want the whatever you do to affect the people that are using the process properly.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, because I will admit I thought of this while watching Destiny when he was talking about it at one point, but he talked about he was like, I get there's a huge problem where they have to be housed here when they seek asylum, and he's like, but I don't know what the alternative would be. If they're seeking asylum from the fear of like grave harm, it would be pretty fucked up to tell them that they have to stay there until the asylum seeking process is over.
Well, but here's the thing. So that's the difference, right? So if they're coming from a country like Honduras or Ecuador, or Guatemala or something like that, where that issue's there, and they're in Mexico, then they're not in the country that they had the issue. And the question is, if Mexico is willing to do that, because if Mexico's not willing to do that, and Mexico just wants to secure their border, that's a benefit to us as well. So I mean, to me, it's one of those things where, yeah, you do house it, but I don't know if you remember. You're probably too young to remember this, but back in the '80s, and I was just a little kid when it happened, but like a very.
I wasn't even alive, so yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. But when they were having the Cuban refugee crisis in Florida, they literally made them like shanty towns in parking lots in Miami, and it was bad. I mean, the conditions were bad.
And those people wound up being some of our like most
literally living in a third world country in a city like Miami. You know what I'm saying?
and those people are still some of our most primed like pro-American immigrants too. Like especially the Cuban community. They're like extremely pro-America because they're coming out of like Fidel Castro communism.
Right. But see, to me, that's where I think the issue might be. Okay, maybe you construct a certain amount of housing, but in order to be able to do that, you have to be able to restrain the number of people because you can't keep up. You can't realistically say we need to have the ability to house all these people in our country at the alarming rate in which they're coming over.
So, yeah, that's where you have to make the hard leading decisions that you were talking about earlier. How you have to make leading decisions that can be amoral, but they're necessary. Where you have to govern which asylum seekers are more worthy of asylum process than others.
Well, but I think if there was any process pragmatically that you would do to try to approach that, is like I said, you would want to have like a stagnant process. So like, you have, and as they adopt and develop and graduate through different modules, you get them out of that temporary housing, and then you get them into maybe like a situation where they can have their own place for like 6 months with the condition.
Do you think they're on the wrong track with the limited amount per day? Do you think they're on the wrong track whenever they're trying to limit the amount that are able to come in per day?
I don't know about the wrong track. I just know that there are so many factors that cause things, and I think one of the things we have to do is you can't just let them come in and do nothing. And
I agree. Though
Democrats'
I think it's
solution.
becoming bipartisan at this point. That the way it is currently is untenable. That's why you have bipartisan legislation finally working on it, because it's becoming an untenable problem.
Well, and that's where one of the problems I think the Democrats have is they'll say we've got to be able to do this, and then they'll kind of allow something to occur so that they can deal with that and feel good about being able to make that difference or do something about it. And yet they don't have the follow-up, and so then they want to make more laws about it or allow more policies for it without shoring up what we do. And that's the thing that like kills me is, you know, if we can't manage all these things, that tells me that the people we have in power and office are inadequate in their job. They are deficit in their ability to handle it. And part of the reason why is because I think Democrats have like this kind of eye in the pie, in the sky type of feeling about things, that if we just allow them to come over, it will work out eventually. Well, that is just putting your head in the sand, in my opinion. That won't work. So, so it does have to be done. And the sad thing, or the big thing I think is the most pragmatic approach that can be done, is to definitely secure the border and definitely ensure that you stop the crossings now, deal with what we have now, and determine those things. Because I'm sorry, it is wrong. We give government resources to illegals while we have homeless vets hungry in the streets. That just ranks me up so hard.
I mean, I can agree that I could even maybe agree to the idea that it should be shut down to catch up. I mean, that's like what most people would do if they're overloaded with the situation, right? You close everything down, you try to deal with the situation, then reopen back up.
Well, and to me, I think the other thing too is, you have to have.
But do you not think that like Trump shooting down that bill isn't like kind of working against?
Well, not when you
That
put
bill allowed
graft in
5,000 immigrants across a month.
Not to mention the graph for Ukraine.
Trying to but we just talked about that. Like there has to be a certain amount that you have to let through at a certain point.
Yeah,
No.
but see that.
Unless Josh, do you disagree that we don't that it's not an ought?
That's accepting a faulty premise that in order to stem the flow, we let more in. Like,
It's not an
Well,
ought
Well,
that
no,
we have.
I even agree. Like maybe we should have a process. Like I could agree that maybe we should stop.
I've been
shore up the
distracted for the
issues.
past 10 minutes, so I know you guys have been talking about immigration, but I kind of missed what I was doing some stuff on my phone. But
Basically, I was arguing that even though that the asylum seeking process is being abused, we ought to have an asylum seeking process, because the whole point of it is to help people that are in danger. It's being abused by bad people currently, but we should shore up those problems so the process can still be used for the good reason.
But the problem is that part of asylum is you need to go to the closest, safest country. And so if
a lot of people aren't doing that.
Yeah, and what they'll say is that all the countries aren't safe. So Venezuela, they have to cross through 5 countries to get here seeking asylum, because they'll say Venezuela's not safe. El Salvador's not safe. Guatemala's not safe. Mexico's not safe. And then they come to America. Like, who determines what a safe country is? If all you're trying to do is get away from the cartels in your area, but those cartels control all of Central America, then there's a problem with that. So we'd have to rework the whole asylum system.
Well, like I was saying with him, I don't even
And
think
no,
that's
we
a
don't
problem.
need to
As
let 5,000 in a
long as
month
the
before
process
we start
isn't.
cracking down on it each month. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I don't think that it should be. I think even if they wrote a constipulation and that for the first couple months it's shut down until we
Is that
shore
a
up the
word?
current asylum seekum.
Is
Shore up?
constipulation a word? No, constipulation?
Yeah, that's a word.
Okay. I believe you. It's a cool word. I like it.
If we shore up, I agree that 5,000.
Now you're breaking up. You weren't breaking up the whole time, and now you're breaking up.
That we don't have figured out.
And stipulation.
Can you hear me?
Constipulation is not a word. Constipation is a word. Stipulation is a word.
Maybe he means stipulation.
You guys are gonna have me Google this now.
I'm good. I just Googled it. It's not a word. I knew that wasn't a word.
And now I went and got myself constipulation.
When you Google constipulation, it brings up constipation. Oh, wait. No, maybe it is a word. Okay, wait. Hold on. Is constipulation a word? The only known use is in the mid-1600s. It's only been used like one time in history.
That's right. I'm an old spirit. I'm an old spirit.
He's an
but
old spirit. That's right. That's right.
That's old, dude.
But it doesn't mean what you meant it to mean.
But so Josh, do you not agree that so I'll admit I'm not a politician, so I don't understand this on the deeper level. So all I can do is apply my experience in life. If you were running a restaurant and you got overran with orders, you would just shut down any new orders coming in until you figure out the orders that you already have, right?
Yeah, we'd have a moratorium on orders until we fix.
Yeah, but you would
until we got the kitchen in order.
Fire the fucking manager for not managing.
And our chefs and our cooks in the kitchen would say, "We're not taking any more orders until we get this in organized. We got to figure this out first." That's what would happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree that
that's
that
not
should be
even.
what
That's a
happens.
great. That's a great hypothetical. That's perfect because that's actually what happens.
They should take the orders afterwards. So they should still take the orders afterwards.
Once everything starts moving fluidly how it's supposed to, then we can start bringing orders in again. I like that example. That's a really good. I like that. I don't know if it.
Yeah, because that's the only way I can even make an analogy for it. Because I just don't have good enough experience to do anything larger scale.
No, that's a good analogy, and I don't think the lefties would like it, but I like it. It's perfect.
O'Brien agrees.
O'Brien agrees.
And Trump endorses this.
It's not even just the restaurant management that would agree. The kitchen would not allow it. The management, the kitchen, everyone would say, whoa, 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 whoa. No more orders. No more orders.
Right.
We got to get this together.
And then we would have to
That's what we were saying earlier.
What happened in the first place, Josh. And then the owners of the restaurant would fire the management. And who are the owners?
Oh, God.
We the fucking people,
the
right?
Democrats.
No, we the fucking people. We fire. This is me making an advocation for election for voting right there, buddy.
The Jews. No.
You know what I'm saying? That would be your stipulation for making a great point for voting, right? Is it the owners have to fire the managers? The managers are not taking care of the restaurant.
Well, it would be mismanagement if it, but so
Like I said, the process itself could be found through good faith unless the people that wrote it up have active forces working against them to
Right.
change it since conception, then it would still be in bad faith.
So in this
But,
case,
I mean,
the people are the owners.
The initial idea would be a
Yes,
good
yes.
idea.
And the managers
And the
are the people
management
in-
are the Democrats that let this
Yes.
happen.
Yeah, and you have to
So
look
that
at it from their
means you
perspective
must
too.
vote
Where their
for
perspective
me,
is we want as many
Donald J.
orders as
Trump,
possible.
as your
right?
next president of the United States.
Right. But so what the owners would do, the owners would not shut down the restaurant. The owners would fire the management and bring in new management. You're not going to fire the kitchen staff. You're not going to fire the border patrol. You're not going to fire.
That's why I
And
said
you're
what I
not
was
going
just
to
saying.
turn away
Unless the people
customers.
that
You're just going to say, hey, if we can't actually deal with the business, give them
yeah,
their
and
job.
like I said, unless the people that wrote up the law can like prove that they're like, listen, we've been trying to fix it since we wrote it up, and we've had people working against us, then yeah, they should probably be removed because they have written up an untenable law that cannot like sustain itself.
Well, I think Trump was handling
I don't
orders
know what
pretty
the
well.
inner working. I don't know what the inner workings.
What
of that
happens when if you fire that manager and they say, "Well, you're a racist for doing that." 'cause
We have DEI policies. You can't fire me. I'm going to sue you if you fire me.
You can't.
I'm a black transgender woman, man.
You're against. You're against food. If you shut down the restaurant, you Nazi, you.
No, what they would do is the management would
Yeah, no,
convince.
I mean I agree, but the other side is equally as unreasonable at certain points.
The
Like, it's a
management-
give and take on both sides.
The
where both
management
sides
would
act
convince
hard-headed.
the management would convince the owners that a flooded kitchen is actually a better way to run the business.
And they say if you don't like the water, then, shut up and just listen to what we say and make sure you get your.
I mean, current high-level
regimented shot
corporations
before you do your next shift.
The management would say it's inhumane to turn these customers away because they're hungry and starving and we have to help them, even though
if we have no food to give.
Yeah, we're out of food, but we need to take care of these people, owners. So don't fire us. Keep us here for another 4 years.
Or
And
the power's turned off because the cost of inflation's so bad.
this is the best analogy ever. Thank you. I love this.
Josh,
yeah, but I mean, like, the thing is like, you're not engaging with the idea that Trump understands nothing about border policy either.
I disagree.
Like, underneath Trump, he did nothing about shoring up the border. He did nothing about changing the processes from leading to the point that they are now.
I disagree.
Obama was open. Obama was more effective on the border. He says it. Trump says it. He says he's the deporter in chief.
No, Obama deported more people.
But he was also ineffective, depending on when he's
They
talking
also locked
about
up kids
Obama.
in cages too, so I guess he was a racist.
Yeah, he what did he do? The
Well,
catch and
talking about
release.
The problem with the whole process is when it comes down to it, you have to decide which asylum seekers are more worthy of asylum than others, and nobody wants to be the person to make that call.
But
And I think that's
under
probably the reason
Obama,
why it's being pushed off.
Under Obama's catch and release policies, what happened was immigrants would start coming across. Illegal immigrants would start crossing with a bunch of kids that weren't theirs. And because of catch and release policies, if you had kids with you, they would have to let you go. So they would let the person go with all the kids who were probably being sex trafficked into the country. And then when they started doing DNA testing on these kids, they found out none of these kids were related to these people that were bringing them across the border. They were trafficking these
DNA
kids.
doesn't exist, Josh.
Well, they were.
I know. I get your point.
Yes. Don't mess up the. When they did,
and then Obama did another great thing for the border. You know what he did? He gave the coyotes who are profiting off of this shit. He gave them a bunch of guns.
But yeah, I don't. The idea that
so that
Trump's
these
going to be
people
able
have
to
to
shut
flee their
down the
country
border.
because the government gave all the bad guys in the country that they're seeking asylum from guns. That's
The idea that Trump is just going to be able to fully shut down the border is a childish idea. Like, it's just, there's equally as much traffic going out into Mexico as coming in from Mexico.
no.
Trump has full power over the border. The
People that live near the border, some of them travel over the border every single day.
if
Like,
we were not sending so much money to Ukraine and Israel and we focused on home defense instead of world policing, we could shore up our borders very quickly. But if Democrats put a bunch of barriers in the way, that Trump has to shut down the government to just build a little wall, a little 30-foot wall. We could have a wall with seismographs that monitor for tunnel digging. We could have surveillance cameras. We could have armed guards every so many feet. We could have all sorts of things. We could put freaking laser turrets on the
doesn't
wall.
even fix. It
We could
doesn't
put
even fix the
lasers on
problem we're talking about.
Echo and the Echo.
We could have a moat with sharks in it. All kinds of things.
Nothing you're talking about even solves the problem we're having right now, though. With illegals.
Yeah, it is. If they can't
It
cross the
does.
border,
Yes.
No, because all you have to do is go to your embassy that represents America and go, "I'm seeking asylum process," and then they take you here.
And we shut that down. We tighten up the asylum process. More judges. I'll agree with lefties on this. We need more judges for faster asylum processing and a moratorium on immigration. And then once we do all that, then we start working on the overstayed visas. There's a process here. There's steps that you take to do this. And if someone like me can figure this out, then I guarantee you.
Yeah, but does it not at all make you nervous that like you just gave a better articulation on what to do than Trump can give?
I think Trump.
And I don't even know if yours would actually go through even that well. But
I think
like
Trump
his articulation
knows.
is, "I'm going to shut down the border."
Trump knows far better than I do the processes of how we get this done, but he has to be careful with his words. Every single word he says is scrutinized and put under a microscope. So he has to be very careful how he talks and what he says, and he can't just come out in a debate, in a 1-minute debate segment with Kamala and lay out the whole plan. And I'm sure, like, this is disingenuous that you.
Well, no, it's not just with Kamala. It's whenever he's asked ever about it, he doesn't have a longer explanation. It's always the short explanation.
In front of how many cameras and how many media networks and how many. He has to
You're
be
the
careful.
president. You need to be able to articulate yourself in front of cameras. This is the guy you
He
guys call
articulates
badass.
himself very well. He articulates himself perfectly. He says what needs to be
Not about the
said.
border.
He says what needs to be said and nothing more.
He needs to say a lot more about the border, like what the process he's going to do.
That's all. That's what he runs on is the border. What are you talking about?
He just says he's going to shut it down. He just says he's going to shut down the border.
Base,
which he was
let's
only able to do
go.
so easily. He was only able to do that so easily under COVID because of COVID. It's going to be way harder to do that with no fucking justification for why you're shutting down the entire border.
COVID
the borders
caused,
are ran by the state.
COVID caused
Like, you're gonna have
problems to the building of the border wall. He was able to shut down. He was able to shut down. What's it called? People coming in from other countries, and they called that xenophobic at the time when he did that. People flying in from other countries. He was able to shut that down, but it slowed down his wall building when COVID happened.
Everyone was able to. That's what I'm saying, though, is like everyone was able to do that because of COVID. It wasn't hard to shut down your border at that time because it was reasonable.
Yeah, so take COVID out of the equation.
It's going to be way harder. He's going to have states pushing back against him because they have trade coming in and out of the borders.
And that's a problem. That's why he needs to be a dictator. No, I'm kidding. Okay. That's why he has plans that he wants to get done. And then you guys always love to bring up this, he shut down the border bill. You guys, the Democrats, shut down him building the wall and him doing what he needed to do to get it done for 4 years. He had to do a government shutdown
for like a couple miles, right?
500 miles.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm busting your balls.
And then now what's crazy is it's so crazy the double standard that Democrats have, because you'll say the Republicans voted against this bipartisan border bill that allowed 5,000 immigrants in a month illegally, and it added a whole, I forget how many billions of dollars for Ukraine aid. And they voted against that, and you'll say that, but you won't mention how when Trump was trying to build the wall, all the Democrats were against it so that the government had to be shut down. But Democrats before Trump and now after Trump want to build a wall all of a sudden. They all,
because you're misunderstanding the problem. The problem, nobody hates asylum seeking process. Like in general, like asylum seeking is good. It's good to allow people to get out of war-torn areas to go to somewhere safer. The problem is that people are abusing it.
right.
So like that's why
Yes.
that it was bipartisan that they were allowing 5,000 through, because on both sides agree that some amount need to come through at some point somehow.
So what does this
But-
lead to? This leads to, if we're allowing 5,000 in a month, this leads to a waiting line.
It was a day, and it was way too much. 5,000 a day would be over $1 million a year. It was a crazy amount. I think it should be lower than that.
Yeah.
They countered with 3,000. 3,000 would have been a bit under. I think it's actually like 1.1 mil, but it would have been a lot lower at least.
Well, and we need to rewrite how it's phrased. The next safest country. It can't be the next safest country when your whole continent is fucked. Like, what is the next safest country when for the next 6 countries they're all ran by the same cartels? Like, so basically, the next safest country for the whole world is America.
At least for South America to Mexico, a lot of those areas, yeah.
What about
Unless
Africa?
they go overseas.
Okay, so and yeah, but then this is why we see the same problem in Europe, where Africa, you could be down in dang Nigeria and or Pakistan or wherever, Iran, Iraq, and you're trying to get away from whatever terrorists are there, and you say, I got to go to England. Like, what is the next safest country? What does that mean? It just means the West. So let's move everybody from all the terrorist countries. How about they fix their own country? How about we get rid of the asylum?
I mean, if they could just find out a way to shore out all the bad actors, I don't think any of these questions would really matter. Like if they're going to the closest or not, as long as they're people that are really doing the process the way it should be.
You just
'Cause we were
convinced
talking about
me.
this earlier.
You just convinced me we need to get rid of asylum. If your country has problems, guess what? Fix your country. Stay there. Fix your country.
So, like, have you ever talking to a Cuban American that's like descended from like Cuba during like Fidel Castro?
Yeah, I'm from
'Cause
Florida.
Me and John were talking about this earlier.
I've talked to
Those people are
Cubans.
super patriotic. They're some of the most patriotic people you'll meet.
What do you mean by patriotic? To
Like
Cuba?
they love America. Because they view it as we liberated them from Cuba.
That's not patriotic. If they ran from Cuba to America, they're not very patriotic. Their patronage is to
Not
their
own
country.
They're patriot to America. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so they're not patriotic. They're anti-patriotic.
And I was saying that those people, everyone loves those people.
They
right?
ran
when you
from
meet
their
somebody-
country to get to America.
When you meet a foreigner who's here, right, and they're telling you about how America is the greatest country in the world, like I feel like almost everyone loves those.
Yeah, I agree. So what's that mean?
Types of advertisement for this country possible. So I mean, I get why we allow people to come in from other countries in shitty situations because it's almost like free advertisements for America while doing the right thing. But
If
there's a
I
problem
live,
with the process.
if I live in the middle of a hood and I have the nicest house on the block, and everybody in the neighborhood keeps coming to my front door saying, "Hey, I just want to live here because my house sucks," I'm gonna say, "Sorry, go fix your house." I'm not gonna say, "Come on in, buddy." And by the way,
This isn't a neighborhood.
by
We
the
have we
way,
have
in my
areas
house,
people
in
can
my
live.
house, we have a rule that you have to take your shoes off. But since you're from that house, you don't have to take your shoes off when you come into my house. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to close my door. I'm going to lock my windows. I'm going to put up bars. I'm going to put up cameras. I'm going to put up laser turrets.
Well, that's what I was talking to John about. I feel like when you guys talk about illegal immigrants or immigrants that you guys don't like, I feel like it is really only specifically the illegal ones. And I think it's because whenever they come here, and I think this is the worst thing about coming here illegally, is you don't have an ID. It's harder for you to work. It's harder for you to get a house. It's harder for you to do anything. And your experience is going to be shitty.
No,
You're
I'm a
not
little
going to
more
have a
radical
positive
than that.
experience.
I'm a little more radical than that. My neighbor is an awesome guy, but he's from like India, and he's being paid to go to college in America, and when he gets to live here and get paid to go to school here and use our resources to go to school here, and then he's going to get an American job,
Studying abroad.
but he's sending all his money back home, and he's going to go back home and
Studying abroad. You know what studying abroad is, right?
I study abroad every time I see a fine broad walk.
Like that's what he's doing. He's studying abroad. Like my sister did that. She went and studied in like Italy and fucking Australia.
Yeah,
And
I
I don't think
don't.
she was like disrespecting their cultures when she went there to study.
Well, in other countries, if you go there to study abroad, you need to assimilate and you need to act right in their culture, or
Well, I could agree with that. Is the guy who lives next to you not assimilating? You just said he was a good guy.
no, he's a cool guy, but I still don't think that you should be able to come here and send all your money back home and then leave once you're like we pay for your schooling and then you go back home, but you have an American job where you're answering phones for an American company, but you still barely speak English, and then you go back there and you pick up your accent and your habits from that country, and now you're answering. Now every call center I call, I can't understand. None of them speak English. How about
Well, I
we
mean
have
that's
those
more
are
of like
that's taking education and that's taking jobs from Americans.
that's not really
And
like a political issue though. That's more of just like a company issue. There's a lot of companies
it's
that
a
pick
social
fucking scummy business practices over
well, that's a
hiring real
social and
employees.
economic issue, which is all tied into politics. So
What you think call centers are tied into?
I think how businesses are ran is economics, and that's going to be based off of politics. Yeah, I think that if those companies had
I think they only do shit based off of politics if they think people are watching.
if there
Like I
were
think they do
laws
everything based off of business if there aren't people watching.
if there were laws in place that encouraged American manufacturing and American jobs and American education and all of these things, this would bolster the American economy and our culture and our society, and we would be more united and more powerful as a result.
Do we just not need more jobs? Our unemployment's like lower than fucking ever. How many more jobs do we need in America?
Wait, I thought the unemployment rate was great under Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's great, but it was also great under Trump. The unemployment rate's just really, it's almost too good. Like the
Right.
unemployment's so
Well, you
high
just
that
said
the
it was
federal
bad. We
government.
just said we did. The reason the unemployment rate is good now is because people have to work 3 different jobs to pay for what they need. And so, and a lot of that unemployment rate is based off of non-national people. So we have immigrants working jobs, and we have illegal immigrants working jobs, and we have Americans working 3 jobs to pay for what it took one job to pay for 4 years ago. And so it looks like our unemployment rate is doing really good, but it's actually not.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know how much of that is political. I can agree that the pay rates have been fucked for people over the years. I still think people over exaggerate it. I'm able to support myself off of my own salary, and it's not. I don't have like a flashy job. It's people are definitely over dramatizing how hard life is, and then just living with their parents for an extra like 8 years right now.
Your
That's
rent?
what like a lot of people are doing.
Do you live in a house or apartment?
Apartment.
Your rent hasn't gone up over the past 4 years?
I mean, less than $150 altogether.
Okay, my rent's gone up.
Also, it's hard to tell because at some point I moved from a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom.
My rent's gone up. My rent's gone up $200 since Biden's been in office. My food cost has gone up 100%. It's double what it was under Biden. My gas cost is double what it was under Trump or under So food cost is double.
Wow, what is the gas where you're at?
It's dropping down now right before the election conveniently.
Yeah, it did double for a while. I'll definitely admit that. I don't think anyone can deny that.
And anybody who knows anything predicted that right before elections, costs would go down. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just common sense that right before an election, they'll fix
they're
it.
working on it deflating. The deficit was ran up, and they went into COVID, and then COVID ran up the deficit.
I would bet you $100, and it's going to inflate to $200. But I would bet you that if Kamala wins, within a year, we're going to be back. We're going to be back up again. I would bet my life on it that the food cost we're dropping down now right before the election, and it's going to go back up.
I mean, you wouldn't like my answer because I'm also somebody that has somewhat radical views like you. I think I wouldn't care. I think Russia and China are literally enemies to the world and should be thwarted at every single corner they try to sink their tentacles into.
I agree. So what do you think we should do about that?
Well, I think fighting them in Ukraine by basically giving them a bunch of ammunitions and fucking tanks and shit like that we don't even use right now.
I don't think Russia is as big of a threat as you probably.
I don't think it's as big of a threat as China. And I think it actually shows in the Ukraine attack, considering they've kind of failed, and they've definitely failed in what their initial goal was.
So you think we should send Ukraine more money to fight? You think Ukraine's gonna beat Russia?
I think the longer they
America maybe could beat Russia.
Because you have to think, like, while this war's going on, the inflation's happening on the other end. Numbers in a way that you can verify.
So it sounds like you might be on the side of tariffs.
Country. So he has to balance. Well, he has to balance that with his people. He has to balance fighting a war that they're willing to fight before they're like, this is costing us too much money, and I know people that have died now, so now I don't support it.
You cut out a lot during that.
Oh, I was saying, basically, dictators have to rely on their people being comfortable. If the people aren't comfortable, if they're in a long-lasting war where they feel like they're running out of food, running out of basic goods, if they feel like everything's getting more expensive, they're going to revolt. So he has to always be fighting off a revolt happening. And that's like the weighing of a dictatorship is constantly fighting off a revolution.
Every major dictator has had uncomfortable people, and it's never been those uncomfortable people who have rose up. No, maybe not never, but it's usually not the people who rise up and save the country. Like, it's usually America.
Sometimes it is. I mean, Mussolini got fucking stripped and killed in the streets by his own people.
I think Mussolini.
Brutal deaths.
I think Mussolini got beat by the Nazis. He got in bed with the Nazis and Hitler, and that led to his downfall.
Yeah, but he's the one that got like murdered in the streets by his own people. They ripped him out of his building, and they literally murdered him, the populace themselves, in the streets.
I don't remember that from my
So
Mussolini.
I'm pretty sure I've literally heard about, like, it was like brutal. I'm pretty sure they were like hanging his intestines up over light posts and shit. Dude, they like brutalized the man. But yeah, like if you're a dictator. You're forcing people to do shit. So if you force them to keep doing things they don't like, they're eventually going to try to kill you. Like it's something you're constantly having to fight against.
He was executed by Italians.
Yeah. Heard from
that the
was only going to be tell his own people it was going to be an easy battle.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, but what is that's
day?
We're talking about
that
Italy.
The battle continues. It makes him look more long.
We're talking about a little Italy. Little chunk of country. We're not talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm willing to deal with a little bit of inflation, or even quite a bit of inflation, if it means making sure
that
was killing Jews.
Okay, right. So if you're
Nobody knew he
okay,
was killing
if you're okay
Jews
with a little
until
bit of
after the war
inflation,
ended.
if you're okay with a little bit of inflation to handle China and Russia, then you should be pro tariffs. You should be pro Trump because Trump will put tariffs. Now, what this is going to do, it's going to cause a little bit of inflation for a little while, but it's going to encourage manufacturers and producers to bring businesses back to America, to start manufacturing and building things in America, building plants in America, which is going to provide jobs. People are going to start, it's going to encourage the consumer to buy American instead of buying Chinese garbage. And eventually this is going to bolster our economy. This is going to be a good thing. For a little while, it's going to raise inflation.
We should invest in India because India is trying to become the production market for the world to replace China.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I just feel like that would be better if they're more ethical of a country.
Why
for
can't
us to be doing work with?
America has plenty of energy. We were energy dependent or energy independent under Trump. We have liquid gold underneath this country. We have.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, of the fucking Joe Rogan interview where he's talking about like why do we use other people's oil supplies? Josh, we use other people's oil supplies because why would we want to use our own? It's limited.
Well, then why
it's more valuable the less of it there is?
Yeah, I agree. Why would we open up our coffers for our emergency reserve under Biden and give away a bunch of our oil and not let us drill for more oil? Why would we do that? That's crazy.
Are there sanctions on fracking right now?
I don't know. Are there?
It's kind of what you just implied, so I wasn't sure.
Well, I know that the Biden wasn't pro fracking. I know they shut down the Keystone Pipeline. I know they opened up our emergency reserve of oil. So none of that sounds good.
Yeah, I could agree that that's bad, but you do also then think it's bad that Trump's saying that we should just go off of our emergency reserve, right?
No, our emergency reserve isn't 100% depleted, but it's depleted right now because Biden opened the emergency reserve when the gas prices were at $6 a gallon. And there was no reason to do that. We could just drill. We have oil here.
But why is okay? So you
we
just
could
think
be
we
providing
should just drill up all the oil here?
All the oil? There's no such thing as all the oil. You still believe that oil comes from dinosaur fossils?
Yeah, of course it's limited. Do you think?
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's been debunked.
Limited,
that's
Josh?
been
Is water limited, Josh?
No.
What do you mean no?
I mean, the planet is 75% water. Our bodies are 75% water. It's a renewable resource. When
it's
you pee,
75% water, that means it's limited. Saying it's 75%.
It's not limited. You cannot.
It's not limited.
It is not limited, bro. If
water's limitless, then it wouldn't be 75%. It would be 99.999 infinite percents.
No,
because it's infinite.
The Earth will always be 75% water. It renews. You can drink water and pee, and that pee is going to evaporate, and it's going to condense, and it's going to precipitate, and then you got water again.
If I took
and it filters it in the process.
800
It's
pounds of
crazy.
water. If
It's
I took
almost like
800 pounds of water,
it's
Josh,
almost like God
Josh,
gave
if I
us
took
a
800
natural
pounds of water,
filtration system for our water.
if I took 800 pounds of water and I shipped it into space, will it replenish, Josh?
Oh, if we're just shipping water out to save the Martians now?
No, I'm just saying. So,
What are you
things
talking
can
about?
deplete. Things can deplete, right? That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like water.
if we built a vacuum that sucked up all the water on Earth and shot it out into space, yes, we would run out of water. You're right.
Because that's why I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, I guess the most simple way to
What
put
I'm
it is like
saying
you
is,
telling me that there's.
what I'm saying is, it's a lie that oil is an unrenewable resource. The Earth is constantly creating oil. It doesn't come from dinosaur fossils. They figured this out like 2 years ago. It's the lifeblood of the Earth. Everything is a carbon life. Everything is carbon. Everything goes into the Earth, and the Earth recreates oil. It's constantly creating oil. There's always going to be water. The water cycles. It's called the water cycle. The water naturally filters itself into the clouds, and then it comes down in the form of rain. So
Yeah, but it never replenishes.
You're right. It never.
Even the analogy
You're right.
you're
You're
using, the
right.
water's
No,
not
no.
replenishing; it's evaporating and
You're
shit.
right. It never replenishes because it never diminishes. You don't have to replenish something that doesn't diminish. If the water is never diminished, it doesn't have
Yeah,
to
but when we're using
replenish.
oil,
There's
oil
always the
doesn't
same amount
evaporate.
of water on the Earth.
I know, but does oil evaporate into a into an oil reserve?
No, oil gets used, and it gets used, and then it goes into whatever it goes into, and then things happen, processes happen, and then guess what? The Earth makes more oil. It's constantly happening. It's always happening.
You're bugging with that one.
I'm not bugging with that one. That was, oh my gosh, I'm about to pull it up. I gotta pull it up. You think fossil fuels come from dead dinosaurs? That's crazy. You're bugging with
I
that.
don't even know if that's true. I've never even heard that they apparently come from dinosaurs. I just figured everything in the earth
That's
is
why
limited because that's
why
just
they
how it
called it
works.
that's why they called it fossil fuels, is to lie to people and make us think that it was an unrenewable resource when really it's the lifeblood of the Earth. Oil is constantly replenishing. The Earth is constantly making oil. Everything
Are
turns
there
into
any
oil.
other renewable resources?
Every carbon life form on Earth that dies turns into oil. Every rock turns in everything. The Earth, it's like God made this perfect little planet that just keeps
What's
cycling.
compost?
What's compost? That's a perfect example. You can take a bunch of organic material and you could put it in a pot and it will break down, and then you could put it in soil and you can grow plants out of it. And then it will break down,
You
and
can actually turn
you could
compost into oil too, but it's just not the same type of oil.
yeah, there's lots of different types of oil, but the Earth is constantly making oil. Just like, and it's really not constantly making oil. It's like it's the same as water. There's always the same amount of water. It doesn't diminish, so it doesn't replenish. It's always here. Matter is not created or destroyed. Everything is just here, and it stays here, and it just goes through this cycle, and it constantly goes through this cycle. So
Do you think gold is limitless?
this idea that we're putting too much carbon in the air from burning oil, like there was more carbon on the Earth when the dinosaurs were here, and
Do you think gold is limitless?
carbon is life.
Yeah, but is gold limitless?
Is gold limitless? So I'll say, is gold limitless? Limitless, I don't like the word limitless. The amount of gold that is on the Earth is always going to be the amount of gold that's on the Earth, unless, like you said, we fly it into space. If we just start,
And the way I understand it is you can't make gold.
right, but all the gold
Like, gold just exists.
the gold that they take out of the Earth, that gets put into computer chips, that gets put into other things, eventually those products are going to end up in a landfill, and that gold still is there, and then it goes into the landfill, And then guess what? There's still gold. The gold is still here. Everything's it's just a system. It all just gets cycled around.
I'm pretty sure gold loses its conductivity if you use it long enough. So you have to replace like gold panels. They last very long. That's why they're the preferable panel to use. That's why we use them on like the James Webb Telescope.
You might
But
right. You might be right
they do
about that.
replenish.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm not sure about gold, but
Like I said, maybe you could have some fucking paper on replenishing oil that I just don't know about, and it's just I know that there definitely are limited resources on Earth. Like gold is limited. There's diamonds aren't limited because you can create them under pressure. Anything that you can't construct yourself, like water, is limited, but it automatically replenishes itself, like you said, through the processes that we do. Even though people are arguing that the water is replenishing, but even water, you can't create H2O. Like we haven't found a way to bond hydrogen with 2 oxygen. We know what it is, we don't know how to create it.
I don't know about gold, but all I'm saying is if we're not shooting it out into space, then it's still here. It's still in the system, and it
Yeah,
would.
because I'm pretty sure like water can be limited. I don't even know what you mean by that because like I said, you can't create water. You can't replace it.
They just found
We don't know.
They just found an underground ocean 4 times the size of all the oceans combined in the mantle of the Earth.
No, I mean like we can
Not
create
just. I
certain
said
grades
they
of
just
we
found.
can
They
create
found it.
certain grades of
They
metal,
found it
right?
like 15 years ago, and they finally like came out with papers on it and stuff. I just talked about it.
So like titanium
I
isn't
talk about
limited,
so
right?
much.
Because we
I
can
talk about so much crap. I can't remember all the words, but dude,
we
there's
can make titanium, right? Like we're able to create the metal itself, titanium.
okay.
But like we can't create H2O. That's what makes them non-replenishing.
We don't need to
It's the
create
fact that you
we don't need to create H2O. Hydrogen and oxygen are the most abundant things
I mean
on the planet
if you didn't have any
other than
water, it would be good
carbon.
to know how to create it, right? Like
We're
if you're
not
out in
going to
space, it would
run
be
out
really
of
good to know how to
water. What are
create
you
it.
You're bugging out now. You think we're going to run out of
Well, I'm just saying
water?
in general it would be good to know, right? Like
You think we're going
how
to
to
run out
create
of
water.
water?
Most of the planet is water.
The whole planet most of the planet's water, and that's just what we know about. There's more water than we don't even know about in the surface. That's just under America. There's a underground ocean 3 times the size of all the oceans in the world
That
under
doesn't mean that it's
America.
infinitely replenishing, though. If you open up your White Castle's order and you see 2 hamburgers on the top, and you remove them and you see more hamburgers, that doesn't mean there's an infinite supply of
Yeah,
hamburgers
but
beneath.
my quarrel is with your use of the word replenish. You keep saying replenish. We don't have to replenish the water because it doesn't diminish. It cycles. So it never leaves.
Unless we shift it into space.
If I'm 75% water, yes, unless we had a giant
Yeah, I'm not arguing that it's
Texas.
pragmatic. I'm just arguing
If we had a
that is the
Texas-size
little.
siphon that went to space and we siphoned all the water off Earth into space, we would be fucked. I'll agree with you on that. But that's not gonna happen. What are you talking about? Like, bruh. What is
Well, that's
that?
what I'm arguing is that I feel like oil has the same level of like fungibility to it, to where you can't just like use up all your
So-
oil or you're just not going to have any anymore.
So oil is probably slower. It's a much slower process, but the Earth produces oil. Every carbon life form that dies will eventually turn into oil. Every plant, every organic matter that dies eventually will go down into the earth and it will become oil. So it's like
Word. I would just have to look into that then, because I just haven't heard about that at all.
yeah.
regardless, we got to live today, not tomorrow. I mean, we got to live through today to get to tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
So we
talking
need to
about
go.
we're talking about a million years from now.
Right.
Maybe, and even then, like, this is why I don't even believe in litter.
Well, who knows? I can give you, like, it's hard to know what to believe in anymore, but I don't know exactly how long the world's going to live. Like, you see things online where people are like, the world's going to be dead in 50 years. And then there's people that are like, that's bullshit. We're going to live for hundreds of years. So I don't fucking know. I'm not a scientist. I don't do fucking geology reports and studies on climate and fucking, I don't fucking know. You know, I feel like most people probably really don't know whether or not the world's, like, heading towards a catastrophic point or not.
Petroleum and natural gas and coal come from biomass, primarily from plankton and decaying marine organisms and single-celled bacteria that evolved into the Earth's oceans about 3 billion years ago. Over millions of years, layers of sediment built up along blah, 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 blah. I'm just reading this article. It says, sorry, folks, oil does not come from dinosaurs. This was an idea.
So it comes from planktons and whales.
It comes from every organic life form on Earth.
Every life form.
Trees, grass, plankton, people, everything. Carbon life forms go into the soil and make the oil. This is why in Tolkien, in Lord of the Rings, they're building the Urzakai or the orcs or whatever out of this black liquid. They're coming up out of the black liquid. That's where that idea comes from. The term fossil fuels was first used by German chemist Caspar Neumann in 1759.
So the fuels do come from fossils then too, though.
No. Well, yeah, but the term fossil fuels was used to make people think that it was a non-renewable resource.
It doesn't describe it in its
Right.
fullness.
Yeah, they use that
But it does
word.
they do use fossils for fuel then.
Yeah. Yeah. Dead dinosaur, dead people, dead whatever, dead plants, dead trees. Yeah. But they use that term to give people the idea that it was non-renewable when really the earth is constantly renewing
I
it.
actually agree with Are You Crazy too, to where like to us it doesn't matter, but I get why a country worries about something like that, because countries are supposed to be like intending to exist for hundreds of years. They're not just worried about the individual people that are surviving within them now. They're supposed to be sustaining life for the future also.
This is the climate change alarmist crap to get people to think that our carbon output is going to destroy the world and we're all going to die. The oceans are going to rise. But the millionaires.
Well, I openly admitted to you, I don't fucking know, right? Like, I openly said I literally don't fucking know. I'm not.
Yeah, but people like Destiny will claim to know, and they'll push this
he
narrative.
Might know. I don't know. He does reading. I don't do much reading. He does a lot of reading. So
I do a lot of reading, and it's not true.
yeah, but I agree with you. I wouldn't take his word for like gospel. But I mean, if he said that he read about it and gave me an opinion, I would
no,
just
not
assume
just
he was telling
him
the
though.
truth.
Everybody who does it. The 97% of climate scientists agree that anthropogenic climate change is a world-threatening thing that could happen. It's all bullshit. It's all just what it really is to control energy usage and and to tax people and keep America from building nuclear, the Paris Climate Accords, like it's all bullshit. Yeah, the climate changes, the weather changes, but it's not anthropogenic, it's not man-made.
I said, excuse me, I'm wolfing down some food, sorry. I said, in the future, we'll figure out another energy source. Like Elon will probably do it. He's already doing it with the battery cells. We'll find a way, but right now, we have to survive. And so many people die in the world from burning firewood. Did you know that? Lung disease, lung cancer, still to this day.
Smoke is very bad for you.
Yep, they have to use it for heat. They cook their food with it. They heat their water with it, and they have no other choice. There's a lot of people dying, young and old.
Yeah,
Jordan Peterson pointed that out. It blew my mind. It's crazy numbers. But we still need to use that oil so we can survive now. We'll figure something out. We can't shut it down just to figure it out.
Well, and another thing is that
do we need to use that oil now? I mean, Saudi Arabia just found like a jackpot of oil that they're selling at like all-time low prices.
the climate alarmists.
That's today, and we still be dependent on it.
The climate alarmists will talk about global warming, and they'll do energy restrictions and say we don't want you having a gas stove or a gas oven or using gas to heat your house. What they don't talk about is how many people die from cold. More people die from freezing to death every year. And and Jordan Peterson talks about that too. Whoever that cheap energy is one of the most important things. If we had cheaper energy, then we would have less homeless people freezing to death every year. And
I mean, India and China just like pollute the fuck out of the world. Like our
Yeah.
pollution is like nothing compared to like they literally believe that just like I don't know, God comes and picks up all the trash. I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah.
It's just like they throw it in rivers and shit.
and under Donald Trump, and I guarantee you under Donald Trump mixed with Elon Musk, but under Donald Trump, we cleaned our air up. I don't know the numbers, so I don't want to say any numbers or anything, but we cleaned our air up a lot more than almost any other country under Trump. Now imagine Trump and Elon together. Now, I'm not a big fan of the electric cars because that requires mining rare earth, lithium and stuff from China. We're using slave labor in China to mine this lithium from this rare earth, and then we're shipping it across
That's
the
what I was talking about my
ocean.
India idea because I just feel like we should just be like, unless you guys start adhering to these rules that you guys should be, we're just gonna start getting shit through India. You can go fuck yourself.
So a good compromise for that is nuclear energy. But even Trump fear mongers about the nuclear energy and the nukes. And
Yeah, and for no reason. It's just it sounds scary, and I
I'm
don't know.
yeah, I don't
know
like
why
that.
he's afraid of that. With how radical some of the stuff he's willing to say is, he's afraid to say nuclear energy is good. That's wild.
He went pretty deep into that on the Joe Rogan thing, and that was probably the biggest disagreement I have with him, is because I think that's all
He didn't even
nukes.
really have anything negative to say about it. He was just like, it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Nuclear
No,
energy.
well, he went into the biggest threat to the world was the nuclear warming. He said it's not global warming, it's nuclear warming, and he went into a big thing about how nukes are the biggest threat to the world, and I disagree with that. I think that's a kind of a political fear-mongering tactic. I think
I mean, they even could be, but nuclear energy is definitely not the biggest threat to the world.
I think information tech is more of a threat. China having quantum computing and satellite networks and AI and surveillance and things like that. I think that's
They're lying about like half of that shit.
I don't think so. I think they're under.
I have no greater authority to tell you. I watch this channel called The China Show, and they just talk about China. And there were two guys that were from there, and they constantly are talking about how basically China is just like a fucking paper tiger that pretends like they've got all types of shit that they don't really have.
Oh, maybe, but I think they probably have way more than what we know they have, and I think we have way more than what we know that we have. I think technology is probably 50 years ahead of what we know, and I I, I think there's if nukes are a thing, if nukes are a big problem, it's because there's satellites with freaking nukes on them, and I don't even think they need the nukes anymore. They're like they can control us. They could control us through information and through what they show us and through screens. And wars don't have to be fought with boots on the ground anymore, or bullets or nukes. Like, wars are fought now through information and through tech and through data.
Is that possibly end wars we know it? Is that possible?
What'd you say?
Could that possibly end wars we know it using electronics? Drones, whatever it takes.
It won't end war, but yes, it would end war as we know it. Yeah, yeah.
As we know it now.
Drones, AI controlled drones, like
And
surveillance.
they are.
Like,
I watched the hearings or congressional hearings or something with that Sam. Yeah, I got Sam something. Sam Altman. And one of the guys came out and asked him if AI could control our drones right now, and he said yes.
Yes. Oh,
With
yeah.
100% certainty.
Without a
And he asked
doubt.
if they were tied into that.
AI can control a fighter jet. I did a story like 8 months ago about how they did the first AI controlled fighter jet test flight. And they had a dogfight between a piloted fighter jet and an AI controlled fighter jet. And China is way more, well, I don't know if they're way more advanced than us, but from what we know, they are beating us in the drone game. They're winning in the quantum computer game. But you know, Goon could be right that maybe that's propaganda or paper tiger, but from what I see, like, America just restricted uh transport of the new DJI drone.
What'd you say? You just cut out. What did you say?
They just came out with a new DJI drone, and it's being blocked from being shipped to America because it's being produced with Uyghur labor. So they're making these drones. They're making millions and millions and millions of drones, and they're working on quantum computing, and they have AI. AI can control these drones. You program into the AI, go kill every American, or just go fly over their houses, over every house in America, and make sure they don't leave. And then it becomes
That's what I was talking about. Like, what China calls AI does not look like AI. Like, if you watch their commercials showing off AI, it's not artificial intelligence. It's literally like some of it looks like Tekken gameplay from like the fighting game Tekken. Like, they're just making animations where like people are talking like pre-rendered scripts, and they're like, "This is AI." It's very weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's a lot of their AI is just not AI.
Have you seen like Chinese TikTok, like Dojin, like, or Douyin, whatever it's called? Like,
Yeah, they got fucking I know what you're talking about.
90% of it is AI. It's not real
Yeah,
people.
because they don't even have TikTok there. They won't let their own people use TikTok.
No, they have TikTok, but well, they had Douyin and then TikTok bought it. They have TikTok in China, but it's not like American TikTok. It's not a bunch of retards talking about how to dance and things like this. It's like
Or a
it's
girl playing a guitar in a bra or something.
right.
Well, they can't communicate with Americans. Their internet is completely separate from ours.
Yeah, but in China, it's like engineering and combat skills and weapon skills, and they're like, their kids are being trained to be warriors, and our kids are being trained to not know what gender they are. And
No, you're being misled. The Chinese are retarded. Their society is like slowly falling apart.
Well, I hope
Xi
you're
Jinping
right.
is maybe one of the Xi Jinping's maybe one of the worst dictators that they've had in a while.
I hope you're right, but I don't know. I'm
Did
not
Destiny
that.
tell you that?
Yeah, I'm not that optimistic.
No, like I told him I watched this show called The China Show. It's two guys who used to live in China for like 10, 12 years, and they both basically got chased out because they were doing travel documentaries, and China was like closing down a lot of the foreigner shit.
Yeah,
I can see that happening. They
They
will
have
because they can.
they have their
Yeah, no, I just think they're a very flippant country, and I don't know how much you can believe of what they say because they're another dictatorship that's lying to their people half of the time.
they have
So I don't.
their Skynet program, and that's really what it's called. Um, and that monitors people migrating away from the country to keep people from leaving the country. It's called Skynet. They have their Sharp Eyes program, which is their government surveillance system, which is facial recognition and things like that. And that was
They have
funded.
cameras everywhere. There's a
Yeah,
camera in like every corner of,
Yeah.
of China.
yeah. That's the
I
Sharp
did. I'm behind on some of
And
them.
they're terrible about it too. Have you ever seen the videos of
the
people
Sharp
showing some
Eyes.
of like the older
Go,
installations where they won't even remove the old cameras and they'll install the new ones next to them. So you'll
Google
just find these corners that have like eight cameras.
Google and the CIA, the American CIA, both helped fund the Sharp Eyes program in China, which is their surveillance program. And so they've got cameras everywhere. Those cameras are using AI for facial recognition and biometrics and all sorts of other things. They can monitor you. They can they're they're getting close to the point where they can zoom in on your eye and identify you off of your eye. The most identify more points of reference than the face, facial recognition, or fingerprint is your eyeball. Your eye is the most.
The guys I was talking about that got kicked out, they even said they were like, we were talking to people in ways that we thought were secure. And before getting kicked out, we realized they were not secure.
Yeah.
There's no such thing.
So why would you like I think maybe you're or maybe they're underestimating what China has. Now, that's not to say that we don't have better stuff that we don't know about here yet, but I think all the countries are 50 years ahead of what we know. Like, if we think AI is cool now, they got way crazier stuff. They got way crazier stuff.
I don't think they're that far ahead in quantum. I really don't. They might be on the other things.
I hope they're not, but from what
I
I
do too.
read, from what I read on like mainstream media and on the internet, they are ahead of us.
Have you
And
ever seen
but I hope we got some
Well, not
stuff.
Destiny?
Maybe we just don't know about it, and we are ahead. I'm hoping because it's quantum computing, and yeah, it could get crazy.
it could get real crazy. It could get really
There's
fast.
this there's this guy Destiny found called like Aegon Chavakian or something. That was like a political guy. And while looking into him, he found out that this guy, at least there's a huge conspiracy in Destiny's community that this guy is literally just a completely AI generated person from the government.
Could be.
Wow.
His videos are super fucking weird. Destiny was finding like photos that this guy has posted online where like the
Oh, I
picture
saw that. Was that where it was the same picture of the lady standing next to him, and then Destiny like cut their faces out, and it was
pictures and some shit.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, it's the same fucking person. It's the same person.
Yeah, that was a
Wait, no, he's not
crazy.
the same person. He's like, it's the exact same face.
That was a crazy video that Destiny put out. I liked that, and I was like,
Yeah, the
yeah,
schizo arc one, you saw that? That one's fucking crazy.
yeah, that was
And
wild.
I looked into that too. And that guy's linking to like AI generated documentaries that are like 8 hours long and shit.
Yeah. And that goes to dead internet theory, which is the idea that like 90% of the internet is just botted. I think Elon said Twitter was like 80% bots.
It was some crazy number.
Yeah, it's
Unbelievable.
it's wild amount of Twitter. And I made an X account, and I'm not really like, I've never been big on Twitter, but I know it's like the place now, so it's where you kind of gotta put your stuff. And so I've been trying to kind of get into X, but I have like 70 followers on X that I've got over the past 4 months that I've been posting on X and stuff like that, and none of them are real. They're all women. It's always the back of their head. They're looking away from the camera. It's the back of their head, and There's
Yeah,
no
Elon said he was going to
post.
try to stomp out the bot problem, but if I had to guess, he realized it was a lot harder to stomp out than he thought it was. Because that
Yeah.
was one of the huge things Elon was talking about when he bought Twitter. He was like, I'm going to get rid of all these fucking bots. There's bots all over the website, and it's just gotten worse. The
It's
bots are getting more
crazy.
sophisticated.
It's crazy. And
I'm
yeah.
like you. I got like 2 or 3 followers. My account's not been active on Twitter or X since the last 2016, 2020.
If you
Sometimes I use it.
you just start posting on commenting on posts and stuff, you'll start getting followers. And you'll notice they're all like women. They're never looking at the camera and they never have any posts or any content. It's just like, this is not a real
Yeah, I have a
person.
couple that just popped up. It popped up. It looked like 2 females, 2 different people.
Oh yeah, do you remember the part of the video where he's pulling up all the black X accounts, where it's like the black people that are posting like KKK shit on their timeline, and he's like, why do they all look the same? He's like, these are all fake photos. He's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, they're
damn.
Where it'd just be like a black man behind like with an American flag behind him, and it'd be like Dr. Richard Allison, and he's just posting like KKK photos that are like they were right.
Nah, the craziest part was where he cut out that girl's face and he put it over the other picture and he changed the opacity and he made it so you could
Yeah.
see through it and it was the exact same.
Dude, so many parts of that video are fucking scary. The part where they're like, read the book names, and then he zooms.
Oh, there was
and
no
he's like,
there
the
was
books
no
have
names.
No fucking names.
There was no names on any of the books. All the books were like squiggles. And yeah, it's like that's an AI image. That's totally a fake. And then they're getting better with the hands, but it's still kind of uncanny. And then when you start looking at all the little things, you're like, this is not a real picture. This is fake.
Yeah, that shit genuinely scared me because I was like, if someone like him didn't point that out, I don't know if I would have caught that something like that was fake because it looked so real.
Well, see,
at first glance, if you looked over that, you would just be like, yeah, this is a legitimate person. He definitely exists. He has done these things.
But if someone like me said something like that, people would just be like, "Oh, this is just some crazy idiot on YouTube." But if somebody like Destiny says it, now all of a sudden people see it. So it's good that he does that. Or that he.
Well, there's a reason the video is called the Schizo Arc.
Now we just
I
gotta
don't know
get
how
him
Destiny
to.
can do so well and then it can be so crazy. You know what? Radical. I'll call him radical. I don't know how he can do so well on some things and just other things he's just off the scale crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. What did he post today? He's like, give me one example of a time where a president used the media to put out a fake story and blah 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 blah. And it's like Russiagate, the Hunter Biden. He's talking about the Fox Dominion case. And first thing I thought, I'm like, Hunter laptop, Russiagate. And then you go in the comments, and all his fans are like, watch, the conservatives are going to say Russiagate and Hunter's laptop. They're so predictable. And it's like, oh, so you already know the answer before you type the question? Like, like you already know.
Well, that's because Russiagate turned out to have collusion by Russia. And then the Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed for a single day.
No, it wasn't suppressed for a single day. I got banned for 30 days because I posted a story on Facebook.
Maybe if you posted it, I'm not saying the bans were. I don't know how long the bans were for. I know the suppression of the story was for one day.
No, it wasn't. It was from the time the story came out, which was in October, until after the election, which was like 3 months. You couldn't talk about it.
The original document was banned because it had pictures of his cock.
I didn't
post the altered version.
I didn't post a picture of his cock. I didn't post a picture of his cock. I post a picture of.
If you did it day of, the ones without his cock still got banned.
It wasn't even day of.
The ones without the cock didn't get banned.
It wasn't even day of. I posted a bunch, a file dump that was a bunch of pictures, None of them had no penis in it. The worst one was Hunter holding a crack pipe or a meth pipe, and that was probably a week after the information had come out.
Well, I don't know if that could have gotten you knocked. All I know is even the Twitter files only
It
claim it
did.
was down for a day.
I got banned on Facebook for 30 days because of it.
Well, I'm just saying, even the people who
And
did
then
the Twitter
I
file
found out,
investigation only claimed it was for a day.
and then I started finding out that people were like, hey, you need to stop sharing that because some of those girls in those pictures are underage and they could get you for like CP. Like you're like spreading CP when you share. So a bunch of people were telling me, stop it. You can't do that because you're spreading CP. And I was like, oh shit, my bad. I didn't know they were underage, but also I'm not the president's son who's sleeping with the underage Asian prostitute while smoking crack with guns in my hotel room. Like, I think this is something the American people should know about. And
he films it.
Yeah.
He films it.
Yeah.
What? Damn
So-
genius he is.
Right. So all of America is getting banned and shut down on social media and threatened for potentially sharing CP because we're telling people, hey, the president's son is doing this stuff. And it's not, that's just the stuff to catch the people's eye. There was more to it than that. There was dealings with China and Russia and illegal money laundering and all sorts of stuff that was tied to that laptop. But the pictures were just to catch people's attention, and nobody was allowed to talk about it. And it wasn't just for one day. It was from October till 6 months after the election happened, when they finally said, "Oh,
it was a long time."
Yeah, it was a long time, and then they finally said, "Oh, this is true. You can talk about it now." Like, that was crazy.
I mean,
you know what they can't do? They can't remove it now
People-
because everybody knows.
And that wasn't just Fox and some mainstream Fox people telling stories that allegedly weren't true and getting sued for it and blah blah blah. That was everyone in America couldn't talk about this. Like, we couldn't share this.
I mean, you
And
could talk about it too. I don't know what you mean.
we could talk about it, but we couldn't, not on social media. We couldn't share.
I mean, yeah, I think that at a certain point that the way that it was done, that there's really nothing you can do about it. But I mean, there's also an argument to be made that sharing it around is literally revenge porn. Like, you are posting ill-gotten nudes of somebody.
Yeah. Well,
So, like,
I think you're
it's
right.
It's a
and
dicey scenario. I don't know. Like,
I
I
think
get
you're-
why Twitter had to go through a moderation team to figure out what to do there.
I think you're right in 90% of situations, but not when there's an election coming up and it's the president's son. And he.
Well, you could talk about it if you didn't post the crack pipes and the cocks.
I didn't post no cockpits.
You could tweet it. You could tweet about it. Like, nobody. You could be like, the Hunter Biden story's crazy. This was just found inside of it. You could say that type of stuff.
I don't
I
think
know
so.
you can. You can, because the Twitter files outlined that you could, and the Twitter files were like hired by Elon to run an audit of Twitter.
Right. So you could go on Twitter and you could type in, I just saw the Hunter Biden laptop files and they were crazy. You could post that, yeah. But if somebody said, what was in them? Let me see some evidence. And I started posting evidence. Now all of a sudden, and that's our freedom of press. That's part of the First Amendment. We have freedom of press. We're allowed to share information.
I don't know, because I feel like I could look into it after this call. I feel like the story was uncensored. I don't know if it was exactly a day, but it was an extremely short amount of time that the story was censored for. They were just trying to verify the legitimacy of the story.
Maybe
like I said,
I'm not going to give you a day. I'll give you from October to November, from when we found out it was the October surprise, when we found out about it in mid-October till November 6th, election day. Maybe that period of time they cracked down on it really hard, but it gave a chilling effect, which chilling effects are not constitutional. They can't be doing that. It gave a chilling effect to where after that period, after the election, everybody was scared to talk about it because they think, well, we're gonna get shut
But they
down.
could
We're gonna
think that
get
they're not
banned.
allowed to talk to it. I could grant that, yeah. Unless you looked into whatever the exact restrictions are, a lot of people would just come away from it thinking that the story is just outright banned.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure at no point you were allowed to post the cock pic. So, like, even if you went on and tried to post it now, you would still get your post
Yeah.
removed.
Right. Well, I get that, but I never posted a cockpit, but one of the pictures
You
I
said you might have
posted.
done the crack pipe.
Oh, I definitely posted a picture of him holding a damn meth pipe for sure. And one of the
That
pictures
might
I
have got you
posted,
knocked.
he was holding a pipe and he's sitting next to a young looking Asian girl and her eyes were blocked out. And somebody was like, yo, that girl's underage. And then, well, I got banned, but I was like, as soon as the ban's over, I'm going to post it again. I don't care. And they're like, no, dude, that girl is like 14. You can't, you can't post that. That's, and oh shit. I didn't know she was underage. I just thought she was an Asian prostitute. But which she
Yeah, so
was,
I don't know.
but
If
she
I had to
also
guess,
happened
like
to
that's also
be
that probably
really
goes into
young.
like why Twitter. This probably goes into like why Twitter was removing it too. If I had to guess, Twitter also didn't know whatever the age of the prostitutes in the videos were.
Yeah, they were young.
You got to think about Twitter as a company. They're saying the story. They're like, dude, these could be fucking kids. Like
They were
we don't know what the
kids.
fuck this shit is.
They were kids, and he was there with his cock out, smoking a crack pipe with a gun in his hand, about to have sex with them, like with daddy's money from Burisma, with the $1 billion that he got to run an energy company that he knew nothing about.
I don't know if there's any confirmation on the girls' ages.
Whoa.
But I wouldn't. The countries he was in, I mean,
Yeah, I might be
sex
exaggerating a little
tourism
bit,
is not rare.
or I mean, you could use the argument. He could use the argument that it was legal in Asia for that age, but
Well, no, he couldn't because there's
yeah, I know.
global federal laws about fucking doing shit like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but
Sex tourism is illegal. Well, as long as if you're doing it with children.
yeah. Well, I agree. So,
Yep.
And you know what?
We don't even allow that shit in the States.
If it was just that stuff, then I could be like, okay, Joe Biden, his son is some playboy because his dad is in politics and blah blah blah, and he's doing some bad stuff. And if Joe Biden came out and said, I disavow all this, we need, blah blah blah. But the problem is when there's other things that when he's getting rich, he's getting millions and millions of dollars off of getting put in positions of power over things that he has no experience in, and then he's using that money in those countries to do those things. That's when
I feel like with Trump, it's like reversed. Trump's doing like the fucked up shit, and then it's like on January 6th, his son's calling him, being like, "What the fuck's going on? This needs to stop right now."
it's not even comparable. None of Trump's kids have done, and Trump has not done anything.
That's what I was saying. I was saying like his kid. Did you hear about the calls on January 6th where his son called and he was like, "You need to get this to stop now. He's ruining his legacy. This needs to stop immediately."
Yeah,
the stuff at the Capitol, crazy.
Bro, the Trump family compared to the Biden family are saints. Like, what are we even talking about? Like,
well, I guess, but Trump was the one that like wasn't doing anything. That his son was like, "You need to do something."
Okay, so Trump feels like the election's stolen from him, so he's trying to use maybe he went a little too far. I'll concede that maybe he did some things he shouldn't have done during the election. I don't really agree with that, but I'll concede it to you. Yeah, he got angry and he thought that the election was being stolen from him, and he was doing everything he could to stop the election from being stolen in his mind. and maybe he went a little too far. I'll concede that to you. That's nowhere near what we're talking about with Joe and Hunter and having a kid with a stripper, and then Joe Biden doesn't even mention his grandkid's name. Like, dude, there's so much stuff. Like, it's not even close.
Sorry, I was burping.
Did you see that interview of
What interview?
the stripper that Hunter Biden had a kid with? When she went on Pierce Morgan, she wrote a book about it.
I've seen it.
And Joe Biden has a
God.
grandkid that he never mentioned. He went on stage and he mentioned all his kids' names and his grandkids' names, and he left out one of his grandkids' names because one of
Who's
his
that girl that sucked Bill Clinton's cock? in the
Monica
Oval
Lewinsky.
Office? Yeah, I hate those women. Any of those women that make a career off of writing a book about having a sexual experience with a politician are literally the most cringy fucking people in existence.
Okay, well, there's a difference between an intern who sucked a president's dick and your son had a kid with a stripper and you don't acknowledge that the kid exists, and you're the president of the country and you're not doing
Oh no, I wasn't
anything.
saying that that's fucked up. I was just saying I hate people that make their fame off of that. Like that woman
Yeah.
just wants her life sorrows to be her like fortune. She wants everything that's bad to happen in her life be the way that she makes money.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah,
I just think that's
I'm not like
disgusting.
some you know, I'm not trying to like
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like I'm not
I'm
being
not
naive about it.
advocating
If someone
for
came out and said
her,
the same thing about Trump.
but I'm just saying that
But she didn't act like that, really. I
she
don't think she did.
she actually seemed
you
like
guys-
a decent woman, and she's kind
You
of
guys are
hot
just
too.
not gonna mention Natalie
Natalie
Biden.
Grandchild.
Biden.
I don't even know who Natalie Biden is.
Oh,
that, like-
see,
Is that the
Is that
grand?
because that was
comparable
stuff on the
figure?
laptop. Him doing drugs and probably engaging in sexual acts with his
Oh, his daughter in the shower.
no Hunter and his niece.
Oh,
How do you guys not know about this?
yeah. Dude, there's so much.
This is the
It's
first time I've heard anyone talk
He
about it.
does
Though,
so
so.
much, yeah.
But that is very, very, very damning shit.
yeah. Well,
If
that's like
America knew about
Hunter,
that,
I mean, wait.
That's
To make it clear, I'm not defending Hunter Biden.
that's
He
like
could rot in
Ashley's
prison.
diary. Like I totally forgot about. I
yeah, but
totally forgot
that
about her
stuff
diary.
That was on,
That's a whole nother
that
thing.
stuff that was on the laptop. They got suppressed hard.
Yeah.
What looks like her giving him a foot job. Them, I don't know if
I'm sure it didn't
you
look
can
like
tell
it. I'm
she's
pretty sure that's just
smoking
what it
crack with
was.
him.
Yeah, that's probably
I
what
don't know if-
happened.
I don't know if you can tell she's smoking crack with him, but she's in the room. You can hear her voice, and he's smoking crack.
I would bet
text
that she probably
messages.
is.
Right,
Yeah,
text
this is-
messages in
I
text
don't partake.
messages in between her and him that sound very inappropriate.
This is
And
one
at
thing
the
that
time,
annoyed
he's
me.
Basically,
Everybody said
her
crack.
stepdad.
That was a meth pipe. Everybody always, but he probably smoked crack too. But
At the time, he's basically her stepdad.
Most people just don't know the difference.
I know that's what people
Because
are
he-
telling me. They're like, Josh, you need to calm down. Most people don't know the difference between a crack and a meth pipe. You need to calm down. You're like, yeah.
But at the time, he's basically her stepdad because Hunter, because Hunter started dating her mom, right? All of that.
Yeah. Well, and then Ashley Biden's diary that was buried.
But that's very salacious shit that maybe America would have been interested to hear.
They say like
Which-
1 in 4 Biden
Which again
voters
then leads.
would have changed their mind if they would have known.
I think a lot of people would have.
Yeah. That was our October surprise, and it got shut
Right.
down.
And it would have led to you actually people actually paying attention to everything else that was on that laptop. But anyway, I gotta go back to sleep though.
And if
I just woke up and I heard you guys
Yeah, I
talking
feel
about
bad. I
this.
barely even paid attention to what you were saying because my girlfriend got stuck in Stick of Truth. So
Very convenient. Very convenient.
listen, I got the gist of it. There was apparently some niece that he was fucking.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
that
know,
stuff with him messing around with his niece.
he's
is-
messing around with his
I don't know that
niece. Biden's taking showers
that
with his
shit is
daughter.
fucked up.
A lot of weird
No,
stuff.
right. You're not. Yeah, Hunter and his niece. I don't know. That shit's fucked up. If you ask me, I don't know.
Yes.
But
I think so.
But all of that is just like, all that is bad, but all of that is just icing on the cake about
Right.
what was really
What
in the
shoulda-
laptop, which is the money
Right,
laundering and the
right.
foreign business deals and putting your son in there's, you know, it's just,
But that's the salacious stuff that would have made people not be able to
to vote
ignore
for him.
everything else on it.
Yeah. But it's out there now. Everybody knows.
I don't think you guys.
Yeah, but now he's not
understand that,
running.
like,
Now that it's out there,
a
he's
lot
not
of
running.
people
Isn't
that
that
hate Donald
convenient?
Trump like hate him enough
Right,
that
but
even
Trump-
if that stuff like was completely understood, most people still
Trump is running.
would have just not voted for him.
Trump is running, but so if we come to find out that there's a Kamala laptop tomorrow,
Or she's associated with it or something.
yeah, like, what are they gonna do?
Sucks, huh? Sneaky Kamala. She was the VP, but no one ever noticed her. She got by, and now here she is, the main opponent.
she-
and nobody prepared.
She played the game well. She is a master game player. Like,
Yes, she is.
I don't know how
No,
she
it
got.
really is crazy watching the Republican Party try to come up with dirt for her because they had so little time. Like, I
Yeah,
think the best interview was the one where Trump was talking about it, and he was like, "This just isn't fair. My whole campaign was geared towards Biden." He was like, "This fucks up everything."
but we've been watching Kamala and talking crap about Kamala for the past 4 years. So
Yeah, but none of it's nearly as damning as anything that anyone has had to say about Biden.
He was placed in that position. She didn't get no votes for it, so
She fresh slate
That
switched
part-
out. I mean, at this point, it's hard to even find like a consensus on what Kamala is getting bashed for. I hear some people saying that she slept her way to the top. Some people talking about how she
Did?
apparently failed the bar once.
Did what?
she
bar?
she locked up
Failed
a
the
bunch.
bar test for like
Oh, failed
Harvard.
the bar.
She locked up a bunch of black men for smoking pot as a prosecutor, but then she claimed that she smoked pot on the Breakfast Club with Tupac and Snoop
Allegedly.
Dogg. Yeah,
Allegedly,
and now she wants to
people are
legalize
saying-
pot.
Allegedly, people are saying some P. Diddy Kamala stuff is supposed to drop tomorrow, or was supposed to drop today. or
Her
something.
husband
I
has
don't know.
some infidelity. I don't really care much about that.
Allegedly, there's some P. Diddy sex party, whatever shit that somebody said is supposed to drop yesterday or today.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It'd be hard to care about infidelity when Donald Trump was fucking a porn star while he was in the office, huh?
right. I'm not gonna bring that one up. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that as my main point. I don't know if she's involved with P. Diddy stuff. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. This
I've
case.
heard nothing of what he was talking about. I mean, maybe P. Diddy stuff will drop.
Speaking of that trial was supposed to start like this month, and I haven't seen anything about it. It's like, let's take their eyes off P. Diddy stuff. Let's focus on the election. After the election, we'll focus on the P. Diddy stuff, and then we'll find out that Kamala was involved with P. Diddy, or I know Michelle was involved. I know Barack and
think,
Michelle were friends with P. Diddy.
I don't know what a lot of people expect to
Yeah,
come
it's
out of
on.
a lot of these things.
It's on Twitter. You guys can go on Twitter and see. I don't know. I just saw it on Twitter.
What?
That allegation. I saw no evidence. I just saw people alleging that evidence is going to drop about it on Twitter.
About P. Diddy?
I don't know.
Well, people talk about like the Epstein shit, right? And they talk about the Epstein flight log and shit like that. The thing is like he owned a fucking island. You'd have to assume, like, unless you thought at all points the island was some like sex trafficking child island, he was probably throwing parties
It
at this
was.
island. There was
Well,
probably people that lived
was.
there, and there was
Yeah.
no children being sex trafficked while they were there. Like,
What?
So if you went to the island, I think that looks pretty bad.
What?
But if you flew, so it was the flight log, the Epstein flight log. I don't think every name on Epstein's flight log is necessarily because Trump was on it, and
It's bipartisan. The flight log is bipartisan.
right. Well, and it's also if you're rich and you're flying on private jets, sometimes if Epstein is in this place and you're in this place, you could use his private jet, get on it and they'll fly you to New York or fly you to Florida. And so there's a lot of people on the flight log.
If I had to guess, the Diddy parties are like the same way. There's probably a lot of people that
Right,
went to
right.
the Diddy parties. And did
I would
not know
agree.
Fucked up shit was happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I saw a list of everybody, royalty, politicians, and entertainers who have been to Diddy parties, and it was literally everybody. And I was like,
Yeah, they had they had the Rick and Morty guy go
Yeah.
to Epstein's island.
Mark
You're gonna tell me the
Wahlberg.
Rick and Morty guy was in on the political child fucking scheme.
Mark
They
Wahlberg
hinged it
went
all on
to
the Rick and Morty guy.
Mark Wahlberg went to Diddy parties. Like a lot of people that it doesn't mean just because you went to an award show, you get invited to an award show afterwards, P. Diddy's having a party, you're famous, and he invites you to the party, you go to the party. That doesn't mean that you were a diddler.
Yeah, exactly. But the
diddling kids.
online space is having a field day with it.
Yeah, they are. People are freaking out. And
Like LeBron says, ain't no party like a Diddy party. The reality is probably LeBron's been to one Diddy party for half an hour. And he's just trying to be nice.
No,
and now everyone's
LeBron's
certified
definitely in
pedophile.
on it. LeBron's definitely in on it. Bro, LeBron wore the dress. LeBron's definitely in on it. But apparently the way it worked is they would go, so there'd be...
Like I said, I can even understand the idea of a cabal where a bunch of really powerful people get dirt on each other so they can be in a group. But then I'm like even with the Epstein flight logs, I'm like, so then you're gonna tell me that they invited the guy who made Rick and Morty?
Yeah, it's
They
like
were like, okay, we're gonna take the chance that he rats on us.
It's how
we're gonna
deep
hinge it all on the Rick and Morty guy.
is how deep does it go? So it's like after the award show, you go to this place for this party, and everybody's at that party. But then if you're get a little deeper into it, then they would go to another place for another after party, and then you would jump on a private jet and you would fly to an island somewhere for an after party. And if you
Yeah, and you're also talking about millionaires. These are mansions that have 38 fucking rooms in them.
Yeah, and so
Like,
once
there
you're
could just
down
be
to
back
the
rooms that are just locked up and nobody knows what's going on behind those doors.
once you're down to the third level of the party, okay, now we have a problem. Now you're in some secret hidden mansion on a secret island or something, and now it's getting kind of crazy. You're a little too deep in the Diddy party.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I hope that they find people that were involved in the shit that went on there, but I get that it's probably a super fucking tricky investigation to run because they're basically running Great Gatsby parties while raping women.
I hope they
and
they
children
air.
behind the scenes.
Somebody in my chat said that it's a federal case, so it's not going to be streamed or televised or anything.
The Diddy case?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I heard they built nearly 1,000 people to represent against him. It's a shit ton of people.
Last thing I saw was 120, 60.
Oh, did they lower it?
60 men. Well, they had 3,000, something like 3,200 people come forward, and they picked the best 120, 60 guys and 60 girls.
Okay, yeah, that's what I heard. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and the youngest is a 9-year-old boy, but I don't know if it's going to be televised. I don't know if it's going to be streamed. So if it is, I'll cover it. It'll be interesting to watch and see some of that. But Otherwise,
I
I'll just
wonder who
have
would
to
throw
wait
out
for
the invites
updates.
to the first level party. You know what I mean?
Who?
If you were going to the party and you was at that first level, not the deep one, but could you invite people?
It was probably like
And then
everybody. Like you just go to an award show, and they're like the after parties at Diddy's house, and you
right,
know,
that word gets out and everybody gangs that word gets together, and then that group of people might invite more.
and then once you're there, you know, they see like they're probably, okay, this guy's a stiff. This guy's not really,
Yeah.
but this guy we can get to, or I don't know. But they were saying that they would bring unknown people to the parties, and they would give them drinks with drugs in them, and they would say, "Drink this or leave." And
Wow.
yeah, I don't know, but there's a
That's
movie
messed up.
called Blink Twice with Channing Tatum, which is kind of about this Epstein Diddy type elites taking people to an island and doing weird stuff. It's a freaky movie. If you guys haven't seen it,
Blink twice.
Blink
I have not.
Twice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Kind of feminist bit at the end, like female empowerment type, like the women, strong women have to save the day, but it was a good movie. It was all right. But I gotta go, guys. It's 8:30. It's
Hell yeah. I'm helping my girlfriend get through this fucking game anyways. I was like half listening.
all right. Tomorrow during
I've
the
got to
snore
work again tonight
stream,
anyway.
I'll probably play some Resident Evil just while I'm talking on the Discord and hanging out. And
Yeah, I forgot about it tonight. John's phone must have died because he just like dropped out of nowhere.
yeah, I don't know what happened, or he went to sleep or something, but he's usually on his
I
computer.
think he went to sleep. He was so far away from his microphone. I think he leaned back in his chair and fell asleep.
Yep. But good talking to you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh yeah, have a
Thanks
nice
for
night,
letting
man.
me.
Well, day.
See ya.
Thanks for letting me hang out, man.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Later. All right, chat. I haven't looked at chat in forever. Chat got kind of slow a while ago. Tomas has been yelling at us in the chat. Pictures and videos of the niece, Ashley Biden stuff is very damning. Natalie, I think Justin Roiland is highly suspect. LeBron is definitely sus. LeBron is definitely sus. Even if he's totally innocent, he's still sus. Yeah, LeBron is whack. We never watched this video John sent us. Todd Bentley kicking people in the face. I can't watch it now. We'll watch it tomorrow. It's only 2 minutes long. We'll watch it tomorrow night at the beginning of the stream. Todd Bentley. I've probably heard of this guy. I've talked a lot about mega church pastors. So I've probably said something about him at some point. My camera is low. I look off center. I'm too low. You just. There we go. That's better. The Trumpkin's done. Came out great. I like it a lot. I'm kind of disappointed. I mismanaged my space, and I went too big here, and so I ran out of space for hair at the top. The hair should be bigger. The hair should be here, and all this should be kind of moved down a little bit, and then this eye is off center, so we should have a straight brow line from. Here's the eye. It looks like a straight brow line. It looks like it's straight across here, but for some reason, well, so this is the pupil, and the pupil should be lined up with the other pupil. So the other pupil should be here, but instead it's down here, and it throws the whole thing out of whack. It is it's off center. This eye is too low, and that's all because I worked my way this way and up this side, and then I ran out of space for the hair. So I kind of tried to compress the hair into this space, which threw off. This was the last thing I did. It threw this off. So my proportions are not accurate, which I draw. I draw and I can do charcoal and portraits and stuff like that. So I have a good uh you know like proportion and distance perspective and all these things when I'm drawing, and I know how to like, okay, if this collar is this big, and I know how to like line things up, line up your center line with your nose and your brow line, and I know how to do all that stuff. But it's totally different when you're drawing on a pumpkin with a colored pencil and you can barely see your lines. So this was a new medium for me. I'm an artiste, but this is not my carving and doing stuff like this is not my medium. So this is a first for me, but it came out pretty good. All I'm disappointed about is really the hair isn't even a problem, because if I put the hat on it, the hair is not even a big deal. The only thing I'm disappointed about is the offset eye here. This eye is way too low. It needs to be up higher. But if you're drawing on paper and you see this, you just erase it and you fix it. When you're carving a pumpkin, you can't really erase it and fix it. It is what it is. It's my first time at doing this, so came out pretty good. I'm very happy with it. Um, Maybe next year we'll do another pumpkin, and we'll try to make it better next year. Not the same pumpkin, but we'll do something like this next year. But I like it. It came out pretty good. Trump looks a little bit like Sloth from the Goonies. He looks a little bit you got the tism. He got a bit a old touch of the tism. It's zombie Trump. It's zombie pumpkin Trumpkin. Okay, mugshot zombie pumpkin Trumpkin. But I'm gonna head out, guys. Thank you for hanging out all night. I will be back tomorrow with the snore stream, probably about 8 or 9 o'clock my time. Late night snore stream. We'll play some Resident Evil, hang out, talk about whatever. But God bless you guys, and I'll see you later. Hit the like button on your way out, by the way. Peace.